Chapter 1441 God-Level Guardian. The appearance of the Dragon Palace treasure attracted the attention of many powerful people. Void Zerg, dragons, monsters, demons, and even star beasts all flew towards the Dragon Palace treasure emitting this beam of light. Song Jian waited patiently. So far, most of those attracted by the Dragon Palace treasure were monsters. The previous broken mountain oxen and bloodthirsty pigs all belonged to the monsters. Half an hour later, the number of onlookers, which originally had only hundreds of people, had increased to more than 300 people. Most of them were monsters. And there were also a small number of demons and Zerg. Even the star beast that transformed into an ugly human boy appeared among the onlookers. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly heard a surprised voice, turned his head, and saw that it was Xian Ling. Xian Ling, you are also nearby? Song Jian said with a smile. Yes, brother. I am so lucky that I am not far from you. Xian Ling said happily. You should know that although there are thousands of Yujian sect disciples who have entered the Starry Sky Myriad Race's secret realm, the Starry Sky Myriad Race's secret realm is extremely large, almost covering several galaxies. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a small world. Thousands of people entering here are like standing on the beach and casually grabbing a handful of sand and throwing it into the sea. It is really too difficult to meet. Are you also attracted by the Dragon Palace treasure? Song Jian said with a smile. Yes, I happen to be nearby, and I couldn't miss the opportunity. However, the Dragon Palace treasure can only be ranked last among all the opportunities. It is not very good for us. Xian Ling frowned and said, Humph, you are so arrogant. A little girl who has just entered the third level combat power is actually talking nonsense here. You really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. The dragon boy Aotion heard Xian Ling's words, which seemed to be a bit of a disparagement of the Dragon Palace, and couldn't help but scold loudly. Xian Ling's level is too low. Only the early stage of the third level combat power. If Song Jian hadn't established his prestige before, Xian Ling would not have been able to get close to the light column. Xian Ling was stunned. Looked up at Aotion. Her face was a little ugly, but she didn't argue. What she meant by the benefit was that for those of them who were practicing, living in this era, the treasure of the Dragon Palace was still very attractive. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many legendary masters gathered here. Aotion saw that Xian Ling didn't say anything, and suddenly he became more arrogant. Just as he was about to continue scolding her, his face changed, and he looked into the distance, as if he noticed something. The people around also noticed that there were strong men approaching, and they all looked up. After a while, a handsome young man with clear eyebrows, red lips, and white teeth sat cross-legged on a colorful phoenix and flew towards this side quickly. This young man looked only 14 or 15 years old, and his aura was revealed without any concealment. He was only at the peak of the third level combat power. On the surface, he was slightly stronger than Song Jian. However, the five-colored phoenix under him was a legendary strongman, and it was because of it that others were afraid to be able to use a legendary strongman as a mount. This human must be a human genius, a demon said in a low voice. Humph. Look at the race first. That's a five-colored phoenix. Compared with a five-colored phoenix, a legendary mount is just garbage. I just don't know which sect of the human race this young man is the genius of. Although this is the human realm, the number of humans is small. How come 3 human geniuses have gathered here in such a short time? Everyone was staring at the young man and whispering to each other. When the young man heard everyone talking about him, he frowned slightly. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. The figure flashed and disappeared into the void after revealing his figure. In the short moment of appearance, a huge aura enveloped everyone. An aura that only a god-level strongman could have spread around. In an instant, there was silence all around. After a long time, someone trembled and whispered, God. A god-level strongman. It turned out to be a god-level strongman as a protector. No one doubted the identity of this young man, even though he was only at the peak of the third-order combat power. The legendary masters around him did not dare to underestimate him. A god-level master only needed a divine thought to kill everyone present. Feeling the breath of the god-level master, some aliens began to sneak out, and even gave up the treasure of the Dragon Palace. At the moment when the breath of the god-level master was revealed, the dragon god breath on Song Jian seemed to be touched, and the delusion-breaking divine eye on his forehead opened automatically. Song Jian hurriedly controlled it to prevent it from opening. A golden line appeared on the forehead, and then slowly disappeared. But at this moment, the dragon god breath also leaked out. God. The breath of a god-level strongman. The breath of another god-level strongman. A big demon said in surprise, looking at Song Jian with a trace of fear. The mountain-breaking bull that had fought with Song Jian before was trembling at this time. He stared at Song Jian for a long time, turned his head and flew away, giving up the opportunity to enter the treasure of the Dragon Palace. Before, he dared to fight with Song Jian because Song Jian only had a third-level combat power. But now, he has the breath of a god-level strongman. Even if there is no god-level strongman as a protector, there is a god-level treasure to protect him. Such an existence is not something that a legendary realm can provoke. Fortunately, I didn't anger him before. Otherwise, once I used the god-level treasure, I'm afraid my life would be lost here. The bull demon was terrified, and didn't even dare to look back at the pillar of light that reached the sky, and flew directly towards the starry sky. Around the pillar of light, a group of strange alien warriors were occupying different places. The human prodigy who had just arrived looked at the surrounding aliens with disdain. When he saw Song Jian and Xian Ling, he showed surprise on his face, and couldn't help but let out a huh, and then approached them. I am Song Qi from the demon sect. I wonder which sect your two companions are from. The human prodigy smiled, and bowed to Song Jian and Xian Ling, with a hint of intimacy in his tone. Sword Control Sect. Song Jian. Sword Control Sect. Xian Ling. The two responded. Sword Control Sect? Song Qi frowned slightly, and his mind was racing. He recalled all the sects in the human realm, but he couldn't remember that there was a sect called Sword Control Sect in the human realm. The Sword Sect. I've only heard of the Sword Sect. Maybe it's just a small branch of the Sword Sect? Song Qi thought to himself. A large sect may have hundreds of thousands or millions of members, and its scope may cover several planets. Some disciples cannot make a name for themselves, so they leave the sect and set up their own sects, becoming branch sects that have inextricable ties with the main sect. Song Qi thought that the sect these two people belonged to was just a small branch sect, and he immediately felt a little unconvinced. Chapter 1442 Treasure Unveiled. Song Qi of the Heavenly Demon Sect, upon hearing the words Yujian sect, did not find the corresponding sect in his mind, and immediately began to despise it. But soon, the god-level protector behind him sent him a message. Don't underestimate it. That man has a god-level aura. He was attracted by my aura before, and leaked a little. God-level aura? Song Qi was shocked. Those who can have a god-level treasure to protect themselves are not disciples of small sections. Thoughts raced in his mind, and the smile on his face became even brighter. So you are two disciples of the Yujian sect. Nice to meet you, Song Qi said. The Heavenly Demon Sect is one of the 10 great sects in ancient times. The core technique of this sect, the Heavenly Demon Dance, is a legendary technique of the same grade as the Chaos Sword technique. However, it has already disappeared in our era. The Heavenly Demon Dance technique that remains is also a fragment, downgraded to a gold quality technique. Xian Ling whispered to Song Jian. For this trip to the secret realm, Xian Ling did a lot of homework. A lot of information could not be included in the booklet she gave Song Jian. That booklet only briefly explained the basic knowledge of the Starry Sky Myriad Race's secret realm. If someone enters the Heavenly Demon Sect in the secret realm, wouldn't they have the opportunity to learn the complete Heavenly Demon Dance? Song Jian raised his eyebrows and whispered. Yes, in theory it is possible, but in practice it is very difficult. Xian Ling glanced at Song Jian and said, think about the conditions for you to learn the Chaos Sword Canon. Here, the number of people in the sect is 1,000 times, 10,000 times that of the Yujian sect, and the strength is also 1,000 times, 10,000 times that of the Yujian sect. The Heavenly Demon Dance is also the sect defending technique. If you want to learn it, you must at least become the Tianju Saint Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect. So, this person in front of you is the Tianju Saint Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect? If you kill him, I wonder if you can reveal the Heavenly Demon Dance. Song Jian stared at Song Qi. His eyes suddenly lit up. Song Qi suddenly felt a little cold on his body, as if someone was plotting against him. A surge of anger suddenly surged in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it. Brother Song? Brother Song? Song Qi couldn't help but shout when he saw Song Jian seemed a little dazed. Oh, Brother Song. I wonder what level you have cultivated to in Heavenly Demon Dance. And do you know the complete technique? Song Jian looked up and asked suddenly. Song Chi showed a trace of anger on his face. But he finally forced a smile and said, "There are 9 levels of Heavenly Demon Dance. And I have only learned the first 3 levels. Which is not worth mentioning." Song Jian didn't know that rashly asking other people about their core techniques would be a big taboo. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, this is just a secret realm. And these people in front of him are just images from millions of years ago. I'm afraid that they have long lost their ashes. In the secret realm, as long as he gets enough benefits here, he will leave here and will not interact too deeply with these images. Song Jian's rash question seemed to anger Song Chi. After a quick chat, Song Chi hit aside. Originally, I thought the two were from the same clan, so I wanted to get 2 helpers. Fortunately, we formed an alliance with the Dragon Palace treasure and explored the treasure together. I didn't expect that he would be so bold and actually asked about the Heavenly Demon Dance. Humph! Song Chi gritted his teeth and said secretly, "Don't mind. The Heavenly Demon Dance is a legendary skill. It's inevitable that they are curious. But what kind of sect is this Yujian sect? I have never heard of it. If it is really just a small sect, how can there be a god-level treasure to protect it? Strange. Strange." The protector behind him was also confused and couldn't figure out the origins of Song Jian and Xian Ling. At this moment, a booming sound suddenly came from the surroundings of the sky-high light column, and the surrounding seawater was violently stirred, like a tornado, flying into the air along the light column. After a while, a dragon-sucking water scene with a diameter of hundreds of meters was formed. Such a magnificent scene is rare in a century, but the surroundings are full of overbearing space power. A legendary demon got too close and was cut into pieces by dozens of space forces and scattered towards the sea. This scene scared everyone, except for the dragon boy Eotian, who stood in the distance with a sneer on his face. Among all the people present, if there was anyone who was most familiar with the treasures of the Dragon Palace, it was only the dragon boy Eotian. He had known that when the Dragon Palace treasure was opened, it would release spatial power, so he dodged it early. It's a pity that only one person was killed. This spatial power has accumulated for hundreds of years. Even if a demigod-level strongman is involved, he will be seriously injured, not to mention a legendary realm. Eotian said to himself with a cold face. The several merman generals behind him looked at each other, and sweat broke out on their foreheads. If it weren't for Eotian's reminder, they might have been involved because they were too close. Such a trap is not something they can contend with. After a while, a thick white mist spread out from the endless dragon-sucking water. Soon, it covered an area of hundreds of meters. Some cautious people retreated one after another. The previous scene scared everyone. Now seeing the white mist appear, they dared not approach. The dragon boy saw the white fog and whispered, "Let's go!" After saying that, he rushed into the white fog first, and several merman generals behind him hurriedly followed. At this time, only by following Eotian closely could they enter the Dragon Palace treasure. Many people saw the dragon boy's actions, and the smart ones followed him. Only some cautious people hesitated. When they decided to enter, they could no longer see the figure of the dragon boy in the white fog, and they couldn't help but regret it. After entering the white fog, everyone found that the fierce space force had disappeared before, and they couldn't help but feel relieved. Looking at the back of the dragon boy Eotian, everyone showed a strange smile on their faces. The white fog was not suitable for flying with a sword. Song Jian put away his flying sword, spread his wings behind him, and rushed towards the white fog. Xian Ling followed closely behind him. Behind her, a pair of fairy wings like a film appeared, covered with golden magic patterns. The speed was not much slower than Song Jian's Tian wings. This white fog is condensed by spiritual energy. The Dragon Palace treasure has been silent for hundreds of years. There are hundreds of years of spiritual energy accumulated inside. Once it is opened, the spiritual energy will be released. 1 day of cultivation here is equivalent to 10 days. It's a pity that it is useless for us. Moreover, the treasure is opened in just a short time of tea. That is, about 15 minutes. We must find the portal to enter the treasure within 15 minutes. Otherwise, once the time is up and the portal is closed, we will miss this opportunity. Xian Ling explained while flying. Xian Ling, look over there. Isn't that the entrance to the Dragon Palace treasure? Song Jian suddenly pointed to the distance and asked loudly. Xian Ling looked up and saw a fist-sized ball of light in the distance. which was constantly emitting light. That's it, senior brother. You are so lucky and have good eyesight. Let's go! Xi and Ling said happily. The two looked at each other, smiled slightly, and flew towards the ball of light together. Chapter 1443 Dragon Emperor's Proud Art. The ball of light that Song Jian saw was actually the gateway to the Dragon Palace treasure. It was a teleportation-like gate, but it was too far away and looked like a light ball. When the two approached, they found that it was a huge light gate with a height of more than 5 meters and a width of more than 3 meters. It was like a huge round mirror, floating quietly in the void, surrounded by white mist. Brother, this is it. Let's go in, Xi and Ling said happily. The Starry Sky Myriad Race's secret realm is an infinite cycle secret realm that was refined by a powerful person who intercepted a period of millions of years. This period of time was the most brilliant period at that time. Secret treasures were constantly opened, and the geniuses of various races emerged in an endless stream. Even the battle to destroy all races was included in this period of time. As long as the entrants could survive, they would always gain something. The previous opening. The Yujian sect gained a large number of exercises from millions of years ago. It is said that even the Chaos Sword Classic, which the Yujian sect had previously collected was only a fragment, was also completed after the secret realm was opened. Human race genius. Humph! Dare to enter the Dragon Palace treasure. I will kill you. The dragon boy suddenly flew out of the white fog, and saw Song Jian and Xi and Ling standing in front of the entrance to the Dragon Palace treasure. And he was immediately furious. The dragon race was exterminated by the human race before, and now only a few escaped into the starry sky to survive. Aotian also eavesdropped on the elders of the tribe, and knew that the Dragon Palace treasure was about to be opened. So he secretly returned here to retrieve the Dragon King Orb. Otherwise, how could he, a little dragon in the early stage of the legendary realm, dare to return to the human realm alone? Although the white fog around can block the vision, it cannot completely suppress the perception of the strong. Once he fights with the human race genius here, it will inevitably attract the attention of the guardian behind him. The Dragon Palace treasure is located in a hidden half-plane, and was also built by the Dragon Clan. Except when it is opened, it can be discovered. Even the god-level powerhouses can't detect the location of the door at ordinary times. Moreover, the Dragon Palace treasure is suppressed by the formation. Only those below the legendary realm can enter. The highest can only enter the legendary realm peak powerhouse. The demigod level cannot enter. If the human race Tianji really dares to go in, not only it, but other alien races will not let them go if they meet. The dragon race boy Aotian snorted coldly, jumped into the light gate, and his figure disappeared. The one just now was the dragon race boy Aotian. It obtained the Dragon Emperor Orb in the Dragon Palace treasure, and comprehended the Dragon Emperor Aotian Ju. 1,000 years later, it also advanced to a god-level powerhouse. Xi and Ling said in a low voice. A powerful god. Song Jian was stunned, then seemed to think of something, and smiled. You said, if I kill it here, will it become a powerful god in the future? Although the secret realm is a piece of history, no matter what we do here, we can't change history. If you kill it now, Aotian will disappear, and the Dragon Emperor Orb will only benefit others. When the time is up, everything will return to the original state and fall into an endless cycle. Xi and Ling glanced at Song Jian and said, however, if you have the ability, you can wait for Aotian to obtain the Dragon Emperor Orb and comprehend the Dragon Emperor Aotian Ju before killing it. Maybe you can explode the Dragon Emperor Aotian Ju, which is also a legendary realm technique that is not inferior to the Chaos Sword Classic, and it is a complete version. Xi and Ling smiled and said, there are records in the Yujian sect that someone has done this before. But after Aotian comprehended the Dragon Emperor Aotian Ju, he instantly broke through to the peak state of the legendary realm. At that time, the Yujian sect disciple was only at the peak of the 3rd level combat power, and he was the only one at that time. So he gave up in the end. Haha. Let's talk about it later. As soon as you hear the name of Dragon Emperor Aotian Ju, you know it is a Dragon Clan technique. Even if it is revealed, it may not be possible to practice it. Let's forget it. Song Jian laughed. At this moment, the Black Dragon Kamana suddenly sent him a voice message and said, silly Song Jian, you can't practice it. You can give it to me. I am also a Dragon Clan. I can definitely practice it. Song Jian's face showed a trace of strange color. Although Kamada is a Western golden dragon, and Aoteon is obviously an Eastern dragon. Although the two races are both called dragons, there are actually great racial differences. Can you really practice? Song Jian couldn't help but ask curiously. At this time, Kamada was already at the threshold of entering the legendary realm. At her age, it was impossible for her to have such strength. Even if she performed the blood inheritance, it would take at least hundreds or even thousands of years for her to enter the real legendary realm. But following Song Jian, opportunities came one after another. Not only did his strength increase greatly, but even his bloodline was upgraded. From the original Black Dragon clan, he advanced to the royal family of the Western Dragons, the Golden Dragons. The Western Dragons did not practice cultivation. They relied entirely on physical fitness. As they grew older, their strength would naturally increase. There was no such thing as practicing martial arts. But the Eastern Dragons were different. Whether it was the Demon Clan or the Dragon Clan, they could practice like humans. And the Dragon King's proud art was a top-notch martial art that only the direct descendants of the Dragon King were qualified to practice. I think I can practice it, Black Dragon Kamada said seriously in the battle pet space. Okay, I'll give it a try when I have a chance. If it doesn't work, don't blame me. Song Jian shook his head and said in a voice transmission. Although the peak of the legendary realm is powerful, Song Jian believes that if he meets the opponent, it will be a 50-50 situation. If he attacks by surprise, his chance of winning will be even higher. Moreover, the opponent has obtained the Dragon Emperor Orb, and his strength has suddenly increased. He also needs an adaptation period. During this period, it is impossible for him to fully exert the strength of the peak of the legendary realm. His chance of winning will be even higher. Killing Aoteon should not be a problem. The difficulty now is whether the Dragon Emperor Aoteon Ju can be exploded at once. Seeing Song Jian's silent and thoughtful look, Xianling said in surprise, "Brother, you are not really thinking about how to kill it and obtain the Dragon Emperor Aoteon Ju, right? It's impossible. The Dragon Palace treasure is its home field. Even in a one-on-one fight, you are its opponent. Not to mention that there are so many alien races in it. Okay, stop imagining. Let's go in. Time is running out." Song Jian patted Xianling's head and said with a smile. In the short time they stood there, more than a dozen people had already entered the Dragon Palace treasure. If they didn't go in, the good things might have been snatched away by others. Xianling nodded, and the two jumped into the light gate, just like two drops of water thrown into a pond, causing ripples. But soon, the light gate returned to calm and turned back into a round mirror. Chapter 1444 General Crab. After entering the light gate, Song Jian and Xingling stumbled forward 2 steps, as if someone pushed them from behind. When they stood firm, they found that they had actually entered the seabed. Above their heads was the dark sea water, and many schools of fish with their own light were constantly swimming in the sea water, just like stars. "Is this the Dragon Palace?" Xingling said, and as soon as she opened her mouth, several bubbles floated up from her mouth, scaring her. At this time, the two realized that they were actually in a rippling water. The water was extremely pure and light. If you don't pay attention, you will simply ignore its existence. No, this is not water. Song Jian was shocked. This is liquefied spiritual energy. My God, is the entire Dragon Palace full of liquefied spiritual energy? Song Jian looked around and could vaguely see that the area here was extremely vast, with mountains, trenches, tall plants, and in the distance, there were patches of underwater palaces, with a faint glow on the surface. That should be the specific location of the Dragon Palace. These are all liquefied spiritual energy. The speed of cultivation here is at least 10 times faster than the outside world. In 3 months at most, I am sure to reach level 120, Song Jian said in surprise. Practicing at ordinary times will also increase combat experience, but it is very little, even less than the combat experience gained from hunting monsters. However, some diligent players hunt monsters during the day and practice according to their own skills at night. After a long time, their levels will be much higher than those players who do not practice at night. Practicing requires the consumption of spiritual energy. In places with rich spiritual energy, more combat experience is gained from practicing. Here, the spiritual energy is so rich that it has liquefied. Practicing here has almost the same effect as using purple crystals, and the speed of gaining combat experience will be extremely fast. We can't use these spiritual liquids, Xing Ling said strangely after looking at Song Jian. This sentence was like a basin of cold water, directly waking up Song Jian. Yes, the essence of this secret place is a video clip. Everything you see and hear is real. But it happened 1,000,000 years ago. Song Jian sighed and said, that should be the location of the Dragon Palace treasure. Let's go quickly. The location of the Dragon Palace treasure is random. Some people may have entered and are already in the Dragon Palace. Xing Ling pointed to the undulating palaces in front. Well, let's go quickly. Don't let others get ahead, Song Jian said. The two were about to perform flying swords, but found that this area was actually forbidden to fly. There was a no-fly zone in the sky. Not only could they not fly with swords, but even Song Jian's Han Tian wings, even relying on his own ability to fly into the air, could not do it. We can only walk over step by step, Xianling said helplessly. I hope that not many people enter the Dragon Palace, and they can leave something for us. However, that Ao Tian is a dragon. He should have a way to enter the Dragon Palace directly from the gate. The two ran towards the Dragon Palace. Along the way, coral trees towered. Pearls as big as human heads served as street lamps for lighting, and various underwater treasures piled up like mountains. If they were on Earth, these would be treasures worth billions or tens of billions. But here, for Song Jian and Xianling, they were worthless. The two did not even look at them, and ran straight towards the Dragon Palace in the distance. Be careful. Song Jian suddenly grabbed Xianling and whispered. Whoosh! A harpoon with a metallic sheen was inserted into the ground in front of the two people. If they hadn't noticed and continued to run forward, the harpoon should have just stabbed Xianling. Who is it? Xianling said angrily, and with a flip of her wrist, a finger-sized long sword spun and continued to expand, instantly turning into a 3-foot green sword, which was held in Xianling's hand. At this time, a short monster with a crab head, a scorpion shell on his back, a huge scorpion claw in his left hand, and a blue-brown shell on his right arm jumped out, pointing at the two people and cursing, "Little human race, dare to trespass into the treasure of Dragon Palace. You are simply ignorant of life and death. Retreat quickly. Otherwise, you will die here immediately." General Crab? Early Legendary Realm. Any monster has the strength of Legendary Realm. This Dragon Palace treasure is really dangerous. Song Jian's eyes flashed, and he checked the other party's attributes. Although there are many powerful people above Legendary Realm in the Secret Realm, it is impossible for any small monster to be Legendary Realm. Usually, there are mostly second-level and third-level monsters. Xianling shook her head and whispered, "This is the Dragon Palace treasure. The monsters guarding the Dragon Palace treasure are equivalent to dungeon elites. Naturally, they are stronger than those outside. Moreover, the spiritual energy here has condensed into liquid, so the monsters here are naturally much stronger." Can you deal with a legendary monster now? Song Jian asked. He and Xianling had not seen each other since they completed the sect mission last time. He didn't know how the other party's strength had improved, although she was also a third-level combat power. He didn't know whether she had the strength to fight against a legendary monster. Although I can't beat her, I should be able to protect myself, Xianling whispered. Song Jian nodded. It seemed that the other party had been practicing in the sect, and his strength had not fallen much. Most players couldn't fight a legend at the third level. Otherwise, you accompany him. Song Jian smiled. Before he finished speaking, there was an explosion in the Dragon Palace in the distance. The explosion was earth-shaking. The visible energy spread to the surroundings. Many treasures like coral trees were crushed into powder by the energy. Even the place where Song Jian was shaken, and cracks tens of meters long appeared on the ground. Is this a fight between Legendary Realm Masters? Song Jian was surprised. Only Legendary Realm Masters could display such terrifying might. The Dragon Clan has been destroyed. This is no longer the territory of the Dragon Clan. How dare a small four-clawed dragon be so presumptuous? Take my thunderbolt. A giant shadow over 10 feet tall appeared in the sky above the Dragon Palace. The giant waved a mace in his hand. The mace was shining with lightning and covered an area of dozens of meters. Legendary Realm Peak. Haha. It seems that Ao Tian has met an opponent. Generally speaking, the early Legendary Realm will not have a good end when encountering the Legendary Realm Peak. Does the history book record how he escaped the pursuit of the Legendary Realm Peak Master? Song Jian looked up at the Dragon Palace and felt the breath of the other party, and couldn't help laughing. How can such a thing be recorded in a book? This is not a novel. Xianling rolled her eyes and said, Aotion must be fine anyway. This is Dragon Palace. His home ground. Even if he is at the peak of the legendary realm. So what? However, we should go over there quickly to take a look. Maybe we can get some bargains. Wow. I'm so angry. You two human kids actually look down on me. General Crab. Watch out. The General Crab on the opposite side saw the two people chatting and laughing. Not taking him seriously at all. He was furious. And even his shell turned a little red. Waving his left scorpion claw, General Crab rushed towards the two people. Chapter 1445 Crocodile Tyrant. Seeing General Crab rushing over, Xianling was a little nervous and said quickly, Brother, let's go together. As soon as the voice fell, Xianling felt a creepy fear surge in her heart. Turning her head, she saw a brilliant gray sword energy blooming in the void. And a battle axe phantom quickly condensed and whistled towards General Crab. The first move of the Chaos Sword Cannon. Kaikan Annihilation. With a light shout, General Crab showed a look of fear on his face. He wanted to dodge, but his body seemed to be immobilized and could not move at all. The battle axe phantom chopped down from its forehead and disappeared. And the surging energy around it also disappeared in an instant. Everything before was like an illusion. However, in Xianling's eyes, General Crab's chi and blood value was consumed at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, millions of points of chi and blood value were consumed. Xianling couldn't help rubbing her eyes, feeling that there seemed to be something wrong with her eyes. General Crab's body suddenly turned into fine sand and collapsed. The gray-white fine sand scattered all over the ground and quickly penetrated into the floor. Song Jian's eyes showed a look of regret. The power of Kaikan Annihilation was too overbearing. It completely destroyed everything. Not only the body, but also the spoils were not left. Killing a legendary boss, but getting nothing. It was a bit regrettable. However, he did not hesitate too much, and pulled Xianling to continue running towards the palaces in the distance. Master, senior brother, have you already comprehended the Chaos Sword Cannon? Xianling's face was full of surprise. She also obtained the Chaos Sword Cannon, but it was in the sealed state in the skill column, and could not be used at all. Xianling is now learning the entry-level skills of the Yujin sect. The Nine Heavens Technique. When the Nine Heavens Technique is cultivated to perfection, it will almost be able to enter the legendary realm. At that time, she will switch to the Chaos Sword Cannon. No, I just comprehended a sword skill. Song Jian shook his head and explained. The Chaos Sword Cannon is a legendary skill. Once you get started, you can gain a lot of combat experience by practicing it at ordinary times. But Song Jian has not yet entered it. He just relied on some opportunities to master one or two sword skills, which can exert the attack power of the legendary realm. Moreover, in the skill column, although the Chaos Sword Classic is not in the sealed state, it has always been in the unlearned state, and has not been fully mastered at all. Xianling showed a trace of relief on her face, but she admired Song Jian even more in her heart. Without mastering the skills, he could comprehend the moves in it, which ordinary people could not do at all. Moreover, without mastering the skills, even if the moves were performed, the power would be greatly reduced. Now Song Jian can kill the legendary realm strongman in one blow. If he waits until he fully masters the Chaos Sword Classic and then performs this move, the power will definitely become greater. Song Jian and Xianling rushed to the nearest palace. This palace is located on a mountain peak at the bottom of the sea. Hundreds of white jade steps lead from the bottom of the mountain to the magnificent palace on the peak. At this time, in front of the steps at the bottom of the mountain, a four-clawed golden dragon more than 10 meters long was fighting with a giant crocodile that could walk as fast as a human. Aotion, hand over the magic formula to break the formation, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, you will be ready to die here. If you can't get the treasure, you will lose your life here. The giant crocodile roared, waving the long knife in his hand, and slashed at the four-clawed golden dragon Aotion swimming in the void. Aotion's mouth was oozing with blood, and he was obviously injured. But his breath was not the slightest bit depressed. He roared and grabbed the giant crocodile with one claw. There are forbidden air formations in the area near the Dragon Palace, but they are only aimed at foreigners. Aotion can ignore the taboos and fly into the air. Moreover, the dragon race is better at air combat, and their combat power in the air is greater than on the ground. Kill! although Aoteon's strength level is much lower than that of the giant crocodile. He is full of fighting spirit. His whole body is full of energy, which is like substance, condensed into energy armor to protect his body. Although the giant crocodile is at the peak of the legendary realm, facing the aggressive Aoteon, he was unable to defeat him for a while. There was a constant roar at the foot of the mountain, and the two fought in a group. Many alien races were attracted by the fighting, but they did not dare to approach. They stood in the distance and pointed at this side. Song Jian and Xi and Ling stood aside. After listening for a while, they realized that there was a formation protecting the outer perimeter of the Dragon Palace, and only Aoteon had the method to break the formation. The one fighting with Aoteon in front of him was a deep-sea crocodile monster, with the peak strength of the legendary realm. It was forcing Aoteon to hand over the magic formula to break the formation so that it could quickly enter the palace to look for treasures. Humph! This guy Crocodile Tyrant. When the Dragon Clan was still there, he didn't dare to attack the Dragon Clan even if he had 10 courage. Now that the dragon is swimming in the shallows, he actually looks like he won't give in. It's really chilling. A Sea Clan member said with disdain. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. The Dragon Clan has been exterminated. It is said that the god-level strongmen have been slaughtered, leaving only a few demigod-level dragon kings who have escaped to the outer space of the starry sky. It is said that Crocodile Tyrant has also comprehended a trace of the power of the law, and has stepped half a foot into the demigod level. Naturally, he will not take the Dragon Clan seriously. Another demon echoed. In fact, with Crocodile Tyrant's strength, he can forcefully break through the defensive formation outside the Dragon Palace in half an hour at most. Now he just wants to find an excuse to kill Aoteon. Hush. Keep your voice down. Crocodile Tyrant has a bad temper. Be careful that he will cause trouble for you later. Boom. Crocodile Tyrant kicked Aoteon away. Aoteon spurted out a mouthful of light golden blood. His chest was sunken. It was obvious that at least 7 or 8 ribs were broken. If this continued, Aoteon would be killed on the spot by Crocodile Tyrant in 3 to 5 minutes at most. Aoteon stared at Crocodile Tyrant with anger on his face. His voice became a little hoarse. He roared, "Crocodile Tyrant, you will not have a good end. I will definitely cut you into pieces." After saying that, Aoteon flew up into the air and flew directly towards the palace on the top of the mountain. Aoteon, leave the formation breaking formula behind before you go. Seeing Aoteon breaking through the sky and leaving, how could he let him escape like this? He roared, leaped up, flew up, and chased after Aoteon. Aoteon looked back at him, his jade-like eyes full of strong ridicule, snorted coldly, and continued to fly up regardless. Just as Crocodile Tyrant flew 2 meters away, a thunderous sound suddenly exploded in the sky, and a breath mixed with water vapor and thunder power quickly condensed into a huge dragon claw, pressing towards Crocodile Tyrant. How is it possible for a god-level warrior to strike with all his strength? Crocodile Tyrant felt the breath of the dragon claw above his head, and a look of fear suddenly appeared on his face. No! A heart-wrenching roar sounded, and the dragon claw pressed down fiercely towards Crocodile Tyrant. With a bang, it was like a mountain collapsing, and the liquefied spiritual energy around it also exploded directly, rippling violently around. Everyone was silent, watching the huge dragon claw in the distance slowly disappear in horror. On the ground, only Crocodile Tyrant's broken body was left, like a flattened toy, with broken bones, blood and flesh, and no breath. Chapter 1446 Analysis of the Formation. How could this happen? After a while, an alien stammered, "This Forbidden Sky formation is just an ordinary Shin-level formation. After being triggered, it can only cause an attack equivalent to that of a legendary realm powerhouse. How could there be a full-strength attack equivalent to that of a god-level powerhouse? The previous attack scared everyone enough. The peak strength of the legendary realm is the highest among all people, but they couldn't even withstand a single attack. If it were them, their fate would definitely not be much better than that of Crocodile Tyrant. Crocodile Tyrant at least left behind a broken body. If it were them, they would probably not even leave behind a complete body." Song Jian, who was standing by, was also terrified. "Damn it! This is too dangerous. If you just touch a formation, you will be attacked by a god-level strongman with all his strength. If it were me, I would probably be killed directly. I was a little proud that I could kill a legendary strongman in seconds. But now, Song Jian quickly adjusted his mentality. This place is far from as safe as he thought. It's not the power of the formation. It must be that Aotion has activated a more powerful formation. But we just don't know it. A big monster shouted loudly. If it had this ability, it would have activated it and killed us all. Who of you can withstand the full force of a god-level strongman? Someone said disdainfully. Humph. We have come this far. Do you still want to leave? Why don't we work together to break the formation and enter the Dragon Palace quickly? Otherwise, the treasure inside may be taken away by Aotion alone. Yes, everyone. This defensive formation is just a mysterious formation. We only need a cup of tea to break it. What if we are attacked by a god-level strongman again? Someone suddenly asked. Everyone became silent. At this time, a beetle-like humanoid creature stepped forward, pointed at Song Jian and Xian Ling, and said in a deep voice, "These two people are the weakest. Why don't we let them attack the formation first? If they don't trigger a god-level strongman's attack, we will work together to break the formation." Hee. This is a good idea. The human race doesn't have any good stuff. These two little guys are only level 3 combat power, so they can be used to test the power of the formation. They are the pride of the human race. But they have god-level protectors. What if? What are you afraid of? No matter how powerful the protectors are, they can't get in. The human race's pride died in the Dragon Palace treasure. Do the protectors know how they died? That's right. Let them go up and try first. They are the weakest. For a moment, all the big monsters surrounded Song Jian and the others. Little guy, no matter which sect of the human race you are, there is no protector with you now. If you don't listen to us, we will kill you together first, and then break the formation. An alien shouted at the two. Go. Use your strongest moves to attack the formation. If you can survive and break the formation, you can enter with us. Otherwise, die here first. Xian Ling's face changed drastically. With so many legendary masters surrounding her, she felt like a small boat on a rough sea, in danger of capsizing at any time. Master, no matter how strong my brother is, he can't be the opponent of so many legendary masters. What should I do now? Xian Ling suddenly panicked. I remember there was a genius from the Sky Demon clan. Song Qi. Why can't I see him? Song Jian looked around and found that there were all alien races around. Either demons or void insects. And a boy with bulging eyes. A big mouth and no eyebrows. But he was obviously not a human. He was standing in the distance, grinning and looking at this side. This Song Qi. When we really need him, we can't find him. Song Jian curled his lips. Sure enough, the Tianma sect didn't sound like a famous and upright sect. And the Qianju of this sect didn't look very good. Little guy, how are you thinking about it? If you don't make a decision, we will take action. A big demon blew a puff of white air from his nose and shouted loudly. Song Jian smiled and looked around. More than 30 legendary masters gathered around and stared at them with unfriendly faces. It's just a video from millions of years ago. I don't know how many tens of thousands of years have died. But they are so arrogant. I really want to see what kind of expression they would have if they knew that it would not be long before the human race would destroy the starry sky 10,000 races. Ha ha, Song Jian said in his heart, after taking a look at the void zerg that spoke first. Song Jian smiled and said, Okay, let me try out the strength of this formation. Said, Song Jian pulled Xian Ling and walked towards the defensive formation outside the Dragon Palace treasure, at the edge of a trench in the distance. Song Qi lay on his back with his eyes slightly closed. He seemed motionless, as if he was dead. But in fact, he was performing a secret method to explore the situation in the distance. It's really hopeless. There are so many alien races that are malicious towards the human race. And these two fools dare to approach. Aren't they afraid that they will join forces to kill you? Song Qi thought to himself, but that's right. That kid has a god-level treasure on him. So he probably isn't afraid of them. But even if he has a god-level treasure, you can only kill 1 or 2 legendary masters at most. After using it up, you will still be killed by the remaining alien races? Why bother? It's better to hide far away and wait for them to enter the Dragon Palace before following them in. Now this group of aliens seemed to be united. But after entering the Dragon Palace, facing so many treasures, even brothers will fight for it. Not to mention these aliens. Then it will be the best time for me to enter. Song Qi hid aside and did not come out. Song Jian and Xian Ling were pressed by a group of legendary monsters to the defense formation outside the Dragon Palace. This formation looks inconspicuous, just like a transparent glass wall, blocking everyone's way up the mountain. Countless streams of light flashed in the glass wall, blooming with brilliant colors. Song Jian reached out and touched the formation. His action startled the surrounding monsters, and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Defense array. A cold and vast breath instantly came from the array to his palm. This was the power of the array, like a sharp blade, cutting Song Jian's palm. But it was quickly resolved by Song Jian. Then, Song Jian's perception, like a sharp blade, penetrated into the array, instantly penetrated several nodes of the array, and began to analyze the operation process of the entire defense array. The array of ancient times can actually be set up like this. These nodes seem to have nothing to do with the entire array, but they save at least 15% of energy consumption. Interesting. Song Jian sensed the structure of the entire defense array, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 1447 Coiling Dragon. Dozens of big monsters stared at Song Jian, and they felt a little strange when they saw him standing in front of the defensive formation of the Dragon Palace. That kid. What are you doing? I asked you to attack the defensive formation, but you stood there and delayed time. If you delay any more, I will kill you. A big monster of the Snake Clan exuded coldness and shouted at Song Jian. Song Jian ignored him and continued to turn his back to everyone, with his eyes slightly closed. His mind followed the energy pulse and flowed through the entire formation, sensing the core position of the defensive formation. Master, senior brother. Xian Ling looked at the ferocious aliens around her staring at her, and the murderous intent around her was like a substance that wrapped around her, even though she knew that these aliens were the influence of millions of years ago. Xian Ling still couldn't help feeling scared, looking for death. The snake monster was furious when he saw Song Jian ignored it. He roared and slashed at Song Jian's back. Other alien races also looked at Song Jian, seeing the snake monster rushing towards him. They all shook their heads slightly. The death of the human race's genius will surely cause turmoil in the human realm. I wonder how many demigods, or even gods, will appear to avenge the young man in front of them. The snake monster Chi-Wei is famous for its bloodthirstiness and cruelty. It ranks 37th on the alien wanted list. Other alien races may still worry about being hunted by humans, but it is not afraid. A big monster, who knows Chi-Wei's background, whispered. Haha. The guardians were all stopped from entering the Dragon Palace treasures. This human prodigy dared to challenge the strong. He was ignorant of the times. It's not surprising that he died, said a great demon, with a mocking look on his face. Humph. Song Chi of the Heavenly Demon Sect has not dared to show up until now. He is a smart person. The two in front of us? Haha. I'm afraid they have been staying in this sect and never come out. They don't know how dangerous the world is. Almost everyone thought that Song Jian would definitely die. A human prodigy with only the 3rd level combat power, facing a snake demon in the middle stage of the legendary realm. Even if he had some trump cards, he would not be able to escape the fate of falling. Everyone was either gloating, or looking at Song Jian with sarcasm, or looking at him coldly. Even the Void Zerg and the boy who transformed into a star beast stared at Song Jian with interest. At this time, the snake demon Chi-Wei had already pounced to within 3 meters of Song Jian. The strong wind had even triggered the Dragon Palace's defense formation. Ripples spread from the surface of the light shield, emitting a powerful aura. At this time, Song Jian finally opened his eyes and laughed. Panlong Yutian formation. Ha ha ha. It's actually another legendary formation. Panlong Yutian. Filong Zitian. Longzhan Yuya. This is not a defense formation, but a set of formations, containing 3 formations, integrating defense and counterattack into a legendary formation. My sword formation Atlas can finally include another legendary formation. Song Jian retracted his hand, turned his head, and saw the snake demon Chi-Wei had already pounced in front of him. He couldn't help but smile and said, "Didn't you ask me to break this formation before? Now I have broken it. Why are you trying to kill me? But it's okay. Just in time to try out the formation I just learned." Song Jian smiled. The right palm of the snake demon Chi-Wei has doubled in size, and the wind is fierce. A fishy wind keeps swirling when it swings. Obviously, this palm is not only powerful, but also contains poison. However, when Chi-Wei saw Song Jian turn around, his body suddenly froze, and his face showed an extremely shocked expression. No, No. What the hell is this? A burst of exclamations came. And Chi-Wei actually recovered his demon body, and turned into a huge python about 10 feet long. It seemed to have seen some horrible scene. Even after recovering his demon body, he was frightened and retreated again and again, looking embarrassed. What's going on? Everyone stared at it and Song Jian. They originally thought that Song Jian would be killed by the snake demon Chi-Wei in one move. But they didn't expect that there would be such a change in the end. The eyes of all the alien warriors were focused on Song Jian. At this time, in front of a giant python of more than 10 feet long, stood a handsome human boy. The boy looked to be in his 20s. 1.8 meters tall. Slightly thin. With a faint smile on his face. The ferocious giant python in front of him seemed to have seen a ghost, and screamed and retreated again and again. At this time, Song Jian held the sky-breaking sword in his hand, and thousands of spirit swords appeared behind him. These spirit swords condensed and entangled with each other. In an instant, a giant oriental dragon of dozens of feet appeared behind him. Originally, the figure of the dragon was still a little faint, but with the integration of countless spirit swords, the figure of the dragon gradually became solid. And finally, a real oriental dragon appeared in front of everyone. Dragon? Dragon clan? How is it possible? How can this human boy summon a dragon clan? All the aliens showed shocked expressions on their faces, and retreated one after another. At this time, the green dragon behind Song Jian, with Song Jian as the center, coiled up, as if coiling a giant pillar, with its head held high, staring at the snake demon Chi-Wei. A faint dragon aura emanated, scaring Chi-Wei back off repeatedly. This is the Panlong Yutian formation, Song Jian muttered to himself. And then, with a thought, the entire dragon suddenly collapsed and turned into thousands of spirit swords flying all over the sky. As Song Jian thought, thousands of spirit swords gathered again. In an instant, a golden oriental dragon appeared behind him. A loud dragon roar resounded in all directions. The golden dragon took off into the sky the moment it was formed, ignoring the forbidden air formation in the Dragon Palace treasure, soaring in the sky, with dragon aura permeating, and a pair of dragon eyes as big as lanterns, staring at the aliens with murderous intent. This is not a real dragon. It was created by that kid. It's not a real dragon. A big demon shouted, "We have so many legendary masters. Are we really scared by this human kid?" At this time, the aliens who understood also found that although the dragons summoned by Song Jian were exactly the same as the real ones, the blue dragon collapsed before, and it didn't look like a living creature. And, most importantly, how could a young man with human third-level combat power summon two dragons? This is a flying dragon in the sky. There is also the last one, a dragon fighting in the wild. Song Jian's eyes showed a hint of fierceness, and he swung the sky-breaking sword in his hand fiercely. The golden dragon collapsed instantly and condensed again. This time, a red oriental dragon condensed again behind Song Jian. As soon as the crimson dragon appeared, its scarlet eyes were filled with murderous intent. With a roar that shook the earth, the crimson dragon rushed towards the snake demon Chi-Wei, waving its front claws. Several scratches that could almost tear through space instantly appeared on Chi-Wei's body. Chi-Wei had no time to dodge, and immediately felt a tearing pain in his body, and couldn't help but let out a tragic howl. Chapter 1448 True Dragon. Dragons fight in the wild, Song Jian whispered, watching the red dragon fighting with the snake demon Red Tail. After a while, a lot of blood fell from the sky. Dragons fight in the wild. Their blood is dark yellow, Song Jian whispered as he watched the dark yellow dragon blood falling from the sky. Song Jian used the spirit sword as the material to condense all three formations. But the entire defense formation was formed by the fusion of three formations. Only the integrated defense formation is a complete legendary formation. Although Song Jian can now condense three dragon formations, each dragon is a little short of the legendary realm. This little difference is the difference between heaven and earth. Song Jian frowned slightly, thinking about how to merge the three dragons into one. While the other masters were all surprised to see the snake demon Chi-Wei and the red dragon fighting. With their eyesight, they could not tell the difference between this dragon and the real dragon. Are you idiots just going to watch it? When that human boy completely perfects this skill, can you still force him to help you break the formation? The snake demon Chi-Wei roared. Although the dragon in front of him was powerful, Chi-Wei could clearly feel that the opponent's strength had not reached the legendary level. although it was only one step away from the legendary level. Its strength should be inferior to his own. However, the Dragon Clan has a natural pressure on the Snake Clan, and the bloodline suppresses the Snake Clan, even though Chi Wei is stronger than the dragon in front of him. When they really fight, they are evenly matched. We can't go on like this. It's obvious that this little guy has learned something from the Dragon Clan's formation. His skills are not perfect now. If they are perfect, then he will summon a dragon with legendary strength. Do you really want to wait until his skills are perfect before you are willing to take action? A big Bear Clan demon roared and rushed towards the dragon. Chi Wei, I'll help you. Seeing the big Bear Clan demon rushing towards the dragon, several big demons nearby showed a trace of contempt in their eyes and whispered, "Stupid. You all know that the dragon was summoned by the human boy. Wouldn't it be okay to kill the human boy directly? Go up and fight the dragon. He can summon 3 kinds of dragons. Go to hell." Boom! In the void, the figure of the snake demon Chi Wei instantly magnified countless times, and with a sweep of its tail, the power of the domain unfolded, and black cracks like spider webs appeared in the void. This blow seemed to shatter the void. Let's go together and surround and kill this dragon. Hee hee. Human boy. If you have the ability, summon a few more dragons. I don't believe that you can summon dragons unlimitedly. A big demon laughed grimly, jumped up, and pounced on the dragon. In an instant, several big demons jumped up from all directions and pounced on the dragon. Although some of them could not fly, they could still jump to a height of dozens of meters and stay in the air for a short time with their strong physical fitness. 7 or 8 legendary monsters instantly surrounded the Crimson Dragon. The dragon's eyes were full of murderous intent, and a dragon roar shocked the 4 directions. The other strongmen stared at Song Jian as if they were watching a show. They also understood instantly that these monsters were not unaware that if they killed Song Jian, the dragon he summoned would disappear. But they wanted Song Jian to know that in the face of absolute strength, the skills he mastered were just tricks. Boom! A monster waved the long knife in his hand and slashed the Crimson Dragon fiercely, and blood splattered everywhere. Just as the dragon turned its head and pounced on him, several more monsters attacked one after another. The combined attack of the legendary strongmen was impossible for the Crimson Dragon to resist even if its strength reached the legendary level. Not to mention that its strength had not yet reached the legendary level. In a dozen seconds, the red dragon was broken into several pieces under the siege of several people and fell from the sky. Before it landed, the pieces of the dragon body turned into countless light spots and disappeared in the air. Ha ha ha. A group of big monsters laughed loudly, wantonly and arrogantly, all looking at Song Jian with playful eyes. Human boy. Summon another one. Your Uncle Bear hasn't killed enough. The big monster of the Bear Clan patted his chest and shouted loudly. Ha ha ha. That's right. Summon 2 more. And watch your Uncle Leopard chop them in half with one knife. Unfortunately, there is no real corpse, which is a bit unsatisfactory. Ha ha ha. At this time, everyone also saw that what Song Jian summoned was not a real dragon, but something like a dragon-shaped formation. Boy, if you don't summon it again, we will kill you. The snake demon Chi Wei stared at Song Jian fiercely and let out a hissing sound. Before, it was embarrassed by the existence of dragon power, but after killing the previous red dragon, the snake demon Chi Wei suddenly found that his fear of the Dragon Clan seemed to have eased, as if the dragon power on the other party was transferred to himself. Not only the snake demon Chi Wei, but also the other big demons who surrounded the dragon also noticed something strange. After killing the dragon, they seemed to have a very faint dragon power on their bodies. How is it possible? That's not a real dragon. Why would the dragon's might be transferred after it is killed? No matter what. Let's kill 2 more and see. Dragon's might is a good thing. Maybe if you have dragon's might on your body, you can get a few more treasures from the Dragon Palace treasure. Yes, the best treasures in the Dragon Palace treasure can only be obtained by the Dragon Clan. We don't have the blood of the Dragon Clan. If we can increase the dragon's might, maybe we can get away with it. Ha ha ha. Several big monsters communicated quickly with their thoughts, and reached a consensus in an instant. All of them approached Song Jian. Song Jian, who originally frowned slightly and had a little confusion in his eyes, seemed to suddenly think of something. His eyes lit up, and when he heard the roars of several big monsters, a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Still want me to summon? Then I will satisfy you and show you what the real Panlong formation looks like," Song Jian said softly. In an instant, more than 1,000 spirit swords appeared again. This scene made everyone shudder. But then more than 1,000 spirit swords condensed together. And soon, 3 dragons of different colors appeared in front of everyone. But this time, the size of the 3 dragons was much smaller than the dragons that condensed before. Only 6 or 7 meters long. The green dragon, the yellow dragon, and the red dragon circled around Song Jian. And from time to time, they would let out a dragon roar, looking vivid. Then, Song Jian showed a trace of pain on his face. And a wisp of chaotic sword energy gushed out from his dantian, flowing along the meridians into the sky-breaking sword in his right hand. Chaotic sword energy. Out! With a light shout, a wisp of gray chaotic sword energy, like a small snake, drew a twisted arc in the void, and finally condensed into a fist-sized gray light ball. The moment the gray light ball appeared, 3 oriental dragons of different colors all pounced towards the light ball. And in an instant, a roar rose. A dazzling light burst out in the void, and everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. A dragon roar resounded through the sky. The earth cracked, the mountains and rivers shook, and even the dark sea water above began to roll violently. A 5-clawed blue dragon proudly wandered in the void, and the terrifying dragon power filled the world. Several big monsters trembled, and some were even terrified and wanted to turn around and run away. Compared with the current dragon power, the dragon power emitted by the previous dragons was simply a joke. Real dragon. A big monster was full of fear, retreating and shouting loudly. This is the real Panlong formation. If you want to see it, I will show it to you. Song Jian looked at the big monsters around and said proudly. Chapter 1449, Killing the Great Demon. Roar. The circling blue dragon pounced towards the snake demon Chi Wei, and it seemed that it still had some residual memory. In fact, all its movements were controlled by Song Jian. Among all the legendary masters who besieged the red dragon, only the snake demon Chi Wei was the most seriously injured. Although I have already comprehended the complete Panlong formation, this formation is only of legendary quality. At most, it can only resist 3 or 4 legendary masters. If there are more, it will not be good enough. I will kill one with low health first to shock it, Song Jian said in his heart. Having already comprehended the Panlong formation, Song Jian can enter the formation at any time with the defense formation of the Dragon Palace treasure behind him. However, the Panlong formation of the Dragon Palace treasure can only resist the attacks of 7 or 8 legendary masters at the same time. If everyone present takes action together, it will not take long to break this formation. When the snake demon Chi Wei saw Songlong rushing towards him, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, and he shouted loudly, "Let's surround and kill together. Be careful to defeat each one." Humph. Useless snake. If you are afraid, just roll aside. I am really ashamed of you. The Bear Clan demon roared, leaped up, and punched Songlong. Several other demons also burst out with powerful strength and rushed towards Songlong. This time, Songlong's strength was obviously much stronger than the previous red dragon. The power of the domain was unfolded, and it immediately covered an area of hundreds of meters. Several other demons used their own domain power to resist. For a time, the domain power of several legendary masters was actually linked together, forming a whole to surround and kill Songlong. At this moment, the body of Songlong, which was tens of meters long, suddenly shrank and turned into a small snake as thick as an arm. It passed through the attack blockade of the big monsters and rushed towards the snake monster Chi Wei. Songlong was extremely fast. The big monsters didn't expect Songlong to have this trick. Without any defense, Songlong easily passed through the blockade and rushed to the front of the snake monster Chi Wei. Songlong turned into a wisp of breeze, completely avoided the spiritual lock of several legendary big monsters, and disappeared. Chi Wei was still bursting out with all his strength, ready to continue to defeat Songlong with one blow. The Songlong in front of him was much stronger than the previous Qilong. Once killed, they would gain more dragon power. Suddenly, Akeo was startled, as if some threat was approaching, and the sense of crisis in his mind flashed by. At this moment, a huge dragon claw suddenly appeared above his head, covering him completely. This dragon claw was almost the same size as Akeo's real body, and grabbed him. "No!" Akeo yelled, struggling hard. What he didn't expect was that the more urgent the situation was, the weaker the sense of crisis in his mind became. At this time, He had been caught by the huge dragon claw, and he might be torn into pieces in the next moment. But his mind always gave him a very safe feeling. Confusing perception. Akeo was shocked. This was a function that only the top-level formation had, which could make people trapped in the formation walk into the trap and die without knowing it. Unexpectedly, the blue dragon in front of him also had this effect. No, it is the Panlong formation. The top formation. Just when Akeo thought of this, he felt a sharp pain in his body. His eyes went dark, and he felt himself falling from the sky. In the blur, he seemed to see several parts of his body falling with it. Am I being dismembered? This was the last thought that came to Akeo's mind. And then he fell into darkness. Seeing Songlong kill Akeo, several besieged monsters suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and they all roared, bursting out with powerful momentum, and rushed towards Songlong. Song Jian picked up the 2 spoils dropped by Chi Wei, laughed, pulled Xi and Ling back, and said, "Thank you all for letting us comprehend the formation first. Now that I have mastered the formation, I will go to the Dragon Palace first. I will play with this coiling dragon formation for you all. After killing it, there is still the Dragon Clan's coiling dragon formation waiting for you to crack. You all can judge whether my coiling dragon formation is powerful or the Dragon Clan's coiling dragon formation is more powerful." As they spoke, Song Jian and Xi and Ling slowly disappeared into the defensive formation. When the other great monsters saw them entering, their faces changed drastically. They attacked one after another, but were stopped by the defensive formation. We attacked together to kill this blue dragon. A group of 1,000-year-old creatures were actually played around by 2 human teenagers. Don't you feel ashamed? Several great monsters, who were fighting the blue dragon, roared. They found that with their strength, they couldn't kill the blue dragon in a short time. In addition, Aotian of the Dragon Clan and the 2 teenagers of the human clan had already entered the Dragon Palace. If they delayed any longer, what treasures would be left when they entered the Dragon Palace? The remaining dozens of big monsters looked at each other and attacked the flying blue dragon. However, this blue dragon was not only powerful, but also could grow or shrink, fly or hide. Even if everyone locked it with their spiritual sense, it could break free in an instant and make the attack miss. In addition, it could fly in the air. For a while, dozens of legendary big monsters were unable to kill this blue dragon in a short time. Playing tricks. At this time, the star beast that turned into an ugly human boy suddenly roared and jumped towards the blue dragon in the air. Before he got close to the blue dragon, the ugly boy suddenly opened his mouth. For a while, the area of hundreds of meters in radius suddenly solidified. The blue dragon and the several big monsters fighting with it suddenly felt that the air around them had become solid, firmly fixing them in place. They were like insects in amber, unable to move. Then, a ferocious mouth emerged from the void, biting towards them, swallowing the blue dragon and several big monsters into its mouth. The ugly boy's body fell lightly from the air like a feather. With a satisfied smile on his face, he patted his stomach, then gently wiped the corner of his mouth, and showed a simple smile to the big monsters looking at him. Its smile scared the big monsters around. The previous scene was too shocking. The mouth was hundreds of meters wide, and it ate a dozen-meter-long blue dragon and several legendary big monsters in one bite. The big monsters, who saw this scene, still felt that they were in a dream. What skill is this? Did it really swallow it or transfer it away? A big demon asked in a trembling voice. Is it an illusion? Another big demon echoed. Legendary Realm is also a big boss. But now these big demons are terrified. Some even want to turn around and run away. Song Chi of the Heavenly Demon Sect in the distance also opened his mouth wide, looking unbelievable. Devouring the world. This is the devouring world of the Star Beast clan. My god. The Dragon Palace treasure actually attracted a Star Beast. It looks like it's a young Star Beast. Song Chi's eyes gradually revealed a strange look. I'm rich. I'm rich. This is a young Star Beast. It's much more valuable than the Dragon Palace treasure. Send a message. Send a message to the Master immediately. No. Send a message directly to the Heavenly Demon Palace. To all the elders and the Sect Master. A young Star Beast. Or a young Star Beast that is alone. Ha ha ha. Chapter 1450 10,000 Dragons Formation. Star Beasts are also called Star Beasts. They are born in the starry sky and grow by devouring the starry sky. They are at the legendary level when they are born, through blood inheritance, as long as they do not die in the middle. They will continue to grow until they reach the god level in maturity. Star beasts are full of treasures. The skin, flesh, bones, and blood of dead star beasts are all priceless treasures. Many ninth-grade elixirs require the body tissues of star beasts as the main medicine for refining. For example, the longevity elixir that can prolong life requires the star core in the body of the star beast as the main medicine. A star beast can only produce 3 star cores from birth to death, which is extremely precious. And a juvenile star beast is even more priceless. There has been a kind of skill circulating among the human race that can refine juvenile creatures into one's own clones and seize the other's racial talents and racial potential. At this time, the human race is in the sky, and few races have talents that can surpass the human race. Only this kind of star beast born in the starry sky and born in the legendary realm is the best object for refining clones that many people pursue. Once it appears, it will definitely be snapped up. What Dragon Palace treasure? A living young star beast is worth money. I'm rich. This time I'm really rich. Song-Chi was so excited that he trembled all over. The news of young star beasts alone was worth a lot of money. Not to mention being able to capture a living one. Thinking of this, Song-Chi looked up at the Dragon Palace building complex in the distance, his eyes full of reluctance. After a moment, Song-Chi gritted his teeth, took out a jade talisman from his arms, bit his finger, and smeared blood on it. After a while, the jade talisman burst into a dazzling golden light, wrapping Song-Chi up completely, and turned into a meteor that broke through the void and disappeared. This is a teleportation jade talisman, one of Song-Chi's trump cards, which can only be used at the most critical moment. Once you enter the Dragon Palace treasure, you can only leave after the specified time is over. By then, the opportunity will be gone. Only the jade talisman refined by this god-level strongman has the ability to break through the ban of the Dragon Palace treasure and leave here. Song Jian and Xian Ling entered the Panlong formation, and giant dragons of different colors flew around them, each of which exuded a terrifying aura. Looking carefully, most of the dragons have become illusory and dim, and some of them have spiderweb-like cracks on their bodies. The whole dragon looks like fragile porcelain, which will break into countless pieces with a slight touch. Among these dragons, only one blue dragon looks like a real dragon, flying in the void. This is not the Panlong formation. This is the Wanlong formation. Song Jian opened his mouth wide, because he understood the Panlong formation. Song Jian has the qualifications to enter the formation. But what he didn't expect was that the defensive formation in front of him that covered the entire Dragon Palace treasure was not as simple as a Panlong formation. The moment Song Jian entered the formation, the name and attributes of the formation naturally emerged in his mind. 10,000 Dragons Formation. Each giant dragon has merged the true soul of a real giant dragon. The Panlong Formation is just an insignificant part of the 10,000 Dragons Formation. There are hundreds or thousands of formations of the same grade as it. Song Jian was shocked. The Panlong Formation is already a legendary formation. So what grade will the 10,000 Dragons Formation be? Demigod level? God level? Or above God level? Being in the formation, Song Jian could see that the entire 10,000 Dragons formation had been destroyed by more than 99%, with only one Panlong formation remaining. Otherwise, no matter how many legendary monsters came, it would be impossible to break into the Dragon Palace treasure. Boom! Song Jian, who was in the formation, felt the surrounding space shaking. Obviously, the monsters outside the formation began to attack the formation together, trying to break the Panlong formation with force. It's a pity. If I could stay in this formation until the end of the secret realm, I might be able to comprehend and master the entire Wanlong formation. By then, Song Jian sighed, with a look of regret in his eyes. Although more than 99% of the Wanlong formation was destroyed, there were still some formations left. Those giant dragon phantoms and the broken giant dragons did not disappear completely. As long as he was given some time, Song Jian believed that he would be able to comprehend and master the entire Wanlong formation. Unfortunately, there was only one defensive formation of the Panlong formation left, under the attack of dozens of legendary monsters. It could not last long. Even if Song Jian stayed here, he could not gain more. Looking at the giant dragon shadow hovering in the void with regret, Song Jian pulled Xian Ling and walked forward quickly along a specific trajectory. After a while, they passed through the formation and entered the real Dragon Palace treasure. Is this Dragon Palace? Song Jian looked at the ruined scene in front of him with a look of surprise in his eyes. Before, standing outside the formation, you can vaguely see the various tall buildings in the defensive formation, with pavilions and towers with carved beams and painted buildings, which are magnificent and not much different from modern buildings. But when they really entered the formation, what came into view was a scene of ruins, as if it were the end of the world. The dragon race was besieged by several major human clans before, and was completely exterminated. It is not surprising that such a scene appeared now. Let's search for any treasures left behind, Xianling said. How could there be treasures left in such a dragon palace? They have been searched clean by the several major human clans that were breached before. Right? Song Jian shook his head and sighed. No. At least, the Dragon Emperor orb was not found. Otherwise Aotian would not have been able to obtain the orb and eventually become a god-level strongman. All of this is recorded. Xianling said, the treasures here are useless to us. But those skills and some secrets can be taken back to the sect to exchange for contribution points. It is said that a disciple only obtained a book similar to a travelogue in the Dragon Palace treasure, and obtained a large amount of contribution points. After all, it is a book from millions of years ago, and its value is still very high. The most important thing is the skills. The skills collected in the Dragon Palace are not only for the Dragon Clan, but also for humans. If you can find one, it will be worth it, Xianling said with shining eyes. Speaking of skills, Song Jian suddenly thought of the snake demon Chi Wei that was hunted by the Panlong formation before. It seemed that it dropped 2 scroll-like trophies after death. After taking them out, Song Jian's face showed a touch of joy. It turned out to be 2 epic skills. Song Jian smiled. 5 elements escape method, water escape. 5 elements escape method, earth escape. These 2 books are skills that players can learn. Song Jian took them without hesitation. Suddenly, the 2 skills turned into streams of light and drilled into Song Jian's eyebrows. A lot of information about water escape and earth escape skills poured into Song Jian's mind. The 5 elements escape technique doesn't seem to be very valuable, Xianling said with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Water magicians can learn skills similar to water escape, and earth magicians can also learn skills similar to earth escape. I heard that there is also a special profession that can learn the 5 elements escape techniques of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. But the grade of these skills is only gold, which is 1 level lower than the 5 elements escape technique. Song Jian smiled and said, finally, I have gained something, and it is not in vain. Chapter 1451 Aotian. Hearing what Song Jian said, Xianling nodded and didn't care. She continued to explore forward. Although the Dragon Palace had been completely destroyed, there must be places that had not been searched. As long as she followed Aotian's footsteps, she would definitely gain something. At this time, Song Jian was carefully checking the water escape and earth escape. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. These 2 skills could actually use combat experience to upgrade the level, and after reaching the maximum level, they could be directly upgraded with skill points. As long as there were enough combat experience and skill points, they could be learned to the top level instantly. The most important thing is that although these 2 skills are only epic, if Song Jian can gather the remaining 3 escape methods, gold escape, wood escape and fire escape, they can form the legendary grade 5 elements escape. Although the 5 elements escape technique does not cause any damage, it is a first-class life-saving technique, and it is also a legendary quality technique, with the same grade as the Chaos Sword technique. Song Jian thought to himself, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Song Jian, who is already level 115, needs a lot of combat experience to upgrade 1 level. At this time, his combat experience has increased to 34%, which is just right for upgrading these 2 escape techniques. System: 5 elements escape technique. Water escape requires 1200 combat experience points to upgrade 1 level. Do you want to upgrade? Yes/no. Yes. A white light. The water escape technique is upgraded to level 1 100%. Song Jian spent a skill point without hesitation and upgraded the water escape technique to level 2. Water escape, level 2. Skill description: use the power of the 5 elements of water to escape. Instantly leave 1000 meters. Then increase the movement speed by 30%, lasting for 1 minute. If near a water source, the duration is unlimited. Not enough. Keep improving, Song Jian thought to himself. System: Water Escape of the 5 elements requires 2,000 combat experience points to upgrade 1 level. Do you want to upgrade? Yes/no. Yes. Water Escape, Level 3. Skill Description. Use the power of the 5 elements of water to escape. Instantly leave 1,500 meters. Then increase the movement speed by 35%. Lasting for 2 minutes. If near a water source, the duration is unlimited. Although Song Jian's combat experience is only 34%, it is also in the millions. Since completing the 3rd level combat power assessment, he has almost never used his skill points, which are close to 30 points. So his water escape skill has improved quickly. In a short while, the water escape has been upgraded to the full level of 12. Water Escape, Max. Skill Description. Use the power of the 5 elements of water to escape. Instantly move 10,000 meters away, and then increase the movement speed by 100%, which lasts for 15 minutes. If near a water source, the duration is unlimited, and the water transformation skill can be used at the same time. Water Transformation. Transform into a pool of liquid of the same type and origin as the water source, with a +1 concealment, reducing the chance of being detected. The water escape skill was upgraded to the maximum level, and a transform into water skill was added. As long as it was near a water source, it could transform into a pool of water and blend into it, making it difficult for people to detect. It is indeed a skill for escaping and saving lives. Even after upgrading to the maximum level, there is no damage at all. Song Jian shook his head and set his eyes on the Earth Escape skill. Soon, the Earth Escape skill was also upgraded to the maximum level, and the combat experience consumed tens of thousands of points. Compared with the combat experience Song Jian needs to upgrade to the next level, it is insignificant. The skill points consume 24 points, leaving only 5 points. If he gets another skill book of Fire Escape, Wood Escape, etc., I am afraid that the skill points will not be enough. Sure enough, I didn't feel it when I didn't need it, but once I needed it, I couldn't get enough skill points. Song Jian shook his head and smiled bitterly. In addition to the professional skills, players can also learn a large number of general skills. It takes 6 or 7 points, or even more than 10 points, to upgrade any skill to the maximum level, and only 1 skill point can be obtained for each level. So the player's skill points will always be insufficient. Fortunately, there are many other ways to get skill points in the game. Otherwise, players would not dare to learn more skills in the game, and survival would become more difficult. Brother, I picked up a piece of red blood gold. Hee hee. I'm so lucky. Xian Ling in front shouted to Song Jian, holding a fist-sized piece of red metal, with a look of joy on her face. Red blood essence gold is a forging material that can be used to forge equipment of level 120, which is worth at least 10 purple crystals. I didn't expect that such a precious material could be picked up at will in the ruins of the Dragon Palace. Good luck. Have you found Aotion's trace? Where did that guy go? Song Jian spread his senses and explored the surroundings, but he couldn't find Aotion's trace. Aotion must know where the real treasure of the Dragon Palace is. We just need to follow him, Song Jian said. Brother, are you really eyeing its Dragon Emperor Aotion Ju? That is the Dragon Clan's practice. Even if we get it and hand it over to the sect, we can only get some contribution points at most. After it obtains the Dragon Emperor Orb, its strength will instantly rise to the peak of the legendary realm. Brother, are you really sure you can kill it? Xian Ling said with some concern. No problem. Give it a try. Song Jian smiled. If you really want to explode the Dragon Emperor Aotionju, then the sword move of the Chaos Sword Classic cannot be used, and you can only use the 10,000 Swords Ju. But the power of the 10,000 Swords Ju is not comparable to the Kaikion Annihilation. The 10,000 Swords Ju can only barely kill some weak legendary boss in the early stage, and it is a bit dangerous in the middle stage. If you encounter the late legendary boss, Song Jian will have to find a way to escape. If you only rely on the 10,000 Swords Ju, it is impossible to resist the opponent's full strength attack. If it doesn't work, use the Chaos Sword Classic to beat it half to death first, and then use the 10,000 Swords Ju. At that time, call Guru and Kamata to help. I don't believe that I can't beat a little dragon who relies on external forces to advance to the peak of legend, Song Jian said in his heart. At this moment, there was a roar in front of him. After a while of shaking, a 4-clawed golden dragon was thrown out like garbage and fell heavily into a ruin. Pale golden blood appeared from the corner of the four-clawed golden dragon's mouth, and its face showed a strong unwillingness. How could it be? I am an orthodox dragon, with the blood of the Dragon King flowing in my body. Why can't I go in? Aoteon roared unwillingly. It also knew that it was impossible to stop so many legendary masters with just a Panlong formation. Now it must race against time to enter the hidden Dragon Palace treasure, obtain the Dragon King orb, and then know the secret passage in the treasure, so that it has a chance to escape. Otherwise, once those legendary masters enter, they will not let it go. Hey, Aoteon? A surprised voice came from behind Aoteon. The injured Aoteon trembled violently, turned his head, and looked at Song Jian and Xian Ling. His face suddenly became ugly. How is it possible? How did you get through the Panlong formation? Aoteon looked up at the defensive formation in the distance. The defensive formation was still working. Dozens of legendary masters were constantly attacking the formation. It seemed that they could not break in for a while. If the Wanlong formation had not been damaged, it might have been possible to stop me. Now there is only a legendary Panlong formation left. How could it stop me? Song Jian said proudly. Aoteon was speechless. If the Wanlong formation had not been damaged, let alone you, a human genius with a third-level combat power, even those legendary and semi-god masters would not be able to break in. Chapter 1452 Dragon Blood. Aoteon struggled to stand up. A golden light flashed, and he turned into a human. But his face was pale, and blood kept oozing from the corners of his mouth. Looking very embarrassed. What do you want? The Dragon Palace has been destroyed by the human race, and there is no treasure here at all. Aoteon stared at Song Jian and Xian Ling and whispered, "Uh-huh. Then why are you here?" Xian Ling pouted and said, "Don't think we don't know. The real Dragon Palace treasure has not been opened at all. It must be opened at a specific time, and it requires the blood of the Dragon Clan to open it. Aren't you here for the Dragon King orb in the treasure?" What? Aoteon looked shocked. Not only outsiders, but even many people in the Dragon Clan didn't know about the information about the Dragon King's orb. Only the direct descendants of the Dragon Clan were qualified to know it. How did you know it? Aoteon's mind was racing, wondering how the information was leaked. Could it be that a traitor appeared in the direct descendants of the Dragon Clan? Okay. We only want the Dragon King's Altianju. You give us a copy of the Dragon King's Altianju, and the rest belongs to you. Song Jian waved his hand and said, "Humph. Human race. How can I believe you?" Aoteon said with a look of arrogance. "Then wait for those big monsters to come in, and we will go to find it together. At that time, there will be a fight, and we don't know whether we can get it. You are definitely not okay, because they will definitely kill you first when they come in." Song Jian smiled. Aoteon's face changed greatly. To open the real Dragon Palace treasure, not only does it need to be opened within a specific time, but it also requires the blood of the Dragon Clan. At that time, in order to open the treasure, these big monsters will also kill themselves. Okay. Aoteon's face changed several times, and finally he gritted his teeth and said, "Come with me. After opening the Dragon Palace treasure, I will give you a copy of the Dragon Emperor Aoteonju. The rest belongs to me." The other treasures in the Dragon Palace treasure are of no value to Song Jian and Xian Ling. Only the exercises and books recording ancient secrets are valuable. Among the exercises, the most valuable one is the Dragon Emperor Aoteonju. As long as they obtain the Dragon Emperor Aoteonju, this trip to the Dragon Palace treasure will be worthwhile. If there are other techniques, we want some too, Xian Ling added hurriedly. Aoteon showed a trace of shame and anger in his eyes, staring at Xian Ling and Song Jian with anger on his face. After a long while, he snorted coldly and nodded, "Okay. You can copy all the techniques in the treasure. I'm rich," Xian Ling said to Song Jian in a low voice with a happy face. Song Jian smiled and shook his head. If there are too many techniques in the treasure, there is no time to copy them all. At most, he can take one or two. If there are more, it will exceed Aoteon's bottom line. The other party will definitely not agree. Once a dispute occurs, let the big monsters behind them break in, and they and Aoteon will not end well. That's good. We don't need to kill Aoteon to get his skills. Otherwise, we might not have enough time. Song Jian glanced at Aoteon's back and thought to himself. The two followed Aoteon to a half-collapsed building. It was a 3-story palace. Compared with other palaces around, it was inconspicuous. But the real Dragon Palace treasure was here. At this time, one side of the wall of the palace was opened, revealing a deep hole. There was a layer of light curtain on the surface of the hole, blocking people from entering. Here is the real Dragon Palace treasure. Aotian pointed to the light blue curtain and said, "You only need the blood of the Dragon Clan to enter." "But I don't know why I can't enter." Song Jian stared at the light curtain for a while. This light curtain was not a formation, but a defensive measure. No, it was also a formation. A special formation. Without a formation energy circuit, etc. It was similar to the anti-theft lock of a security door. Only a key could open it. If you want to force your way in, I'm afraid the entire treasure will be destroyed. Try it again, Song Jian said. Aotian must be able to open the Dragon Palace treasure and obtain the Dragon Emperor Orb. Not only was it recorded in the ancient secrets of the Yujian sect, but the disciples who entered the Starry Sky Myriad Race's secret realm several times before also entered the Dragon Palace treasure. According to their description, it was Aotian who finally obtained the Dragon Emperor Orb. After his strength was raised to the peak of the legendary realm, he almost killed half of the legendary realm powerhouses, and then escaped into the universe and the stars. Aotian touched the corner of his mouth and threw it towards the light curtain. A few drops of golden blood splashed on the light curtain, causing ripples. This light curtain was the same as the previous Panlong Yutian formation. It looked thin, but its defense was extremely amazing. Even a legendary strongman would find it difficult to break it. Song Jian stared at the light curtain intently. After the few drops of golden dragon blood splashed on the light curtain, they quickly disappeared, and it seemed as if they were swallowed by the light curtain. That's it. The power of bloodline doesn't seem to work, Aotian said helplessly. It was the same before. After trying a few times, Aotian was a little anxious and attacked the light curtain directly, but was injured by the light curtain's counterattack. Song Jian stared at the light curtain for a while, and suddenly said, "Continue." Aotian was stunned, and seemed to not understand what Song Jian meant. Looking at him with a confused face, "Continue to scatter blood." Song Jian pointed at the light curtain and said, "This light curtain needs the power of the dragon bloodline to open. Just a little bit will do. Not too much," Aotian explained. Song Jian nodded. This light curtain should be similar to a genetic code lock. As long as it senses the power of the dragon bloodline, it can be opened. But for some reason, now this code lock seems to have some problems, and can't sense the power of the dragon bloodline. Sprinkle some more. Try more. Song Jian gestured. A trace of anger appeared in Aotian's eyes, but he resisted it and vomited another ball of blood, spraying it onto the light curtain. This time, the ripples on the light curtain shook more violently, and the blood slowly spread on the light curtain. After a while, it was all integrated into the light curtain. Just when the light golden blood was about to disappear, Song Jian's eyes lit up, as if he saw something. "Keep going. Add more blood. It would be best if you can cover the entire light curtain." Song Jian pointed at the light curtain and said, "What? Do you know how much blood is needed to cover the entire light curtain? You might as well just kill me." Aotian looked at Song Jian in shock. Song Jian looked back at the Panlong Yutian formation in the distance. Cracks had already appeared on the glass-like surface of the formation. It would not be long before this defensive formation guarding the Dragon Palace would be completely broken. "Do you do it yourself? Or should I help you?" A fierce look appeared in Song Jian's eyes. If there were only 3 or 5 legendary monsters in the early and middle stages, he could still resist 1 or 2. But with so many legendary monsters, and several legendary monsters at the peak of their strength, he could not be their opponent at all. Once the formation was broken, they would probably not want to kill Aotian the most, but himself. "You?" Aotian was furious. But the next moment, he became weak, snorted coldly, and punched himself in the heart. Puff! A mouthful of dragon blood spurted out, and on the light blue light curtain, the blood slowly flowed and slowly merged into it. Silently, and almost no change could be seen. But Song Jian's eyes began to light up frighteningly. Chapter 1453, God-Killing Arrow. "It works!" Song Jian's eyes were frighteningly bright. There seemed to be something wrong with the dragon gene code lock in front of him. He couldn't sense the power of blood, but if the dragon blood applied was sufficient, he could force it to open, which was considered a safety. Aotian's breath was a little weak. even if he was a legendary strongman. If he lost too much blood, it would cause great damage to his body, and it might even damage his foundation and cause permanent damage. Yes. Did you find anything? Aotion's mouth was filled with a trace of sarcasm. In his opinion, Song Jian didn't know anything at all. If he didn't feel that he couldn't beat him, Aotion would fight him to the death now. Go on. Sprinkle more blood on it. Song Jian glanced at Aotion and said indifferently. If time was not too tight. Song Jian really wanted to kill the little dragon in front of him and smear the blood on it. Puff. 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 Aotion spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood, and the light curtain rippled more violently. But there was no other change. Looking at Song Jian's increasingly cold eyes, Aotion gritted his teeth and cut the blood vessels directly. Suddenly, a blood arrow shot out and shot towards the light curtain. Not only did he cut the blood vessels, Aotion also had to control the wound from healing. Otherwise, with the physique of a legendary strongman, some simple external injuries would heal automatically in just a few seconds. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. The blood in Aotion's body gushed for 15 seconds. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died from excessive blood loss. Aotion's breath became weaker and weaker, and even the scene in front of him became blurred. Are you going to die? Aotion staggered, looking like he was about to fall to the ground. His consciousness gradually blurred, and the wound on his blood vessels also lost control and slowly healed. The light golden dragon blood sprayed everywhere. At this moment, the light blue light curtain suddenly burst into a golden light, and the shadow of a four-clawed golden dragon appeared on the light curtain. Below the shadow, a line of small words appeared. The bloodline of the Dragon King of the West Sea is allowed to enter. Seeing this scene, Aotion, who had become weak due to excessive blood loss, suddenly became energetic, opened his eyes wide and looked at the light curtain, and laughed up to the sky. Ha ha ha! We can enter! We can enter! The Dragon Palace treasure. This is the real top-secret treasure of our dragon clan. The light curtain disappeared, revealing a dark hole, which looked no different from an ordinary cave. Aotion glanced at Song Jian, looking eager to try. Is this the real Dragon Palace treasure? It looks a little. Song Jian frowned and whispered, it's a little different from what I imagined. Humph. What do you know? The treasure of the Dragon Palace is precious, not the place where the treasure is held. Let's go in quickly. The guys behind are about to come in, Aotion said, and was the first to get into the cave. Song Jian was stunned, and pulled Xian Ling to follow him. However, in just 1 or 2 seconds, Aotion disappeared, and only a sound of footsteps was heard, from near to far. This guy. Song Jian was immediately furious, and he was accidentally slipped away by it. It seems that Aotion still has many secrets about the Dragon Palace treasure that he has not told. Don't worry about it. Let's go in quickly. Aotion must have entered the treasure, and we can catch him there, Xian Ling said while pulling Song Jian and running forward along the passage. This cave is really unworthy of the words Dragon Palace treasure. It looks no different from other ordinary caves. It is surrounded by damp rock walls, and there are a lot of mosses on the rock walls. These mosses emit a faint fluorescence, making the passage seem not so dark. Just after running more than 10 meters away, Song Jian suddenly felt his scalp tighten and hurriedly grabbed Xian Ling. Be careful. Swish. 3 blue-brown arrows more than 1 foot long shot towards Song Jian. These 3 long arrows were crystal clear, half real and half virtual, and it was difficult to detect them in the dim passage. If Song Jian hadn't had a strong sense, he probably wouldn't have noticed them even if he was shot. However, the moment Song Jian's senses touched the 3 long arrows, the speed of the long arrows suddenly increased, turning into a gray light, drawing arcs in the air, and shooting towards Song Jian. Song Jian's scalp suddenly went numb, and even waves of shattering pain came from his sea of consciousness. We'll die. Song Jian subconsciously pulled Xian Ling to hide in the broken kingdom of God and disappeared on the spot. After entering the kingdom of God, Song Jian half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his forehead full of sweat. The 3 long arrows looked insignificant, but they put too much pressure on Song Jian, just like being watched by the Dragon God in the Dragon God altar before. God level. Song Jian was shocked. Those 3 arrows were actually the power of a God level warrior, which was not something he could resist at the moment. If I hadn't had the broken kingdom of God, I would have died now. Even my sea of consciousness would have been completely shattered. Song Jian thought to himself. Although Song Jian would not really die if he died in the secret realm. If his sea of consciousness was really shattered, it would probably take a year or two to recover even if he left the secret realm. These 3 arrows seemed to have the function of tracking perception. If they hadn't been touched by the perception before, they wouldn't have suddenly exploded. Song Jian guessed in his heart. The passage was very dark. Generally, strong men would not rely on their eyes to observe the surroundings, but would use their perception to explore. The 3 long arrows were specifically aimed at the perception. Once touched, they would launch an endless attack. After a short rest, Song Jian pulled Xian Ling out of the broken kingdom. This time, he no longer dared to use his perception outside his body, and carefully observed the surroundings with his eyes. At this time, the 3 long arrows floated quietly above the passage. If you don't observe carefully, it's hard to find them. At this time, they seemed to fall into a deep sleep, motionless in the air. Song Jian pulled Xian Ling forward carefully. After a long time, the feeling of tightness and impending disaster slowly disappeared. God-killing arrows. Those 3 arrows seemed to be God-killing arrows. Xian Ling suddenly whispered. She was also scared to death. Her face was pale. Even after leaving the attack range of the 3 God-killing arrows, her body was still shaking. God-killing arrows? Song Jian was stunned. This was the first time he heard the name of this weapon. God-killing arrows. Locked with divine consciousness. Chasing up to the sky. Falling into the underworld. Gods and demons cannot escape. Xian Ling's eyes showed a strange color. Staring at Song Jian and asked, "Where did you take me before? And I was able to avoid the lock of the God-killing arrows?" Song Jian shook his head. He didn't want to tell anyone about the existence of the broken kingdom of God. This time he had no choice. And it was also his first feeling. If he didn't enter the broken kingdom of God, he would definitely die. Even with the passive skill of the enemy of death, he couldn't avoid it. Only then did he take Xian Ling into the kingdom of God. This is also an incredible treasure. It would be great if I could get it. Song Jian's eyes lit up. This kind of weapon can be used without a longbow, and it can deliver a blow from a god-level powerhouse. It must be a god-level treasure. I didn't expect that the gatekeepers of the Dragon Palace treasure were all this kind of god-level treasure. The treasures inside must be even more precious. And these 3 god-slaying arrows can at least kill 5 or 6 legendary monsters. Unfortunately, such treasures should be used to deal with god-level powerhouses. Song Jian looked at the god-slaying arrows and laughed softly. Chapter 1454 Weird Taoist. Xian Ling asked casually about the broken kingdom of God. She knew in her heart that this was Song Jian's secret. Seeing that Song Jian didn't say anything, she didn't ask any more questions. She smiled and said, "It's a pity. If we can get the real thing and take it out, we will be rich. The method of making the god-killing arrow has long been lost. Getting it can really threaten the existence of the gods." Song Jian nodded. There are almost no restrictions on the use of this kind of treasure. Even if people with 2nd level or 3rd level combat power obtain it, they have the opportunity to kill the gods. With the existence of this kind of treasure, it is impossible for the gods to let its production method pass down. Let's go in quickly. There is a secret passage in the treasure to leave. Once Aotian obtains the Dragon King Orb, he will leave through the secret passage, Xian Ling said. Song Jian nodded, took another look at the god-slaying arrow, turned around and walked quickly towards the depths of the cave. There were more than a dozen traps in the passage of just a few hundred meters, all of which were similar to the god-slaying arrow. Once triggered, even with Song Jian's strength, he would be killed instantly. The Eye of Delusion Breaker. Song Jian's mind moved, and the dark golden vertical pupil between his eyebrows emerged. He looked towards the depths of the cave. Soon, the traps in the cave appeared in his eyes. It's useless. These traps have automatic recognition functions. As long as you are not of the dragon bloodline, they will be automatically triggered once you get close. Xian Ling glanced at Song Jian and said in a low voice. Xian Ling had seen many similar reconnaissance skills, and she even had one herself. But the grade was not as high as Song Jian's delusion-breaking divine eye. Dragon blood? Haha. I have it too. Song Jian laughed. As he spoke, Song Jian's aura quickly gathered, and then he turned his wrist, and a pool of light golden blood appeared in his palm. When he broke through the gate guarding light curtain before, Song Jian thought that the dragon blood should be useful later. so he kept some of it. Aotion lost a lot of blood and was confused. So he didn't notice that Song Jian had secretly intercepted some of its blood. When blood leaves the body, its activity will quickly dissipate. Even if there is dragon blood. We have to be faster, Xianling said. The two smeared some light golden blood on their brows and ran quickly into the passage. Along the way, various traps were looming under the detection of the delusion-breaking divine eye. Sensing the arrival of the two, the traps were slightly triggered. But sensing the faint dragon blood aura emanating from them, they slowly became silent and did not activate. Soon, Song Jian and Xianling came to a vast cave, where there was a palace emitting dazzling light. The two stepped into the palace and saw that the palace hall was full of jewels and precious metals. The light radiated by the shining eyes of people could not be opened. Corals more than 1 person tall and pearls as big as human heads were everywhere. And gold and silver were discarded everywhere like garbage. Hurry up and find where those dragon skills, dragon equipment, and dragon emperor orbs are hidden. The real treasures of the dragon palace are not these worthless things in front of you. Xianling's face was full of joy. For the secular world, these treasures in front of you are priceless. But for the legendary strongmen, these are like garbage. And they will not even look at them if they are thrown on the roadside. Any piece of epic quality dragon palace equipment is worth all of these in front of you. Even the big monsters behind you will not take these things seriously. Continuing to walk inside, rows of weapon racks appeared on both sides of the palace wall, with equipment shining with various colors. Silver, gold, purple-red, and even purple-gold equipment. For players, these are priceless treasures. Oh my god! Legendary quality equipment. 30, 35, 40, more than 50 pieces. If I can really take them back, the purple crystals I get will be enough for me to immediately reach the legendary threshold. Xianling's eyes lit up, and her face was full of excitement. Let's go. Find Aotion first. Song Jian pulled Xianling and said, these equipment in front of them can't be taken away. They can only be feasted on the eyes. But the equipment collected in this dragon palace are all fine products. Even the silver quality and gold quality equipment are the top of the same grade. And Song Jian even saw 2 sword immortal suits hanging on the equipment rack. It is hard to imagine that the sword immortal suit is actually an equipment that has been passed down for millions of years. What kind of material is this equipment made of? It can survive millions of years of refinement without being damaged. The sword immortal set looks much more precious than I thought. Song Jian looked at the sword immortal set for a few more times and thought to himself. Continuing forward, turning a narrow corridor, the two came to a stone house. This stone house looked very simple and out of tune with the luxurious palace around it. The door of the stone house opened, and it seemed that someone had already entered. Song Jian and Xianling looked at each other and quickly rushed into the stone house. The stone house was even simpler, with almost no furnishings. There were more than a dozen bamboo slips on the bookshelf next to it. They looked like treasures such as skill scrolls. But unfortunately they had already decayed. There was no light on the surface, and they would turn into ashes with a slight touch. In the center of the stone house, an old human was sitting cross-legged. He wore a Taoist hat and a star-like Taoist robe. He sat on a straw cushion and meditated with his eyes down. There was no trace of a living person on his body, as if he had passed away. However, his face was ruddy, and there was no sign of aging on his skin. His face looked lifelike, just like a real person. How could a human appear in the Dragon Palace treasure? Xianling asked in surprise. It seemed that this old man was not in the secret records collected by the Yujian sect. Song Jian frowned slightly and couldn't help saying, it's normal that there is no record in the secrets. After all, it's impossible to record all the details. No, it's not like that. Xianling seemed to have thought of something, with a look of horror on her face. She couldn't help but take 2 steps back and said loudly, not only is there no record of the secret, but the disciples who had entered the Dragon Palace treasure before, they had never recorded such a human in the Dragon Palace treasure. It is understandable that the Taoist priest was not recorded in the historical secrets. But the disciples who had entered the Dragon Palace treasure would never conceal the existence of this Taoist priest. After all, it was a very strange thing for a human Taoist priest to appear in the Dragon Palace treasure. At this moment, a strange thing happened. The Taoist priest, who had no breath, slowly raised his head. Xianling exclaimed, but soon covered her mouth again, just staring at the Taoist priest with horror on her face. Aotion should not have seen this Taoist priest. He suddenly appeared after we approached. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and guessed secretly in his heart. At this moment, the Taoist priest seemed to be pulled by a 1,000-ton force in every movement, which looked a bit weird. After a long time, the Taoist priest raised his head and slowly opened his eyes. 2 stars bloomed from his eyes. I finally waited for you. A smile appeared on the Taoist priest's face, and then 2 lines of blood and tears flowed out of his eyes that were blooming with stars. Cracks appeared on his face, body, and hands. The Taoist sitting cross-legged was like a piece of porcelain, with cracks all over the surface of his body. Then, with a light bang, the whole body broke into pieces. For a moment, blood, flesh, and bones splattered. Xianling closed her eyes with an awe, while Song Jian stared at everything happening in front of him. Blood and flesh splattered in the air and slowly disappeared, as if escaping into the void. A transparent illusory figure appeared where the Taoist was sitting cross-legged, looked at Song Jian, nodded slowly, then pointed at the cushion on the ground, turned around and left, escaping into the void step by step. Chapter 1455 Skill Enhancement. Song Jian did not feel any danger, but Xianling was frightened. Before entering the secret realm, Xianling looked up various detailed information about the Starry Sky Myriad Race's secret realm, and even spent a lot of contribution points to check the secret scrolls collected by the Sword Control sect. In addition to the historical scrolls and secret stories about the secret realm collected by the Sword Control sect, there are also many records left by the Sword Control sect disciples who have entered the secret realm, and Xianling also spent a lot of money to check them. All the information about the Dragon Palace treasures did not mention the existence of the human Taoist in front of him, and even this stone house should not exist. Song Jian's feeling at this time was completely different from Xianling's. He felt a sense of intimacy from this broken Taoist priest, although he had never seen him before. Song Jian could feel the kindness coming from him. The inheritance of the sword immortal has lasted for thousands of years. It contains a trace of immortal spirit and seeks the way to heaven, seeks the Tao, unites the Tao, and protects the Tao with the sword. All races in the starry sky can be killed. Song Jian heard the Taoist priest's loud voice. As the Taoist priest disappeared, the voice in his ear slowly dissipated. It seems that only I can hear this voice. Could this Taoist priest be a sword immortal from millions of years ago? He appeared here specifically for me? Song Jian was puzzled. If it is true as Xianling said, then no one had seen this Taoist before, and this Taoist appeared after they appeared. Then Song Jian's guess may be true. That Taoist came just for Song Jian. The Taoist glanced at the futon before leaving. Could it be that this futon has some secrets? Song Jian glanced at the straw futon placed in the middle of the stone house. It looked no different from an ordinary futon, and seemed even more crude. Song Jian tried to pick it up, and a faint fragrance emanated from the futon, which should be the smell of straw. The futon was light and weightless in his hand, and even using the system's detection function, he could not check its properties. Futon, miscellaneous. Attribute? Explanation: this is just an ordinary futon, and it is useless. Miscellaneous. Ordinary futon. Then why are the attributes a series of question marks? Song Jian frowned slightly, and after thinking for a while, Song Jian opened his delusion-breaking divine eyes and looked at the futon. As soon as the delusion-breaking divine eyes opened, Song Jian felt a chill. In the delusion-breaking divine eyes, he saw a sharp sword light piercing towards it. For a moment, the light shone, and the frightened Song Jian quickly closed the delusion-breaking divine eyes. But there was still a trace of blood and tears flowing out of the delusion-breaking divine eyes between his eyebrows. Ah! Song Jian, you are injured, and your eyebrows are bleeding, Xianling said in surprise. Did you see this mat glowing before? Song Jian asked, enduring the pain. No. I just saw you standing with the mat for a while, and then blood started flowing from your forehead. Did something happen that I don't know about? Xianling asked. Nothing. This mat seems a little strange. Song Jian checked the mat over and over again, but didn't find anything unusual. Song Jian, let's go quickly. Aotion may have obtained the Dragon King Orb, and if he did, he would definitely leave from the secret passage, Xianling said anxiously. Once Aotion obtained the Dragon King Orb, and the two of them didn't arrive in time, then Aotion would definitely not abide by the previous agreement, and Dragon King Aotion Ju would pass them by. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly found that the cushion in his hand seemed to begin to disintegrate bit by bit, and the edge was slowly vaporizing. This cushion must have magical properties, and it must be good for me. Otherwise, the Taoist would not have taken a last look at it. Song Jian was a little anxious, and this benefit must have a time limit. If it cannot be found within the specified time, the cushion will disappear. Suddenly, Song Jian thought of the Taoist who had been sitting cross-legged on the cushion before his body was broken, and only got up and left until his body was broken. Thinking of this, Song Jian immediately put the cushion on the ground and sat cross-legged on it, imitating the Taoist. Sure enough, as soon as he sat on the mat, Song Jian immediately entered a special state of enlightenment, and a lot of information about the inheritance of the sword immortal appeared in his mind. In the skill column, the proficiency of the skill of the Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords art was also rapidly improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only the 10,000 Swords art, but all the skills related to swordsmanship, sword control, sword shadow clone, Azure Dragon Sword Body, sword energy transformation, sword array diagram, and even the innate skill Holy Sword were all improving. There is no threshold for this kind of improvement. As long as the proficiency is full, it will be directly promoted to the next level without consuming skill points. The mat where Song Jian sat also began to gasify rapidly, spreading from the edge to the center slowly. After an unknown amount of time, Song Jian finally recovered from the state of enlightenment, and the cushion he sat on had disappeared. Song Jian felt that he seemed to have gained a lot of knowledge, but when he really thought about it, he seemed to have gained nothing. But his head was buzzing, and he felt uncomfortable. At this time, Song Jian found that he and Xian Ling were in a narrow passage, and the stone house he had seen before had disappeared. How long has it been? Song Jian stood up while rubbing his temples, and asked Xian Ling beside him. How long has it been? Xian Ling asked back with a confused look on her face. Didn't we just enter this passage and prepare to chase Aotion? You suddenly sat on the ground, and then stood up again. Did you find something? Song Jian stared at Xian Ling for a long time, making sure that the other party was not joking. He was shocked. Could it be that Xian Ling had completely forgotten everything she had experienced in the stone house before? Erasing memory. This method is too terrifying. Song Jian was shocked. Even a legendary strongman could not erase a person's memory silently, unless the Taoist priest had entered the semigod or even god-level realm. Forget it. Let's continue to chase Aotion, Song Jian said, and walked forward. Xian Ling looked at Song Jian's back with a puzzled look, and whispered, Did you see a ghost? It's inexplicable. Soon, the two disappeared in the passage. At this time, the Panlong Yutian formation that defended the Dragon Palace treasure was on the verge of breaking. Dozens of big monsters bombarded for nearly 10 minutes, and finally exceeded the limit of the formation. Humph. A big formation without a controller, without many changes, is like a dead thing. How can it stop us? A big monster said disdainfully. Work harder. The formation will be broken, and the Dragon Palace treasure is right in front of us. Ha ha ha. I'm not greedy. As long as I get a Dragon Clan technique. I also have some faint dragon blood, and I can practice the Dragon Clan technique. Humph. The treasures in the Dragon Palace contain not only the skills of the Dragon Clan, but also the skills of other clans. We are just afraid that if the humans who have occupied this place search them all, we will have worked in vain. Impossible. Didn't you see that Aotion has come? There must be some good things left. If you meet Aotion, you must not let him go. He must have good things obtained from the treasure. You don't need to tell me that. If you meet that boy, kill him directly and search his body. Boom. After a loud noise and a shaking like an earthquake, the last defense formation of the Dragon Palace treasure shattered, and giant dragon phantoms appeared out of thin air, densely packed, almost occupying the entire sky. A sigh came from the sky. Dragon Clan. Destroy. In an instant, thousands of dragons cried, and giant dragon phantoms began to collapse and shatter, turning into light spots all over the sky, and finally disappeared. Chapter 1456 Dragon Emperor's Proud Art. The Panlong Yutian formation was broken, and the last line of defense against the Dragon Palace treasure collapsed. All the big monsters laughed wildly and rushed forward. At this time, Song Jian was running forward while opening the skill bar to check. Xian Ling seemed to have lost the memory of entering the stone house before, but Song Jian remembered it clearly. and the enlightenment on the futon. That kind of Taoism still remained in his heart. In the skill bar, almost all the skills were upgraded by 2 or 3 levels. Even the most difficult talent skill Holy Sword was directly upgraded by 2 levels. In addition to increasing the attribute by nearly 50 points, the probability of triggering the indestructible effect was also slightly increased. Other skills, such as Sword Shadow Clone and Sword Controlling, have been upgraded to the full level 12. And the skill effects have been further enhanced. The Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords art has been upgraded to level 18. And the number of summoned spirit swords has increased to 500, 2000. Level 18 is still not the limit of the 10,000 Swords art. It seems that it will really be like the name. And at the full level, it can summon 10,000 spirit swords. However, Song Jian vaguely feels that summoning 10,000 spirit swords is not the strongest state of the 10,000 Swords art skill, and it can be further improved. However, this feeling is very vague, and it seems that he has realized it on the futon. But the specifics need to be seen after the skill is upgraded to the full level. Hey, why did my Moon Essence Wheel skill disappear? Song Jian looked through the skill column from beginning to end. Most of the skills were upgraded, but the Moon Essence Wheel skill disappeared from the skill column. Song Jian quickly looked through the system information records and found that when the 10,000 Swords technique was upgraded to level 16, the Moon Essence Wheel skill was actually swallowed up, which made Song Jian speechless. The upgrade of the 10,000 Swords technique has swallowed up many of Song Jian's skills. The previous skills such as the 10,000 Swords technique and the Sword Finger were all swallowed up by the 10,000 Swords technique to increase their power. Unexpectedly, this time, the Moon Essence Wheel, a skill that is not a sword technique, was swallowed up, which made Song Jian feel a little helpless. Forget it. The Moon Essence Wheel is quite powerful in close combat, but my current attack method is biased towards long-range attacks. There are not many opportunities for the Moon Essence Wheel to be used. Just swallow it, Song Jian thought to himself. This time's understanding saved Song Jian more than 10 skill points. The most important thing is that it saved a lot of time to practice skills. Now Song Jian's strength has increased by at least 1/3 compared to before. The nearly 50 attribute points of the innate skill Holy Sword alone have made Song Jian earn a lot of money, which is equivalent to passing a B-level combat power assessment reward. Boom. The breaking of the Panlong Yutian formation was also transmitted to Song Jian's ears, which made him feel nervous. We have to move faster. The defensive formation has been broken. Those big monsters have already rushed in, Song Jian whispered. It doesn't matter. Don't forget the traps in the passage behind you. Humph. They can't get in without leaving more than a dozen lives. Unless they also have the blood of the Dragon Clan. Xi and Ling snorted coldly. Song Jian smiled slightly and said nothing. The two of them ran forward quickly. After a while, a wall appeared at the end of the passage. On this wall, there was a blue dragon carved, lifelike, with a pair of dragon eyes looking forward with murderous intent, as if it was going to break out of the wall and devour the two of them. The Imperial Dragon Wall. Behind this should be the real Dragon Palace treasure, Song Jian whispered. After passing the stone house, all the information about the Dragon Palace treasure seemed to appear naturally in his mind. He had never seen the Imperial Dragon Wall before, but it felt very familiar. The last trace of Aotion's blood in his hand was sucked onto the Imperial Dragon Wall, and the Imperial Dragon Wall suddenly became illusory. Song Jian pulled Xi and Ling forward and rushed forward, and actually passed through the Imperial Dragon Wall directly, and entered a strange space. This space is dozens of feet in size. In the center, there is a milky white spring that is much higher than the ground. It keeps gushing, forming a pool of several meters in radius around it. It is bottomless, and the surging spiritual energy merges into the spring water. The emulsion-like spring water contains a high concentration of spiritual energy and is extremely viscous. If you practice here, the speed of practice may be 10 or 100 times that of the outside world. Around the spring, there is a medicinal field, and several exotic flowers and herbs are emitting rich fragrance. Under the spring is a spiritual vein. After years of dragon energy nurturing, it has become the top dragon vein. This dragon vein alone is not much worse than the Dragon Emperor Aotionju. Song Jian shook his head and sighed. For some sects, the value of this dragon vein is even higher than the Dragon Emperor Aotionju. This dragon vein is enough to allow a third-rate sect to develop into a first-rate sect in just 10 years. If it gets some opportunities and accumulates some foundation. It can completely become a super sect. The herbs around this spiritual spring are all top-grade spiritual medicines. I don't know who will benefit from it in the end, Xi and Ling said with a glow in her eyes. Although they couldn't get these things, they still had a good time. Such treasures are rarely seen. How did you get in? In the distance, Aotian looked at Song Jian and Xi and Ling standing in front of the Imperial Dragon Wall with a shocked look on his face. He rubbed his eyes hard and couldn't believe that they would appear here. You know, many checkpoints along the way require the blood of the Dragon Clan. Even if dozens of legendary monsters want to enter here, it will take at least 1 or 2 hours. There are many traps along the way specifically for intruders. Even a legendary strongman can't get in intact. Those legendary monsters can't possibly break in now. How did these 2 third-level humans get in? Aotian's body trembled slightly, with an unbelievable look on his face. Song Jian's eyes fell on Aotian's hand, where a colorful gem was being held in his palm. He could feel that a trace of domineering energy full of dragon breath was being transmitted to Aotian from the bead. Hey, did you get the Dragon King gem? Song Jian smiled and walked forward slowly, saying as he walked, should we also fulfill our previous agreement? As far as I know, when absorbing the energy of the Dragon King gem, we cannot be disturbed by the outside world. Otherwise, hee. Aotian's face suddenly turned ugly. He pointed to the bookshelf beside him and said, the Dragon Emperor Aotian Ju you want is on the first floor. This is the technique collected by our Dragon Clan. If there are other techniques that you like, you can also copy one. That's right. Ha ha ha. Song Jian laughed loudly, and walked forward with Xi and Ling to start flipping through the various cultivation techniques on the bookshelf. Aotian gritted his teeth and watched from the side. But there was nothing he could do. These techniques were all collected by the Dragon Clan with great difficulty. They were all top techniques, at least of epic quality. If any one of them was taken out, it would cause a bloody fight. Dragon Emperor Aotian Ju. Song Jian grabbed the ancient scripture on the top. This ancient scripture was made of special materials. Not gold, not copper, not paper, not bamboo, and even felt a little warm. After a quick glance, Song Jian showed a trace of regret in his eyes. The system prompted that the skill scroll could not be used by humans. At this moment, Kamada asked Song Jian to leave the battle pet space. After Song Jian agreed, Kamada appeared beside him, snatched the ancient scripture, and laughed, I can learn. I can learn. As he said, Kamada put his hand on the ancient scripture, and suddenly a purple gold light bloomed, turned into a stream of light, and drilled into Kamada's eyebrows. The ancient scripture of Dragon Emperor Ao Shurju seemed to have been washed by endless years. The light was dim. The material became crispy, and a hint of decay came out of the ancient scripture. Chapter 1457, Changes in the World. A dragon roar erupted from Kamada's body, and Kamada's breath became heavy in an instant. A shadow of an oriental dragon surrounded her body, and after several circles, it merged with Kamada. Kamada's level rose rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost 1 level in 5 or 6 seconds. The speed was so fast that Song Jian was dumbfounded. Isn't this Dragon Emperor Aotian Ju a bit too exaggerated? The level is raised so fast. Song Jian was surprised. You know, when the player's level is raised, it will only increase 1 skill point. But the NPC and the creatures in the game world will increase their strength by a certain amount if they don't raise a level. Top creatures like Kamada don't need to practice. As long as they live long enough, their strength will continue to rise. Now that they have learned the Dragon Emperor Aotian Ju, Kamada's strength will definitely rise faster than those dragon priests before. Level 120. Level 125. Level 130. Kamada's level rose rapidly, and in just a few minutes, it had reached level 148. After that, the speed of combat experience began to slowly slow down. Haha. I've got it. Kamada's face was full of joy, and she waved her palm forward casually. Suddenly, a huge golden dragon claw appeared in front of her. As she waved it fiercely, the golden dragon claw also rushed forward. With a loud bang, it directly smashed a 7 or 8 meter high coral tree into powder. Haha. So powerful. Kamada was excited and prepared to continue trying the Dragon King's proud art, but was stopped by Song Jian. If she continued to try, the whole cave would collapse. At this moment, a scream came from the entrance in the distance, followed by the sound of fighting. Those big monsters have come in. It seems that someone was shot by the god-slaying arrow. I don't know if they were killed, Xianling said in a low voice. The things are already in hand. Do you need anything else? Song Jian asked. Most of the exercises on it have been collected by others. They are of no value. Xianling said helplessly, as she flipped through the bookshelf and checked the exercises one by one. Boom. A muffled sound suddenly came from Aotion's body. Its level was directly upgraded from the early stage of the legendary realm to the middle stage of the legendary realm. And its aura was still rising. Aotion is about to break through. We should leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, once he breaks through to the peak of the legendary realm, we will not be his opponent. Xianling glanced at Aotion and whispered. Song Jian nodded. There was a secret passage in the cave that led to the outside world. Xianling picked up a book on the bookshelf, threw it to Song Jian and said, You should need this. As she spoke, Xianling walked towards a corner of the cave, where a giant dragonstone sculpture was placed, hovering in the clouds, with one front paw stretched forward. This was where the secret passage was. A disciple had recorded it in detail before, and even the method of opening the secret passage was recorded. Song Jian took the book that Xianling threw over and read it. It was with Escape of the Five Elements. He couldn't help but smile. This was the third book of the Five Elements Escape that he had collected. He didn't expect to get another one in the Dragon Palace treasure. With a palm strike, the Wood Escape book disappeared instantly. This skill book can only be learned once, and will disappear after use. Unlike the Dragon Emperor's Proud World Secret, it can be learned at least 3 times before disappearing. Xianling grabbed the front paw of the giant dragon stone sculpture and twisted it gently. A sound of gears biting came, and the giant dragon stone sculpture moved to the side, revealing a cave that could only accommodate one person. This is the secret passage. You can get out? Xianling said, turned her head and looked at Aotion. A cunning look flashed in her eyes, and said softly, Should we take the opportunity to kill it? Maybe we can reveal the secrets of the Dragon Palace. Most of the skills had been collected by the previous disciples of the Yujian sect. Xianling only got 2 books similar to biographies. Although such books were valuable, they were not as valuable as books on skills and secrets. And the contribution points they exchanged were not much. Song Jian turned his head and glanced at Aotion. At this time, a giant dragon shadow had appeared behind Aotion. This giant dragon turned out to be a 9-clawed golden dragon. The golden scales on its body shone with a faint luster and exuded endless majesty. However, the eyes of this giant dragon shadow were slightly dull, and there was no trace of life. Aotion's aura was rising rapidly. If he wanted to kill him, now was the time. Otherwise, after a while, its level and strength would rise to a level that even Song Jian could not resist. Kill! Song Jian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He took out the sky-breaking sword and prepared to perform the 10,000 swords technique. At this moment, a roar suddenly sounded from the passage, and several big monsters rushed into the treasure house carrying a corpse each. How come it's so fast? Song Jian's face was full of surprise. You know, he and Xianling secretly obtained Aotion's blood, so they could enter the treasure house so quickly. These big monsters actually used their companions' corpses as shields and broke in all the way. Song Jian didn't know what to say. Leave quickly. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave, Song Jian said with some regret. Xianling took a look and also had a regretful expression on her face. In the story of the Dragon Palace treasure, Aotion is the main character. Once he is killed, good things will definitely fall out. Although there were disciples of the Yujian sect who entered the treasure house before, they were unable to kill Aotion with their strength. Some were killed by Aotion, and some kept hiding until Aotion swallowed the Dragon King orb and left. Then they dared to continue searching for some things in the treasure house that Aotion did not like. This time, it is probably the most likely time to kill Aotion. But I didn't expect that the group of big monsters behind him would come so quickly. Xianling jumped into the cave entrance, and Song Jian followed closely. The two walked forward along the narrow passage. After walking about 300 meters, the passage in front was already submerged by seawater. The two continued to swim forward in the passage full of seawater. After a while, they swam out of a cave in a seabed mountain. Back to the sea. The two looked back. The pillar of light still hadn't dissipated, but the light had dimmed a lot, and the white mist around it had also dissipated. It wouldn't be long before the Pillar of Light would disappear. When the Pillar of Light disappears, the people in the Dragon Palace treasure will probably be driven out. If there is no harvest, then this trip will be in vain. Boom. At this moment, a faint roar came from the Pillar of Light, as if there was a violent explosion. The originally dim Pillar of Light also shook slightly, looking even more illusory. Let's go. There's nothing worth lingering here. Song Jian glanced at the Pillar of Light and said calmly. This trip to the Dragon Palace was a great gain for him. His strength increased by at least 1/3. Now Song Jian has the strength to win even against a mid-stage legendary realm powerhouse. Xianling nodded and was about to speak, but she saw that Song Jian had become illusory, and everything around him began to become strange, as if the flow of time had suddenly accelerated. She was like a spectator, watching the ebb and flow of the tide, the changes in the sea, and the originally turbulent sea surface, which had risen up mountains and turned into a vast land. The sea has changed, and time has accelerated? Is this the battle of all races is about to begin? Xianling said to herself in surprise. Chapter 1458. The Treasure is Born. Xianling's figure slowly disappeared from Song Jian's sight. Song Jian was shocked, thinking that he was attacked. In an instant, the sword energy surged, and the aura of his whole body spread outward like an abyss. His spiritual sense instantly covered an area of more than 1,000 meters. For ordinary third-level combat power strongmen, even those at the peak of third-level combat power, it is impossible for their spiritual sense to cover an area of more than 1,000 meters. At most, a few hundred meters is already very impressive. Song Jian's current physical attributes are already higher than most of the early legendary realm strongmen. In addition, the main attribute of the Sword Master is spirit, which makes Song Jian's spiritual sense much higher than that of ordinary third-level combat power strongmen. After searching for a long time, Song Jian did not detect any hostility within the range of his perception, and even did not detect the breath of living things. No one. How is it possible? What is going on? Could it be that Xianling was forced out of the secret realm? Song Jian was surprised. You know, if a player suddenly disappears like this, it is either because the player has gone offline and left the game world, or because he was killed and his body disappeared. But they are now in the secret realm. If they are forced to leave the secret realm, such a scene will also occur. Leave? How is it possible? Song Jian was puzzled. But soon, the time and space in front of him began to change, and the world changed in just a few seconds. This is... Song Jian stared at everything in amazement. Like a spectator, unable to do anything. He could only watch thousands of years pass in a few seconds. The mark of the law of time on his chest seemed to be touched by something. Like a second heart, beating slowly, an inexplicable breath was attracted by the mark on his chest. A burst of pain came, as if all the muscles and bones in his body were crushed. Song Jian's eyes went dark, and he fainted. Only the time mark symbol on his chest was left, slowly blooming with light. The light became stronger and stronger, wrapping Song Jian up, and finally, it turned into a light cocoon, floating on the sea. And finally, the sea level dropped, and mountains rose up, and the light cocoon was buried deep in a mountain. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of years have passed. All races are competing, and the war between humans and other races is about to break out. On this day, several demons chased a young human through the air, and the air was full of energy and rumbling sounds. These people actually have the strength of the legendary realm. Qindong, your protectors have surrounded and killed you. Put down the time sand and save your life. A big demon roared, and slashed out a knife. The human boy in front was desperately flying forward with all his strength. All the energy in his body was used to fly in the air, and he couldn't speak at all. Feeling the attack coming from behind, the young man gritted his teeth and fell towards the mountain below. In the air, he could not get rid of the pursuit of several big monsters behind him, so he could only escape with the help of the mountain forest terrain. I was the first to discover and get the time sand. You big monsters actually dared to kill people and rob them. If the Xiantian sect knows, they will definitely avenge me. Qindong roared loudly. Hearing the 3 words Xiantian sect, several big monsters seemed to hesitate for a moment. What are you afraid of? His protector has been surrounded and killed by us, and we have already made a deadly feud. Now we have to kill him and destroy his body. As long as no one knows about this, how can the Xiantian sect find us? A big monster with red eyes whispered. Yes. What the red-eyed Demon King said is right. As long as we kill him. Who would know that we killed him and stole the time sand? Another big demon echoed. Want to run? Dream on. A big demon saw Qindong rushing towards the mountain below. A cold look appeared on his face, and he burst into speed. With a bone spear at his hand, he stabbed Qindong in the back with an extremely strong murderous intent. Qindong suddenly turned around and growled, heaven-shaking fist. He punched the big demon holding the bone spear. Boom! A huge fist print rushed towards the big demon and collided with the bone spear in its palm, erupting with a roar. The air was full of energy. The big demon stirred his hand, and the bone spear immediately dispersed the fist print and continued to stab towards Qindong. Qindong was unable to dodge and was stabbed in the shoulder. His energy was shaking, and he felt that his bones and flesh were about to be separated. His internal organs were shaking, and a stream of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his breath suddenly became weak. Gritting his teeth, Qindong took out a black bead and threw it at the big monster. Let's die together, Qindong roared, with a ferocious look on his face, as if he wanted to die together with the big monster who was close at hand. How could the big monster, who had already gained the upper hand, die together with a dying person? He sneered and drew out the bone spear, chopped it with his hand, and directly pulled Qindong out. And the black bead, floating in the air, suddenly turned red, and a strong burning breath spread from the bead. Heaven-shaking bead? The demon's face changed, and he quickly retreated. Boom! With a loud bang, the black bead exploded, covering an area of dozens of meters in radius. A dark red mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and several surrounding mountains were cracked by the violent explosion. The top of a mountain was directly cut off, and turned into a huge rock and rolled down from the mountain. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Although the demon holding the bone spear reacted quickly, he was still affected by the heaven-shaking bead. He was hit by the energy, and there was a tearing pain in his chest, and his internal organs seemed to be somewhat displaced. Bone Demon King. How is it? Several big demons hurried forward, staring at the Bone Demon King holding a bone spear, and asked, Humph! I didn't expect this guy to have a heaven-shaking pearl and wanted to die with me. I was not careful for a moment, and was actually tricked by this kid, and was seriously injured. The Bone Demon King's face was pale, and his breath became unstable. Ha ha ha! That kid was shot by the Bone Demon King. Even if he didn't die, he was probably seriously injured and dying. Bone Demon King. Take a rest and recover first. Wait for me to catch that kid. Then, we will interrogate the whereabouts of the time sand together. A Demon King laughed and prepared to rush down to search for Qindong. Together. Together. Be careful, that kid has a trump card, and throws another heaven-shaking bead. I'm afraid you, Iron Bull Demon King, can't bear it alone. Several Demon Kings around said one after another. Ha. Good. Let's do it together. Iron Bull Demon King's eyes flickered and he laughed. At this moment, a mountain not far away suddenly burst into a dazzling seven-color divine light, rushing straight into the sky. Several Demon Kings who were originally preparing to rush down to search for Qindong stopped and looked into the distance. The treasure came out? The red-eyed Demon King said in surprise. Ha. It is probably because of the previous explosion that blew up the mountain, causing the treasure to come out in advance. The treasure is obtained by those who are destined to get it. It seems that we are the ones who are destined to get the treasure. Iron Bull Demon King laughed. Together. Together. Several big monsters shouted, and even the White Bone Monster King showed a trace of greed in his eyes. You know, a treasure that can shine with colorful light is definitely much more precious than any time sand. Several big monsters flew towards the mountain that was shining with colorful light. Qindong, who was seriously injured, looked down at a small bottle shining in his arms, gritted his teeth, and quickly shuttled through the mountains and forests and fled away. Chapter 1459 Artifact. The treasure emitting colorful divine light is much more precious than the time sand. But Qindong also knows that he cannot keep such a treasure. Or in other words, he cannot even get close to it. The big monsters chasing him will never give him this opportunity. Now that the big monsters are attracted by the treasure, he can still escape. Once they get the treasure and think of the time sand, he may be surrounded and killed again. It is better to take this opportunity to leave. Qindong has been seriously injured. The blood hole on his shoulder keeps emitting a stream of death energy, preventing the wound from healing, even if no one is chasing him. If he cannot expel the death energy from the wound, Chen Dong will not live long. Several big monsters flew to a mountain. The mountain was not big. The previous explosion caused a crack in it. The colorful divine light came out from this crack. Several big monsters surrounded the crack with flashing eyes. The colorful divine light was at least a divine weapon grade. And there was probably only one. They now had 5 or 6 big monsters. How would they distribute it? Everyone. Let's split the whole mountain first to make the treasure appear. Then, how about we each rely on our chance? Treasures choose their owners. You can't get them just because you want them. A big monster covered in purple scales whispered. What the purple scale demon said is right. Treasures choose their masters. When the time comes, let it choose its master. No matter who it chooses. Others are not allowed to snatch it. Now let the treasure appear first to see what kind of artifact it is. Another demon shouted. The white bone demon snorted coldly and said nothing. The other demons were also silent. Although the artifact could choose its master, it could also be subdued by force, as long as it was in hand. Even if it could not be used by itself, it could be exchanged with others. How could it be possible to just give up like this? Ha ha ha. What the purple scale demon said is right. Then let me, Iron Ox, pull up this mountain and see what treasure is buried inside. Iron Ox demon laughed loudly and stretched out his hand to grab the hill. The palm like a palm leaf stretched forward, and a terrifying breath emanated from it. Countless energy condensed into a huge energy palm, which covered the entire mountain. The faces of the other monsters changed drastically. The move of the Iron Bull monster was not to pull out the entire mountain, but to hold the entire mountain in his hands. Stupid bull. You dare. A monster said angrily. You are looking for death. Why don't you let go? Another monster rushed directly towards the Iron Bull, swung the long knife in his hand forward, and a dazzling knife energy flew towards the Iron Bull like a split in the void. Boom. At this moment, the mountain with colorful divine light exploded, and a roar like an earthquake sounded. A terrifying shockwave spread in all directions, covering all the big monsters surrounding the mountain. In an instant, the expressions of several big monsters changed drastically, as if they were hit hard, spitting out blood, and flying away. The mountain disappeared, and in the air, a milky white light cocoon was emitting terrifying fluctuations. Within the range of the fluctuations, it seemed that time was also disturbed. Some plants rebelled. A huge tree turned into a small sapling at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then disappeared. Other creatures accelerated their growth. In just a few seconds, they went through several years or even decades of life, quickly experiencing maturity and aging, and finally died of old age and turned into a handful of dust. The time rules within the range of the wave were completely messed up. A big demon was accidentally swept by the wave, and signs of aging appeared on his body. What was surprising was that this was not an illusion, but a real thing. The changed state could not be dispelled. One of the big demon's arms seemed to have naturally experienced the baptism of time and turned into an old man's arm. It felt incompatible with other parts of its body, but it was indeed a part of its body. Seeing this scene, several big demons all flew back in horror. The big demon with the aging arm snorted coldly and directly pulled off the aging arm. For a moment, blood splattered. After a while, a new arm grew out again. Flesh and blood regeneration. This is a skill that almost every great demon has. It consumes a lot of energy. It can regenerate after a broken arm, when it is cultivated to the state of great perfection. It is said that as long as a drop of blood is left, it can regenerate again. It is called an immortal skill. This great demon obviously has not cultivated to the highest level, but it is still no problem to regenerate after a broken arm. The rules of time have changed. The treasure in this light cocoon must involve the law of time. The artifact is definitely a high-quality artifact. The eyes of the white bone demon king ignited a blazing green flame, and his face was full of greed. An artifact involving the law of time. Ha ha ha. The Iron Ox demon king, am so lucky. I can pick up a time artifact in this remote place. The Iron Ox demon king laughed and looked around, with a strong murderous intent on his face. All of you guys who want to rob my artifact, you deserve to die. Iron Bull demon king shouted, and his body began to expand rapidly. In a short while, he turned into a huge monster more than 10 feet tall. Supernatural power. The law of heaven and earth. I have only comprehended the most superficial level. What's so good about it? The red-eyed demon snorted coldly, and a red light shot out of his eyes, directly opening two big holes in the body of Iron Bull Demon King, causing the Iron Bull Demon King to roar in pain. In an instant, several big demons began to besiege Iron Bull Demon King. Just when Iron Bull Demon King was about to die, the White Bone Demon King suddenly turned his gun and stabbed at the nearest Demon King beside him. By goo, what are you going to do? For a moment, the Demon Kings began to attack the Demon King closest to them. In a chaotic situation, Iron Bull Demon King spit out a mouthful of blood, grabbed a fallen limb of a Demon King, chewed it, and laughed at the sky. That's it. That's it. The strongest one can get the artifact. Fight. Kill. See who can last. Stupid bull. So much talk. No matter who wins, you can't get the artifact. What's so happy about it? Purple Scale, Demon King said viciously. Ha ha ha. If I can't get it, none of you can get it. Iron Bull Demon King showed a ferocious smile, waved his right hand, and the rich demonic energy turned into a sharp axe, slashing at the light cocoon fiercely. Stupid bull. You dare. The faces of several Demon Kings who were fighting changed drastically, and they all said angrily, and attacked together, rushing towards Iron Bull. Chapter 1460 Years. The sharp axe whistled and chopped down at the light cocoon. The artifact that is being nurtured is the most fragile. If it is broken, none of you can get it. Iron Bull Demon King laughed wildly. The other big demons were all some distance away from Iron Bull Demon King. Even if they wanted to stop him, they had no way to stop him. They could only watch Iron Bull Demon King chop at the light cocoon. At this moment, an arm suddenly stretched out from the light cocoon, grabbed the axe blade, and blocked the full force of Iron Bull Demon King. What's wrong with me? Song Jian's eyes showed a trace of confusion, and his memory seemed to be temporarily lost. He found that he was in a narrow space. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis, as if some danger was about to befall him. In confusion, Song Jian saw a picture in his eyes. A huge bull demon stood tall and straight, with a ferocious smile on his face, wielding a sharp axe, slashing at a light cocoon. I seem to be in that light cocoon. Song Jian had a glimmer of enlightenment in his mind, and understood the environment he was in. Bang! The light cocoon was shattered by this huge twister, and he was seriously injured in the light cocoon. A trace of fierceness flashed in his originally confused eyes. Enemy! The picture in his mind was shattered, and Song Jian stretched out his hand fiercely. Tear! With a cracking sound, Song Jian's right hand, like white jade, tightly grasped a section of the axe blade. The axe blade, exuding a strong breath, had a diameter of more than 10 meters. But in front of this arm, it could not be chopped down at all. It's a person. There's a person inside. A Demon King shouted. What? How is it possible? Isn't it a divine weapon? Why is there a person inside? Could it be a humanoid divine weapon? Are you crazy? How could there be such a thing as a humanoid divine weapon? It must be a person. Whatever it is, it must be a treasure that can emit colorful divine light. Even if it is a person, it is a humanoid treasure. Maybe eating it can increase your cultivation. In an instant, the attention of several great demons was all on Song Jian, who emerged from the light cocoon. Song Jian was dressed in white, and all his equipment was hidden. His right hand tightly grasped the axe blade, and a trace of blood flowed down his tiger's mouth. Injured, Song Jian smiled lightly. It turns out that my body is not as tough as I thought. Human boy. Go to hell. The Iron Bull Demon King had a ferocious smile on his face, and his arms were full of strength, trying to split Song Jian in half. Time. Song Jian sighed softly, and in an instant, time passed quickly within 100 meters. Rust appeared on the surface of the axe in his hand, and wrinkles appeared on the face of the Iron Bull Demon King. Crack, crack. The rust of corrosion covered the axe, and the original sharp weapon became crispy. With a bang, it shattered and turned into iron filings all over the sky. The Iron Bull Demon King's aura also began to weaken, and an old and corrupt aura spread from his body. My power is fading. Roar. Why is this? The Iron Bull Demon King looked as if he had aged hundreds of years. He was originally in his prime, but now he looked like he was about to lie in a coffin. The smell of death and corruption on his body could be smelled from a long distance away. The other demon kings were terrified. In their eyes, this spell of controlling time was the most terrifying magical power. Run! A demon king roared and turned to flee into the distance. The other demon kings also set up demon winds, transformed into demon lights, and fled far away. Wait. The Iron Bull Demon King showed a look of fear in his eyes, stretched out his hand to ask for help, but saw that the skin on his originally strong arm became like bark, full of wrinkles. The magic power of the law of heaven and earth could no longer be maintained, and the Iron Bull Demon King's body quickly shrank, turned into an ordinary body, and fell from the sky. In midair, the Iron Bull Demon King's breath became weaker and weaker, and his body lost its vitality. Before falling, the Iron Bull Demon King had experienced thousands of years in just a dozen seconds and died of old age. Puff! A corpse that had lost most of its water fell to the ground, was broken into pieces, and raised a cloud of dust. Ahem! Song Jian's whole body trembled, and a mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth. His originally strong aura also wilted in an instant. It's still too much effort, and I suffered backlash. However, in general, it can be regarded as a great advantage. The mark of the law of time has evolved. A smile appeared on his depressed face. At this time, the infinite symbol on Song Jian's chest has turned into dark gold and glittered. In critical moments, the magical power disappears, and instead, a domain about the law of time is replaced. This is a domain power that only the legendary realm can master. Song Jian is still 5 levels away from the legendary realm. Under normal circumstances, it takes at least 3 years to hunt monsters to upgrade to level 5, or consume a lot of purple crystals to upgrade the level. But now, Song Jian has already mastered the power of the domain that only the legendary realm masters can master. Although the range of the domain power is not large, only about 100 meters, it is the most powerful time domain. It can be said that Song Jian at this time has already stood at the top position of the legendary realm masters. It can only speed up time by about 1,000 years at most. And once it is used with all its strength, the backlash is huge. Now I have to rest for at least a day before I can use the power of the domain again. Song Jian coughed up blood again and said to himself, speed up the passage of time. I named this domain Years. In the personal skill column, under the talent skills, above the hunting halo, a dark golden domain skill appeared. When Song Jian said the word years, the name of this domain skill slowly changed to the word years. Time power of the domain. Range, 100 meters. Attribute, actively released. Can speed up the passage of time within the domain. The longest time is 1,000 years. The effect depends on the difference in strength between the two sides. When the opponent is too strong, the effect time is shortened. When the opponent is too weak, the effect can be upgraded to a permanent effect. Even if it leaves the domain, the effect will always exist. Description: this domain is a prerequisite skill for the law of time, and can be upgraded by using objects containing the law of time, or by self-perception. This domain is a skill that can only be fully controlled by legendary realm strongmen. When it is performed by those below the legendary realm, there is a certain probability of backlash, and the attribute points will be reduced by 1 to 3 points. Ahem. It seems that it is better to use this skill less before advancing to the legendary realm. Song Jian looked at the backlash effect and shook his head and smiled bitterly. After a while, after recovering a little, Song Jian turned his head and looked at a forest, and said coldly, "Why? You haven't shown up after watching for so long. Do you want me to force you out?" Chapter 1461 Time Sand. Song Jian looked towards a forest with a cold face. There was a faint breath there. It should be a human being, and it was seriously injured. "Sir, I just came to take a look. Those big monsters were chasing me, and wanted to kill me. Thanks to you for appearing and saving my life." Qin Dong walked out of the forest with a bitter smile on his face, and bowed to Song Jian. As a human, Qin Dong believed that the other party would not kill him if there was no conflict of interest. Despite this, Qin Dong was still uneasy in his heart and cursed inwardly. "I told you to be greedy. You couldn't help but stay when you saw the colorful divine light and the artifact. If you were more resolute just now, you would have run away with the time sand." Qin Dong, who was about to leave, couldn't help but be greedy. When he saw the colorful divine light, he thought it was a divine weapon, just like the other big monsters. Divine weapon. This is probably the only chance to see a divine weapon in this life. Moreover, several big monsters are fighting for it, and it is inevitable that they will be killed or injured. Qin Dong still had a little thought of taking advantage of it, but he didn't expect that a human would come out of the light cocoon. He must be practicing some powerful skills. So he leaked the divine light. But we thought it was a divine weapon. Damn it. I hope the other party can spare my life for the sake of being a human. Qin Dong said in his heart. Why are those big monsters chasing you? Song Jian asked. Song Jian was unaware of what was happening outside because he was bound by the light cocoon. He couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Qin Dong's face changed drastically. Several big monsters chased him and yelled before. He shouldn't be able to sense the powerful human in front of him. Is he testing me? Or is he targeting my time sand? Qin Dong's face changed unpredictably. He gritted his teeth and showed a wrong look. After a long time, he reluctantly took out a small bottle from his arms and said to Song Jian, My lord, those big monsters chased me because I got a few grains of time sand in the starry sky battlefield. They wanted to take it away. My lord, I am willing to offer the time sand now. Just ask you to spare my life. Since it's your treasure, how can I snatch it? Song Jian waved his hand. When he heard the word starry sky battlefield, he knew that he was still in the secret realm. He could not use any items in the secret realm, except for the secret manuals of martial arts, and could not take them out of the secret realm. Even if the time sand was a precious treasure, it was just a knowledge for him and was useless. But at the moment when Qin Dong showed the time sand, the infinite mark on his chest suddenly trembled twice, as if he was a little anxious. Hearing that Song Jian did not pay attention to his time sand, Qin Dong's face was happy. But soon, Song Jian continued, How can I snatch your treasure? But if you give it to me sincerely, then I can't refuse your kindness and can only accept it reluctantly. After saying that, Song Jian waved his right hand, and his perception condensed into a big hand, grabbing the vial containing the time sand and bringing it over. Looking at his empty palm, Qin Dong wanted to cry, but had no tears. It's a lie. It's all a lie. These big guys, they want to build a memorial arch after becoming a... I should have known it a long time ago. Song Jian held the vial in his hand and squinted his eyes to check its properties. This time sand actually contains the law of time. Every time you use 1 grain, you can go back 3 minutes, and there are no sequelae. Song Jian's face showed a look of surprise. There are a total of 9 grains of time sand in the vial, each of which is equivalent to a life. Reversing time at a critical moment. 3 minutes is enough to escape. Song Jian held the vial, and the time mark on his chest trembled more violently, as if he wanted to devour the time sand. Opening the bottle, Song Jian took out a grain of time sand. Before he could use it, the time sand was pulled by a mysterious force and flew towards his chest. After a slight tingling, the time sand merged into the time mark. Suddenly, the backlash from using the time domain was mostly healed, and the time domain ability that originally needed a day of rest before it could be used again was immediately restored. Song Jian's mouth showed a touch of joy, even if there was no improvement in the time domain. Just the effect of eliminating the sequelae. These 9 grains? No. Now there are only 8 grains left. These 8 grains of time sand are also very useful to him. Moreover, more importantly, the time sand is clearly an item in this secret realm. But Song Jian can use it directly. I just don't know if he intercepted the time sand here. Will it affect Qin Dong millions of years ago? No. It shouldn't affect the years millions of years ago. This is just a period of time intercepted in the long river of time. It is infinitely cyclical. At most, there will be no time sand when the secret realm is opened in the future. Song Jian thought to himself. For other trialists, the starry sky myriad race's secret realm is just a way to obtain the secret realm of cultivation. But for Song Jian, it is a way to comprehend the law of time. Here, he has too many opportunities to comprehend the law of time. After all, this secret realm is intercepted from the long river of time and space. With Song Jian's current ability, it is impossible for him to contact the long river of time and space. So there is no way to practice the law of time. However, this secret realm is equivalent to scooping a bucket of water from the long river of time and space, allowing Song Jian to comprehend in this bucket of water, allowing him to obtain the time domain in advance. This secret realm is just like it was opened specifically for him. Among all the trial participants, he has gained the most benefits. Song Jian put the small bottle with only 8 grains of time sand in his arms, looked at Chen Dong with a depressed face, and after a slight pause, he took out a book of exercises from his arms. These are some secret books of exercises that the human race can practice that he searched for on the bookshelf of the Dragon Palace treasure. These secret realms of exercises have been collected by previous disciples. For trial participants, they are not very useful, and Xi and Ling did not take them seriously. These secret books of exercises also have copies in the Yujian sect. Song Jian just took the 2 highest grade human exercises with the idea of thieves not leaving empty-handed. Now he took out only one of them. This is an epic martial arts, the Battle Dragon Xianhuang Sutra, which is taken from the dragon fighting in the wild, and its blood is Xianhuang. It is a good martial arts. I will give it to you as a return gift, Song Jian said with a smile, and gave a book emitting purple-red light to Chen Dong. Epic martial arts? Chen Dong had a dull expression on his face. He was just born in a small sect of the human race. Where had he seen such a high-level martial arts? The most advanced martial arts in their sect was only a silver-grade martial arts, and it must be practiced by candidates for the head of the sect. Inner disciples, like them, can only practice a blue-grade martial arts. This time, going to the Starry Sky battlefield. Just thinking about getting more merits on the battlefield, and being able to exchange a stronger martial arts from the Xiantian sect. Epic martial arts. Chen Dong looked at the purple-red secret book in his hand, and suddenly felt his throat dry. This is a powerful martial arts that can be used to establish a sect. For it, even betraying the sect is not a problem. Chapter 1462 Starry Sky Battlefield. Chen Dong flipped through the martial arts with a look of surprise. The resentment of being robbed of the time sand had long disappeared. For Chen Dong, exchanging 9 grains of time sand for an epic martial arts book was already a big win. Seeing Chen Dong's face full of surprise, Song Jian smiled and shook his head. In the original history, Chen Dong was just an unknown little man. Without an epic martial arts book, he could only enter the Starry Sky battlefield again and again, hunt the Starry Sky tribes to gain merits, exchange treasures, and then die in a certain Starry Sky battlefield. No one could remember him at all. But this time, Chen Dong's fate changed, although it was only in a closed cycle of history. Seeing Chen Dong's happy face, Song Jian smiled. Just as he was about to ask about the situation in the Starry Sky battlefield, he suddenly saw a line of blood-red fonts appear in front of him. System, you have entered the Starry Sky battlefield overtime. Because you are in a special state of enlightenment, you cannot be forced to transfer. Your merit points will be deducted by 1,000 points. You must obtain at least 1,000 merits before leaving the secret realm. Otherwise your equipment will be extracted and deducted. After the equipment is deducted, if it is less than 1,000 merits, the items in your package column, the skills in the skill column, and your own attribute points will continue to be extracted. If all deductions are still less than 1,000 merits, you will be wiped out. Seeing the 2 cold words eliminate, Song Jian couldn't help but shudder. It seems that these 1,000 merits should be the price that these disciples need to pay to enter the secret realm. System, Starry Sky battlefield transmission begins. Do you accept? Yes/no if you can't make a choice within 10 seconds. It will be accepted by default. Forced transmission? Song Jian was stunned, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. It seems that I have missed something very important. In the secret realm, such punitive events are rarely encountered. Just like when the Dragon Palace treasure happened, similar events must have happened in other places in the secret realm. But such things are not mandatory for disciples entering the secret realm. You can enter or not. But the Starry Sky battlefield in front of us should be a collective event, requiring everyone to enter by force. And there are also mandatory mission requirements. Song Jian entered a special state of comprehension because of his understanding of the law of time. The existence of the secret realm is to improve the strength of the disciples. It is impossible to interrupt Song Jian at this time, so the forced transmission has been delayed, waiting for Song Jian to wake up from the state of comprehension. Accept, Song Jian said helplessly. A white light flashed, and Song Jian's figure disappeared on the spot, leaving only Chen Dong holding a book of exercises, looking at the place where Song Jian teleported away with a blank face. At this time, Song Jian felt that he seemed to have entered a special passage, surrounded by a dark void, and the stars were like shooting stars, constantly passing by in front of his eyes. Boom! In the distance, several giant beasts were fighting in the void. The aftermath of the battle caused cracks in the surrounding space. Some places even collapsed directly, and huge black holes appeared. The endless suction from the black hole could not even escape the light. But the giant beasts close at hand seemed to be unaffected and continued to fight. This is a demigod level. No. God level. This must be a battle between god-level creatures. Otherwise it would not be so earth-shattering, Song Jian said with surprise. At this moment, a Taoist suddenly flew out of the void, stepping on a flying sword, holding a jade rui in his hand, staring at the giant beasts with anger and shouting. The size of these giant beasts was over 100 feet. The Taoist priest was like an ant in front of a giant in front of him. But the terrifying fluctuations emanating from his body were even stronger than those of the beasts. If one only relied on perception, it was like a statue taller than the beasts standing in front of him. Seeing this Taoist priest, the beasts seemed a little afraid. One of them seemed a little stubborn and roared at the Taoist priest in dissatisfaction. Swish! A white light flashed, and Song Jian couldn't help but let out a low cry. His eyes seemed to be blinded, and tears flowed wildly. When he opened his eyes again, the void had become quiet. The Taoist and several giant beasts had disappeared. In the void, there was only a headless giant beast corpse lying there. Looking closely, it was the giant beast that roared at the Taoist before. After a while, more than 10 beasts covered in black fog appeared out of thin air and surrounded the giant beast corpse to eat. Song Jian's hands and feet were cold. He was not even qualified to watch the battle between the god-level strongmen. Because it was a forced teleportation, he was still protected by the system during the teleportation. Otherwise, the shining light of the sword before would directly make him blind. In the starry sky battlefield, all races compete. Demigods are worse than dogs, and legends are everywhere. Haha. I thought I was strong enough, but now it seems that I am just a frog in the well, Song Jian said with a wry smile. The excitement and joy of realizing the time domain in advance before have been reduced a lot now. In front of demigod level and god level strongmen, even the legendary strongmen who have realized the law of time are vulnerable. Not to mention that he is only a third level combat power now. As time passed, Song Jian kept shuttling in the time channel. Along the way, he witnessed no less than 100 battles. There were battles between humans and other races, and there were also battles between alien races. The entire starry sky has become a battlefield where battles can happen at any time. The corpses of the strong are like garbage, which can be seen everywhere in the starry sky. The more he looked, the heavier Song Jian's heart became. In his opinion, this place was simply a slaughterhouse and a meat grinder. Even if a god-level strongman was here, he might not be able to protect himself. Not to mention that he only had a third-level combat power. I don't know how long it has been. Time seems to have lost its meaning in this starry sky. Song Jian feels that his speed of shuttle seems to have slowed down. A black line appeared in front of him, almost dividing the entire starry sky into two. When he got closer, Song Jian found that the black line in front of him was actually an extremely long coastline. A flat continent of unknown vastness, just floating in the starry sky. Starry sky battlefield. These words suddenly appeared in Song Jian's mind. In the void, meteors kept flying from afar and fell on this continent. Song Jian was one of them, being pulled by a mysterious force and falling towards the continent. At this moment, Song Jian saw palaces standing on the edge of the black continent, and each palace had a huge plaque. Suyin sect, Tai sect, Huiyun sect, Antian sect. Song Jian's eyes showed a look of surprise. There were dozens of sects, and each sect had a palace. But these palaces, like stars surrounding the moon, surrounded a more magnificent palace. Xiantian sect. Song Jian looked at the plaque of the huge palace, and a look of realization appeared in his eyes. Chapter 1463 Meeting Xian Ling again. Xiantian sect. In the starry sky battlefield. Should be the leader. Right? Song Jian guessed in his heart. At this moment, a giant phantom with a height of 100 feet appeared above the palace of Xiantian sect, looking at the newly fallen shooting star. In the starry sky battlefield, all races compete for the front. As one of the 10 most powerful races, the human race should fight bravely on the battlefield and promote the prestige of our human race. The phantom's voice was loud and instantly spread to the area of dozens of miles. Kill the enemy, and gain merits according to the enemy's strength. Find treasures and gain merits according to the rank of the treasures. With merits, you can exchange items, skills, magical powers, equipment, and law fragments in any sect. As long as you need them, and as long as you have merits, you can get them all. Everyone. The Starry Sky battlefield is extremely dangerous, but it is also a great opportunity. Everything is in your hands. After the shadow finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and in an instant, hundreds of jade beads scattered towards the newcomers entering the Starry Sky battlefield. One of the jade beads also fell towards Song Jian. Song Jian grabbed the jade bead and held it in his palm. He felt a sense of the jade bead, and soon, a huge stream of information flowed from the jade bead into Song Jian's mind. Battlefield rules, contact locations, exchange lists, merit query. The information in the jade bead is all-encompassing, all of which are common sense knowledge about the Starry Sky battlefield. It is very helpful for people like Song Jian, who enter and leave the Starry Sky battlefield. Finally, behind all the information, there is a line of small words. This jade bead is worth 5 merit points. Song Jian's face suddenly turned black. He had already owed 1,005 merit points before entering the battlefield. However, this jade pendant is really helpful. It can also be used to communicate with companions at ordinary times, to inquire about the value of treasures at any time, and to ask for help in emergencies. As long as you enter the Starry Sky battlefield, almost everyone is won. I'm afraid only Xiantian sect can do this business. At this time, Song Jian has landed in this black continent. Looking up, the plaque of Xiantian sect is shining, and the gate under the plaque is also full of people coming and going. Hey, Song Jian, senior brother Song, why are you here just now? We thought you fell. A disciple of the Yujian sect walked out of the gate of Xiantian sect and saw Song Jian, who was in a daze, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. This junior brother is? Song Jian looked at the other person. The man was wearing the clothes of an inner disciple of the Yujian sect. He was playing with a gem in his hand. It seemed that he had just exchanged it. Senior brother Song, I am Qian Gang, an inner disciple of the God of War Peak. I met you before in the Sword Spirit Pool. Qian Gang bowed and smiled. Song Jian showed a look of realization on his face. He and Xianling entered the Sword Spirit Pool together. Several disciples had also entered and exited the Sword Spirit Pool. Qian Gang should be one of them. The Yujian sect has more than 10 peaks, which is equivalent to more than a dozen branches. Each branch has tens of thousands of disciples. As the disciple of the head, Song Jian naturally became the eldest brother of the Yujian sect. But it is obviously impossible to know every disciple of the Yujian sect. Hello, junior brother Qian. Song Jian returned the greeting and asked, when did you enter the Starry Sky battlefield? About a year ago. Qian Gang put away the orb in his hand, sighed and shook his head, saying, thousands of people entered the secret realm, but only half of them entered the Starry Sky battlefield. Most of them were unlucky and died as soon as they entered the secret realm. The rest also had their own opportunities. I didn't see you when we gathered together before, and I thought you had died. I didn't expect. I was delayed by something. By the way, did you see Xianling? Song Jian asked. Xianling and Song Jian can be said to be the only two divine disciples of the Yujian sect, and they are still very famous among the disciples. I have seen you. Junior sister Xianling is exchanging treasures in Xiantian sect. She should be out soon. Qian Gang pointed to Xiantian sect behind him and said, brother, please wait here for a while, or go to Xingchen Hall to find her directly. Thank you, junior brother, Song Jian said with a smile. Hee. You are welcome. I see that you have a strong aura. You must have gained a lot from this secret realm, and your strength has greatly increased. I will need your support and help in the future, Qian Gang said with a flattering smile. No problem. No problem. Song Jian laughed. At this moment, Xianling came out of Xiantian sect and saw Song Jian with a surprised smile on her face. Brother. Xianling ran to Song Jian excitedly, grabbed Song Jian's arm, and looked him up and down. Brother, we suddenly separated before. Are you okay together? After the two left the Dragon Palace treasure, they separated inexplicably, and Xianling was also quite worried about Song Jian. It's okay. It's okay. Song Jian smiled. Brother, sister, you guys chat. I'll go down first. Qian Gang bowed to the two and smiled. Junior brother has something to leave first, and we'll keep in touch in the future, Song Jian replied, watching Qian Gang leave. Xianling frowned slightly and said, brother, How did you get to know him? This guy is a ruthless character. He usually looks smiling. But he is ruthless. He used other people in the same team as bait to lure and kill dozens of legendary aliens. His methods are extremely cruel. Oh, really? I just arrived and met him by chance at the door. Song Jian glanced at Qian Gang's back. It was hard to tell that this smiling disciple of the Yujian sect had such a powerful side. Humph. He is not a good person. Senior brother. Stay away from him in the future. Be careful not to be sold out by him without knowing it. Xian Ling snorted coldly. She was quite disgusted with this behavior of selling teammates. Junior sister. Is it really more than a year since the trip to the Dragon Palace? Song Jian asked in a low voice. Yes. After the trip to the Dragon Palace, time suddenly accelerated. Thousands of years have passed in the secret realm. But it has no effect on us outsiders. After that, we were collectively teleported to the Starry Sky battlefield and trained here. Xian Ling nodded and said, every time we enter the secret realm, we will finally enter the Starry Sky battlefield for training. This is a great opportunity for us disciples. But this time we entered the Starry Sky battlefield much earlier than the previous secret realms. At least 3 years earlier. 3 years earlier? Song Jian raised his eyebrows. It was his first time entering, and he didn't feel anything. We disciples have at least 3 years to adapt to this world. After all, it was a world millions of years ago. But this time, it was much earlier. Xian Ling frowned slightly. From the previous records, such a thing has never happened before. Although the time spent before entering the Starry Sky battlefield is different each time, it is not much different. This time, it was shortened by 3 years. Obviously, it was due to some changes that no one knew. Song Jian nodded, wondering if it was related to his perception of the law of time. But he was not sure. After all, even during the perception, he was confused and had no idea about the outside world. By the way, Song Jian, the treasures exchanged here can be taken out of the secret realm. Do you know? Xian Ling said suddenly. What? Can be taken out of the secret realm? Song Jian was shocked and looked surprised. Chapter 1464 Star Palace. The Starry Sky Myriad Race's secret realm is a secret realm created by intercepting a period of millions of years of the most brilliant history of the human race in the long river of time and space. It can be said that everything experienced in the entire secret realm is unreal. Even if it is changed, it will not affect anything. At most, it will affect the secret realm during this period. Once this trip to the secret realm ends, it will enter the next cycle when it is open next time. Therefore, in the secret realm, only things that can be remembered in your mind and belong to the knowledge type can be brought out. Otherwise, no matter what treasures you get, you cannot take them out of the secret realm. However, if you have some secondary professions, you can disassemble it on the spot to improve your forging, pharmaceutical, and alchemy skills. This is also a knowledge gain, and the specific physical objects cannot be taken out. Therefore, when Song Jian heard Xian Ling say that the items exchanged with merit points in the Starry Sky battlefield can be taken out of the secret realm, he was also very shocked. How could this be possible? Even a god-level strongman could not grab items from millions of years ago from the long river of time and space. Not to mention that they are only a group of trialists with third-level combat power. Even the powerful man who created this secret realm can't do it. Right? Song Jian said with a surprised face. Haha. Of course. Everything we experienced in this secret realm is illusory. But this Starry Sky battlefield is the intersection of illusion and reality. The items exchanged in it are all treasures in the sect. But everything we encountered in the Starry Sky battlefield is the same as the previous Dragon Palace treasure, which is the history of millions of years ago. Xian Ling whispered. Is it just like playing a game and getting real rewards after achieving the goal? Song Jian understood instantly. It turned out that the Starry Sky battlefield was the real trial place of the Yujian sect. Here, they fought with the Starry Sky tribes, accumulated combat experience, and improved the actual combat ability of the disciples. The harvest was to exchange for merits by killing enemies, but the exchanged items were still provided by the Yujian sect. The reason why the trial participants were asked to exchange them from the Xiantian sect was to make it more realistic. Song Jian nodded. Now, because of the large-scale planting of snake grass, Song Jian's contribution value from the sect has been reduced a lot. But no matter how little, it is not comparable to that of ordinary disciples. Song Jian has been to the treasure house of the Yujian sect several times. Most of the treasures cannot arouse his interest. After all, he has already obtained the most precious treasure of the Yujin sect, the Chaos Sword Cannon. Other treasures are all external forces. Therefore, Song Jian can only exchange some purple crystals for leveling up at ordinary times, and other treasures are not exchanged. When he heard that the treasures were provided by the Yujin sect, Song Jian immediately lost interest. Brother, those treasures are quite rich, and they are all things that are not available in the treasure house. Xian Ling saw that Song Jian looked indifferent, and took out a fist-sized translucent ball from her arms. This sphere emits a faint light, and its surface is like jade. Very smooth. You can vaguely see a vague figure inside the sphere, curled up and falling into a deep sleep. This is a battle elf, exchanged for 5,000 merits. After hatching, you can summon a light-winged elf to assist in the battle, and it does not occupy the battle pet space. Xian Ling said. Epic quality? Song Jian raised his eyebrows. This battle elf that has not yet hatched is actually an epic quality treasure. Of course. And the battle elf can also be upgraded. The light elf initially has only one skill, which is holy light treatment. But as the level increases, it can comprehend more skills. Bringing it with you is equivalent to having a personal priest. How about it? Not bad. I have accumulated merits for more than half a year to exchange it. Xian Ling said happily. Battle elves? I haven't seen any in this treasure pavilion. Song Jian shook his head and said. Not only are there battle elves, but there are also arcane elves, which can provide mana and increase mana recovery speed, as well as fire elves, wood elves, etc., each of which has its own uses. Not only elves, but also many other things that are not available in the treasure pavilion. By the way, the Sword Immortal set is also here. Brother, aren't you collecting the Sword Immortal set? Here are 3 pieces, Xian Ling said. What? Sword Immortal set? Song Jian was shocked. You know, he has been collecting Sword Immortal sets since he was over level 30. And so far, he has only collected 3 pieces. Gloves, belts and helmets. If there are really 3 more pieces here, then he has collected most of the entire Sword Immortal set. The 6-piece set can also open 2 set attributes. Then I'll go take a look, Song Jian said as he walked towards the Star Hall of Xietian sect. No, senior brother. You must not have any merit points yet. Even if you go to the Star Guard, you will not be allowed to enter. Only when your merit points reach 1,000 and you pay the fee. Can you enter the Star Hall? Xian Ling hurriedly pulled Song Jian and pointed to a towering building in Xietian sect. Song Jian looked up and saw that the building seemed to have more than 100 floors, at least 300 meters above the ground. The top of the building was shining with stars, and the bright stars were slowly circling around the building, looking as if they were guarding the building. But Song Jian could feel that the stars were filled with the power of the formation. Once there was any harm to the building, these shining stars would instantly become a weapon for killing. It's the same as the 10,000 Dragons formation, a god-level formation. Song Jian was shocked and didn't dare to use his perception to explore. If he accidentally touched the formation, he would be so scared that he wouldn't even have the chance to hide in the broken kingdom of God if he activated it and launched an attack comparable to that of a god-level warrior. At the entrance of the high-rise building, there were several guards wearing star armor and holding halberds guarding on both sides. From the fluctuations of the breath emanating from these guards, it can be sensed that these guards have at least the strength of the peak of the legendary realm. The peak of the legendary realm is guarding the gate. This Xietian sect is so powerful. Song Jian couldn't help but exclaimed. You know, in the game world, the legendary monster is also called the king-level boss. The area it governs ranges from dozens of miles to hundreds of miles. It can be regarded as a hegemon. But here, it's just a guard guarding the gate. Such a contrast shocked Song Jian. What's the big deal? This is the Starry Sky battlefield. If you enter the Starry Palace, you can even see demigod level or even god level masters, Xian Ling said nonchalantly. Having been in the Starry Sky battlefield for more than a year, Xian Ling has become somewhat numb to these masters. Not to mention here, even on the battlefield, she has encountered demigod level masters several times. When encountering such masters, Xian Ling would simply give up the mission and turn around and run away. Fortunately, she was lucky. When she encountered them several times, the other parties seemed to be entangled in other things and did not care about Xian Ling, a little guy who had not yet reached the legendary realm. Otherwise, Song Jian would not have seen Xian Ling here. Come on, senior brother. I have formed a hunting team with several junior brothers and sisters. We are doing missions together in the Starry Sky battlefield. You can come with us, so that we can take care of each other. The Starry Sky battlefield is more dangerous than the level 5 dungeon in the game world. Xian Ling pulled Song Jian and walked away. Song Jian hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to go with Xian Ling. After all, he had just arrived here, and was not familiar with everything. He would join her hunting team first, and leave if he found it inappropriate later. Chapter 1465 Chaotic Breath. Song Jian followed Xian Ling and walked out. Xiantian sect and several nearby major sects were covered by a layer of transparent light curtain, with a range of about 10 kilometers. If you want to enter the Starry Sky battlefield, you must leave this layer of light curtain. This layer of light curtain is also a defensive magic array. After entering it, it is equivalent to entering a safe zone, protecting the human race entering the Starry Sky battlefield. Other races also have similar defensive means. All battles must be carried out in the Starry Sky battlefield, and cannot involve the defense areas of various races. Of course, this situation will only appear in the early Starry Sky battlefield. The entire Starry Sky battlefield has experienced more than 100,000 years. In the early stage, no race was strong enough to wipe out all other races. However, as time went on, the human race grew too fast, and eventually all the Starry Sky races were defeated. Hundreds of alien races were completely exterminated, and other remaining races trembled in front of the human race, and finally formed the human race's dominant position. All this has little to do with Song Jian and other trial participants. With their current strength, they can only survive in the early stage. In the later stage, people with their strength dare not step out of the defense circle at all. Those fighting outside are at least legendary masters. Perhaps just the aftermath of a battle can kill all those below the legendary level. The moment he stepped out of the defensive light curtain, Song Jian's mind was suddenly hit hard. A series of battle scenes appeared in front of him. One by one, powerful masters fought each other. Blood splattered. Broken limbs flew in the void. Explosions came one after another. The power of rules changed the mountains and rivers. And one by one, masters bled in the Starry Sky battlefield. In the battle scene, there were battles between humans and other races, and between alien races. As the battle continued, the environment of the entire Starry Sky battlefield was changing rapidly, and in a mess. Such a chaotic information impact made Song Jian couldn't help but groan, covering his head with a look of pain on his face. Xian Ling glanced at Song Jian, with a look of surprise on her face. Brother, this is your first time entering the Starry Sky battlefield, and you will definitely be impacted by the chaotic atmosphere in the Starry Sky battlefield. But it will be fine after a period of adaptation. Brother, you are the person with the strongest resistance to impact that I have seen. When other disciples first stepped into the Starry Sky battlefield, they were impacted by these chaotic information and were injured. Some even fainted directly. They rested for a month or two before they dared to continue to enter the battlefield. Song Jian's forehead was bulging with veins, and his mind was in a mess. Various chaotic battle scenes kept impacting his sea of consciousness, and it took a long time for him to slowly calm down. Song Jian exhaled a breath of foul air. The surrounding environment was full of tyranny and murderous atmosphere. These chaotic auras of strong men would constantly impact the sea of consciousness of those who entered. If a weak person entered, just to resist these chaotic information, he would have to pay a huge price, and his strength would be greatly reduced. What's more, if you stay in the Starry Sky battlefield for a long time, you will be affected by these chaotic auras, become bloodthirsty and furious, and eventually lose yourself and become a monster with killing instinct. However, this chaotic aura is also very beneficial for strengthening willpower and spirit. Those with strong willpower and spiritual attributes will be tempered here, making their mental strength and willpower pure and more tenacious. Song Jian walked forward, feeling extremely painful with every step, as if he was stepping on the tip of a knife. Xian Ling wanted to stop him, but her lips moved slightly. Just as she was about to speak, she seemed to have thought of something, and just followed Song Jian silently. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Although these chaotic auras constantly impacted Song Jian's sea of consciousness, many of the information was disorganized and useless. But there was still some useful information that could be extracted. For example, Song Jian discovered from these chaotic information that the Starry Sky battlefield was not only a battle between the various races, but more of a ruin left in the Starry Sky battlefield. And those battles were also carried out around these ruins, discovering, competing, fighting, and gaining huge benefits. Some relics were left by the strong men who entered the Starry Sky battlefield, and some were left by the strong men in the ancient times, or even the ancient times. If such a relic is found, it can make people ascend to heaven in one step, directly from the legendary realm to the semi-god level, or even the god level. However, there are too few such relics, like rare birds and unicorn horns. Most of the relics are left by the strong men who entered the Starry Sky battlefield. When they were injured and dying, they did not want to bury what they had learned in their lives, so they would leave their skills and some items and give them to the destined people. Xian Ling watched Song Jian step forward step by step. At first, his body was shaky, and it seemed that he would fall to the ground in the next moment. But as time went on, Song Jian's steps became more and more stable, and he seemed to be able to withstand the impact of these chaotic consciousness auras. 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps, until 50 steps later, Song Jian's eyes regained clarity, and his steps became steady and light. System, you have withstood the impact of the chaotic atmosphere of the Starry Sky battlefield, and your willpower attribute has increased by 1 point. System, you have withstood the impact of the chaotic atmosphere of the Starry Sky battlefield, and your mental attribute has increased by 2 points. System, you have withstood the impact of the chaotic atmosphere of the Starry Sky battlefield, extracted important information from the information, and obtained the location of a legendary relic. System, you have withstood the impact of the chaotic atmosphere of the Starry Sky battlefield, and your mental attribute has increased by 1 point. Song Jian didn't have the energy to check these system information before. After he withstood the impact of the chaotic aura, he opened the system information interface and began to check one by one. Willpower is a secondary attribute, which is more difficult to improve. It has been improved by 6 points in total, while the spiritual attribute has been improved by 15 points, which is equivalent to a C-level combat power assessment reward. Moreover, if converted into attribute fruits, it is equivalent to 15 attribute fruits, each of which is worth at least 1 million Doomsday coins. In the case of scarcity of purple crystals, many items play the role of currency, and attribute fruits are one of the strongest ones. As for the improvement of secondary attributes, it is more than 10 times more difficult than the main attribute. If you find a treasure that can improve secondary attributes, even if it is just a little bit, it will often be sold at a sky-high price. However, compared with the improvement of attribute points, what surprised Song Jian more was the discovery of the locations of 3 ruins, 2 of which were the ruins of legendary masters, and the other was the ruins left by a demigod-level master. However, the scenes that happened almost flashed by, as if someone had already discovered the ruins first, and a battle had taken place for it. I don't know what else can be left for Song Jian. Maybe just an empty ruin that has been searched. Song Jian, have you fully adapted? Xian Ling asked softly, with a look of admiration on her face. The impact of this chaotic information is sometimes like millions of flies buzzing in your ears, and sometimes like a red-hot iron pestle piercing your head and stirring. It is difficult for ordinary people to adapt to it after the first contact. It often takes more than 10 days, or even 1 or 2 months to slowly adapt. It's okay. These chaotic atmospheres have little impact on me. Song Jian smiled, with a star-like bright light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 1466 Hunting Team. If willpower and mental attributes are improved too quickly, there will be some external manifestations, such as the eyes will become sharper and brighter. Xian Ling looked at Song Jian's eyes and felt like being pricked by needles. She knew that Song Jian must have gained a lot this time. The longer you persist in the impact of this chaotic aura, the more benefits you will gain. It took Xian Ling 10 days to slowly adapt to it before, and she only symbolically increased her willpower and 3 mental attributes. Brother, you have increased your attributes by at least 10 points. Otherwise this abnormality would not have occurred, Xian Ling said in her heart. However, she also understood that it was very rude to rashly ask how many attribute points Song Jian had increased. The relationship between them was not close enough to ask casually. So Xian Ling buried her curiosity in her heart and silently took Song Jian to continue walking out. The two of them walked through a wilderness and saw a concave mountain in the distance. The upper part had completely disappeared, leaving only a foundation of more than 30 meters high. The center of the foundation was deeply sunken, almost split into 2 parts, looking like a strange big bull. My hunting team is near that bull peak. We just surrounded and killed a legendary warrior of the Wood Spirit clan. I'm here to exchange for merits. They are resting there and waiting for me. Xian Ling explained. Senior brother is so powerful. If you can join the hunting team, our strength will increase greatly. Maybe we can also go to rob some relics and explore them. Do all the ruins need to be robbed? Song Jian laughed. Don't they belong to whoever discovers it first? How is that possible? Xian Ling shook her head and said, when any ruins are opened, there will be strange phenomena, and people nearby can see it. Without robbing, you can't get the ownership of the ruins, even if you open it first. In the Starry Sky battlefield, whoever has the bigger fist has the right to speak. There is no first come first served rule. Xian Ling clenched her right fist, shook it and said, there are 4 people in our hunting team. Except for me, the other 3 are at the peak of the 3rd level of combat power. Among them, Guixiao is the direct disciple of the peak master of Feilai Peak. He has the 9 Yang sword body. Although he is only at the peak of the 3rd level of combat power, he can fight against the early stage of the legendary realm. This time we were able to surround and kill the legendary realm powerhouse of the Wood Spirit clan, thanks to Brother Gua who entangled that person. As Xian Ling walked, she introduced the members of her team to Song Jian one by one. In her opinion, those so-called senior brothers and junior brothers were just some NPCs in the game. Although they were exactly the same as real people, they always felt a layer of separation. Only Song Jian was a player like her, so he naturally felt a sense of intimacy. Song Jian listened carefully to Xian Ling's explanation. After all, they were future companions. The more they understood, the more tacit cooperation they would have in the future. All 3 of them are at the peak of the 3rd level combat power, but their strengths are still slightly different. Is the disciple named Guixiao the strongest? Song Jian asked with a smile. He has the 9 Sun sword body, and is comprehending the law of the sun. It is said that he has comprehended a trace of the Great Sun Flame Field, which can consume blood essence to open the Great Sun Flame Field. Although it is only 3 meters, and can only last for 3 seconds. These 3 seconds are enough for him to sneak attack a legendary strongman and seriously injure him. His Sun Flame domain is really powerful. Once it is activated, the temperature within a 3-meter range can be raised by thousands of degrees, and his own attributes will also be strengthened, almost more than doubled. With one punch, even the void can burn a big hole. Xian Ling said excitedly. Can it break the void? Song Jian raised his eyebrows. The power of the domain is still under the rules. How can it break the void? Only by comprehending the power of the whole law can it be possible to break the void. That's right. It's like a black hole, and there are countless cracks spreading around it. It looks scary. Xian Ling nodded and said. Song Jian smiled. He didn't expect that there was such a person in the Yujin sect. If Guixiao was placed in the real Starry Sky hegemony period 1,000,000 years ago, he could be regarded as a human genius. In the distance, at the foot of Wanshan Mountain, several young humans were hiding in the dark, seemingly waiting for something. Brother, junior sister Xian Ling has been gone for more than half an hour. She should be back soon. She always comes back quickly. Why is she so slow this time? A young man with a burning flame pattern on his forehead complained. If the detoxification pills haven't been exchanged yet, I'm afraid I can't hold on any longer. Zhao Hai, hold on a little. Xian Ling should be back soon. I'll use the Jiayang Qi to give you some relief. Guixiao smiled and stretched out his right hand, pressing on Zhao Hai's Jianjing acupoint. A hot breath flowed from his palm into Zhao Hai's body. Zhao Hai groaned. A look of pain appeared on his face, and his body trembled slightly. After a moment, Zhao Hai leaned forward suddenly and spit out a mouthful of light green blood. Swish! The blood fell on the black ground and began to corrode violently. After a while, a deep pit was corroded on the hard ground. Huh? The poison of the Wood Spirit clan is really too powerful. It's still Brother's 9 Yang sword body that is powerful. It can be immune to all poisons, and even the poison of legendary realm masters. Zhao Hai, who spit out a mouthful of poisonous blood, looked a little tired, but his face showed a look of relief. Guixiao smiled slightly, and a look of complacency appeared on his face. Hey, there's a movement. It seems that junior sister Xian Ling is back. A disciple who had been silent and vigilantly looking around suddenly spoke up. Is she back? She's finally back. If she doesn't come back, I'll die. Zhao Hai said happily, although I'll just be kicked out if I die here. Who knows if this legendary poison will have any effect on my real body? By the way, at least 1/3 of the merits this time were used to buy detoxification pills. Isn't it a bit of a loss? It doesn't matter. At most, we can go and kill 1 or 2 aliens in the early stage of the legendary realm. Guishao smiled and said, I saw 2 legendary mid-stage monsters fighting before, and they should be almost done now. It will be easier for us to kill these 2 injured monsters. As they were talking, Xian Ling led Song Jian to run towards Wan Shan. The disciple who had been exploring the surroundings changed his face slightly and whispered, Junior sister Xian Ling did not come alone. It seems that she brought another person with her. Chun Yang. Are you sure? Zhao Hai's face changed slightly. Under normal circumstances, the hunting team is very exclusive, and it is taboo to have outsiders join rashly. In addition to the problem of coordination, the biggest problem is trust. There are indeed 2 people's auras, and the other one seems to be a disciple of the Yujin sect. Qin Yang frowned slightly and explored carefully. There are too many chaotic auras in the Starry Sky battlefield, and most of them are the auras of strong people. They conflict with each other and will greatly suppress the exploration of perception. Qin Yang can only vaguely explore the situation within a radius of 100 meters. At this moment, Xian Ling's voice came from a distance. Brother Gua. Brother Zhao. Brother Qin. I'm back. Look who I brought. Ha ha. Yes. It's Song Jian. Brother Song. Qin Yang showed a trace of surprise on his face. What? Song Jian. Guishao narrowed his eyes, and his face became ugly. Zhao Hai showed an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth, secretly glanced at Guishao with the corner of his eyes, and remained silent. Chapter 1467 Joining. When Guishao heard the word Song Jian, his face turned ugly, and he couldn't help but snorted coldly. As the most outstanding disciple of Fei Lai Peak, he has always aimed to become the head disciple in his heart, and wanted to stand out in the next internal competition, get the first place, and become the head disciple. But Guishao never thought that the head of the sect Duan Xingliu would actually accept a person favored by God as his personal disciple and become the eldest brother of the entire Yujin sect. The person favored by God is concerned about interests. How can he be loyal to the sect? At most, they will set up another peak. If they want to become the head of the sect, it is impossible to convince the public. Guishao has publicized this view more than once in public, and it has also been agreed by many disciples. Guishao has always regarded Song Jian as his imaginary enemy. Although before this trip to the secret realm, Song Jian didn't even know who Guishao was. Haha. I didn't expect that Sister Xian Ling would actually bring Song Jian. Senior brother Song. Here. This is going to be difficult. Zhao Hai touched his nose and said with a smile. Qin Yang glanced at Guishao from the side and didn't say anything. Humph. You can't join our team if you don't have the strength. Guishao couldn't help but say. Ahem. Senior brother Song is said to have the strength to kill legendary monsters independently. When the wild beasts invaded before, he went deep into the wild beast realm to repair the demon seal. You know, there are more than one legendary boss guarding the demon seal. Zhao Hai smiled and said in a low voice. Guishao was speechless. He suddenly remembered that the reason why Song Jian could become the master's disciple was, on the one hand, because he made great contributions during the invasion of wild beasts, and on the other hand, because of his strong strength. Although he was only a level 3 fighter, he was already comparable to a legendary warrior. If he used the excuse of insufficient strength, he would probably be slapped in the face by the other party. If the other party challenged him again, wouldn't it be like shooting himself in the foot? Guishao snorted coldly and immediately said, even if you are strong, you don't have to be a member of the team. After all, we have cooperated for a long time and have a tacit understanding. If we suddenly add another person, if someone fails to cooperate in the siege, wouldn't it harm everyone? Brother Gua is right. Zhao Hai nodded immediately and said, it is indeed inappropriate to rashly join a person. But, Zhao Hai secretly glanced at Guishao and said, but if we insist on not letting Song Jian join, will Sister Xian Ling be angry? What if she gets carried away and leaves the team directly and joins Song Jian? Then, won't we lose more than we gain? Guishao suddenly became hesitant. Although Xian Ling is also a God-favored person, she is the only one among the 4 who has mastered healing and recovery skills. Once she leaves, the entire team may be disbanded. Without Xian Ling's support, Even Guo Xiao cannot hunt down legendary masters alone. Unless they absorb more people into the team. You know. With more people in the team. Although the success rate and safety of hunting will increase. The spoils allocated to each person will also decrease. After all, the merit of hunting a foreigner is certain. The more people there are, the less each person will get. Brother Guo, why don't we let him join us? And then we go to kill the 2 legendary foreigners. We can kill one of them. Isn't Song Jian powerful? Then we can kill one alone. Qin Yang suddenly said. If he can kill one alone, we can get the merit of one more foreigner. If not, how can he stay in the team? Haha. Qin Yang, you look like a piece of wood. You are usually silent, and you can't say a word. I didn't expect that you were a bad guy. Zhao Hai laughed and pointed at Qin Yang and said, You are a bad guy. Why didn't I see it before? A hint of coldness appeared on Guo Zhao's lips. Qin Yang's idea was good. No matter what, it would not harm their interests. Then let's see if your Song Jian's strength is as powerful as the legend. Guo Xiao whispered to himself. Although Song Jian's strength was spread in the Yujin sect, there were not many disciples who had really seen him in action. As for the fact that he had learned the Chaos Sword Cannon, only some elders and peak masters in the upper level knew it. Ordinary disciples didn't even know what the Chaos Sword Cannon was. So how could they know Song Jian's true strength? 3 senior brothers? I'm back. Xian Ling rushed over excitedly. Seeing Zhao Hai, she quickly took out a green pill, handed it over and said, Senior brother Zhao Hai, this is a detoxification pill. Eat it quickly. You can't delay this poison. Thank you. Junior sister Xian Ling. Zhao Hai smiled, took a long breath, took the detoxification pill, and swallowed it. If Guo Xiao hadn't been using the 9 Yang True Qi to relieve the toxins in his body, he might not have survived until Xian Ling came back. Now that he can detoxify, he is naturally relieved. After taking the detoxification pill from Xiatian sect, Zhao Hai's complexion really improved. Although he was still a little weak. With his current strength, the remaining poison would not cause him much harm. He only needed to rest for a while, and he would be completely cured. 3 senior brothers? Look who I brought here. Haha. It's Song Jian. Senior brother Song. With him joining our team, we will definitely be able to be more powerful and hunt more aliens. Xian Ling pulled Song Jian and said with some pride. Xian Ling had seen Song Jian's strength with her own eyes. To her, it was a big and thick golden thigh. She was able to hold on to him because she had some friendship with Song Jian. Humph. If it weren't for me, it would be impossible for you guys to ask brother Song Jian to join your team. He wouldn't be interested in you guys. Xian Ling said proudly in her heart. Even Guo Xiao, who had the 9 sun sword body, was not worthy of carrying Song Jian's shoes in Xian Ling's eyes. Xian Ling secretly glanced at Guo Xiao and snorted in her heart. A wood elf in the early stage of the legendary realm has made you so anxious. If it was brother Song, he would have killed it with one move. Haha. Hello, senior brother Song. I'm Guo Xiao from Feilai Peak. Guo Xiao smiled and bowed to Song Jian, his eyes flickering, looking him up and down. Senior brother Song. I'm Zhao Hai. From Guyue Peak. Zhao Hai smiled slightly and bowed. Qin Yang. Tai Peak. Qin Yang was very frugal with words, glanced at Song Jian, and a hint of strangeness appeared in his eyes. Hello, 3 junior brothers. I'm Song Jian. Song Jian smiled. He could feel a little hostility from the 3 of them. This kind of hostility was not unfamiliar to him. After all, a God-favored person became the eldest brother of the Yujin sect. For many other disciples, it was a very difficult thing to accept. With brother Song joining us, we will definitely gain more from this operation, Zhao Hai said with a smile, and then glanced at Guo Xiao. Guo Xiao coughed and said, Brother Song, we found 2 legendary aliens fighting each other before, and they should be almost done now. We are going to surround and kill these 2 aliens. What do you think? Brother Song? Chapter 1468, Falling Out. Guo Xiao thought that Song Jian would refuse or decline after hearing about the 2 legendary aliens. But unexpectedly, Song Jian just smiled, nodded and said, Okay. It's a good opportunity to hone the cooperation between me and several junior brothers. After all, it takes time to cultivate the tacit understanding between us as new members. Guo Xiao and the other 2 were stunned, looked at each other, and saw doubts in each other's eyes. Is Song Jian confident or arrogant? Or does he not understand how powerful the legendary aliens are? Guo Xiao thought to himself. Ahem. Senior brother. We surrounded and killed a legendary Mu Ling clan strongman before. And everyone was injured. Now we are going to surround and kill 2 legendary people. We can only surround one at most. The other one needs senior brother Song to kill alone. I don't know. Is it okay? Zhao Hai simply pointed it out. These things must be confirmed in advance. Otherwise Song Jian will not be able to entangle a legendary expert by himself. It doesn't matter if he dies. But it will be bad if he implicates us. Haha. Sure. Song Jian nodded and smiled. Seeing Song Jian agree so straightforwardly, Guo Xiao and the other 2 hesitated. Isn't this kid afraid of losing face? He is bragging now. If something goes wrong, 2 legendary experts will join forces to kill all of us. Zhao Hai whispered. No way. Looking at his appearance, he seems to have some skills. Qin Yang also said uncertainly. Hee hee. I have a trump card anyway. Even if I face the siege of 2 legendary realm masters, I am sure I can escape. You guys can do whatever you want. Guo Xiao sneered. According to Guo Xiao's idea, he was unwilling to let Song Jian join the team. This would threaten his leadership of the team. He originally thought that he would kill several legendary realm masters in the early stage together, and then go to rob the ruins after they cooperated tacitly. In the Starry Sky battlefield, the biggest gain is to rob the ruins. Even if it is the ruins of legendary realm masters. Robbing more is better than sieging and killing every day. After all, siege and killing can only gain merit at most. After the death of legendary realm masters, there are few treasures left. But the ruins are different. There are almost a lifetime collection of a legendary realm master, including skills, secrets, equipment and weapons, etc. It can be said that the benefits of robbing a relic are more abundant than besieging 4 or 5 legendary masters. Not to mention that if you are lucky enough to rob a relic of a demigod or even god-level master, you will really soar to the sky and become rich overnight. Let alone a legendary master. Even if those 2 legendary masters besiege my senior brother together, my senior brother is not afraid, Xi and Ling said proudly on the side. Guo Xiao and the other 2 looked at each other and thought to themselves, are you a little too confident in your senior brother's song? Guo Xiao, the most powerful of the 3, did not dare to say that he could resist the attacks of 2 legendary masters at the same time, even if they were 2 injured legendary masters. He, Song Jian, had not even reached the peak of the 3rd level combat power. How could he fight 2 legendary masters alone? Haha. Junior sister Xian. Stop joking. This is a serious matter. If senior brother Song loses and fails to entangle the opponent, our lives will probably be. Zhao Hai said with a smile. You? Xian Ling was immediately angry. How could you scum be the opponent of my senior brother? He can beat you all down with one hand. He has killed more legends than you have ever seen. Junior sister. I haven't fought with several junior brothers before. It's normal that you don't know my strength. You will know it after the last battle. Song Jian said with a smile. Humph. I'll let you see how powerful my senior brother is. Xian Ling said with a contemptuous look at the 3 people. Suddenly, Guo Xiao and the other 2 became depressed. Before Song Jian came, Sister Xian Ling's attitude towards them was not like this. In the distance, 2 legendary monsters were fighting each other. One of them was a bloodthirsty bull monster, and the other was a golden-eyed tiger monster. The 2 were partners before, but after snatching a relic, they turned against each other for an eyeball of a sky-breaking beast. Yo Ming, that eyeball is useless to you. Why don't you give it to me? I will improve my strength, and then we can join forces to snatch more relics. Huang Sheng, the golden-eyed tiger monster, roared loudly and grabbed Niu Ming. Niu Ming, with bloodshot eyes, sneered and punched the claws of the golden-eyed tiger monster. The collision of fists and claws made a deafening roar, and even the void shook slightly. The full-strength attack of the 2 legendary monsters turned the surrounding area of dozens of meters into a dead silence. All creatures moved away, and the chaotic aura of powerful people around was also attracted, making the air filled with a murderous smell. We agreed before that the items in the previous ruins belong to you, and the items in this ruins belong to me. What? Now you want to take it all for yourself? If you want this eyeball of the sky-breaking beast, take the treasure of the previous ruins to exchange. Niu Ming sneered. Huang Sheng was silent. In the last ruins, they got a gourd of pills, which only had 3 pills. After taking them, they could improve their cultivation. Huang Sheng took them immediately after getting them. How could he exchange them with Niu Ming? If the 3 pills were still in his hands, Huang Sheng would definitely be willing to use them to exchange for the eyeball of the sky-breaking hound in Niu Ming's hand. With that eyeball, I can integrate it into my pair of golden eyes. Not only can I improve my physical strength and magical power, but I may also have a deeper understanding of the golden light field. Huang Sheng's eyes also showed a trace of blood. For Niu Ming, the eyeball was just a good quality material. But for Huang Sheng, it was the key to breaking through his cultivation. Niu Ming, are you going to give it to me or not? Huang Sheng's face was full of murderous intent. Niu Ming snorted coldly, spat at it, and trembled all over. A strong blood-colored aura began to spread around. Bloodthirsty domain. This is the innate domain skill of the Bloodthirsty Cattle clan. As long as the strength reaches a certain level, it is easy to comprehend. This is one of the reasons why there are many legendary strongmen in the Bloodthirsty Cattle clan. Bloodthirsty domain. Not only can the Bloodthirsty Cattle clan absorb the opponent's blood and restore themselves in battle, but also make the Bloodthirsty Cattle clan more crazy, with a violent bonus effect. Moreover, in the Starry Sky battlefield, the Bloodthirsty domain is more susceptible to the surrounding chaotic aura, and the power will also increase by 3 points. This is also the reason why Huang Sheng was unwilling to tear his face with the Bloodthirsty Cattle at the beginning. It is really that the Bloodthirsty Cattle clan is too advantageous in the Starry Sky battlefield. But after confirming that Niu Ming was unwilling to hand over the eyeball of the sky-breaking hound, Huang Sheng's blood boiled, and he was furious. In addition to the influence of the chaotic aura around him, Huang Sheng immediately unfolded his own golden light field and pounced on Niu Ming. Chapter 1469 Attraction. The fight between the 2 legendary masters made a lot of noise. But in the Starry Sky battlefield, such battles would happen dozens or even hundreds of times a day. If it was for the fight for the relics, many legendary masters would die in each battle. The fight between the 2 great monsters lasted for most of the day, and naturally attracted a lot of attention. Niu Ming was hit by a golden light in Huang Sheng's eyes, and flew out directly. His chest was bleeding, as if he had been chopped a dozen times. Ha! Huang Sheng, is this all you have? Huang Sheng, you have eaten 3 ancient pills, but your cultivation has not improved much. Your innate magical powers, bah, are just garbage. Niu Ming's eyes were red, and he didn't care about the blood oozing from his chest at all. He spat at Huang Sheng with contempt. Huang Sheng looked grim. The difference in strength between the 2 was not that big. The medicinal properties of the 3 ancient pills were not completely absorbed by him. In addition, the opponent's bloodthirsty domain was slightly higher than his golden light domain. During the battle, he continued to absorb his blood to replenish and recover. The longer the battle lasted, the greater the probability of Niu Ming's victory. To fight against the bloodthirsty cattle tribe, either defeat it quickly and kill it in the shortest time, or turn around and leave. Huang Sheng looked grim, and golden light bloomed in his eyes, as if the real light was overflowing from his eye sockets, spreading in all directions like tentacles. Huang Sheng, do you want to continue fighting? Niu Ming had a ferocious smile on his face, and his whole body exuded a tragic aura. He was injured much more seriously than Huang Sheng, but because of the bloodthirsty field, it seemed that he was evenly matched with Huang Sheng. Niu Ming was also trying his best to suppress a certain emotion. Once this emotion was released, Niu Ming would completely lose his mind. At that time, there would be only 2 results of the battle. Either Huang Sheng died or he died. There would be no third result. This was something Niu Ming didn't want to see. This was a defect of the bloodthirsty field. Once it was turned on for too long, it would make the user lose his mind, and the battle would continue to a fight. In the end, he couldn't even tell the enemy from his companions, and would indiscriminately attack all living things around him. Niu Ming knew that this was a Starry Sky battlefield. If he lost his mind here, even if he could eventually defeat Huang Sheng, his fate would not be any better than Huang Sheng's. In the end, he might end up benefiting others. At this time, the battle had attracted the attention of some people. Niu Ming could clearly feel the malicious eyes around him. They were waiting for the moment when Niu Ming lost his mind, and the moment when Niu Ming and Huang Sheng would die together. Although Niu Ming was reckless, he was not stupid. He did not want others to take advantage of him. But now it was no longer his decision. It depended on Huang Sheng on the opposite side. If Huang Sheng went crazy and wanted to die with him, he would have no choice. Huang Sheng's face was full of struggle. and he naturally felt the malicious eyes around him. The battles between the legendary realm strongmen were usually very fast, and it was rare for them to fight for a long time without stopping. Even if he and Yao Ming stopped fighting now, Huang Sheng felt that someone would attack them. After all, they had been fighting for a long time, and both of them were seriously injured. Damn it. Why don't you give it to me? Just give me the eyeball of the sky-breaking hound. And none of this would happen. Huang Sheng's face was full of madness. This was an opportunity for him to enter the demigod level. Although it was only the early stage of the legendary realm, Huang Sheng had a feeling in his heart that if he couldn't get the eyeball of the sky-breaking hound this time, then he would never be able to enter the demigod level in his life. And the road ahead was cut off. At this time, a trace of gray aura that is difficult to detect with the naked eye is slowly being attracted by Huang Sheng. This is the aura of calamity. The aura of calamity is everywhere in the starry sky battlefield. Once entangled by the aura of calamity, it is easy to fall. Huang Sheng didn't know that he had been targeted by the aura of calamity. A trace of gray aura also appeared on his body. Sensing this strange aura on Huang Sheng, some legendary masters who were watching showed a strange smile on their faces. In the void, a big demon stared at Huang Sheng with red eyes, revealing a greedy look, and stretched out his long tongue, licking his lips constantly. Huang Sheng must die today, the big demon whispered. It could feel that Huang Sheng was already surrounded by calamity, and its opponent, Yao Ming, was also surrounded by calamity. Huang Sheng, you are too greedy. Yao Ming sighed heavily, regretting why he chose Huang Sheng as his companion. Hand it over. The eyeball of the sky-breaking hound. It's mine. Huang Sheng became more and more crazy and roared loudly, hearing the words the eyeball of the sky-breaking hound. The atmosphere in the void suddenly became agitated, and several big demons, who were just watching the excitement, also showed greedy looks in their eyes. The sky-breaking hound is an ancient mythical beast that feeds on dragons. Its bloodline is naturally extremely noble. It is said that after the death of the sky-breaking hound, all its bloodline essence will be condensed in its eyes. Once you obtain and absorb the bloodline inheritance of the sky-breaking hound in the eyeballs, and possess the legendary bloodline, your path of cultivation will definitely be smooth. At least before the god level, there will be no bottleneck. The most important thing is that the bloodline of ancient mythical beasts often possesses special talents and magical powers, which can all be inherited through bloodline. The bloodline of ancient mythical beasts. The sky-breaking hound has unparalleled combat power, eats giant dragons raw, and has god-level combat power when it grows up. The ancient bloodline is extremely mysterious. Even if you only have a trace of it, your achievements are limitless. The essence of the bloodline of the sky-breaking hound is in its eyes. The eyeballs are extremely precious. Once you get them, as the whispers continued, Yao Ming's heart sank, and he couldn't help but sigh. He knew that even if he defeated Huang Sheng, it would be difficult for him to get out of here. So many legendary realm masters knew that he had the eyeballs of the sky-breaking hound, and it was impossible for him to leave like this. The breath of a peak legendary realm master. Yao Ming felt the aura that was constantly stirring around him. At this time, the masters watching around him no longer concealed their breath and released it unscrupulously. Huang Sheng, let's fight. Yao Ming sighed, and his bloodthirsty domain suddenly expanded. His originally red eyes also became violent in an instant. With a low roar, Yao Ming turned into a red light and rushed towards Huang Sheng. There were 5 or 6 mid-level legendary realm masters around, plus a peak legendary realm master. Under such siege, Yao Ming had no way to break out. Moreover, this was a master who actively released his own aura. In the void, it was unknown how many masters were hidden, staring at him covetously. Yao Ming, who already knew there was no way out, immediately opened fire with full force. Even if he died, he had to kill Huang Sheng. This unreliable teammate was doomed when he shouted the words "Break the eyeball of the sky." Chapter 1470, Die Together. In the distance, a group of humans were looking out cautiously. Guishao originally thought that the battle had been over for most of the day, and they only needed to follow the traces and track the 2 injured monsters. However, they did not expect that before they got close. They could feel waves of battle waves coming from afar, and the roars were endless, as if the battle had just entered a white-hot stage. Is the battle between the legendary realm masters so long now? It takes most of the day to fight. It seems that it is impossible to determine the winner in a short time. Are we here too early? Shen Yang thought, a little depressed. Why are they fighting so fiercely? Aren't they going to die together? The battle is too intense. There will be very little left. Maybe not even a few drops of blood and essence left. Xiao Hai said, a little depressed. If the battle is too intense, there won't be many good things left on the legendary realm masters. And at the end, whether they fight desperately or escape, their blood and essence will be burned, and their gains will be reduced a lot. It would be great if we really died together. Isn't it good to pick up the bodies of 2 legendary realm masters for nothing and get 30 or 40 merit points for nothing? Guishao glanced at the two and said, Should we get closer? I feel like there are a lot of people watching. Are these 2 big monsters crazy? Are they still fighting at this time? Xian Ling noticed that there was not only the aura of the strong in the void, but also the vibration, and immediately frowned. The noise of the battle was so loud that it had attracted the attention of others. It was unwise to approach rashly at this time. Maybe someone would notice their presence before the battle between the 2 monsters was over and kill them, who were at the 3rd level, 9 mid-stage legendary realm, 2 peak legendary realm, and 1 with erratic aura, who seemed to be a demigod. Song Jian closed his eyes slightly. A golden line flashed between his eyebrows, and sweat slowly seeped out of his forehead. At this time, Song Jian really borrowed the power of the dragon god to explore everything around him. On the one hand, they were too far away from the battle, and the chaotic aura around them was too strong, which affected the perception and exploration. On the other hand, some onlookers did not reveal their auras and hid in the void, making the perception and exploration more difficult. In addition, the level of these onlookers was much higher than Song Jian. If he did not use the power of the dragon god, it would be impossible for Song Jian to detect those hidden people. Even the demigod level strongmen are attracted? This is just 2 great monsters in the early stage of the legendary realm fighting each other. Xiao Hai did not doubt Song Jian's words, and could not help but take a breath and guessed, could it be that they found the remains of some strongmen, and they are fighting for it? Idiot. If it is really a remains, there must be strange phenomena. Look! Apart from the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth, what other strange phenomena are there? Qin Yang said bluntly. Besides, if it is really a remains, those onlookers would have started fighting long ago. Why would they just keep watching? Isn't the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth considered a strange phenomenon? Xiao Hai muttered in a low voice. Qin Yang glanced at him, and didn't bother to pay attention to him. After a moment, Qin Yang said in a serious voice, I only detected 7 mid-stage legendary realm masters, 6 of whom did not hide their auras, 1 peak legendary realm master, and the demigod master did not notice. Qin Yang did not doubt Song Jian, but just told the results of his investigation to tell Guishao and Xiao Hai how strong Song Jian was. You know, among the few people, Qin Yang's detection ability is the strongest, and Song Jian has always been known for his strong combat power. Guishao understood in his heart, and suddenly sank. Looking at Song Jian meaningfully, the opponent's strength was stronger than he imagined. At this moment, a tiger roared in the distance, and a crazy voice shouted, Niu Ming, you cut off my path to godhood today. I will fight you to the death. Boom! With a loud noise. Even at such a distance, several people felt a tremor. The ground under their feet cracked into huge cracks, and a mountain in the distance made a loud noise and collapsed. Self-explosion? Is the legendary realm strongman so angry? Fortunately, the Wood Spirit clan we surrounded and killed before did not have such a big temper. Otherwise, Xiao Hai whispered to himself. Shut your crow mouth, Qin Yang said unhappily. Self-explosion is probably the last blow of the legendary realm strongman. Under normal circumstances, the legendary realm strongman will not self-explode. Even if he dies, as long as his true spirit is not destroyed, he can reincarnate. But if he self-explodes, it will affect his true spirit, and it is very likely to cause damage to his true spirit. More seriously, it will cause his true spirit to be broken. Once the true spirit is broken, it is the real death, and there is no chance of reincarnation. A powerful warrior at the early stage of the legendary realm exploded himself, and even the peak of the legendary realm, and even the demigod level warriors did not dare to resist head-on. Huang Sheng arrived too quickly, and even the onlookers did not notice that he was about to explode. With a roar, several muffled groans were heard in the void at the same time. Obviously, some of the onlookers were too close and were affected. After the explosion, the world returned to peace again. The smoke and dust dissipated. The golden-eyed tiger monster Huang Sheng was naturally dead. Niu Ming on the opposite side was also seriously injured and lost the ability to continue fighting. The bloodthirsty field could no longer be maintained. Niu Ming was covered in blood, as if he was dead, lying on a cracked rock. After a long time, Niu Ming turned around and lay on his back. At this time, his bones were all broken. One eye was blind, and only a blood hole was left. The violent look in the other eye faded, and although it was still red, it also regained a bit of clarity. Ha ha! Niu Ming, who was lying on his back, suddenly burst into laughter, and tears of laughter flowed from his only eye, and his heart was full of regret. If I had known earlier, if I had known it was going to self-destruct, I would have given it to it, Niu Ming muttered to himself, feeling the breath of the strong men around him, and suddenly took out an eyeball and stuffed it into his mouth. You dare! With a roar, a blade appeared in the air, and with a flash of light, Niu Ming's hand holding the eyeball flew away. Seeing the arm holding the eyeball of Po Tianhu flying more than 10 feet away, Niu Ming's eyes revealed a last trace of regret, and he swallowed his last breath. At this time, the strong men who were staring at the eyeball also began to burst out with their whole body aura, staring at the eyeball with a covetous look, and at the same time alerting others. A melee was about to break out, but under mutual vigilance, no one was the first to attack. After a while, a big monster that looked like a mantis emerged, waved its forelimbs like a big knife twice, and looked around at its emerald green compound eyes, flashing a trace of disdain. And the wings like cicada wings behind it shook twice, and flew towards the eyeball like lightning. Bold. Insolent. Seeing that the void mantis was the first to make a move to snatch it, the other legendary realm masters were immediately furious and appeared one after another, rushing towards the void mantis. Chapter 1471 Demigod Level. Instantly, several legendary realm masters started fighting, and the battle instantly entered a white-hot stage, leaving several Yujin sect disciples who were secretly watching on the side dumbfounded. What's going on? Are they trying to snatch some treasure? Chen Yang frowned and asked in a low voice. My goodness. Just now the big monster exploded, and now several alien races are fighting each other. This scene is really exciting. Zhao Hai trembled slightly, with an excited look on his face. Why don't we stay away from it? The battle is too intense. It would be bad if we get affected. Guo Zhao's face turned pale and hesitant. At this time, the scale of the battle between 7 or 8 legendary realm masters is almost the same as that of the battle between 2 demigod level masters. Their current position is not safe, and they can be easily affected. Look! There are really 2 legendary realm peak masters. That guy hit too deep. He didn't make a move until 10 minutes after the melee broke out. He seriously injured a legendary realm mid-level monster with one move. Chen Yang seemed not to have heard Guo Zhao's words, and suddenly exclaimed, There are really 2 legendary realm peak masters? Zhao Hai was stunned, glanced at Song Jian, and hesitated. What about the demigod level master? Has he appeared? No. He is probably still hiding. He wants to be the last one to make a move. When they are almost done fighting, the demigod level master will probably appear. Chen Yang laughed. You are not afraid? Guo Xiao looked at the 2 excited people, and suddenly felt a little strange. What are you afraid of? Anyway, we are just looking at it, not robbing it. Hey, what kind of treasure can make a demigod level strongman stare at it? Zhao Hai stretched his neck and looked forward. From their position, it was difficult to see the specific situation of the battle. They could only judge by explosions and breath fluctuations. Just now, it seemed that a big monster shouted something about the eyeball. It is probably the body material of some strongman. Chen Yang guessed. What kind of strongman's body material is so valuable? Demigod level? Or god level? Zhao Hai smacked his lips. They had to take a detour when they met a strongman in the early stage of the legendary realm. Not to mention the demigod level and god level strongman. At least demigod, Chen Yang guessed. Xian Ling's face turned pale. She glanced at Song Jian beside her and felt a little relieved. In fact, when Song Jian said that there was a demigod watching, Xian Ling had already wanted to leave. Such a battle was not something that small shrimps like them could participate in. Even if they watched, they would be at risk of being slapped to death by the strong. What's more, the people fighting for the treasure were all aliens. Once they were discovered, they would definitely be killed. Guo Zhao's idea was the same as Xian Ling's, although he was the strongest in the team. In the eyes of the demigod, he was just a slightly stronger ant. To slap Chen Yang to death, Zhao Hai needed 1 palm. And to slap him to death, he needed 2 palms. That's all. Po Tianhu. It's Po Tianhu's eyeball, Song Jian whispered. What? Po Tianhu's eyeball? Xian Ling, who was a little nervous, was stunned, and her eyes suddenly sparkled. She pulled Song Jian's sleeve and asked, Are you sure it's Po Tianhu's eyeball? Xian Ling's change made Song Jian stunned. But he nodded and said, The big monster shouted before was Po Tianhu's eyeball. Guo on the side also nodded and said, Indeed. I also heard it was Po Tianhu's eyeball. Po Tianhu's eyeball is the top 10 bounty in the Xietian Sect Xingchen Hall. And 1 eyeball is worth 100,000 merits. Xian Ling whispered. 100,000 merits. Several people fell silent. After a while, their breathing became heavier, and a greedy look appeared on their faces. 100,000 merits. 100,000 merits. Guo muttered to himself. His mind was full of thoughts, and his expression was gnashing teeth. Then a desperate look, and then a bit of fear. A legendary skill in the Star Hall. The Great Sun Tathagata Fiery Sun Sword Scripture requires 100,000 merits, which is the most suitable for Guo Xiao. Guo Xiao has been thinking about it all the time. In the past few months, he has hardly spent any merit points, and he has accumulated them all. He wants to exchange this sword book before leaving. But after a few months, he has only accumulated more than 6,000 merits. Although he ranks high among the disciples, it is almost impossible to exchange this sword book. Guo Xiao himself is a little desperate, but he didn't expect that happiness would come so suddenly. An opportunity to obtain 100,000 merits is right in front of him. Chen Yang and Zhao Hai naturally wanted to exchange for items. 100,000 merits was a huge sum of money for them. Song Jian looked at the faces of several people and frowned slightly. 100,000 merits was very tempting, but he had to live to spend them. If it was just the peak of the legendary realm, he still had the confidence to fight. But the demigod level, Song Jian shook his head. That was not something he could deal with. Even if he used the magical power of time, the effect on the demigod level would be suppressed to the limit. The lifespan of a demigod level strongman has long exceeded 1,000 years. Not to mention that the strength difference is too great. Even if the magical power of time is used to the extreme, it will only make the opponent temporarily pass 200 or 300 years. It is useless, Song Jian said in his heart. Big brother, can you resist that demigod level warrior? Guo Xiao suddenly asked. Song Jian smiled and shook his head. They were only at the 3rd level now. Not to mention the demigod level. Even those legendary mid-level monsters were not opponents. Guo Xiao wanted to participate in the battle between these strong men, which was simply overestimating his own abilities. Guo Xiao's eyes darkened, and he couldn't help but sigh. His original greedy thoughts seemed to have been poured with a basin of cold water. Demigod level. Demigod level. Too strong. We are not opponents at all. And even if Song Jian could resist that demigod level warrior and finally get the eyeball of the sky-breaking hound, according to the contribution, that eyeball would not fall into my hands. Guo Xiao's face showed disappointment. But what he didn't realize was that the great calamity that had gathered towards him began to slowly dissipate the moment his eyes regained clarity. Wait. Wait until they finish and decide the final winner. Then we'll see if there's any chance. Now is not the time for us to intervene rashly, Song Jian said softly, his eyes sparkling. Song Jian was unwilling to pass by such a treasure. At this moment, a roar suddenly sounded in the distance. It did not attract everyone's attention in the battle between several legendary masters. But soon, a beam of light shot up into the sky, and the sky was full of purple light. A colorful phoenix flew in the void, with 1,000 manners, dignified and elegant, and the sound of the phoenix resounded through the sky. Strange, strange image, strange image. Is this the ruins opened? Xian Ling's face was full of surprise. Looking into the distance, the place where the strange image occurred was not far from the place where several legendary masters were fighting. It seemed that it was accidentally opened because of the battle. This is really... Guo Xiao shook his head with a wry smile and instantly gave up his covetousness for the eyeball of Patianhu. If there were only a few legendary masters and a demigod-level master fighting for it before, then when the strange phenomenon appeared, more masters would definitely be attracted. Not to mention the few little guys with 3rd-level combat power like them. Even those in the middle or even peak legendary realm might not be qualified to participate in the fight. Chapter 1472 Relics. As the relics appeared, strange traces streaked across the sky. Boom! The void was torn apart, and a golden-haired ape jumped out of the void with his eyes open, laughing loudly, exuding aura from his body. He turned out to be a demigod-level strongman. Then, a thunderclap sounded, and a flash of lightning appeared in the sky. A strong man with plasma flowing all over his body, holding a thunder trident in his hand, and a pair of eyes constantly shining with thunder light appeared in the void. The Lord of Thunder. Another demigod-level strongman appeared. Boom! An explosion sounded, and a raging fire suddenly burned in the void, almost sweeping half of the sky. After a while, the fire burned to the area where the golden-haired monkey and the Lord of Thunder were. The golden-haired monkey sneered, stretched his right hand towards the void, and directly pulled out a large iron rod from the void and smashed it towards the flames in the sky. On the other side, the Lord of Thunder raised the thunder trident and gently moved forward. The light of thunder suddenly bloomed, and lightning flashed in an instant, like a big net, spreading rapidly in the air, directly smashing a large amount of flames into pieces. In the void, a muffled groan came. Obviously, the joint attack of the two demigod-level powerhouses was not good. The flames quickly gathered and occupied 1/3 of the sky. A fire elf with flames all over his body appeared in the sky, looking at the two demigod-level powerhouses. The fire elf showed a trace of resentment on his face. The golden-haired monkey laughed loudly, looked at the fiery spirit with disdain, and cursed in his heart, "Idiot! You know, the fiery spirit and the Lord of Thunder are both elemental races, and they have a certain trust foundation when they join forces. But now, the fiery spirit has personally destroyed this trust. Who is hiding there? Come out!" With a loud shout, the fiery spirit released a huge fireball into the void. The fiery spirit, who has already comprehended the law of fire, even if it is a fire spell released casually, the power is not much worse than the forbidden spell. Feeling the horror of this fireball, several legendary masters who were fighting below fled in tacit understanding. What is the eyeball of the sky-breaking hound? It is not as important as their own lives. Only stupid monsters, like the bloodthirsty bull and the golden-eyed tiger monster, would lose their lives here because of an eyeball of the sky-breaking hound. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded in the void, and the flames raged and burned fiercely in the void. Indistinctly, a figure appeared in the raging flames, with a bitter smile on his face. The fire elemental spirit has a violent personality. Today, I saw that it was indeed true. Hee. Xiao Jingshan, the Taoist master of Xiantian sect, greets you. A white-haired old Taoist, wearing a Bagua Taoist robe, holding a white jade dust in his hand, with wrinkles on his old face like knives and axes, and a pair of eyes, like stars, shining brightly. Hearing the 3 words Xiantian sect, even the violent fire elemental spirit subconsciously restrained the flames and sneered. "It turns out that you are the old Taoist of Xiantian sect. You have been here a long time ago." Hiding secretly aside, "You must have bad intentions. Do you want to plot against us?" Taoist Master Xiao Jingshan said with a helpless expression. "Everyone. 1 minute ago. Did you know you were coming here? You can't even control your own whereabouts. How can I, the old Taoist, ambush you here? Besides, have you ever seen a demigod ambush 3 demigods? Ha ha ha. Taoist Master Xiao, stop talking nonsense. The 3 of us are here for the ruins. Let's take a look and see who left these ruins. If they are just the ruins left by a legendary master, I, Old Yuan, will turn around and leave." The golden-haired ape laughed loudly, and put the big iron stick in his hand on his shoulder. Standing in the void, on the other side, the Thunder Lord spoke like thunder. Every word he said was like a thunder explosion. "Me too." Only the fiery spirit snorted coldly, pointed at Xiao Jingshan and said, "Old Taoist, 3 months ago, you humans surrounded and killed 3 legendary masters of my fire spirit clan. You outnumbered them, so you are not heroes. Today, I want this relic. Get out of here, or I will burn you to ashes." A mocking smile appeared on the corner of the mouth of the moral master Xiao Jingshan. He waved his dust lightly and said with a smile, "A bunch of flames became spirits, and you set foot on the road of the Great Way by relying on your innate instincts. You are so arrogant. My alchemy furnace is still missing a fire spirit boy. You look good. Ha ha. Follow me and become an alchemy boy, After saying that, Shao Jingshan, the true lord of morality, lightly wiped away the dust, pointed at the fiery spirit, and shouted, "Go!" A beam of spiritual light shot towards the fiery spirit. When it flew halfway, the spiritual light instantly turned into a large net with a diameter of more than 100 meters, shining with light blue light. Each grid was filled with a strong breath of water element. At the same time, a spiritual talisman appeared in the sky. Bind. The spiritual talisman shone brightly, imprisoning the time and space within a radius of hundreds of meters around the fiery spirit. Seeing this scene, the golden-haired ape's eyes flickered, and he looked at the Lord of Thunder. They saw a strong fear in each other's eyes. When did Shao Jingshan release the spiritual talisman? They didn't even notice it. This also meant that if they fought with Shao Jingshan, they would probably fall into a disadvantage instantly. The flames on the fire spirit rose, and waves of pressure came from above its head, causing its law domain to slowly shrink. At the same time, the water element net filled with a repressive aura slowly trembled at the edge while flying, getting bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a huge net that covered the sky and the sun, covering the entire law domain where it was. The law of fire. Burn the void. Everything will turn to ashes. The fire spirit roared, and its aura surged for a while. The area within a radius of hundreds of meters turned into a sea of fire. The raging flame seemed to burn a big hole in the void. The big hole was surrounded by broken cracks. From the big hole, you can even see the stars in the distance. Shao Jingshan, the true lord of morality, frowned slightly, snorted coldly, and waved his right hand. The speed of the giant net full of water elemental breath falling down suddenly accelerated, covering the fiery spirit and its law domain. Squeak! The power of the law resisted each other. After all, the fiery spirit was also a demigod-level strongman. The flame domain was fully deployed. For a time, it was actually in a stalemate with the big net released by Shao Jingshan. Although the big net was slowly closing, Shao Jingshan couldn't do anything about the fiery spirit for a while. Glancing at the golden-haired ape and the Lord of Thunder on the side, seeing that they looked like they were watching a show on the side, Shao Jingshan made up his mind and chose the fiery spirit to attack, because the fiery spirit had tried to attack these two demigod-level strongmen before. Now it seems that these two people really chose to watch. On the other side, the golden-haired ape and the Lord of Thunder looked at each other and saw each other's intentions. They wanted Shao Jingshan and the fiery spirit to fight first and consume some energy. As for the ruins, they only showed strange phenomena now, and were not completely opened. There was still some time, just waiting for them to decide the winner. If it was the ruins of a demigod or even god-level strongman, then no matter who won in the end, it would consume too much energy. At that time, they would naturally lose the qualification to compete with them. At this time, Song Jian's eyes were staring at the previous void mantis. At this time, the left compound eye of the void mantis had been blown up, and a forelimb, like a sharp blade, was also broken. There were at least 7 or 8 wounds on the body, and light green blood was slowly oozing out. Song Jian pointed at the void mantis and whispered, "The eyeball of the sky-breaking hound is on it." Chapter 1473. Reaching an agreement. Almost everyone's attention was attracted by the appearance of the 4 demigod-level masters. Those legendary masters, who were fleeing in all directions, were afraid that they would be killed by the battle between the demigod-level masters if they were a step slower. They all fled frantically. However, Song Jian's attention was always on the eyeball of the sky-breaking hound. This was worth 100,000 merits. Although he could not participate in the competition, he had been paying attention to it. "I didn't expect that you would get it." Song Jian smiled slightly. This void mantis had already comprehended the law of shadows, and could escape into the shadows at any time. However, the time for escaping was very short. Only a few seconds, which was not enough for it to escape. However, in the battle, it was very advantageous. Escaping into the shadows at any time could allow it to avoid many fatal attacks. This was why it was the first to attack and had not been besieged to death until now. But instead obtained the eyeball of the sky-breaking hound. Swish! The figure of the void mantis disappeared again, and several attacks exploded at the place where it stood before. The area within a few meters around it was all annihilated, and a big hole was blown out of the void. As time passed, the big hole began to slowly repair itself, and the void mantis appeared again, hiding more than 10 meters away. It's a bit similar to the mage's flash skill, but it's different from the flash involving the law of space. It uses the law of shadow and hides in the shadow plane. Song Jian said in his heart. Su Tower. Leave the eyeball of the sky-breaking hound. Otherwise you can't run away. A wind elemental elf roared less than 10 meters away from the void mantis. And hundreds of wind blades were released from its palm in an instant. The forbidden spell in the eyes of others was actually cast out instantly in the hands of this legendary elemental elf. Shall we go up? Guixiao showed a trace of worry in his eyes. These legendary masters were much stronger than the one they had surrounded and killed before. Even if they were injured, Guixiao didn't think they could fight against it. If we don't take action now, the void mantis will run away. Song Jian waved his right hand, and the flying sword broke through the air. With a leap, Song Jian jumped onto the flying sword, flew on the sword, and flew towards the void mantis. We will follow. Guixiao gritted his teeth and summoned the flying sword. He followed Song Jian closely. Several people drew arcs in the air and chased after the void mantis, with several legendary masters, who were still unwilling to give up. However, only 3 legendary realm masters chased after them, and the rest hid aside, looking at the strange scene in the sky with greed in their eyes. If it was the remains of a legendary realm master, those adults would definitely not rob it. A great demon stretched out a foot-long red tongue, licked his lower lips, and showed a shrewd look in his eyes. Hee. What the Budwa Demon King said is right. Even if it is just a relic left by a legendary realm master, it is much more precious than an eyeball of a sky-breaking hound. After all, it is the inheritance left by a legendary realm master throughout his life. Another great demon looked around vigilantly and laughed in a low voice. Then it will all depend on our own methods. Maybe it is the remains of a demigod-level warrior. I see that the vision is so magnificent. It doesn't look like the remains of a legendary warrior. It should be demigod level or god level. When more warriors come, a melee may be our chance. Otherwise, how can we have a share of this remains? The legendary warriors kept whispering. In the distance, the battle between Dao Jinjuan of Yujian sect and the flame elf was also coming to an end. The flame elf could not break through the big net. Under the bind spirit talisman, the rules of the avenues kept wrapping up the flame elf. The original 100% strength can only be exerted at most 70% or even lower. Until now, Dao Jinjuan has been suppressing the flame elf. Even if I can't get the relics, it's worth it to have this fire elemental monster. Dao Jinjuan smiled and waved his dust. The bind talisman pressed down immediately. At the same time, the blue net began to tighten slowly. The fire element roared repeatedly, but there was nothing it could do. Finally, it turned into a fist-sized ball and was put into Dao Jinjuan's sleeve. After saluting the golden-haired monkey and the Lord of Thunder, Dao Jinjuan smiled and said, "Thank you two Taoist friends for not interfering in the battle between me and this fire monster." That fire monster is not a good thing either. Not only is it stained with calamity, but even its mind seems to be damaged. If it is left alone, it may become a calamity beast, which is not a good thing for anyone. The golden-haired monkey snorted coldly. The Lord of Thunder remained silent. When he spoke, it was like thunder. Others couldn't stand it, and he himself was uncomfortable listening to it. So he kept silent most of the time. This relic is about to be opened. It seems that it is the inheritance of a demigod-level strongman. I just don't know if it is from the human race, the demon race, or the elemental race. Dao Jinjuan looked up at the strange vision in the sky and said with a little surprise, "The relics of the legendary strongman have almost no restrictions. But the relics of the demigod and god-level strongman often only allow people of their own race to enter. And there will be a verification formation before entering the relics. If they force their way in, it will also cause the formation to backfire and burn all the items in the ruins. Therefore, if it is not a relic of their own race, those strong men will often forcefully attack the ruins, causing the formation to backfire and completely destroy the ruins. Old Taoist, if it is a relic of the demon race, can you show mercy?" the golden-haired ape asked, staring at the true Lord of Daod with a piercing gaze. The Lord of Thunder was also staring at the true Lord of Daod. Although the three of them were all demigod-level strongmen, it was obvious that the true Lord of Daod was stronger than the two of them. If he wanted to destroy this relic, even if the two of them joined forces, they would probably not be able to stop him. Okay. Today I have a chance with the two Taoist friends. And the two Taoist friends did not intervene before. If this relic is really an opportunity for the two Taoist friends, I, the old Taoist, will naturally help them, the true Lord of Doubts said with a smile on his face. But if it is a relic left by a strong man of the human race, I also hope that the two Taoist friends will show mercy. Of course. The golden-haired ape breathed a sigh of relief, exchanged glances with the Lord of Thunder, and nodded. The true Lord of Morality was also relieved. Although he was strong, it was impossible for him to kill two demigod-level warriors in an instant. As long as one of them entangled him for a moment, it would be enough for the other to destroy the ruins. In his heart, he was actually very afraid. On the other side, several legendary realm warriors continued to besiege the Void Mantis, seeing several third-level human races chasing behind. Some of them were disdainful. Some had a mocking look on their faces, and another flashed a trace of murderous intent in his eyes, raised his head, and attacked Song Jian and his men. Boom! There was a roar in the sky, and countless black mists appeared out of thin air, floating quickly in the air and condensing with each other. After a while, a black giant over 10 feet tall appeared in the sky and stopped Song Jian and his men. Chapter 1474 Fog Giant. Song Jian and his companions flew on their swords, chasing after the Void Mantis. But they didn't expect that one of the legendary realm masters saw them chasing and became dissatisfied, and attacked them directly. Countless black mists emerged from the void, condensed together, and turned into a black giant, blocking everyone. Fog Giant. Summoning Forbidden Spell. Elementary. Is the weakest summoning giant in the giant summoning system. Guishao said loudly with a trace of caution in his eyes. There are dozens of summons in the giant summoning system, including Water Giant, Fire Giant, Earth Giant, Metal Giant, War Ancient Tree, etc., all of which belong to the giant summoning system. Even Song Jian's Golden Giant Guru, if not a battle pet, can be considered a giant summoning system. There is almost no difference in the summoning spells of the giant summoning system. The strength is only determined by the summon giant. The Fog Giant should be the weakest among all the summon giants. But it also has a unique feature, which is that it can fly in the void. It is difficult for other giants to fly. The Fog Giant is essentially a ball of smoke, which can float with the wind and fly in the air. It can gather and disperse, and the damage caused by physical attacks is also weakened to a certain extent. The disadvantage is that its own attributes are not high. The blood is the lowest among all the summon giants, and the attack damage is also the lowest. The sun is shining, and the swords return to the origin. Guishao roared, and threw the long sword in his hand into the air. In an instant, a dazzling golden light bloomed, just like the scorching sun. In an instant, countless fire lights more than 1 foot long flew out from the scorching sun, like flying swords, flying towards the Fog Giant. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The flying swords easily penetrated the Fog Giant's body. Each flying sword poked a big hole in the Fog Giant. After a while, the Fog Giant was like a broken toy with holes all over its body, and it seemed that it was about to dissipate. Brother Gua is awesome. Qin Yang and Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as they watched from behind. Gua Dao's move, whether in appearance or power, far exceeded ordinary skills. It was Gua Xiao's ultimate move. Unexpectedly, he actually used it at the beginning. Guishao had a smug smile on his face. He glanced at Song Jian and waved his right hand. The golden light above his head instantly turned into a long sword and flew into his palm. It's just a trick. It's a bit of a show-off in front of senior brother Song. Guishao smiled and put the long sword into his sleeve. Song Jian stared at it. Guishao's move was similar to the 10,000 swords technique, but in terms of power, it was not comparable to the 10,000 swords technique. The Fog Giant in front of him only had the 3rd level peak combat power. But Gua Zhao's move was not even enough to seriously injure the opponent. It can be seen that dozens of large holes on the Fog Giant were healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After all, it was just a ball of smoke. Even if it was all broken up, it could be reassembled, just like the Stone Man Golem. If the core of the giant is not completely destroyed, the opponent cannot be killed. Brother Gua, your move looks good, but it doesn't seem to be powerful enough. Look at that guy. He is completely healed. Xian Ling pointed at the slightly shrunk Fog Giant in front and said loudly. Gua Zhao's face changed, staring at the Fog Giant. His brows slightly frowned. It seems that I can't kill it instantly. I can only consume its energy. If I use it a few more times and consume its energy completely, it can be considered as killing it. However, this move consumes a lot of energy. Even if I kill this fog giant, I am afraid that I will no longer be able to compete for the eyeball of the sky-breaking hound. Guishao showed a hesitant look on his face. While weighing the pros and cons, he looked at Qinyang and Zhao Hai, and secretly signaled that they should attack the fog giant together. Song Jian took a look and said with a smile, "Let me do it. There is not much time left. That void mantis is good at escaping. Once it escapes, all our efforts will be wasted." As he spoke, Song Jian waved his right hand, and a dazzling light shone in his palm. He held the sky-breaking sword tightly in his hand. 10,000 Swords Technique. Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword Formation. With a low shout, thousands of spirit swords appeared densely around his body. The spirit swords burning with dark red flames made Guishao and the others change their faces and move away from Song Jian. They felt a strong threat from these spirit swords. And there were too many spirit swords, occupying too much space. The area within a radius of 40 to 50 meters around Song Jian was full of spirit swords. Go! With a light shout, countless spirit swords drew arcs in the air like swimming fish. As soon as they approached the fog giant, these spirit swords condensed together and evolved directly into a dark red lotus. The lotus slowly bloomed, covering the fog giant. The flames were blazing, emitting pure purification power, constantly wearing away the fog giant's body. Then, the fire lotus slowly closed again, wrapping the fog giant. Only roars and flames could be heard in the sword formation. After a while, the closed fire lotus sword formation slowly shed its petals from the edge, and the petals drifted around one by one, slowly disappearing. After a while, the entire fire lotus sword formation disappeared, and only a black bead the size of a fingernail was left in its place, floating in the void and shining. Hiss! Guishao sucked in a breath of cold air. From the time Song Jian used the fire red lotus sword formation to the time the sword formation disappeared and the fog giant was killed, it took less than 10 seconds. This efficiency is terrifying. It only took 10 seconds to kill a fog giant with the peak combat power of the 3rd level. It may not even take 10 seconds to kill a few of us. Guishao thought to himself. For a moment, he felt a chill in his heart and couldn't help but feel a little afraid of Song Jian. Song Jian smiled slightly. As his strength increased, his control over the 10,000 swords art became more and more controlled by his heart. He no longer let the sword spirit of the sky-breaking sword control the sword formation. He could now control any sword formation evolved from the 10,000 swords art in his heart, without having to wait for the sword formation to evolve on its own. In this way, the speed of the sword formation condensation was greatly accelerated, shortening the opponent's reaction time, so that the opponent had no time to react and was already deeply trapped in the sword formation. The Mist Shadow Bead can be exchanged for 200 merits, which is not bad. Song Jian grabbed the black bead left by the Mist Giant, took a look at it, and said with a smile, "Junior brother Gua, I will take this trophy first. How about we share it later?" Guishao waved his hands and said with a smile, "Senior brother Song, you are too polite. This is killed by senior brother Song alone, and the trophy belongs to senior brother Song alone. If we kill together, the trophy will be distributed according to the contribution." "Yes, senior brother. You can keep it. Don't you still owe 1,000 merits? This little merit is not enough to fill our teeth. The big head is important," Xian Ling reminded. "That's right. Let's speed up. Don't let others take away the eyeball of the sky-breaking hound." Song Jian put away the Mist Shadow Pearl. This thing cannot be taken out of the secret realm. It can only be exchanged for merits. And then, the merits can be exchanged for treasures that can be taken out of the secret realm. Several people speeded up. And soon, a roar of fighting came from the front. Song Jian's eyes lit up. It seemed that the legendary masters had caught up with the Void Mantis and were fighting with it. Fortunately, we are not too late. We are hiding aside now and wait until they finish fighting. Song Jian smiled. And then he and several people slowly fell from the air and moved forward. Chapter 1475 Confinement. 3 legendary realm warriors joined forces to besiege the Void Mantis. One of them released a skill similar to the space anchor effect, and the entire space was completely blocked, making it impossible to use space spells such as teleportation and teleportation. The Void Mantis's innate skills were naturally restricted, and it was unable to enter the shadow space to dodge and escape. "Su Ta, you can't escape today. Don't be like those 2 idiots, throwing your life here for a sky-breaking eyeball," a big demon said expressionlessly in a cold tone. Uh-huh, said Merton. There are 3 of you now. Who should I give this eyeball to? The Void Mantis took out the sky-breaking eyeball and laughed. No matter how we distribute it, you won't be able to see it. Shiuta, for the last time, will you hand over your eyeball? A one-eyed demon king stared at the Void Mantis, his eyes revealing a strong murderous intent. Huh? At this moment, the legendary strongman on the left of the one-eyed demon king suddenly exclaimed softly, and the one-eyed demon king turned his head to look at it. The strongman, whose whole body was hidden in a black cloak, smiled and waved his hand at the one-eyed demon king and said, "A few little guys from the human race followed behind and killed the fog giant I summoned. Let's do it quickly. Those little guys will come in a while. Don't let them laugh at you. What the Mist Demon said is right. One Eye, I need to cast the space shackles to stabilize the space. And I can't attack. Is it okay for you and the Mist Demon to kill the Void Tower?" said Merton, the big demon who spoke first. Coldly, "The Void Mantis that can't shadow jump is a waste." The Mist Demon laughed softly, and the figure hidden in the black cloak suddenly exploded, turning into a ball of thick black fog, and quickly pounced on the Void Mantis. On the other side, the huge eyeball of the one-eyed demon king continued to emit gray light, like a laser, shooting towards the Void Mantis. The 2 of them, one close and one far away, cooperated tacitly, and the Void Mantis fell into a disadvantage at the beginning of the battle. Boom boom. The Void Mantis kept waving its only forelimb, slashing out sword lights, although it was facing a ball of black fog and had to distract itself to avoid the deadly rays in the distance. The Void Mantis was not discouraged. With a ball of sword light, it protected its whole body tightly. The tentacles condensed by countless black smoke were directly crushed to pieces as soon as they came into contact with its sword light. At this time, Song Jian and his companions had already arrived nearby. They watched from afar the battle between several legendary realm masters, and did not dare to approach them at all. This injured legendary realm. Is it so terrifying? Chun Yang muttered to himself, watching the Void Mantis, which had lost most of its strength, fighting with 2 legendary realm masters, with envy in his eyes. In fact, the Void Mantis was fighting with 3 legendary realm masters, although the other one did not take action. It had been maintaining the space blockade. The Void Mantis was actually constantly exploring the loopholes in the surrounding space. Once it caught the opportunity, it would instantly escape into the shadow plane. Brother Song, how about we give up? The middle stage of the legendary realm is much stronger than the early stage of the legendary realm. If we don't count Brother Song, with our strength, we will be dead if we encounter these middle stage legendary realm masters. Even the seriously injured Void Mantis can kill us all. Guishao showed a look of loss on his face. Originally, he thought he was very strong. Even without Qinyang and Zhao Hai, Guishao felt that his strength could be comparable to that of a legendary realm powerhouse. But now Guishao realized that he still had a long way to go before he could become a legendary realm powerhouse. Guishao looked at Song Jian. He felt that was Song Jian's strength. He should be able to be comparable to a legendary realm powerhouse. Chaos Sword Classic. He practiced the core inheritance of the Sword Control sect, Chaos Sword Classic, which made him so powerful. If I can get the Great Sun Tathagata Liang Sword Classic, I will definitely not be worse than him, Guishao thought to himself. At this time, what Guishao didn't see was that a trace of great calamity was slowly gathering towards him, and the chaotic aura in the starry sky battlefield had an unknowingly stronger impact on him. Let's go! It's probably too late to leave now. Song Jian showed a helpless look on his face. Song Jian found that the space around him had been blocked at some point, and some teleportation scrolls had turned gray and unusable. Chun Yang and his companions' faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly checked. Sure enough, the space fluctuations around them seemed to be frozen. They were completely blocked in a small space of only a few dozen square meters, surrounded by invisible air walls. Merton, who had been blocking the space around the Void Mantis, sneered. These little bugs were so brave that they thought it was great to kill a fog giant with the peak of the 3rd level combat power. And they dared to watch the battle of the legendary strongman. I only need to spend a little time distracting myself to lock you up. I'll deal with you little bugs after I deal with the Void Tower. Merton snorted coldly. At this moment, the Void Mantis seemed to have sensed a gap in space. With a roar, the sealed space around it suddenly shook. Merton suddenly stretched out his right hand. His palm was covered with tiny scales, and had only 3 fingers. Each finger was wearing a space attribute ring, which was shining. Imprisonment, Submerton growled, and a gem on the ring shattered. Submerton's face showed a look of pain. Boom! The space fluctuations around it became more and more intense. The Void Mantis, who had originally shown a hint of joy on his face, felt as if his perception had hit a hard wall, and his entire sea of consciousness was slightly shaken. Seeing the Void Mantis's movement stagnate, the Mist Demon laughed loudly, and more than 10 black mist tentacles stretched out, tightly binding the Void Mantis. The Void Mantis was shocked. It was backfired when it was exploring the gap in space. Just this flaw immediately put it in a desperate situation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Gray rays flew towards it one after another. The Void Mantis struggled and dodged some, but it could not break free from the shackles of the black mist tentacles for a while. The body of the Void Mantis was still shot through by several gray rays. For a while, blood splattered, and the breath of the Void Mantis suddenly became weak. On the other side, Guishao and the others showed a look of fear on their faces. Being targeted by a mid-stage legendary realm expert was no joke, and the final result might be that they would be killed by several legendary realm experts. Song, Senior Brother Song, what should we do now? Qin Yang and the others panicked, and subconsciously placed their hopes on Song Jian. Song Jian's perception instantly split into hundreds and thousands, and he kept probing the surrounding air walls. What he was doing now was almost exactly the same as the Void Mantis, using his powerful mental power to explore the loopholes in the space blockade. Very powerful. The space blockade is very powerful. But Song Jian frowned slightly, and one by one, the mental threads touched the space blockade and broke. After hundreds of mental threads broke, Song Jian finally had a general understanding of the environment they were in. Chapter 1476 joined the battle. Although Submerton only used a trace of his mind to imprison Song Jian and the others, the mental power of a mid-stage legendary realm warrior, even if only a trace, is not something that an ordinary third-level peak warrior can break. Song Jian sensed the strength of Submerton's space blockade, but also found that this power did not seem to come from him, but from some external object, just like water without roots and trees without fate. I thought I met a strong man who had comprehended the laws of space, but I didn't expect that he only relied on external objects. Song Jian smiled. In an instant, Song Jian's figure turned into a pool of clear water, flowing quickly on the ground, easily passing through the surrounding air walls, and escaping silently from the space blockade. 5 elements escape technique, water escape. Song Jian has now mastered 3 of the 5 elements escape techniques. He found that any one of them can escape from the space blockade. So just choose one. It's just a space blockade with the help of external forces. If he has mastered the laws of space, it would be impossible to escape so easily. Song Jian smiled and looked up into the distance. Brother, we are still here. Seeing Song Jian escape, several people were overjoyed and waved to Song Jian to send messages. But under the obstruction of the space blockade, they could not send any information at all. Song Jian glanced at them and made a calm-down gesture. If they all left, it would only attract the attention of the legendary expert who blocked the space. If they paid attention, they might be beaten to death by the other party. It would be better to stay in the blocked space. Boom! The space blockade in the distance shook violently again. The injured Void Mantis launched a crazy attack on the blocked space around it, and it looked like it would not stop until the space blockade was broken, even if it was attacked by the other 2 legendary experts. Damn it! Shuta, are you going to die? Your injuries are getting worse and worse. Can you still bear the backlash of the main space shock? Submerton roared, looking at the broken second ring with pain. He didn't care about the life or death of Shuta, but the 3 space rings were treasures. Losing one was like cutting a knife in his heart. Now, he only had the last ring left. If he could get the eyeball of Podianhu, it wouldn't be a loss. But if Shuta escaped, it would be a big loss this time. At this moment, Song Jian had turned into a stream of clear water and slowly swam towards the Void Mantis. After a while, Song Jian entered the space that blocked the Void Mantis without anyone noticing. Throw the eyeball of Podianhu over here. I can help you escape, Song Jian whispered to the Void Mantis. Void Mantis was in its last dying struggle. It would not be long before it, seriously injured and with its innate skills sealed, would die in the hands of 2 legendary masters. Suddenly hearing Song Jian's voice, Void Mantis thought it was hallucinating. After Song Jian sent a voice message again, A glimmer of light suddenly flashed in the eyes of Void Mantis. If you want to break the eyeball of Tianhu, help me kill these two first. Void Mantis gritted his teeth. Void Mantis, who had gained hope, did not think of escaping as the first reaction, but of counter-killing, which showed its fierce character. Uh-huh. Just these two people? Don't you want to kill the person who blocked the space? Song Jian laughed. Void Mantis took advantage of the gap in the battle to look around, and his eyes searched the blocked space inch by inch like a radar. Even within the 3-meter range underground, it was within its perception and search range. However, the person who transmitted the sound was like an invisible person, and could not detect anything at all. Even if it is an invisible person, he will be invisible under my perception. Is this guy a human or a ghost? For a moment, Void Mantis actually shuddered in his heart. At this time, Song Jian had already performed the wood escape technique and turned into a small grass, which was inconspicuous in the grass. Unless they fought and wiped out all the green grass in the block space, it would be impossible to find Song Jian's existence. Even if this was true, Song Jian still had the earth escape technique to use. The wood escape technique was not upgraded to the maximum level due to skill points, but the earth escape technique and water escape technique were upgraded to the maximum level by Song Jian. The wood escape technique could still be seen through, even if the Void Mantis searched every inch of the land. The earth escape technique would not detect Song Jian's trace. Give me the eyeball of the Skybreaking Hound first, Song Jian said in a voice transmission. Don't even think about it. The Void Mantis let out a shrill roar. At this time, its chi and blood value was less than 1/3. There were wounds all over its body, and it seemed that the blood had been drained out. Even though it was covered with wounds, blood was only seeping out slowly. Join hands with me to kill these two people. Otherwise, I would rather destroy it than let you get it. The Void Mantis showed a trace of ruthlessness on its face and roared loudly. Hearing the roar of the Void Mantis, the Fog Demon and the One-Eyed Demon King immediately showed a cautious look on their faces and explored the surroundings. The two divine thoughts suddenly swept over, and even the attack on the Void Mantis was relaxed. Damn it! Song Jian was annoyed and immediately used the wood escape technique, switching to earth escape and hiding in the earth. The two divine thoughts swept back and forth in the closed space 3 times. The exploration speed of the legendary realm strongman was extremely fast, and the exploration time only took a few seconds. Inexplicable. The One-Eyed Demon King snorted coldly, and another gray ray as thick as an arm shot towards the Void Mantis. Ha! It's just a dying struggle. It's almost going crazy. Whether it's the chaotic atmosphere of the Starry Sky battlefield or the calamity, I'm afraid it has accumulated enough to make it fall. The Fog Demon turned into black fog, constantly tumbling in the air, condensing various images, and finally turned into a black Void Mantis, almost exactly the same as the Void Tower. Would it feel better to be killed by myself? The Void Mantis transformed by the Mist Demon showed a weird smile to the Void Tower, waved its 2 intact front paws, and pounced on the Void Tower. Bad taste. The One-Eyed Demon King snorted coldly, and continued to release gray rays. Boom! The gray ray as thick as an arm hit the body of the Void Tower, and directly knocked it out. Kill them! Otherwise, I will destroy their eyes right now. The Void Tower, which was rolling in the air, roared wildly. Boom! The space vibrated, and a girl in a black evening dress with gold edges suddenly appeared in the block space. The girl looked only 16 or 17 years old, and there seemed to be a layer of frost on her face. She looked at the Mist Demon and the One-Eyed Demon King with cold eyes. You two bastards are the ones who disturbed my practice. Damn it. Go to hell. Kamada was furious, and stomped her feet hard. Her figure rose into the air like a giant dragon. A golden giant dragon phantom appeared behind her, with a dragon roar. Kamada roared, Dragon King's proud art. Boom! With a palm slap, a golden giant dragon rushed towards the One-Eyed Demon King in the distance. The sharp breath made the One-Eyed Demon King smell the smell of death. Where did you come from? Damn it. A legendary dragon. The One-Eyed Demon King roared, with a panicked look on his face, and retreated again and again. Chapter 1477, Instant Kill. After noticing Song Jian's presence, the Void Mantis immediately threatened to destroy the eyeball of the Skybreaking Hound, forcing Song Jian to join the battle. Anyone who dared to enter the battle, when several legendary realm masters were fighting, must have corresponding strength. The Void Mantis did not want to be used by others. Why should I give you the treasure that I had fought so hard to get? If it was really just to survive, I would just give them the eyeball. The Void Mantis snorted coldly and stared at Kamata, who had just appeared with a bad look. You bastards. All of you go to hell. Kamata was full of anger and punched the Mist Demon. The white and petite fist looked like a joke. But the power made the faces of the two legendary realm masters change drastically. A shining golden dragon energy came with a punch and hit the fog demon hard. Bang! A violent explosion sounded, and the golden dragon energy directly smashed the fog demon into pieces. And the air was filled with a burning smell. Kamata was originally practicing the Dragon King's proud art in the battle pet space, and was very happy. Unexpectedly, she was suddenly summoned by Song Jian to join the battle. And she suddenly felt a mood similar to waking up. Song Jian is the master, and the relationship between her and her is like that of a brother and sister. Naturally, Kamata cannot vent this resentment on him. These two legendary masters naturally became her punching bags. Kamata, who practiced the Dragon King's proud art, greatly increased his strength. He got rid of the limitation that the strength of the Western dragons had to grow with age. He could practice on his own and continuously improve his strength. From then on, Kamata's strength would no longer be linked to age, breaking the shackles of the Western Dragon clan. The beaten to pieces, the fog demon turned into a ball of black fog, which gathered towards the center in groups in the east and west. However, the black fog at this time looked much thinner than before. The pale-faced fog demon recovered again, and a trace of fear flashed in the depths of his eyes that exuded murderous intent. The previous attack contained the unique dragon breath power of the Dragon Clan, which caused great damage to the fog demon. How did this little dragon girl get in? Simmerton, I need an explanation. The fog demon floated in the air and roared angrily. The one-eyed demon king in the distance had a look of doubt on his face, and his eyes were full of suspicion when he looked at Simmerton. Simmerton had already blocked the space here, so how could anyone easily break in? Unless, I don't know, the space blockade has not failed. Maybe she has understood the law of space, Simmerton shouted in the distance, also looking at Kamata in surprise. Ha ha ha. Kill them! Kill them! Otherwise, I will destroy this eyeball. The Void Mantis laughed loudly. With a crazy look, Kamata turned his head and snorted disdainfully, muttering to himself, a madman, holding a wreckage that has no blood power and still wants to threaten others. It's simply nonsense. This Dragon Clan strongman, if you are willing, after killing Shuta, you can share the spoils in its hands. There is no need for such a meaningless battle between us, Simmerton said in the distance. Although a sky-breaking eyeball is not worth much after being divided into 4 parts. The threat from Kamata is too strong, forcing Simmerton to compromise. Simmerton glanced at the fog demon and the one-eyed demon king. At its proposal, the eyes of these two legendary strongmen flashed a trace of unwillingness. But they did not speak to stop it, obviously tacitly agreeing with Simmerton's proposal. Although Kamata was only in the early stage of the legendary realm, the strength he showed was close to the peak of the legendary realm, which made the 3 strong men who were chasing the Void Mantis feel a little guilty. If they could really pay only for a piece of the spoils to understand the matter, they would be willing to do so. Guizhou and his companions in the distance were all surprised when they saw Kamata suddenly appear. What? What is that? Chen Yang asked in a low voice. Humph. That is senior brother Song's battle pet, which is a black dragon and can now transform into a human form. Xian Ling explained proudly, as if Kamata was her battle pet. Pet? Are all pets in the legendary realm? Guizhou's heart trembled, and he completely gave up the idea of competing with Song Jian. He originally thought that Song Jian was just lucky, but he didn't expect. At this time, Song Jian turned into a piece of mud and sand, hiding underground, almost no different from real mud and sand. The Earth Escape technique was upgraded to the maximum level, and there was no flaw when it was performed. Unless someone is much stronger than Song Jian, it is possible to detect his existence. Kamal looked very annoyed, and did not react to Simmerton's words at all. The Dragon King's true energy in her body surged, and she performed the first move she had comprehended from Dragon King's proud art. Dragon's power over the world. Kamata growled, and held her right hand forward. The Dragon King's true energy in her body surged out like boiling spring water, condensing into a silver trident in her palm, with golden light flowing on the surface. The Staff of Imperial Power. Although it is a trident, a weapon, it is a symbol of imperial power in the Dragon Clan. and only the direct descendants of the Dragon Clan can use it. However, after learning the Dragon King's pride, Kamada naturally has the same status as the direct descendants of the Dragon Clan. Soul-condensing magic weapon? Simurden showed a solemn look on his face. Kill! Kamada held the silver trident in her hand, and a fierce killing intent appeared on her young face. She waved the trident and rushed towards the fog demon. Kamada, holding the trident, had a much stronger aura. The fog demon was shocked and didn't dare to fight Kamada head-on. With a bang, it turned into black fog again and fled into the distance. Kamada saw the fog demon fleeing, and his mouth curled up slightly. With a low shout, he threw the trident in his hand, which was more than 1 meter long, towards the one-eyed demon king in the distance. Woo woo woo. The trident made a low whistle, like a silver lightning, and with a puff, it directly hit the huge one-eyed demon king's one eye, and then its whole head exploded with a bang. A headless corpse fell from the sky. Simurden's body shook violently, his face full of fear. Although the one-eyed demon king was weak and not good at close combat, he was still a legendary strongman. Now he was killed in one move. Such a terrifying fighting power was even more terrifying than the peak of the legendary strongman. Simurden glanced at the last ring on his finger that was shining with light, gritted his teeth, and clenched his fist. Boom! With a roar, the closed space barrier became thicker. Simurden took a last look at the fog demon and the void mantis, and turned into a long rainbow and turned away. Chapter 1478 Fake Goods. Simurden, with a roar, the mist demon's face was full of anger, with a trace of panic in his eyes. The space that blocked the void mantis before has now become its cage. Before, it and the one-eyed demon king were 2 against 1. And now, it has to face a situation of 2 against 1 between Kamada and the void mantis. I can. The mist demon looked at Kamada and the void mantis that was getting closer and closer, and retreated with fear on his face. Go to hell. The void mantis did not give it a chance to continue speaking, and turned into a black lightning, fiercely slashing at the mist demon. Dog bites dog. Hum! Kamada snorted coldly, and set her eyes on the silver trident in her hand. This was her first time to perform the Dragon Emperor Aotianju, and the power was beyond her imagination. She could feel that the trident in her hand was almost the same as her body, just like an extension of her body. And the most amazing thing is that when she held the trident, waves of surging power continuously emerged from the trident, merging with the Dragon King's true energy in her body, at least increasing her cultivation speed by 30%. This is not a simple combat weapon. But, Kamada frowned slightly, not knowing what words to use to describe it. Soul-condensing divine weapon? Kamada suddenly remembered what Simurden said before, and suddenly felt that the soul-condensing divine weapon seemed to be very compatible with the trident in his hand. Songjian, I want to go back to practice. Don't call me out for no reason in the future. It's a waste of time. Kamada roared at an empty space, and then turned into a golden light and disappeared. Looking at Kamada, who had returned to the battle pet space, Songjian was speechless. He didn't know if it was a wrong decision to pass on the Dragon King's proud art to Kamada. The black dragon who originally liked to sleep has now become a cultivation maniac. Although from the effect, it seems that she is a house girl who doesn't like to go out. But if this continues, I'm afraid she will develop into a powerful and violent house girl. Songjian thought to himself. Su Ta, I give up the eyeball of the sky-breaking hound. And you spare my life? The fog demon shouted loudly while fighting the void mantis. Don't even think about it. The void mantis also roared. The eyeball of the sky-breaking hound is no longer mine. I must use your and the one-eyed corpse as compensation. Void mantis also realized that the person who traded with it before was not Kamada, but someone else. A person who had a summoned beast with the strength of a peak legendary strongman. So what would his strength be? Void mantis, who originally did not intend to hand over the eyeball of Podienhu, immediately decided to continue the transaction after Kamada appeared. However, if the eyeball of Podienhu was lost, the already seriously injured void mantis would lose more than it gained. In more serious cases, it might end up disabled and become a useless person because of the serious injuries and lack of resources to heal. This was not the result that Void Mantis had in mind, so it had to kill the one-eyed demon king. Looking at the appearance of the Dragon Clan before, it seems that he doesn't care much about the corpse of the legendary strongman. This may be an opportunity for me. Void Mantis thought to himself. In its expectation, it should leave Submerton behind. But unexpectedly, Submerton was so cautious. As soon as he saw the situation change, he made a decisive decision and fled immediately. In the starry sky battlefield, perhaps only people like Morstan can survive better. 2 corpses of legendary strongmen are barely enough. Void Mantis thought to himself. Poof! A flash of knife light passed by, and the fog demon, which had already condensed into a human form, was split in half again. The speed of recondensation became slower and slower, and the black fog it turned into became thinner and thinner. At this time, in Song Jian's eyes, the blood value on the fog demon's head was less than 1/5, and it could almost be said to be on the threshold of dying. Su Ta, do you have to kill it all? The fog demon, which condensed into a human form again, stared at the Void Mantis with a pair of scarlet eyes, with a look of grief and anger on his face. Before, they besieged and chased the Void Mantis, and their purpose was only to break the eyeball of the sky, and they did not think of killing the Void Mantis. But now, the Void Mantis, which has regained the upper hand, wants their lives. Void Mantis, hand over the eyeball of the sky-breaking hound. Song Jian continued to transmit the message. Void Mantis trembled violently. If it was before, it would still dare to yell at Song Jian and refuse to hand over the eyeball of the sky-breaking hound. But now, Song Jian has the strength to kill it and the mist demon together. Void Mantis dare not refuse to hand it over. At this time, life is the most important. I can give you the eyeball of the sky-breaking hound, but the bodies of the mist demon and the one-eyed demon king must belong to me. Void Mantis growled. Okay. If it were in the game world, it might be possible to dissect out some legendary quality materials. But in the starry sky battlefield, these 2 bodies can only be exchanged for merits for Song Jian, which is of little use. With the 100,000 merits of the sky-breaking hound's eyeball, Song Jian no longer cared about the merits of the 2 legendary realm masters. Void Mantis hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, threw the sky-breaking hound's eyeball behind him, and continued to pounce on the fog demon. Soon, the sky-breaking hound's eyeball rolled on the ground for a few times, disappeared, and was held in Song Jian's hand. However, after Song Jian got the sky-breaking hound's eyeball and checked its properties, his face suddenly became ugly. Damaged sky-breaking hound's eyeball. Legendary silver quality. Properties, alchemical material. Can be used to make pills and alchemical potions below the 7th level. Description: this is a sky-breaking hound's eyeball that has been extracted from the bloodline power, and then used a trace of bloodline power to disguise it. The surface layer of bloodline power will slowly dissipate within 3 days and cannot be extracted. Exchange price: 1,500 merits. Boom! The Void Mantis in the distance slashed again, and 4 or 5 blade lights flashed in an instant, splitting the fog demon. Just when the thick fog was about to gather again, the Void Mantis suddenly slashed at the void beside it. A crisp shattering sound was heard, and the condensing black fog suddenly dissipated. Most of the black fog disappeared, leaving only a palm-sized, liquid-like black fog rolling on the ground. The Void Mantis reached out to the place where it slashed before, grabbed a black bead, and then carefully picked up the rolling black fog on the ground, and laughed loudly. At this moment, Song Jian, looking at the excited Void Mantis, showed a look of not knowing whether to laugh or cry on his face. Fake. Song Jian looked at the eyeball of the sky-breaking hound in his hand and sighed. For legendary masters had already died for this fake. Song Jian even had the urge to crush it directly. At least it's worth 1,500 merits. At least I can pay back the merits I owe. Song Jian thought to himself, shook his head, and put the fake into the parcel column. At this moment, a crazy laugh suddenly came from a distance. Ha ha. This is a relic left by a human race strongman. A god-level strongman. This is a relic left by a god-level strongman of the human race. Chapter 1479, The Land of Inheritance. Just as Song Jian obtained the sky-breaking eyeball, the ruins in the distance finally opened. A human figure wearing a Taoist robe appeared above the ruins after opening, which made the Dao Jinjuan of Xintian sect look happy. Then, the faint energy fluctuations emanating from the human figure made Dao Jinjuan smile even brighter. A god-level strongman. A ruin left by a human god-level strongman. Ha ha ha. Dao Jinjuan couldn't help laughing. The faces of the other 2 demigod-level strongmen turned ugly in an instant. The remains of a god-level warrior are enough to allow a demigod-level warrior to enter the ranks of God-level warriors. If this remains were really obtained by Dao Jinjuan, then perhaps Dao Jinjuan would have already become a God-level warrior after coming out of the remains. The golden-haired ape and the Lord of Thunder regretted the agreement they had made before. Dao Jinjuan glanced at the two demigod-level warriors, took a step forward with a smile on his face, and walked through a door in front of the light column. In an instant, Dao Jinjuan's figure disappeared in the light column. However, a moment later, Dao Jinjuan's figure reappeared with a look of astonishment on his face. The golden-haired monkey chuckled and approached Dao Jinjuan with an iron rod. Hee, Xiao Jingshan. Isn't this a relic left by a powerful human? Why can't you get in? The golden-haired monkey had a mocking look on his face. The shadow in the air was indeed a human wearing a Taoist robe. But there were also races that looked similar to humans. The golden-haired monkey felt that if he took off his golden hair, he would actually be no different from a human. Humph. Don't be delusional. This is indeed a relic left by a powerful human. You can't get in. If you don't believe it, you can try it, Xiao Jingshan said with a grim expression. The ruins left by a god-level strongman cannot be forcibly broken by 1 or 2 demigod-level strongmen. At least a dozen demigod-level strongmen are needed to break through. And it must be done without anyone making trouble. This is why the golden-haired ape and the Lord of Thunder agreed to Xiao Jingshan's proposal before. If Xiao Jingshan really made trouble on the side, it would not take much effort to prevent the two from entering the ruins at all. Hearing what Xiao Jingshan said, the golden-haired ape's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly said, Master Xiao, this is what you said. I will try. If you go in, don't regret it. Xiao Jingshan sneered, did not speak, just stepped aside, and signaled the golden-haired ape to go in and try. This time, even the Lord of Thunder was a little moved. This is a relic left by a god-level strongman. If they can really go in, they will definitely be able to soar into the sky. The golden-haired monkey rushed forward impatiently. In its opinion, even if it was really a relic left by a powerful human, it would be fine if it could not enter and was driven out. It would not be a loss for itself. As a result, just when the golden-haired monkey stepped into the door, suddenly, the void clouds were agitated, and purple thunders kept flowing in the clouds. An angry and magnificent voice sounded between heaven and earth. The ignorant demons dared to covet the land of human inheritance, and they should be killed. They should be killed. Boom. The purple thunders in the sky danced like giant dragons, and the roars were endless. The face of the Lord of Thunder changed drastically, and he fled thousands of meters away in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the golden-haired monkey seemed to be thrown out of the door. His face was pale, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. At the moment he came out, the purple thunder on his head fell towards him like a thunder tribulation. How could it be? The golden-haired monkey raised his head and looked at the purple thunder flying all over the sky, with a look of fear on his face. Boom! Purple thunders fell from the sky and bombarded the golden-haired monkey. The golden-haired monkey let out a strange cry. In an instant, dozens of identical figures emerged and fled in all directions, facing the purple thunder similar to the heavenly tribulation. The golden-haired monkey had no courage to resist and could only flee desperately. In an instant, dozens of figures emerged. This was already the golden-haired monkey's ultimate skill. Each figure could be said to be the golden-haired monkey's true body. As long as there was one, the golden-haired monkey would not die completely. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of divine thunders struck dozens of golden-haired monkeys. These clones could not withstand the bombardment of divine thunders at all. They were shattered in just one blow. The bodies of demigods could not resist these purple divine thunders. Each divine thunder was equivalent to a full-strength attack from a god-level strongman. The thunder shadows in the sky turned the area within a radius of hundreds of feet into a world of thunder. Even the Lord of Thunder did not dare to approach, although he was already thousands of meters away, seeing the purple lightning slurry dancing like a mad dragon. The Lord of Thunder could not help but retreat hundreds of meters away. The purple divine thunder bombarded for a whole cup of tea before it slowly stopped. It seemed that the breath of the golden-haired monkeys was lost, and the thick clouds above the head began to slowly dissipate. With a cold snort, the Taoist figure standing between heaven and earth looked arrogant and looked around. This is the place where the human race inherits. Foreigners are not allowed to approach. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. On the arrogant face, when he said the 3 words kill without mercy, the killing intent was almost condensed into substance. It can be imagined that this survivor of the ruins was probably also a killing god. The Lord of Thunder fled far away at the first time, not daring to get close at all. Even the moral Lord Xiao Jingshan looked solemn, and bowed slightly to the phantom in the air. After another cup of tea, the aura of the phantom in the air slowly dissipated, and the sharp eyes gradually became confused. At this time, Dao Jinju and Xiao Jingshan had a bitter smile on his face, shook his head helplessly, and whispered, "I didn't expect that it was a place of inheritance. I thought I could inherit the remains of a god-level strongman." After saying that, Dao Jinjuan took out a jade talisman from his arms, left a message in the jade talisman, and then threw it into the air. In an instant, the jade talisman turned into a white bird, flapping its wings and flying into the air like an arrow. At this moment, Xiao Jingshan seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly turned his head to see several young people hiding in the distance. Looking over here, Xiao Jingshan couldn't help laughing, waved to a few people, and said, "You little guys are lucky. The place of inheritance of the human race. As long as you are a descendant of the human race, you can enter, but it is limited to those with strength below the legendary realm. Do you want to enter? If anyone can really obtain the inheritance of this senior, the future is limitless. I can also make an exception and accept him as an inner disciple of Xiantian sect." Xiao Jingshan said to Guixiao and others with a smile, "This is an opportunity for you and also an opportunity for the human race. It won't be long before many human race geniuses gather here. You are blessed with a deep affinity and happen to be nearby. You can enter first and be one step ahead of others." Chapter 1480 Entering. After Song Jian obtained the Eye of the Skybreaking Hound, he waited for a while, and the closed space barrier around him slowly disintegrated. At the moment when the space barrier disintegrated, the Void Mantis took a deep look at Song Jian, and quickly escaped into the shadows with the corpses of two legendary masters. The most precious thing about the One-Eyed Demon King is its one eye. Although it cannot be compared with the Eye of the Skybreaking Hound, it is the place where the essence of the body is concentrated. The reason why it cannot be compared with the Eye of the Skybreaking Hound is mainly because the bloodline grade of the One-Eyed Demon King is far lower than that of the Skybreaking Hound. Unfortunately, the One-Eyed Demon King's one eye was shattered by Song Jian in one move, which reduced the Void Mantis's harvest by more than half. As for the Mist Demon, it retained most of its essence. The small ball of black fog and the broken core obtained by the Void Mantis are both extremely precious materials and priceless. With these, although the Void Mantis was seriously injured, it could recover to its peak state in a very short time. Song Jian looked at the Skybreaking Hound eyeball in his hand, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. If it weren't for the self-contained system identification, this eyeball might really deceive everyone. Seeing Song Jian standing there in a daze with the eyeball in his hand, Guixiao and others slowly surrounded him. Their eyes all fell on the eyeball of the Skybreaking Hound. Senior brother Song is really amazing. He actually snatched the eyeball of the Skybreaking Hound from several legendary masters. Guixiao bowed first, with an expression of admiration and envy on his face. Song Jian glanced at him, and didn't notice any malicious intent from him. You know, Guixiao had shown a determined look towards this eyeball before. Haha. It's just a fake. Song Jian shook his head and sighed. Fake? Fake? How is that possible? Guixiao was stunned and couldn't help but said. After he finished speaking, an embarrassed look appeared on his face. Without saying anything, Song Jian threw the eyeball in his hand to Guixiao. Guixiao took it subconsciously. After seeing that it was the eyeball of Patianhu, he couldn't help but tremble all over. This is 100,000 merits. Song Jian threw it into his hand so easily. Do you trust yourself so much? But soon, Guixiao thought of the fake the other party said, and hurriedly looked at the eyeball. In Guixiao's eyes, a dark red light flashed, and the light flashed and disappeared. After a moment, Guixiao's face showed a weak look. It's really a fake. What a pity. What a pity. Guixiao's face was full of frustration and disappointment, and he handed the eyeball to Qinyang beside him. Qinyang scratched his head. He didn't have the skills to identify. He took it in his hand and looked at it left and right. Judging from the breath, there was nothing wrong with the eyeball. But Guixiao and Song Jian said it was a fake, so he didn't dare to say anything and handed it to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai weighed it in his hand and laughed, for legendary realm experts died for this fake. It's really, maybe more than 4. That stupid bull seemed to have experienced a lot of fighting before getting it. Xi and Ling picked up the eyeball and looked at it, because she was also a player. She also had the system's own identification. After taking a look, She laughed. This guy made it really like it. A layer of blood power condensed on the surface. Within 3 days, this layer of blood power will dissipate. By then, everyone can see that it is an empty shell. But it is worth 1,500 merits. Which is not bad. We won't share this. Senior brother Song still owes us money. And we didn't contribute. Guixiao waved his hand and said with a smile. If it was really the sky-breaking hound eyeball worth 100,000 merits, Guixiao might still be reluctant to give it up. But a fake one would only have a little research value at most. And exchanging it for a few hundred or 1,000 merits would be a big deal. And he would not take this small money seriously. But in the eyes of Qinyang and Zhao Hai, 1,500 merits were already good. You know, they had previously surrounded and killed a powerful warrior in the early stage of the legendary realm, and only exchanged for more than 1,000 merits, which was equivalent to only a few hundred merits for each person. We'll talk about it later. Song Jian shook his head and closed his eyes. Merit was of no use to him. He came here to quickly upgrade to level 120 and become a legendary strongman. By the way, I have to exchange for the Sword Immortal set. Song Jian thought to himself, I wonder if I can find the same pieces of the Sword Immortal set I exchanged here in the game world after leaving the dungeon. Just then, the laughter of the true Lord of Morality suddenly came from a distance. And several people were immediately refreshed. The inheritance place of the human race? Go and take a look, Guixiao said immediately. Several people looked at each other with hostility. And all nodded with gritted teeth. The timid ones will die of starvation. And the bold ones will die of gluttony. Besides, death here will not be real death, but only mental damage, which can be recovered after a month of rest. If you don't dare to fight, it is better to practice honestly in this sect and not have the ambition to become stronger quickly. After all, it is a place where demigods fight. Several people approached carefully and stopped after a distance of several hundred meters. At this time, the purple thunder in the sky was constantly bombarding dozens of identical golden-haired apes, which made Guixiao and others stunned. What kind of restriction has been triggered to bring down such a terrifying heavenly tribulation? Guixiao was shocked. His Liang flying sword technique was just like garbage in front of this purple thunder. Song Jian also truly saw what a god-level strongman's attack was like. In the face of such an attack, there was no place to escape. This was no longer a mental lock, but a soul lock. The strong men above the legendary realm had strong souls. Even if their bodies were destroyed, as long as their souls were still there, they would not die. However, the purple thunder in front of Song Jian made him shudder from the depths of his soul. It took a full cup of tea for the purple thunder to bombard for a cup of tea before it slowly dissipated. The area of hundreds of meters in radius was completely plowed by the purple thunder, and lavender crystals could be seen everywhere. After a while, just as several people were palpitating and ready to leave, they suddenly heard the semi-god-level strongman of the human race in the distance speak. What? We can enter the ruins, and it is the inheritance place of a god-level strongman? Guixiao and his companions showed surprise and excitement in their eyes. It was just like a pie falling from the sky and hitting their heads. As long as the human race below the legendary realm can enter? Song Jian showed a thoughtful expression on his face. It seems that this god-level strongman of the human race really wants to find a successor. Moreover, this is a place of inheritance, not a ruin. Maybe this human race strongman is still alive. Song Jian guessed in his heart that after all, he was a god-level strongman who had long transcended the erosion of the long river of time, and his lifespan was measured in 10,000 years. Just when several people were excited and ready to enter the inheritance place, Song Jian's footsteps suddenly paused slightly, looking towards a corner, with a strange look in his eyes. Chapter 1481 Battle Pet Capture. It's not dead? Song Jian was surprised and couldn't help but look at the corner again. In the shadow of a solidified crystal rock, a cricket the size of a fingernail was lying listlessly in the shadow to avoid it. Although the purple thunder tribulation had ended, the temperature in the surrounding area of hundreds of meters had soared to more than 100 degrees. Not to mention a cricket that looked ordinary. Even an ordinary person would be steamed here. Song Jian's eyes contained the power of the dragon god. Any disguise below the god level would be exposed in his eyes. Originally, it was just a casual glance and he didn't care. But when he thought of the environment here, Song Jian's heart suddenly tightened. He couldn't help but investigate and found something unusual. This cricket, with its two whiskers drooping and looking listless and dying, was actually the transformation of the golden-haired monkey. You know, the purple thunderbolt that bombarded it before locked its soul. Not to mention transformation and clone. Even if it could really escape a great distance, the purple thunderbolt would chase it and chop it until it was beaten to pieces. Now the golden-haired monkey only transformed into a cricket and escaped the purple thunderbolt. It is obvious that its transformation technique is different from others. After the transformation, it can actually change the characteristics of the soul. Song Jian's footsteps paused slightly. The other people were already eager to enter the inheritance place, and their figures disappeared into the portal one by one. Brother, what's wrong? Xianling noticed something and turned her head to ask in confusion. Nothing. You go in first. I'll be there soon. Song Jian waved his hand and said, watching Xianling disappear into the light gate of the inheritance land. Song Jian thought to himself, I don't know if the game system's battle pet capture will work here. The Starry Sky Battlefield Secret Realm is just a section of space-time history. Any item here is actually just a video, and cannot be taken out of the secret realm. Song Jian saw the golden-haired ape that turned into a cricket, and he wanted to capture it. He took out a golden-quality battle pet capture scroll and covered the cricket. It was not until Song Jian tore the scroll that he realized that he was in a secret realm and could not take away any grass or trees in the secret realm, let alone a cricket transformed by a demigod-level strongman. Even a weed could not be taken away by Song Jian. However, after the golden scroll was thrown out, it should have turned into a golden net to cover the target battle pet. But now, this torn golden scroll was floating quietly in the air, with no sign of falling down. Song Jian showed a bitter smile on his face. This was a waste of a golden-quality battle pet capture scroll. At this moment, the time mark on Song Jian's chest suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and a burst of heat emanated from the mark on his chest, burning Song Jian's skin and flesh. Song Jian was shocked to find that his blood, spirit, and sword energy values were decreasing at an alarming rate, as if they were being extracted by something. Then, a timestamp symbol appeared in front of Song Jian, and the lying ape instantly merged into the battle pet capture scroll floating in the air. Squeak! The cricket seemed to have sensed something, and made a sharp hissing sound, trying desperately to escape. But now it is no longer the demigod-level strongman before, but a bug that is slightly stronger than ordinary creatures, with only a first-level combat power at most. Facing the golden-quality battle pet capture scroll, it is completely unable to resist, and is instantly covered by the golden net, and unable to escape. At this time, Song Jian also received several strange system prompts. System, you use the gold-quality battle pet capture scroll to capture asterisk and star. The scroll cannot locate. Cannot locate. Cannot locate. The target's combat power is less than the first-level combat power, and the capture success rate is 100%. Capture. Capture. Capture success. System, you already have 2 battle pets. To continue capturing, you need to open up a new battle pet space. To open up a new battle pet space, you need to consume your own attribute values. For the first time, you need to reduce each attribute by 5 points. Do you want to continue capturing? All attributes are reduced by 5 points, which is equivalent to nearly 30 attribute points. Players who are not summoning professions will obviously pay more to capture more battle pets. The first time, all attributes were 5 points. If it continued, it might be 10 points or 20 points. No player dared to consume it like this. After all, a B-level combat power clearance assessment only gave more than 30 points of free attribute points at most. Although Song Jian was only a 3rd-level combat power, his attribute points were increased quite a lot. Not counting the equipment bonus, the average attribute of the bare equipment alone was more than 180 points. Some attributes even exceeded 250 points, close to 300 points. Therefore, the loss of 5 points of each attribute was nothing to Song Jian now. Song Jian just hesitated for a moment and chose to agree. At the same time, he stuffed several bottles of pills that replenished blood value, spirit value, and sword energy value into his mouth. Now, his blood, spirit, and sword energy have almost reached the bottom, and the entire energy tank has begun to emit a faint red color. If he does not replenish it quickly, he may suffer permanent damage. After Song Jian chose continue to capture, the golden net wrapped around the cricket suddenly turned into a golden light and penetrated into Song Jian's body. The battle pet space, which originally had only 2 pages, suddenly appeared on the 3rd page. A black cricket with a faint golden spot on its surface appeared on the third page of the battle pet space. At the same time, the attribute introduction of this cricket also appeared. At the moment when Song Jian succeeded in capturing it, the entire secret realm seemed to be in a state of stillness, as if the game calculation suddenly increased, and the entire game became stuck. In the distance, Xiao Jingshan, the true lord of morality, was floating expressionlessly in the void, surrounded by steam, and the white mist emitted also solidified in the air. The crystallized rocks around him were reflecting the dazzling light, and seemed to have paused at this moment. This pause lasted for 3 seconds until Song Jian realized something and recovered. My friend, why are you standing still? This opportunity is rare for you, so you must not miss it. Xiao Jingshan asked with some doubts, as he looked at Song Jian standing in front of the light column. He didn't seem to see the scene of capturing the battle pet before? Song Jian thought to himself, and quickly bowed to Xiao Jingshan and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Senior. I will go in and explore now. If I really get the opportunity, I will come to thank you then." Chapter 1482 Reward. Xiao Jingshan didn't care much about the younger generation like Song Jian. He just nodded slightly, and then shifted his sight. He looked far away, looking towards the location of Xietian sect. At this time, Xietian sect was in a leading position in the Starry Sky battlefield. Countless human geniuses entered the Starry Sky leader, and there were also geniuses who were valued by Xietian sect and accepted into the sect. At this time, Xiao Jingshan was waiting here quietly, and at the same time, he temporarily acted as the protector of these human geniuses, preventing the strong men of other races from attacking and killing them. Song Jian respected seniors like Xiao Jingshan very much. You know, if another senior from the sect was here, he would probably stop them from entering, and only let the young people from his own sect go in to find opportunities. Xiao Jingshan let them go first without hesitation. His bearing and mind were not comparable to those of ordinary people. This was one of the reasons why Xietian sect could become the leading sect in the Starry Sky battlefield. Song Jian glanced at the battle pet space, smiled slightly, walked towards the light column portal, and disappeared in an instant, entering the space of the inheritance land. It was dark all around, with only a faint firelight to see. He seemed to be in the hall of a palace, surrounded by stone pillars that were as thick as a man's embrace. The surface of each stone pillar was carved with countless reliefs, which looked like battle scenes. The protagonist was the same person. On different pillars, he hunted different objects. But the same thing was that these hunted objects were all fierce and ferocious people with hideous appearances. Song Jian was speechless. The owner of this inheritance land seemed a little narcissistic. But there was no doubt that his strength was absolutely very strong. Looking up, it was pitch black above his head, with only a few flickering lights, which looked like stars in the night. The tops of the stone pillars were all hidden in the darkness, and could not be seen clearly. Xian Ling came in before me. Why is she gone? Song Jian frowned and thought to himself. At this moment, the lamps on the surrounding stone pillars and walls suddenly ignited, illuminating the entire hall. A phantom that looked exactly like the protagonist on the stone pillar mural appeared in front of Song Jian. It can be seen that this phantom wears a purple gold crown, a purple python robe, and 7-star boots. He looks handsome and in his 30s. But the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, and a pair of eyes full of vicissitudes give people the feeling of an octogenarian. You are the 5th person to enter the inheritance land, and you seem to be the strongest person. The phantom stared at Song Jian and said expressionlessly, "Those who enter early mean that you have a connection with me and will receive a gift. You can choose one of the following options as a reward for your early entry." After speaking, a semi-transparent light screen of the system appeared in front of Song Jian, and several options appeared on it. System, please select only one of the following options as your early entry reward. Option 1, get 5,000 merits. Option 2, get a gold skill point. Option 3, level up by 1 level. Option 4, any skill is upgraded by 1 level. Note, this skill does not include aura skills, talent skills, domain skills, and lost skills. Option 5, get 5 free attribute points. Option 6, increase the upper limit of chi and health by 10%. Option 7, increase the upper limit of mental power by 10%. Option 8, comprehend a skill of this profession above the gold level. There are 8 options in total, and each one is full of temptation for Song Jian. 5,000 merits. Guo Xiao and his men surrounded and killed a legendary realm expert, and only exchanged for more than 1,000 merits. If divided equally, each person only has 300 or 400 merits. These 5,000 merits don't sound much, but at least 3 or 4 legendary realm experts must be killed to exchange them, and they must be the kind that have not been damaged to the root. For example, the one-eyed demon king, whose one eye was destroyed, and the remaining corpse is probably worth at most 700 or 800 merits, not even 1,000. It is conceivable how tempting these 5,000 merits are for someone whose strength is below the legendary realm. Not to mention a gold skill point. Only gold skill points can improve the level of talent skills. Song Jian's immortal body has reached the maximum proficiency a long time ago, but it can't be improved. What he lacks is this gold skill point. Raising one level may not seem to be of much value, but for a player who is already above level 100, it takes at least several months of fighting monsters to accumulate one level of combat experience, and many players simply cannot persist. 5 free attribute points are equivalent to 5 attribute fruits, which is also a reward worth more than 10 million Doomsday coins. Although raising any level by one level cannot be added to aura skills, talent skills, domain skills, and law skills, Song Jian's 10,000 swords art can be raised to an extremely high level. To raise it further, either continue to kill the legendary realm strongman and use the sword chi stone tower to extract souls and spirits, or collect the skills that the legends rely on to devour. Each of these is not an easy task for Song Jian. What's more, Song Jian also mastered legendary skills such as Chaos Sword Classic and Sword Formation Atlas. Each level increase would greatly improve Song Jian's strength. As for the increase in the upper limit of blood and spirit, it is a life-saving existence for Song Jian, and there is never too much attribute. The last reward, the gold grade skill of this profession, may seem insignificant, but you have to know that Song Jian is a sword master. He only has 2 or 3 skills of this profession: 10,000 swords, sword chi transformation, and sword flying. As for sword shadow clone and azure dragon sword body, they are not the skills of the sword master. If he can really add another skill of this profession, it will be a very attractive thing for Song Jian. There were so many rewards, but Song Jian could only choose one. This made him hesitate for a while. Senior, are the rewards for the first few people the same? Song Jian couldn't help asking. The earlier you enter, the more you are destined to be with me. The first place can choose 3 out of 15 rewards. The second to 4th place can choose 2 out of 12 rewards. The 5th to 8th place can choose 1 out of 8 options. And the 9th to the 100th place can only get 1 reward at random. The shadow said lightly. Song Jian was stunned, but then a faint smile appeared on his face. These rewards were indeed very tempting, but choosing more would not make a qualitative change in his strength. It's my luck that I get it, and my life that I lose it, Song Jian said lightly, and lightly clicked on the translucent light screen, and selected the option to upgrade any skill by 1 level. Then, all the skills in the skill bar appeared in front of him. Immortal Body Talent Skill. Level 2. Gray. Cannot be upgraded. Holy Sword Talent Skill. Level 3. Gray. Cannot be upgraded. Endless Hunting Aura Skill. Level 1. Gray. Cannot be upgraded. Among some skills that cannot be upgraded, there are many skills that have not been upgraded to the full level and can be upgraded. Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Mutation Skill. Level 18. Can be upgraded. Sword Formation Atlas Legendary Skill. Level 3. Can be upgraded. Chaos Sword Classic Legendary Skill. Level 1. Can be upgraded. Would Escape of the 5 Elements. Level 6. Can be upgraded. Song Jian took a look, excluded all the skills that could not be upgraded, and lightly tapped on the Chaos Sword Classic. In an instant, a hot breath rolled and surged in Song Jian's dantian like a magma jet, flowing towards his limbs at a very fast speed. Dark red lines appeared on the surface of Song Jian's body, just like the distribution map of blood and nerves, all over his body. Chapter 1483 Assessment. Originally, the Chaos Sword Classic had to be cultivated in the legendary realm. Song Jian relied on his high attributes to be comparable to the legendary realm masters, and he also comprehended the time domain. Ordinary legendary realm masters in the early stage were not his opponents at all. Only then did he comprehend the true meaning of the Chaos Sword Classic and nurture a trace of Chaos Sword Chi. Now, with the benefit of entering the ruins first, Song Jian upgraded the Chaos Sword Classic to level 2. In an instant, The Chaos Sword chi in his body doubled and began to run in Song Jian's body, according to the operation method in the Chaos Sword Classic. Suddenly, a tearing pain spread throughout Song Jian's body. It was as if there was a sharp blade scratching his meridians, making him feel like he was being tortured. Damn it! Why is it so painful? Song Jian looked at the blood vessels on his arm, which were glowing dark red, as if magma was flowing in his body. Song Jian only lasted less than 3 minutes before his eyes went dark and he fainted on the ground. After he fainted, dark blood oozed out of every pore of his body. After a while, the blood lost all its moisture due to the high temperature and turned into a thin layer of blood scab on the surface of Song Jian's body. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, Song Jian finally regained consciousness and slowly became aware. At this time, Song Jian felt as if his whole body was wrapped in a shell, and even breathing was a little difficult. What happened to me? Song Jian's consciousness was still a little fuzzy, and the memory scenes kept emerging in his mind. Finally, Song Jian remembered where he was and why he fainted. He opened the skill bar and saw that the level of Chaos Sword Classic had indeed become level 2, and the open heaven destruction style that he had previously comprehended had also disappeared, replaced by another sword technique. Red Dust Tribulation? Song Jian's mind moved, and the Chaos Sword chi in his body surged rapidly. Song Jian's figure suddenly became ethereal and uncertain, as if he disappeared on the spot, but left a faint afterimage. In an instant, Song Jian's breath suddenly became scattered, just like catkins that could not be locked. Swish, swish, swish. Within a radius of dozens of meters, sword beams flashed inexplicably. There was no pattern in the appearance of these sword beams. Each strike had extremely high damage, and Song Jian's figure completely disappeared in these sword beams. After a moment, Song Jian's figure suddenly appeared more than 10 meters away. It seemed that someone pushed him from behind. Song Jian staggered forward a few steps before he stood firm. At this time, Song Jian's face was pale. His right hand holding the sky-breaking sword seemed to be weak and kept shaking. The sky-breaking sword was like a crutch, supporting Song Jian's body. Really? So powerful. Song Jian's eyes flashed with excitement. This sword move of Red Dust Tribulation was exquisite and powerful. Compared with this move, the open heaven annihilation that Song Jian had comprehended before was just like a rough man wielding a mace and smashing it randomly. There was no exquisiteness at all. This move was completely supported by the powerful chaotic sword energy. But now Red Dust Tribulation is 100 times and 1,000 times more exquisite than the one Song Jian had comprehended before, if it was not automatically obtained because of the level upgrade. Song Jian might never comprehend such an exquisite sword move in his life. In addition to comprehending a real move in the Chaos Sword Cannon, the upgrade of the Chaos Sword Cannon's level also improved all of Song Jian's attributes, with each attribute improved by 8 to 15 points. This alone allowed Song Jian to increase nearly 50 attribute points. In addition, whether it is the sword energy value or the mental power, the upper limit of the blood value has also been improved. But the Chaos Sword Cannon is just getting started now, and the improvement is not large. When Song Jian fully comprehends the Chaos Sword Cannon, he will get more benefits. Entry benefits are opportunities, but also dangers. A shadow suddenly appeared in front of Song Jian. It was the Taoist priest before. He looked at Song Jian expressionlessly and said, "Your choice has put you in danger. Your body is almost about to collapse. With your current physical fitness, it is still a bit difficult to improve this legendary skill." Song Jian smiled slightly and didn't say anything. In his opinion, some risks must be taken, and he is very confident that he can survive. My physical fitness is completely comparable to that of a strong man in the early stage of the legendary realm. I have also comprehended the law of time and can use the magical power of time. It can be said that except for the level, I can now be regarded as a strong man in the early stage of the legendary realm, Song Jian said in his heart. Song Jian had experienced the danger of Chaos Sword Chi a long time ago, so he was very confident that he could withstand the backlash caused by upgrading the Chaos Sword Classic. The result also confirmed what Song Jian thought. Although he suffered unexpected pain, the final result was still in line with Song Jian's expectations. "Senior, can the trial begin?" Song Jian said to the shadow, bowing his hands. "The trial has already begun the moment the benefits are given." The shadow said expressionlessly, "Next, you will see what a real war is. Only if you survive the war You will be qualified to inherit everything I have, and my past glory. Real war? Song Jian frowned, and was about to continue asking. But everything in front of him began to change slowly. Originally, he was in the hall of the palace, surrounded by stone pillars, and neat stone slabs under his feet. But now, countless yellow sands blew in from somewhere, quickly covering the floor. And the stone pillars around him also twisted and disappeared out of thin air. The surrounding walls began to expand infinitely in all directions, and even the dark stars above his head became brighter and brighter. In the end, the light of the stars connected together, and the surroundings were completely bright. Am I being moved? In a few seconds, the environment around Song Jian turned into an endless desert. The divine eye between his eyebrows slowly opened, and he looked around, only to find that everything was real, not an illusion. How is it possible? How can I not feel anything when I move? Could it be that the space I am in is a place similar to the broken kingdom of God, where the surrounding environment can be changed at will according to the owner's wishes? Song Jian thought to himself. As the owner of the broken kingdom of God, Song Jian only needs to consume some mental and divine power to change the environment of the broken kingdom of God as he wishes. Everything that happened before his eyes immediately reminded Song Jian of the broken kingdom of God. Don't think too much. You are still in the inheritance land. The Taoist shadow appeared again, looking at Song Jian, with a faint smile on his face. The previous place was too narrow for you, and you couldn't fully exert your strength. This place is vast and boundless, which is perfect for you. The Taoist shadow smiled. Song Jian suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He suddenly thought of the contents on the surface of the stone pillars in the hall, and subconsciously asked, will the content of this assessment be facing an endless sea of monsters? Chapter 1484 Skill Upgrade. Trials, Real Wars, Past Glory, and the pictures carved on the stone pillars of the hall all made Song Jian feel bad. Ha! Endless is a bit exaggerated. It's just a perfect restoration of the scenes I hunted before. As long as you can pass 3 scenes, even if you pass the assessment, there will be a basic reward waiting for you. The Taoist shadow laughed and said, but if you want to truly inherit all of me, then continue to challenge. The more scenes you challenge, the more hope you have to inherit my mantle. In the end, the person who challenges the most scenes will become my disciple and obtain my true inheritance. As soon as the voice fell, there was a movement in the desert. Countless beetles with golden light shining on their shells suddenly emerged from the sand and pounced on Song Jian. In midair, the shadow of the Taoist appeared, looking at the golden beetle army like waves, with a look of surprise on his face. The Golden Beetle clan is a member of the Sky-Devouring Beast clan. Not only does it have extremely strong defense, but it also has strong attack. Even the hardest shell can be torn apart by these golden beetles. The Taoist shadow smiled and began to explain the characteristics of the Golden Beetle clan to Song Jian. The Golden Beetle belongs to the Sky-Devouring Beast clan. Its attack and defense are both good. More importantly, once the Golden Beetle fights, it will be fearless and will not care about any damage to itself. Moreover, the Golden Beetle is the clan with the least impact on the level and grade. Even if it faces an existence with a higher grade than itself, the Golden Beetle will not lose too much combat power. High-grade creatures will have a crushing advantage over low-grade creatures. But in front of the Golden Beetles, this advantage will disappear. Countless Golden Beetles, like a tide, rushed towards Song Jian. The scene in front of him suddenly made Song Jian feel familiar. After careful recollection, Song Jian found that the scene in front of him was actually the content carved on the surface of one of the stone pillars in the hall. In the yellow sand, countless golden beetle corpses were scattered throughout the desert. The protagonist fought with beetles that were bigger than 3-story buildings, and finally killed them one by one. Golden beetles as big as buildings. When Song Jian thought of this, his muscles tightened all over his body. Each of these fist-sized golden beetles in front of him had a strength similar to his. A 3rd-level combat power. If a golden beetle as big as a building really appeared, what strength would it be? Legendary level? Or demigod level? Ha! I won't let you repeat my previous experience. The Taoist shadow seemed to have guessed something, staring at Song Jian and laughing. As long as you can hold on for a cup of tea under such attack intensity, you will pass the assessment of this scene. Tens of thousands of golden beetles, even if each of them only has the peak of the 3rd-level combat power. Such existence, even the legendary strongmen are unwilling to face it head-on, and will retreat. In addition, The environment at this time is a desert, without any favorable terrain that can resist. It is not an easy task to withstand the bombardment of the golden beetles for a cup of tea. Can I use my pet? Song Jian shouted. Of course. The Taoist nodded and said, this is also part of your strength. Of course you can use it. However, for every additional pet you use, the resistance time doubles. In other words, if you summon one pet, the resistance time is extended to 2 cups of tea. If you summon 2 pets, it is extended to 3 cups of tea. And so on. Hearing the Taoist's permission, Song Jian summoned the golden giant Gula without hesitation. This is the desert, which can be said to be Gula's home ground. It is perfect to use it to deal with this group of golden beetles. Just after Song Jian summoned the golden giant guru, the nearest golden beetle was less than 10 meters away from him. Each of these golden beetles was the size of a fist, with a hard shell on the surface of the body, 6 pairs of long legs and 2 front claws. Each leg had fine and sharp barbs, and the fangs in the mouth were protruding outwards, constantly wriggling, and could bite and devour any creature it encountered. Once such a mouthparts bit the body, it would immediately tear off a large piece of meat. Song Jian didn't want to experience the feeling of being bitten by a golden beetle himself. Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art. Song Jian's mind moved, and he waved the sky-breaking sword in his hand forward. Countless spirit swords emerged and formed a huge red fire lotus in front of him. The red fire lotus sword formation slowly rotated, and a strong suction force came out from the sword formation, sweeping all the surrounding golden beetles into it. In an instant, the red lotus sword formation was like a tornado, sweeping a large number of golden beetles into the sword formation. The golden giant Gula, at the moment of being summoned, roared and slapped his hands towards the desert. Suddenly, waves like huge waves surged on the surface of the desert, spreading in all directions. The waves touched the golden beetles. Although they could not kill these monsters instantly, they weakened their movement speed by at least 30%. The golden beetles with limited mobility could not dodge the strong suction of the fire red lotus sword formation. Wherever they passed, all the golden beetles were swept into the sword formation, and almost none were left. In a short while, thousands of golden beetles were swept away. A sharp scream of squeak came from the sword formation, and countless black ashes floated out of the sword formation, flying all over the sky, and soon a thin layer of ashes was spread in the desert. The death of thousands of golden beetles seemed to have no effect on the remaining golden beetles. They still rushed towards Song Jian fearlessly. The previous vacancy was soon filled by the golden beetles behind. Looking around, at least within a few hundred meters, there were dense golden beetles. Song Jian even saw a golden beetle as big as a car in the distance. Song Jian had a blank expression on his face. He controlled the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation to continuously harvest the lives of the golden beetles. He knew that as long as he could survive 2 cups of tea, he would pass the test. 2 cups of tea is about half an hour. With his current strength, it is obviously an impossible task to kill a group of golden beetles. With so many golden beetles, he would be exhausted to death. Moreover, the attack damage of the golden beetles is not low. Once they get close, even a legendary strongman will have a headache. Keep killing. Just survive half an hour, Song Jian said in his heart. Wave after wave of golden beetles were killed by Song Jian. Slowly, the surging golden beetles were getting closer and closer to Song Jian. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters. Song Jian's face became more and more ugly. He found that if he continued like this, he would really be besieged and killed by these golden beetles. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his ear. System, you have hunted 5,000 golden beetles of level 100. And the Endless Hunting Aura skill has been upgraded to level 2. Endless Hunting Aura. Level 2/Infinity. Aura attributes, damage increased by 11%. Blood value recovery increased by 6%. Energy value recovery increased by 6%. When the user chases prey, the movement speed increased by 9%. The number of monsters to be hunted for the next promotion, 0/6000. The monster level cannot be lower than level 100. The level 2 aura skill has a slightly improved attribute, which is better than nothing. But Song Jian did not expect that the monsters hunted in the inheritance land of the secret realm can also be counted as the promotion requirements. For a moment, Song Jian, who was originally preparing to escape, suddenly had an urge to kill monsters. Chapter 1485, The Land of Inheritance. The golden beetles look strong, but they are vulnerable to absolute power, such as the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword Formation. Hundreds of golden beetles are caught in the sword formation and will soon turn into ashes, unable to even trigger the next stage of evolution. However, the fierce fighting style of the golden beetles was fully demonstrated at this moment, no matter how many golden beetles were killed by the sword formation. The subsequent golden beetles had no fear at all, since they rushed towards Song Jian one after another, even if they died after moving forward 1 centimeter. It was a victory for the golden beetles. As time went by, the number of golden beetles did not decrease, but increased, and they were getting closer and closer to Song Jian. At this time, Song Jian could already feel the hot breath emanating from the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword Formation. This was not the breath of Karma Fire, but the hot breath condensed by the souls of a large number of golden beetles before they were devoured. As the golden beetles got closer and closer, Song Jian's face, which was originally a little happy, gradually became solemn. This fearless fighting style made Song Jian full of vigilance. If there is no time limit, and I am really in this environment, can I really kill all the golden beetles of this group without running away? Song Jian asked himself in his heart. Once he escaped, once he hid in the Broken Kingdom, Song Jian felt that even if he could pass this trial, the score of this level would definitely be much lower. And in the subsequent scenes, similar sieges would definitely increase. Does that mean he has to dodge and escape every time? Thinking of this, Song Jian once again waved the sky-breaking sword, and a series of spiritual swords emerged. Song Jian began to mobilize the chaotic sword energy in his body, using the spiritual swords as the materials for the sword formation, and began to construct the Holy Lion Demon Binding Seal. 1, 2, 3. After constructing 3 golden holy lions, the chaotic sword energy in his body was completely consumed. Song Jian controlled the 3 golden holy lions and rushed into the golden beetle formation, while he himself rushed towards the huge golden beetles in the golden beetle group that were as big as cars. Instead of retreating, he advanced, risking his life to survive. Beetles of the same combat power no longer posed a threat to him. Only those beetles in the legendary realm were his combat targets. In the void, the Taoist Shadow watched Song Jian rush into the golden beetle group, swinging his sword at the legendary beetles one by one, with an inadvertent smile on his face. On the other side, the same scene, Guishao knelt on one knee on the ground, slightly tired, standing in front of an ancient city tower, looking at the corpses of strange beasts on the ground. With a smile on his face, Guishao, covered in blood, slowly stood up with his long sword. He was the only guardian of this city tower, but there were tens of thousands of besieged strange beasts, each of which had the same combat power as him. However, Guishao relied on this tower to kill thousands of strange beasts and became the final winner. At this time, Guishao wanted to roar to the sky. He found that his sword moves became more rounded. After the sword energy in his body was exhausted, it recovered again and seemed to be more mellow. More importantly, the band that originally prevented him from entering the legendary realm seemed to loosen a little. A trace of domain perception lingered in his heart. Give me a few more months. I will definitely be able to comprehend the power of the domain and enter the legendary realm, Guishao thought with confidence. At this moment, a sharp roar suddenly came from the distance again, and the dense beasts appeared in front of him again like a tide. How come there are more? Guishao's face suddenly became ugly. A cup of tea takes about 15 minutes. But Guishao felt that his previous battles had already exceeded 15 minutes. The moment he killed the strange beasts, the trial should have ended. Looking up, the Taoist in the void looked at him expressionlessly, as if everything was normal. Guishao did not argue or shout, but just tore a strip of cloth from under his clothes, tightly wrapped his sword-holding hand with a long sword, and then tied a knot with his mouth and the other hand. Kill! With a sharp shout, Guishao actually jumped off the tower and strode towards the group of strange beasts. On one side were thousands of strange beasts, each of which was over 2 meters tall. On the other side, a human holding a sword in one hand fearlessly charged at the beasts. At this moment, the Taoist standing in the void finally showed a trace of throbbing on his face. He looked at Guishao with emotion, his lips trembling slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end it turned into a long sigh. Outside the inheritance land, more and more human teenagers appeared. They all saluted Xiao Jingshan and walked towards the light column portal with a solemn face. Soon, Several more human god-level strongmen escorted several teenagers into the inheritance land. After watching the teenagers they escorted enter, these god-level strongmen did not leave, but flew in the air like Xiao Jingshan, exuding a strong aura on their bodies, shocking the surroundings. Xiao Jingshan, you are lucky. You actually found the inheritance place of a human race strongman. Ha ha ha. It's a blessing for the human race. An old man with white hair and beard, leaning on a walking stick, laughed. Brother Xiao, do you know which human race elder left this inheritance place? Someone asked, looking at the fluctuations emanating from the inheritance place. It is full of killing intent. It seems that this human race elder is also a killing god. Someone sighed. Xiao Jingshan shook his head and sighed. Since the birth of the human race, it has been difficult all the way, fighting against the world and nature. And now it has to be an enemy of the stars and all races. Along the way, who has not stained his hands with blood? As long as this blood is not the blood of our human race, it's fine. As for the elder who left the inheritance place, I don't know who he is, but I feel that this elder does not seem to have fallen. Xiao Jingshan's words made several god-level warriors nod slightly. How could they grow into god-level warriors without the blood of other races on their hands? But when they heard Xiao Jingshan say that the human race predecessors who left the inheritance land had not died, they immediately showed alarm on their faces. How is it possible? This inheritance land gives me the feeling that it has at least thousands of years. How could it be? A human race god-level warrior said in surprise. Brother Suyu, please feel it carefully. The inheritance land does not exude a sense of desolation and loneliness. Instead, it has a kind of vitality, not to mention 1,000 years. Even if it is inherited for another 10,000 years, there will be no problem, Xiao Jingshan said with a smile. And he also admired the predecessor who left the inheritance land in his heart. You know, most of the god-level masters have sections. Only those independent masters without sects will leave their inheritance land before extinction. Few god-level masters leave their inheritance land while they are still alive. You know, the inheritance land contains all the secrets, skills and methods of cultivation of the master. If other people know about these, it may be disadvantageous to themselves. But the master who left this inheritance land in front of him actually created it 1,000 years ago. What is the real purpose? It is incredible. After carefully feeling the breath emanating from the inheritance land, several god-level masters showed thoughtful expressions on their faces. Chapter 1486, An Unexpected Event. More and more people of the human race learned about the appearance of the inheritance land. Many human prodigies and some casual cultivators also came here. The several god-level masters who surrounded the inheritance land did not stop these people from entering. The inheritance land can identify whether it is a human race. If other alien races enter, they will naturally be killed by the owner of the inheritance land, and no one else needs to take action. Seeing more and more people entering the inheritance land, the god-level masters who were guarding it finally showed a look of surprise on their faces. How can it accommodate so many people? There are already 800 or 900 people. Right? Someone finally couldn't help but speak out. 897 people, Xiao Jingshan said softly. An ordinary inheritance land can only accommodate 300 to 500 people at most. This has exceeded several times. Several god-level strongmen looked at each other. The more people the inheritance land accommodates, the stronger the power required. From the number of people entering, several god-level strongmen can deduce that the creator of this inheritance land in front of them is stronger than all of them combined. You say, has he taken that step? So he left the inheritance land. A god-level strongman seemed to have thought of something. His face changed drastically, and he transmitted the voice. Several other god-level masters seemed to have thought of something, and their eyes flickered. If this was true, the value of this inheritance place would increase greatly. Is this really an inheritance place left by a creator-level master? Xiao Jingshan murmured to himself. But if it was really left by a creator-level master, why would it appear in the Starry Sky battlefield? Could it be that there are other creator-level masters participating in the battle in the Starry Sky battlefield? When Xiao Jingshan thought of this happening, he couldn't help but shudder. In the eyes of everyone, god-level masters are already gods. But in front of creator-level masters, god-level masters are like toddlers. The two are not at the same level at all. When they thought that this was a place of inheritance left by a creator-level strongman, several god-level strongmen were also excited. Looking at the light column portal, their eyes flickered. Don't think too much. The fluctuation of the breath emitted from the inheritance place is just left by a god-level strongman. Xiao Jingshan glanced at a few people and said lightly, even if it is really a legacy left by a creator-level strongman, I am afraid it can only reach the god-level realm at most. To become a god-level strongman, you have already walked out of your own path. If it is a place of inheritance left by another god-level strongman, it can only serve as a reference for the god-level strongman at most. But if it is really left by a creator-level strongman, then it may contain the path and direction of the god-level strongman to the creator-level strongman. This is why so many people are tempted. After hearing what Xiao Jingshan said, the eyes of several other god-level masters dimmed, and they sighed softly. What a pity. What a pity. The old man with white hair and beard shook his head and sighed. Although he was already a god-level master, he was too old and his life was running out. If he could really find the secret to the path to the creation level, he would definitely get it at all costs. More and more human teenagers entered. Most of these teenagers were elite disciples of the sect, or descendants of demigod level and god level masters. They came to the starry sky battlefield to train. Some were even human geniuses. Although they were only at the 3rd level of combat power, they had the ability to fight across levels. Finally, when a human prodigy stepped into the portal of the light column, the entire portal suddenly turned red, and no one was allowed to enter. Several god-level strongmen breathed a sigh of relief. The more people entered, the stronger the people who created this inheritance land were. Seeing that the carrying capacity of the inheritance land had finally been reached, several people felt relieved. 1,000 people. Xiao Jingshan said softly, the carrying capacity of this inheritance land is 1,000 people. It's amazing, someone exclaimed, seeing that they couldn't get in. The crowd below suddenly made a commotion. Xiao Jingshan frowned slightly and shouted loudly, the inheritance land has a carrying capacity limit. Now it has reached the limit. As long as someone inside fails to pass the assessment, they will be driven out. Then you can enter again. Why are you panicking? All the races in the heavens are watching you. Don't embarrass the human race. A human heritage site appeared in the starry sky battlefield. Naturally, this news was also known by other aliens. Some aliens who were hostile to the human race were even ready to destroy this relic. You know, every time a heritage site appears, there must be a successor. As long as they don't die midway, they will definitely reach the strength of the original owner of the heritage site. Now it is a heritage site left by a god-level strongman, which means that the human race will have another young god-level strongman in the near future, which is something some aliens don't want to see. But more aliens are curious and come to watch. There are many aliens watching a few thousand meters away, but they are afraid to get close because of the breath of the god-level strongman. Xiao Jingshan's words calmed everyone down. Although they were very impatient in their hearts, they looked very calm on the surface. I don't know when the successor will appear. A god-level strongman laughed and looked into the distance. The starry sky battlefield has gathered almost all the geniuses of the human race. It is only a matter of time before the successor appears. Don't worry, said another god-level strongman. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the portal of the light column. It seemed that someone pushed it out. He walked back a few steps and fell to the ground. This person did not have any scars on his body, but he looked very tired, and there was a look of panic in his eyes. Seeing that he had withdrawn, he seemed very disappointed. He shook his head and sighed, struggled to stand up, and prepared to walk out. Xiao Jingshan's eyes moved slightly, and he waved his hand to take the man into the air. Several god-level masters surrounded him and began to ask him about some things in the inheritance land. If it was just a heritage land left by a god-level master, other god-level masters would not bother to do so. But the heritage land in front of them might be left by a creator-level master, which attracted everyone's attention. In the inheritance land, Xian Ling looked at the countless monsters rushing towards her. Her face changed slightly, and she said to herself, there has never been any information about the inheritance land in the records. Is it because the inheritance land is just a small matter and not worth recording? However, the disciples who entered before never recorded this incident. Could it be that this is another new unexpected incident? Although the secret realm is a section of history captured in the long river of time, it does not mean that the course of this history is fixed. Because of the participation of the trialists, this history is actually changing every moment. Each batch of trialists who enter will encounter some unexpected events that have never occurred before. These events will not affect the secret realm trial, but will be a new idea, which will make the subsequent participants enjoy it. In Xian Ling's view, this inheritance land incident is just another unexpected incident. But she did not expect what the appearance of this inheritance land means, and what impact it will have on the disciples who enter. Chapter 1487 Strength Enhancement. People kept exiting and entering the light pillar portal of the inheritance land. As long as no real inheritor appeared, the inheritance land would continue to exist. As time went by, more and more human geniuses gathered here, and more protectors also gathered here. In just half a month, more than a dozen god-level strongmen and more than 30 semi-god-level strongmen surrounded the inheritance land. The inheritance land, which could only accommodate 1,000 people, has at least 100,000 people entering it. But no inheritor has appeared so far. Instead of disappointing people, it attracted more people to come. The higher the difficulty of the trial, the higher the qualification of the inheritor, and the stronger the inheritance in the inheritance land. Xiao Jingshan sighed. What a pity. What a pity. Only the human race below the legendary realm can enter. Otherwise, I really want to go in and experience it. Another god-level strongman said without hiding. Since the appearance of the inheritance land, the god-level strongmen have become more and more convinced that this is the inheritance land left by a creator-level strongman. Although the inheritance is only to the god-level inheritance, who can guarantee that there will be no subsequent inheritance? The content of the trial inside has been passed on by word of mouth by many people, and most people have already known it. The subsequent people have also made a lot of corresponding preparations, and the time they stay is getting longer and longer. But no one has ever completed the test. Brother Xiao, the few people who entered before didn't seem to come out. Do you think they will be the final inheritors? The white-haired god-level strongman asked in a low voice. Xiao Jingshan's heart moved. Song Jian and the others have not come out yet. It seems that the real inheritor may be selected from them. I didn't expect that these people are really destined to be with the inheritance land. In the inheritance land, Song Jian has experienced the fifth scene. At this time, Song Jian is facing endless undead creatures. The earth is dark, as if it is soaked in ink. In the distance, there is a big river, which exudes a strong power of death. The waves on the river roll and hit the shore, making a rumbling sound. Countless undead creatures crawled out of the river of death and rushed towards Song Jian. Really? It's so annoying. Song Jian frowned, feeling very annoyed. He had been fighting like this for more than half a month, although the monsters he faced in each scene were different. Without exception, these monsters could not communicate. Once they met, it was an endless fight. Originally, Song Jian was a little excited that he could improve the level of his aura skills. But now, Song Jian really felt like he was about to vomit. It's really annoying. Song Jian roared, and his whole body burst out with a strong breath. Countless spirit swords flew towards the undead like a rainstorm. This time, Song Jian did not use any skills, but just released brute force. At this time, the endless hunting aura skill has been upgraded to level 10. Now, the power of this aura skill is slowly revealed. The level 10 aura can increase damage by 80%, health and mental recovery speed by 50%, and movement speed by 22%. Moreover, after level 10, a new attribute appears, which increases critical hit by 1%. These attributes alone are equivalent to having an extra epic equipment, and it is a top-level epic equipment. Moreover, this aura skill has no upper limit and can be infinitely improved. Just thinking about it is terrifying. However, the higher the level of the aura, the more difficult it is to upgrade. The number of high-level monsters that need to be hunted almost doubles. From level 10 to level 11, the number of monsters that need to be hunted has reached 300,000. When Song Jian saw this number, he had lost the motivation to continue to upgrade. Now hunting monsters has become a habit. At some point, the Taoist phantom in the void stopped talking and staring at Song Jian. He was like a sculpture, floating in the air without moving. Now, Song Jian has even ignored his existence. Waves of monsters were killed by Song Jian. At some point, even without using the moves in the Chaos Sword Classic or the 10,000 Swords technique, Song Jian could easily face more than a dozen early legendary monsters at the same time. Even within the opponent's domain, Song Jian was affected very little. He could kill all the more than a dozen early legendary monsters with only minor injuries. And with Song Jian's current speed of blood recovery, it won't take long for the injury to recover intact. Boom! The river of dead souls rioted again. Tens of thousands of dead souls didn't kill a single human being. It seemed to anger the river. A huge figure over 10 feet tall slowly crawled out of the river of dead souls. This undead monster looked like a giant dragon walking upright, with thick hind legs and a long tail. It was covered with thick bone armor. On its back, bone spurs protruded from the spine like sharp blades. With a roar, the sound waves emitted shattered all the surrounding undead monsters with peak 3rd level combat power. Its eyes locked on Song Jian, just like a beast staring at its prey, making Song Jian tense up involuntarily. Legendary peak. Song Jian's heart sank, and he subconsciously looked up at the Taoist shadow in the air. But the other party was still motionless. Legendary peak strongman. I don't know if I can match it with my current strength, Song Jian thought to himself. Legendary peak is already comparable to the king who controls thousands of miles of territory like the Flame King. Before, Song Jian met the Flame King, and he was lucky to be able to escape. But now, Song Jian has the strength to stand in front of the other party with a sword and fight with him. Kill! Song Jian swung his sword, and a sword energy dozens of feet long instantly pierced the legendary peak undead boss. But it was smashed to pieces by a punch. Song Jian's face changed. The monster was able to break the sword energy he released with his bare hands. His strength was beyond his expectation. Normal attacks are useless against it. I must use skills, Song Jian thought to himself. After the Halo skill was upgraded, the power of his normal attacks was not much lower than the damage when he released the skills before. But now, in front of this huge legendary peak boss, normal attacks were obviously no longer able to deal with it. Staring at Song Jian, the boss opened its big mouth and taunted silently. It stepped forward, as if traveling through time and space, and instantly appeared in front of Song Jian and killed him. The breath of death exploded, so powerful that the ground, which had been infected by the power of death, was corroded again. On the other side, endless undead creatures also exploded and rushed towards Song Jian. Red Dust Tribulation. Kill! Song Jian shouted softly, and his figure suddenly disappeared. In the void, dazzling sword beams appeared. Countless undead creatures were directly chopped into pieces by the sword beams that suddenly appeared, and turned into countless bone fragments that were scattered all over the sky. The boss lost Song Jian's trace in an instant and could not lock on. He only felt countless sword beams appearing around his body. The undead body, which was harder than refined gold, was chopped by the sword beams, leaving sword marks. Tens of thousands of points of damage floated up from the top of the boss's head. Chapter 1488. Unable to inherit. Song Jian's aura was fleeting and could not be captured at all, which made the boss unable to attack Song Jian and could only passively bear the damage. For a moment, the boss roared loudly in anger, and the thick bone tail swept over, instantly killing a large number of undead creatures around, until the boss's health value fell below half. Song Jian's ethereal figure gradually revealed his whereabouts, and his aura became more and more chaotic. Woo! The sound of breaking through the air sounded. The boss's eyes flickered, and he clawed towards the void, suppressing Song Jian, who emerged from the void under his claws, and pressed him hard on the ground. Hoo! What a pity. With my strength, I can only last this long. Otherwise, this move will kill it instantly. Although the boss saw through his attack, Song Jian was very excited. At this time, both his sword energy and mental strength had dropped to 1/3. The real Chaos Sword Codex is extremely powerful, but it also consumes a lot of energy. It only lasted for 15 seconds, and it consumed Song Jian completely, and he fell into a weak state. Otherwise, this undead boss would never be able to catch him. Break! Song Jian waved the sky-breaking sword and slashed fiercely on a finger bone of the undead boss. After breaking the seal, Song Jian rushed out, took out a bottle of potion, poured it into his mouth, and looked at the boss, whose breath was getting stronger and stronger. Song Jian's face showed a smile. I can actually fight against the peak boss of the legendary realm. At this moment, Song Jian wanted to raise his head and laugh. A 3rd level combat power can fight against the peak of the legendary realm, and there is a great chance to kill the opponent. Such an impressive strength is rarely heard of even among the natives of the game world, not to mention the players. Roar! With a roar, a gray light circle bloomed from the body of the undead boss, and the power of the domain unfolded, covering Song Jian. And Song Jian suddenly felt weak. The power of the boss's domain instantly extended to 1,000 meters away. From the range of the domain, you can see how powerful the boss is. Song Jian's skin, which was originally glowing, gradually lost moisture and became dry and wrinkled. His strength was like a flood that had been released from the dam, and it quickly drained away from his body. Is this the time domain? Song Jian's eyes also became turbid, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. You know, since he obtained the mark of the time domain, he has never seen anyone obtain the domain of time attributes. Now he suddenly saw it, and suddenly became flustered. But after a moment, Song Jian discovered that the power of the boss's domain did not involve time, but another attribute, aging. Song Jian said softly. At this time, Song Jian looked like an old man in his 70s or 80s, with wrinkles all over his face, white hair, and even his figure was hunched. A breath of decay emanated from his body. Aging is just a subsidiary area of the law of time. In front of time, aging is not worth mentioning at all. At this time, Song Jian's eyes were already blurry, and he could not even see the boss clearly, but a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Buzz. With a light sound, it vibrated in the void, and the mark on Song Jian's chest instantly burst into light. A horizontal infinity symbol phantom emerged, covering Song Jian completely. Years. With a light sigh, Song Jian's originally old face seemed to have pressed the rewind button, and his face gradually returned to youth. Time, at this moment, reversed on Song Jian. The time domain that Song Jian used only had a range of 10 meters, which was nothing compared to the domain range of the boss, which was over 1,000 meters. But what was surprising was that within the domain range of the boss, this 10-meter range was like a restricted area, preventing the boss domain power from invading at all. This was impossible in the battles between other legendary realm powerhouses. The battles between legendary realm powerhouses were actually a competition of domain power, which could be competed, consumed, and even covered and disappeared. A powerful domain power could defeat the opponent's domain power in an instant. For example, Song Jian's 10-meter domain power should be completely unable to resist the domain power of a 1,000-meter range, and would be invaded and swallowed by the opponent in an instant. But now this situation has occurred. There is only one possibility. That is, Song Jian's domain power is much higher in grade than the boss's domain power. Just like eggs and stones. No matter how many eggs there are, or how big they are, they cannot smash the stone. The domain power is at a disadvantage, and it has actually lost half. When Song Jian casts the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation again, the other half of the hope of winning is completely lost. The Red Lotus Karma Fire, which is full of purifying power, is the nemesis of all undead creatures. The resistance of undead creatures to the Karma Fire is completely negative. In the sword formation, the undead boss wailed, and his body turned into ashes, which kept floating down over the long river of dead souls. Song Jian showed a look of joy on his face. He finally found that he did not gain nothing in the trial of more than 10 days. In addition to the improvement of the aura level, his own strength was actually improving unconsciously. Now, he can kill the peak boss of the legendary realm. This is really a huge improvement. The opponent is suppressed by me in terms of domain power, and his own attributes are suppressed by the Karma Fire. In fact, the opponent only exerted 80% or even 60% of the peak strength of the legendary realm. If it was a peak boss of the legendary realm that was not suppressed by me, it might not be so easy to kill, Song Jian thought to himself. At this moment, the Taoist shadow in the sky suddenly sighed. For a moment, the surrounding time and space seemed to be frozen. The undead creatures that pounced on Song Jian seemed to have stopped all their movements as if the pause button had been pressed. They were like insects frozen in a lake. Although they were motionless, they still retained their previous movements and expressions. It looked very strange. You are not from this world. You do not exist now, but only in the future. It seems that you have crossed endless years and went upstream from the downstream of the long river of time and space. The Taoist shadow said with some doubts, with your strength, it is impossible for you to have such a powerful power to reverse time and space. What kind of existence are you? Song Jian was surprised. The other party seemed to have seen through his identity and knew that he came from the future. After a moment of silence, Song Jian nodded and said, I did come here from 1,000,000 years later. I borrowed the power of a strong man from the sect. The Taoist shadow nodded and continued, with your strength, you are the most suitable to be my successor. But unfortunately, there are millions of years between you and me. Even with my strength, I can't cross such a long time. Without my personal guidance, you can't inherit my power. Chapter 1489 Time Gem. Hearing the words of the Taoist shadow in the air, Song Jian was stunned at first, and then relieved. Many people think that inheritance is just a secret manual of martial arts. But in fact, the content of inheritance is very complicated, and it is definitely not covered by 1 or 2 secret manuals of martial arts. Sometimes it even requires the inheritor to personally pass on the skills in order to fully inherit his legacy. Song Jian should be the one who performed the best in this assessment. But unfortunately, he is not from this era. If you are within 100,000 years from this era, I can still make you inherit my legacy, but 1,000,000 years is far beyond my ability. In the air, the Taoist shadow looked at Song Jian with complicated eyes, shook his head and sighed. It is also very difficult to find a suitable successor. The number of human geniuses who have entered the inheritance land has exceeded 100,000, but only a few can make it to the end. And Song Jian is the best among them. Song Jian frowned slightly. Although he spent more than half a month to upgrade his aura skills to level 10, he still had expectations for the inheritance of a god-level strongman. But now, all this has fallen through. What a pity! The Taoist shadow sighed. But soon, he pointed at Song Jian in the air, and a golden light bloomed from his fingertips. Before Song Jian could react, the golden light penetrated into his brow. You seem to have the inheritance of the sword sect. Here are some of my understandings of the sword. I hope they can help you. The Taoist nodded and said, there are still some sundries in the inheritance land. If you think they are useful, you can take them all away. Well, your trial ends here. You can leave at any time. After saying that, the Taoist shook his head, and his figure slowly disappeared in the air. In Song Jian's sea of consciousness, a golden object like a seed shone. This was the Taoist's understanding of the sword. This was the perception of a god-level strongman. It was impossible to pass it directly to Song Jian. Otherwise, a large amount of information flow would directly break through Song Jian's sea of consciousness, who was only a third-level combat power. Now these perceptions are condensed into a seed of perception. When Song Jian performs swordsmanship and practices cultivation in the future, he will gradually integrate the Taoist's perception into Song Jian's perception and turn it into his own. This will be a long process, but it is also an extremely valuable asset for Song Jian. The test is still going on. The Taoist's phantom can only see that Song Jian is a person from 1,000,000 years later. But he does not realize that the world he lives in is just a history that keeps repeating. The Taoist's phantom disappeared, and the surrounding scene slowly changed. Just like a gust of wind blowing, all the undead creatures in front of Song Jian were blown away like sand, and the dark environment in front of him was like glass, with cracks appearing one after another, and then suddenly collapsed. Song Jian's eyes blurred, and he found himself back in the hall. At this time, 5 of the dozens of stone pillars in the hall had turned gray like rocks, and the surfaces of the other stone pillars still emitted a light golden light. The scenes carved on these 5 gray stone pillars were exactly the 5 scenes that Song Jian had passed. Looking at the dozens of stone pillars left, Song Jian couldn't help but shudder. If he continued to place so many scenes on the stone pillars, he might really have a mental breakdown. At this time, the hall was brightly lit, and all the torches were burning. Some torches that had not been burning before were also lit, illuminating the hall like daylight. At the end of the hall, there is a high platform with 13 chairs about 10 feet high. These chairs look similar to the divine chair in Song Jian's divine home, but the style is slightly different. Among them, on the second chair on the left, a statue of a Taoist priest sits in it. Shin turned his head and looked towards the hall with a faint smile on his face. The appearance of this Taoist priest is exactly the same as the Taoist phantom that has been floating in the air in the trial. The Taoist priest statue sits on the divine chair. In front of him, there is a treasure chest emitting purple and gold light, which makes Song Jian's eyes light up. Legendary treasure chest. Song Jian was delighted. This might be the reward for the trial. For outsiders like them, even if they pass the trial, they cannot become inheritors. Therefore, the treasure chest in front of them is a reward for them, so that they will not return empty-handed. This is a pleasant surprise. Song Jian muttered to himself, stepped forward, and gently pressed his right hand on the treasure chest. A purple gold light shot up into the sky. Caw-caw. The treasure chest opened with a sound, revealing dozens of items inside. I'm rich. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he first took out one of the items emitting purple gold light. Time Gem Legendary. Accessory. Attributes: Spirit plus 10. Stamina plus 10. Intelligence plus 10. Skill 1, Time Shield passive. When damaged, automatically rebounds 10% of the damage taken, and the remaining 40% of the damage will be deducted in the next 10 seconds. Skill 2, Time Rewind active. Can be used on the target to restore the target to the state 10 seconds ago. Cooldown time 12 hours. Usage restrictions: each time the skill is triggered, the power of time in the gem will be consumed. If it is not replenished, then after the power of time is consumed, the gem will lose its effect. Item description: this item is a stone in the long river of time. After tens of thousands of years of time, it has undergone a qualitative change and has become a gem containing the power of time. Value: can be exchanged for 30,000 merit points. Good stuff. Song Jian's eyes lit up. He was strong in attack, but weak in defense. The attributes of this time gem were average, but both skills could be said to be god level. The time shield was a passive skill. As long as it was damaged, it could rebound 10%. At the same time, the remaining 40% of damage would be deducted in the next 10 seconds. If Song Jian could wear it, it would be almost impossible to kill him instantly in the future. As for the second skill, it could play a huge role both for himself and the enemy. Unfortunately, this item can only be handed over to Xiantian sect to exchange for merit. Song Jian showed a look of reluctance in his eyes. The value of this item can be seen from the exchanged merit points. 30,000 merit points are enough to buy 2 or 3 legendary quality items. Just as Song Jian was about to put the gem into the parcel column, the time mark on his chest suddenly burst into light. An array of light floated out of his chest, condensing infinite symbols in the air. System: time mark applies to absorb the power of time in the time gem. Is it allowed? Yes/no. Song Jian was stunned. He didn't expect that the time mark could absorb the power of time contained in the time gem. This is an item in the secret realm. Now it seems to be held in Song Jian's hand and can be put into the parcel column. In fact, it is an item from time and space. Absorb. Song Jian chose yes without hesitation. Although 30,000 merits were precious compared with the time mark, the power of the domain was more important to him. You know, the stronger the power of the domain, the easier it will be to advance to the power of law in the future. Although nothing can be seen now, it can consolidate Song Jian's path to the semi-god level. As Song Jian chose to confirm, strands of time essence were extracted from the time gem and integrated into the infinite symbol. This process lasted for more than 10 seconds before all the time essence in the time gem was extracted. At this time, the infinite symbol has become more solid from a phantom, and it looks like a piece of jade carving. Chapter 1493 Flavors of True Fire. The time gem contains a very rich time essence, at least dozens of times more than the 9 grains of time sand Song Jian had obtained before. When the time mark absorbed the time sand, it did not condense. But now, the time mark symbol looks full of texture. Song Jian felt that the time domain seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough and was about to be upgraded. If the time domain was upgraded to another level, both the range and power would be enhanced. The time gem that lost the time essence did not break, but the surface lost its luster and turned into a stone again. Its properties also changed. Its name became Time Gem that lost the power of time, and the effect completely disappeared. However, as long as it is put back into the long river of time and washed by time for 10,000 years, it can be restored. Or Song Jian can consume the power of time to replenish it, and it can also be restored. After losing the essence of time, it can be exchanged for 8,000 merits. This is really a pleasant surprise. Song Jian took a look at the properties of the stone in his hand, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. After putting the gem that lost the essence of time into the parcel column, Song Jian continued to take other items in the treasure chest. The remaining dozen items, each of which is a fine product, worth hundreds to thousands of merits. All in all, this treasure chest actually opened more than 50,000 merits. I wonder if these merits can be exchanged for 3 pieces of sword immortal set. Song Jian thought to himself. After taking away all the items in the treasure chest, the treasure chest slowly disappeared, and the light in the hall began to dim slowly. The torches began to go out, and a light blue teleportation light gate appeared in the center of the platform. Song Jian looked back at the hall. The stone pillars stood quietly in place, and the carvings on the surface were lifelike. Song Jian even felt that these carvings were alive. Otherwise, there would not be such a realistic illusion. Stepping into the light gate, Song Jian's eyes blurred, and when his vision recovered, he had already appeared outside the inheritance land. Why are there so many people? Song Jian was shocked by the scene in front of him. He saw many people gathered outside the light pillar gate of the inheritance land. Looking around, there were at least thousands of people. At the same time, a group of god-level strongmen were floating in the air, with a breath like the abyss and the sea, emitting terrifying fluctuations, shocking the surroundings. Seeing Song Jian coming out of the gate, the other young people showed a trace of joy in their eyes. Looking up, Xianling and Qin Yang had already come out of the inheritance land and stood aside, as if waiting for something. Seeing Song Jian coming out, Xianling's face was full of excitement, and she waved at him vigorously. Senior brother. Senior brother. Here. Here. Song Jian smiled slightly, walked over, and found Zhao Hai and Qin Yang were both there. But Gui Xiao was not found. Junior brother Gui is still in there? Song Jian asked in surprise. Yes. It's been 17 days. I came out on the 13th day. Zhao Hai came out 1 day later than me. And junior sister Xianling came out 3 days later than me. She only came out yesterday. Qin Yang nodded and said, Brother, why didn't you stay in there for a few more days? I heard from them that even if you can't get the inheritance in the end, the longer you stay in there, the greater the final gain. Xianling glanced around and whispered, Brother, I got an epic treasure chest. The items inside are worth at least 20,000 merits. Song Jian nodded. It seemed that none of them, the trial participants, could obtain the final inheritance. They could only obtain some meritorious benefits. Looking around, almost all the disciples of the Yujian sect who had entered the Starry Sky battlefield were around. Some had already entered the inheritance site, while others had not yet entered. They were asking those who had entered about the assessment content. Gua? Brother Gua? Will there be any danger? Zhao Hai looked at Song Jian. His face slightly changed, and he said in a low voice, You know, Song Jian's strength is the strongest among them. Even he has come out. But Gui Xiao has not come out yet. Maybe he encountered some accidents inside. It's okay. Song Jian shook his head and said, I was sent out because I was bored. With junior brother Gua's strength, he should be able to hold on for a while. As soon as the voice fell, a figure staggered out of the light column portal. As soon as this figure appeared, flames burned on the surface of his body. The flames seemed to come out from the pores all over his body, burning on the surface of his body, looking like a fireman. Hey, it's senior brother Gua. Zhao Hai was shocked and stared at the fireman for a long time, as if he recognized something. What? Is it senior brother Gua? Several people hurried forward, but were blocked by the flames on the surface of the other party's body. This flame is very powerful. Once it is contaminated, it will burn like a maggot on the tarsal bone, and everything will burn. Even if a piece of stone is contaminated, it will burn and turn into a small ball of magma and melt. 3 flames? In midair, a god-level warrior stared at the fireman with an interested look in his eyes. At this moment, the flames on the man's body began to slowly shrink, as if they were all absorbed into his pores. When his face was revealed, it was indeed Gui Xiao. Brother Gua, are you okay? Qin Yang and his men came forward and asked with a worried look. Gui Xiao looked flushed, with an irrepressible joy on his face. Seeing Qin Yang and his men, he waved his hands and said, It's okay. It's okay. I just got a skill and couldn't control it for a while. So there was an accident. Brother Gua actually got the technique? You're so lucky. Qin Yang and the others all showed envy on their faces. You know, they only got items worth thousands of merits, and didn't see any trace of the technique secrets at all. My friend, can you come up and talk? In midair, an old man with red hair and red beard stared at Gui Xiao with a smile on his face and transmitted the message. Senior? Gui Xiao was stunned, and saluted to the old man, with a confused look on his face. Ha ha ha. My friend, what you just used was the 3 flavors true fire. The old man laughed. Ahem. I dare not hide it. It is. Gui Xiao nodded and said, In the trial, he passed 6 scenes, 1 more than Song Jian, and received a book of skills as a reward. This book of skills is called 3 Flavors Fire Controlling Art, which is an epic level skill. For ordinary people, epic level skills are already very remarkable skills, and such skills are rarely seen even in auction houses. 3 Flavors Fire Controlling Art. but it releases 3 flavors of true fire, and the attack has its own fire attribute, which is somewhat similar to Song Jian's Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords art. But the Red Lotus Karma Fire can only be attached when Song Jian performs the 10,000 Swords art, while 3 flavors fire controlling art can attach 3 flavors of true fire attacks to any moves, even ordinary attacks. And this skill complements Guixiao, almost doubling Guixiao's strength. I am the elder of the flame sect, Fire Witch Ju. Since you can cultivate the 3 flames of true fire, you must have a fire attribute spiritual root. It would be great if you could join the flame sect, the red-haired old man said to Guixiao with a smile. As long as you are willing to join the flame sect, I will accept you as my personal disciple. You can learn the core skills of the flame sect. With your fire attribute spiritual root, you can enter the semi-god level within 100 years at most. If you are lucky, it is not impossible for you to become a god-level strongman like me. Chapter 1491 Sword Immortal Set. In 100 years, from the peak of the 3rd order combat power to a demigod-level warrior. Is that slow? In fact, it is not slow at all. Just look at the dragons of Kamata. Those dragons that have lived for thousands of years can only reach the peak of the legendary realm at most. The natives in the game world are not like players who can hunt monsters to upgrade. They must upgrade their levels and strengths step by step. They cannot lose any skills, realms, or experience. There is no shortcut. It takes 100 years to become a demigod-level warrior. Even in the sword control sect, it is rare. Otherwise, the sword control sect would not have opened the door to recruit players. Guixiao was very tempted. But unfortunately, this was a secret place. Just a period of time that had passed, and it was impossible for him to join another sect here. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. I have already joined the sect, and I can only appreciate your kindness, Guixiao said apologetically. What a pity. The elder of the flame sect looked at him with regret, shook his head and stopped talking. Although the 3 flames true fire was powerful, it was only ranked in the 30s on the spiritual fire list. If Guixiao could exchange for the Great Sun Tathagata Fiery Sun Sword Sutra, he could use this technique to cultivate the Sun True Flame, which was ranked in the top 10 of the spiritual fire list, and was even stronger than the 3 flames true fire. If Guixiao really cultivated the Sun True Flame, I'm afraid the elder of the Fiery Flame sect would want to snatch him away. Now it's just a 3 flames true flame. Although it's a pity, he doesn't care too much. The few people looked at each other, saw the joy in each other's eyes, winked at each other, and slowly withdrew from the crowd. There are many people like them who didn't pass the assessment. Some people will stay here to watch the excitement and see if there will really be a successor. Some people will feel embarrassed for not passing the assessment and leave immediately after coming out. Therefore, when Song Jian and his friends left, not many people noticed it. Only Guixiao Yan looked at them with some surprise. After all, they stayed in there the longest. In Guixiao Yan's view, they were the people who had the most chance with the inheritance land. It's worthwhile to be able to gain something, but compared with the real inheritance, these gains are insignificant. Guixiao Yan looked at Guixiao and shook his head slightly in his heart. After the few people left the inheritance place for a long time, Xi and Ling shouted excitedly, "Ha ha ha! I'm rich this time. I'm rich. So many merits. I can exchange for several promotion beads." What is the promotion bead? Song Jian was stunned and asked subconsciously. Brother Song, you haven't been to the Star Hall yet, so you naturally don't know the promotion bead. 1 promotion bead can upgrade any level below the legendary realm. Xi and Ling smiled and explained, this bead is naturally the most cost-effective for level 119. But whoever has it can't wait so long to use it. 1 promotion bead requires 3,000 merits to exchange. In the past, I could only look at it, but now I can finally exchange it. Unfortunately, I only got more than 60,000 merits, which is still a long way from the Great Sun Tathagata Fiery Sun Sword Scripture. He said a lot, but Guixiao's face was filled with a happy smile. He had already saved more than 10,000 merits before. With this harvest, he can collect 100,000 merits in a few months at most to exchange for the coveted Great Sun Tathagata Fiery Sun Sword Scripture. Originally thought that it was impossible to exchange, but unexpectedly, when the opportunity came, he actually got so many merits, which made the sword scripture within reach, and the joy in his heart was naturally beyond words. Qin Yang and Zhao Hai also got a lot of items that can be exchanged for merits. Everyone decided to go to the Star Hall to exchange treasures together. The group arrived at the human settlement. Other sects had exchanged locations, but the largest one was the Xingqian Hall of Xiantian sect. After Song Jian entered Xiantian sect, he immediately received a system prompt for deduction of merits. System, you owed merits of 1,010 points, which have been deducted. Please check the deduction details for details. 1,010. Song Jian was stunned. He opened the details and saw that there was a late payment fee of 5 merits. It was the jade pendant obtained from Xiantian sect. It was originally worth 5 merits. But Song Jian owed it for too long, and he actually incurred a late payment fee of 5 merits. After seeing it, he was speechless. All the merits owed were automatically deducted. An item worth more than 1,000 yuan disappeared from Song Jian's parcel column, and several items similar to gold coins appeared in the parcel column. These items similar to gold coins are the battlefield merits of the Starry Sky battlefield. In the Starry Sky battlefield, battlefield merits are the only currency in circulation. After leaving the secret realm, if there are merits that have not been used up, they will be automatically exchanged for purple crystals. Entering Xiantian sect, Song Jian followed several people into the Starry Hall. Suddenly, several people entered a hall full of fantasy. Here, it was like entering the universe and the stars. There was endless darkness under your feet, and there were bright stars all around. When you look at it and are sensed by the stars, those stars will automatically fly to your side and let you check them. These stars are actually treasures. Looking around, there are thousands of stars all around and above the head, which are dazzling and overwhelming. Exchange for merits. Xianling opened the parcel column and took out the items that can be exchanged for merits one by one. Soon, a ray of light swept across these items, and a number appeared in front of Xianling. Exchangeable merits, 19850. Do you want to exchange? Yes/no. In fact, Xianling has calculated these merits many times in her mind. There is no problem. So she exchanged them directly. With a sweep of light, dozens of items turned into streams of light and flew into the void and disappeared. And then several merit coins flew into Xianling's hands. Brother, where is the sword immortal set you want? The 3rd, 4th, and 5th stars on the left side of Aries in the Suzaku star region. Xianling pointed to the stars above her head and said to Song Jian. Song Jian looked carefully and saw that the stars above his head were actually divided into 4-star regions according to Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Suzaku, and Black Tortoise. Then each star region was divided into hundreds of small star regions according to the constellations. Items were distributed in each star region according to their attributes and grades. Therefore, although there seemed to be many types, it was actually very convenient to find them. Following Xianling's guidance, Song Jian fixed his eyes on the 3 stars. After a moment, the 3 stars flew towards Song Jian. Sword Immortal's Destruction Breastplate, Flowing Light-Killing Boots, Flowing Light-Killing Leggings. 3 pieces of equipment, shining with purple gold light, are exactly the same in style and form as the 3 Sword Immortal suits Song Jian has collected. If I can exchange all of them, then I will have 6 pieces of Sword Immortal suits. Song Jian's eyes flashed with joy. You know, 4 pieces will have 1 set attribute, 6 pieces will have the 2nd, and 8 pieces will have the 3rd. If Song Jian really exchanges all 3 pieces, it means that he has collected most of the Sword Immortal suits. Chapter 1492 5 Elements Escape Technique. Song Jian looked at the 3 pieces of the Sword Immortal set with a look of joy in his eyes. He checked the properties and was quite satisfied. Song Jian looked at the exchange price. 1. 10,000 merits for 1? Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he felt a huge surprise. He had gained at least 50,000 merits in the inheritance land. Not only could he exchange all 3 pieces, but he also had more than 20,000 left. Exchange merits. Song Jian quickly put out the items one by one. Suddenly, dozens of items appeared in front of him, each of which was emitting a dazzling light. The light swept past, instantly revealing the value of these items. Exchangeable merits, 58,600. Do you want to exchange? Yes/no. Nearly 60,000 merits made Song Jian happy, and he immediately chose to exchange. In an instant, all the items turned into streams of light and automatically disappeared into the void. Song Jian couldn't wait to put the 3 pieces of the Sword Immortal set into his pocket, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Seeing that the other people were checking and exchanging items, Song Jian still had more than 20,000 merits on him, so he naturally couldn't waste them. He also began to look carefully to see if there were any items he liked. The Star Palace is actually the reward for these trialists, which can bring items in the secret realm back to the game world. Song Jian looked around casually, as if he was shopping in a store. All the items that could appear in the Star Palace were rare treasures. Any item placed in the game world would cause people to fight for it. 3,000 merits can be exchanged for 1 Ascension Pearl, which can increase any level below the legendary realm by 1 level. Song Jian was shocked. He was only 5 levels away from level 120, the threshold of the legendary realm. He only needed to buy 5 Ascension Pearls to reach level 120. The most important thing was that Song Jian had already comprehended the power of the domain. There was no obstacle to upgrading to the legendary realm. As long as the level reached, he could directly enter the legendary realm. It only takes 15,000 merits. Song Jian's mouth curled up slightly. In his opinion, he had made a great deal on this trip to the secret realm. Just as Song Jian was about to exchange for the upgrade beads, 2 stars suddenly flew to him in the void. The stars flickered, and the light on the surface was swallowing and spitting, as if there was some kind of internal connection. And when the 2 stars approached, Song Jian suddenly felt a very familiar and tacit feeling in his heart, just like the connection between the pieces of the Sword Immortal set. Looking closely, it turned out to be 2 skill scrolls. A closer look showed that they were the Fire Escape and Gold Escape of the 5 Elements Escape. 5 Elements Escape Technique. It turns out to be 5 Elements Escape Technique. Song Jian showed a surprised look on his face. The previous Earth Escape, Water Escape, and Wood Escape greatly increased Song Jian's survivability and allowed him to escape danger in various dangerous environments. However, without Fire Escape and Gold Escape, the 5 Elements Escape Technique was always incomplete and could not reach the perfect state. Unexpectedly, he could collect the last 2 escape techniques in the Star Hall. 5,000 merits per book. You can definitely buy it. Song Jian looked at the exchange price and exchanged the 2 skill scrolls without hesitation. In fact, these 2 escape techniques have great limitations. If it were not for the purpose of collecting the 5 Elements Escape Technique, Song Jian would not have exchanged them. After learning the 2 techniques, Song Jian immediately received a system prompt. System, you have collected all the techniques of Gold Escape, Wood Escape, Water Escape, Fire Escape, and Earth Escape, which can be combined into the 5 Elements Escape. Do you want to merge? Yes/no. Tip. The merge techniques will be upgraded to the corresponding level according to the level of each escape technique. After selecting OK, the 5 escape techniques in the skill column disappeared, and were replaced by a skill shining with purple and gold light. The 5 Elements Escape Technique. The 5 Elements Escape Technique, relying on the 5 Elements energy, can escape thousands of miles away. And it is not just an escape technique. It is a technique that can be practiced all the time. Just like the Chaos Sword Cannon. This is the way of the Great Way. Song Jian showed a surprised look in his eyes. The so-called down method is that cultivation can improve combat experience, which is a kind of internal strength method. Ordinary internal strength methods that improve combat experience only improve combat experience, while skills that improve combat effectiveness can only improve combat effectiveness. The 2 cannot be confused. Only extremely high-grade skills have both. For example, Chaos Sword Classic can not only cultivate Chaos Sword Chi and corresponding sword techniques, but also increase a lot of combat experience when practicing. Among Song Jian's current skills, only Chaos Sword Classic belongs to this kind of skills, and others such as Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art are not. It can be imagined how precious such skills are. Unexpectedly, I have obtained another such skill now. Not only can I perform escape techniques, but I can also increase my combat experience. Most importantly, there are dozens of 5-element skills in it. It's really worth it. The 5-element escape techniques also include skills such as Wooden Stake Substitute Technique, Rainmaking Technique, and Flame Ray. These skills are generally powerful, but the consumption is also very small. If they are suddenly used in battle, they may have unexpected effects. The merged 5-element escape techniques only have 5 levels, and it takes 5 skill points to upgrade 1 level. After seeing the properties of the merged 5-element escape techniques, Song Jian was speechless. To upgrade the 5-element escape techniques, not only does the proficiency need to reach the maximum value, But each level upgrade requires 5 skill points. Such consumption makes Song Jian a little overwhelmed. After merging the 5 elements escape technique, Song Jian bought 6 more enhancement beads, which were enough to upgrade him to level 121, becoming a strong man in the early stage of the legendary realm. After the exchange, the faces of several people were filled with brilliant smiles. Such opportunities are not encountered every day. Brother, the enhancement beads need to be used after leaving the secret realm. Otherwise, you might have become the first player now, Xian Ling whispered. As time goes by, there are more and more treasures and tasks that can upgrade the level in the game world. Many people have entered the ranks of the 3rd level combat power. But the legendary realm is still an unattainable realm for current players. If Song Jian reaches the legendary realm now, I am afraid he can really become the first legendary realm among players, as Xian Ling said. Song Jian smiled slightly, not caring. He had enjoyed such glory when he founded the City of Hope. Now, Song Jian no longer cared about such vanity. Time passed quickly in the secret realm, and the battle in the starry sky battlefield became more and more intense. The roar of the battle could be heard almost every moment. After exchanging the treasure, Song Jian did not leave alone, but continued to hunt the legendary aliens in the starry sky battlefield with Xian Ling and others. After one battle after another, the combat experience of several people became richer and richer. Song Jian found that this should also be part of the trial of the Yujian sect's secret realm. On this day, Song Jian and his men were besieging and killing a peak alien of the legendary realm. Just when the alien was seriously injured and about to die, a divine spear suddenly fell from the sky and stabbed in front of the alien, blocking the siege of several people. Then, a loud voice came from far away. You humans are too much of a bully. Several people surrounded and killed the strong men of my Iron Armor clan. Aren't you afraid that my Iron Armor clan will join the 10,000 clan alliance and kill you humans? Chapter 1493 Son of God. Song Jian looked up and saw a bright divine light in the void. A figure in armor drove a bronze chariot across the sky. The monsters pulling the chariot were all at the peak of the legendary realm. Son of God. Your Highness, Son of God. Save me. The legendary master of the Iron Armor clan that Song Jian and his men surrounded and killed immediately exclaimed when he saw the chariot. Son of God. How could a Son of God appear in the void battlefield? Isn't this something that only appears in the later stages of the war? Chun Yang shouted in surprise, his face full of shock. God War. Is the God War about to break out? Why haven't we left the secret realm yet? It shouldn't be. Guixiao also looked solemn and raised his head to look into the void. The Iron Armor clan is actually a kind of spirit race. They are born spirits. When they are born, they will grow attached to an iron armor and regard the armor as a companion item, growing with it. The Iron Armor clan is very powerful and is also a top-ranked race among the myriad races in the starry sky. As long as they are killed, their companion iron armor is a very precious forging material. A legendary companion iron armor can be exchanged for tens of thousands of merit points, which is 10 times the value of other legendary masters. This makes the Iron Armor clan one of the most favored hunting targets of the human race in the starry sky battlefield. This time, Song Jian and his friends were lucky to meet a legendary peak master of the Iron Armor clan. But unexpectedly, just when several people were about to surround and kill this Iron Armor clan strongman, the godson of the Iron Armor clan suddenly appeared. The godsons of each tribe are the youngest and most outstanding people in their tribe. Just like the human race's Tianjiao. If they are not strong and not young, they are not qualified to be called Tianjiu. Chueo godson. Save me. Save me. The already broken Iron Armor clan strongman stretched out his right hand towards the godson in the void, and his voice was full of pleading. Back off. Human race. Chueo godson waved his hand, and the divine spear flashing with lightning returned to its hand with a whoosh. The tip of the spear flashed with lightning, pointing at Song Jian and others, and shouted loudly. Semi-god level? Zhao Hai swallowed, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Although their strength grew rapidly, and now they have grown into the peak of the third order combat power, they have not comprehended the power of the domain and entered the legendary realm, facing the demigod level that is more terrifying than the legendary realm, facing the demigod level that has already comprehended the power of the law. Fear is a very natural emotion. Song Jian, let's retreat first. Something big has happened for us trialers, Xian Ling said in a low voice with a nervous face. Demigod-level strongmen have only comprehended the power of the law. and there is still a long way to go before they can master it. However, the power of the law and the power of the domain, even if the attributes are the same, are very different in strength. The power of the domain cannot even be used in front of the power of the law. This is a qualitative difference. Song Jian was eager to try, and looked like he wanted to fight the Son of God. His current strength was comparable to that of the peak of the legendary realm. If he left the secret realm and used 6 enhancement beads to reach level 121, after entering the legendary realm, ordinary peak legendary realm players would not be his opponents. How big is the gap between the peak of the legendary realm and the demigod level? I can take this opportunity to test it, Song Jian thought to himself. The Iron Armor clan at the peak of the legendary realm was about to enter a dying state. Guo and his men were completely able to kill it, and Song Jian wanted to fight the demigod level Son of God in front of him personally. But Xian Ling's words made him hesitate. After looking at Xian Ling, he saw a trace of worry in her eyes. Song Jian's heart moved, and he gave up the idea of fighting with the Son of God. He nodded and slowly retreated. Seeing the few people leave, the Iron Armor clan strongman who was about to enter the dying state looked indignant. Son of God, are you just letting them go? Those human races are too hateful. Letting them go is to save you. Chueo's Son of God interrupted it directly and said bluntly, continue to fight. I may be able to kill them all, but you are dead. Among them, some have the strength to compete with me. At least, they can hold me back for a while. Chueo God's son stared at the other party. Revealing a deep emerald light in the eye sockets of the steel helmet, the oracle appears. The 10,000 Races Alliance. From today on, those with strength below the demigod level will withdraw from the Starry Sky battlefield. And the final decisive battle is about to begin. The final decisive battle? The peak legendary realm powerhouse couldn't help but shudder, lowered his head, and became silent. Chueo God's son looked at the backs of Song Jian and others, muttered to himself, 10,000 Races Alliance. The human race will be completely expelled from the Starry Sky battlefield. I hope to see you human race geniuses again, with the 3rd level combat power, besieging and killing the peak of the legendary realm. Such strength can be called a genius. As long as given time, he will definitely grow up and become a true pride of heaven. But now, the time left for the human race is really not much. Several people left the battle area. All of them looked worried. Song Jian glanced at Xian Ling, waiting for her answer. Brother, something bad has happened. Xian Ling showed a bitter smile on her face, shook her head and said, I didn't expect that the time in the secret realm has accelerated again. Surprisingly, the Son of God appeared. This time, I'm afraid we will be wiped out. Hey, my sea of consciousness is injured, and I have to rest for at least a year and a half. Qin Yang said a little depressed. After several people explained, Song Jian finally understood. It turned out that every time the disciples of the Yujian sect entered the secret realm for training, they would only end at the beginning of the Starry Sky battlefield. Most of the time, they actually searched for opportunities, like the Dragon Palace treasure in various places in the secret realm, learned ancient skills, and increased their experience. The Starry Sky battlefield is a place similar to summarizing, integrating their own gains, fighting with the Starry Sky myriad races, and then exchanging some treasures that can be brought out of the secret realm in various sects. And the training is over. The secret realm will end at the beginning of the Starry Sky battlefield. During this period, the most active people in the Starry Sky battlefield are the legendary realm. Demigod level and god level strongmen will only appear as protectors and rarely participate in the battle. However, as time goes by, more and more races join the Starry Sky battlefield, and more strongmen also set their sights on the Starry Sky battlefield. In the end, the sons and daughters of gods of various races also began to enter the battlefield for training. With the fall of the sons and daughters of gods, the contradictions between the 10,000 races and the human race became more and more serious, and finally formed the situation of the 10,000 Races Alliance and the human race's separatism. In the end, even the War of the Gods broke out, also known as the Final Battle. This was a protracted war between the 10,000 races and the human race, which lasted for 100,000 years. The legendary realm was like cannon fodder in the final battle. Countless demigod level and god level strongmen would fall, although the strength of Song Jian and others has been enhanced. In such a war, perhaps only the aftermath of a battle can kill several people. After hearing this, Song Jian frowned. If the War of the Gods really happened, Even if he could rival the peak existence of the legendary realm, he would still become cannon fodder in such a battle. Dying without any value is the most likely thing to happen in the future. Chapter 1494 Blood. The appearance of the Son of God means that the battle in the Starry Sky battlefield has begun to escalate. This is a very uncomfortable thing for the few people who are only at the peak of the third-level combat power. Such a battle has completely exceeded our strength, and the meaning of training no longer exists. I really don't know why the secret realm has not ended yet, Zhao Hai said, a little depressed. The time in the secret realm has been affected by an inexplicable force. After all, this is just a period of time in the long river of time. It is greatly affected by the power of time. Maybe it won't be long before the secret realm will end. Guishao sighed and said. Song Jian frowned slightly. If it was really as Guishao said, then maybe the time disorder in the secret realm this time was really related to him. Why don't we stay in Xietian sect, the base camp of the human race? Even if we don't gain anything, at least it will be safer, Xian Ling said. Junior sister, have you forgotten what event prompted the final battle? Wasn't it that the human race's base was destroyed by the 10,000 races, and only 1 in 10 of the human race survived in the Starry Sky battlefield, which led to the human race's rage and made every effort to kill the 10,000 races, which led to the final battle? Qin Yang said with a wry smile. The joint bases of Xietian sect and more than a dozen major sects were destroyed. It is conceivable how powerful the 10,000 races were at that time. I'm afraid that there must be hundreds or even thousands of god-level strongmen to destroy the human race's base. The secret history of the Yujian sect has a detailed record of the final battle. At that time, the human race was not prepared at all. But several major races in the Starry Sky had already secretly united and prepared to start the final battle with the intention of annihilating the human race. However, they never expected that the human race that suppressed the alien races in the Starry Sky battlefield was actually only a small part of the human race. Just a branch established by several major sects in the Starry Sky battlefield. The Starry Sky myriad races thought that the final battle was actually just the annihilation of a branch of the human race. But their actions completely angered the human race. The human race finally decided to do their best to retaliate, which led to the real final battle, the War of the Gods, which lasted for 100,000 years, and countless Starry Sky alien races were completely exterminated. Although the human race also won a bitter victory, it eventually established the human race's supreme status among the myriad races in the Starry Sky and created the brilliant civilization of the human race. This period of history is like an epic novel, with ups and downs. The human race on the Starry Sky battlefield was destroyed, and many heroic characters and stories emerged. When future generations read this period of history, they also felt a lot of emotion. But if they really let them experience this period of history in person, I am afraid that 9 out of 10 people would not want to. After all, this is a war with a predetermined outcome. Now the number of human race active in the Starry Sky battlefield exceeds tens of millions. Most of them are elite disciples of various sects, and the descendants of Tianjiao. Are they really all dead? Song Jian couldn't help asking. The human race has always regarded the Starry Sky battlefield as a training ground. So most of the active people on the battlefield are younger disciples, who are highly valued by various sections. This is why the human race was completely wiped out in the Starry Sky battlefield, which completely angered the entire human race. More than 16 million, the number counted at the time. But in fact, at least more than 20 million people died. Guishao sighed and said, in the Starry Sky battlefield, the human race was unprepared, and too many people died. If the trial disciples of the Yujian sect also stayed in the secret realm when the conflict broke out, they would be very likely to be killed by the strong men of all races. So, the myriad races are likely to raid the human race's settlement in the near future? Song Jian asked. How long will this take? A few months at the fastest. A year at the slowest. The human race's settlement will be destroyed, Guishao said. Song Jian remained silent. Although he would not really die if he died in the secret realm, his consciousness would only be damaged, and his sea of consciousness would be shaken. He could recover after a year or two of recuperation. For the players, it was equivalent to being in a bad state for a long time. Can't we leave the secret realm on our own initiative? Song Jian asked. No. We must wait for the secret realm time to end on its own. Generally speaking, this time will last about 10 years. And now it has only been less than 5 years, Guishao said. If the time progresses, the 10,000 races will attack the human race's settlement, and we will definitely experience it. Song Jian's heart sank. And he whispered, "The few people have gained a lot in the secret realm. And it is not a pity to leave now. But if they die because of the 10,000 races attacking the human race's settlement, they will suffer losses for nothing." The few people discussed for a long time. But there was no countermeasure. This kind of trend cannot be stopped by a few people with third-level combat power. Even if they are all god-level strongmen, they are just a few mantises with stronger physiques in front of this trend. Song Jian sighed. Since he was able to fight across levels, Song Jian has always been proud. But now it seems that his strength is still as small as dust in the universe. This is in a secret realm. And it's probably the same in the game world. So what about the real world? Song Jian thought to himself. The improvement in strength naturally gave Song Jian a great boost in self-confidence. In the real world, as long as he was not in the center of a nuclear bomb explosion, Song Jian's physical strength would be able to achieve immortality. In the real world, a player like him, in ancient times, would probably have many people believe in and worship him even if he called himself a god. But now, it's just a secret realm in the game world, which makes Song Jian feel his own insignificance. A god-level strongman can't control his own destiny at this time. Song Jian sighed in his heart. A few days later, the news that the son of the alien race appeared in the starry sky battlefield had spread throughout the human race's settlement. For the human race in the secret realm, it did not have any impact. Some people were excited to be able to kill the son of the god and the saint. But for the disciples of the Yujin sect, this was like a bolt from the blue. And the trial participants became panicked. 2 months later, the starry sky battlefield became more and more dangerous. Before, the human race was large in number and often surrounded and suppressed the alien races. And the alien races also fought and conquered each other. However, in the past few days, the battles between the alien races have obviously decreased a lot. But the battles between the human race have increased. Some of the trial disciples of the sword-controlling sect have stopped going out for training, and are hiding in the human race's base, looking worried. Even Zhao Hai and Qin Yang have to stay in the base to recuperate because they are seriously injured. On the contrary, Guizhou and Song Jian go out together every few days to hunt down the legendary realm warriors of the alien race. However, as time goes by, the number of legendary realm warriors on the battlefield is getting smaller and smaller. Not only the legendary realm, but also the aliens below the legendary realm are hard to see. Instead, there are more and more demigod and god-level warriors. The myriad races seem to have signs of an alliance. I wonder what the human race's sects are thinking. Guizhou looked up at the flags of the various sects flying in the human race's base. Frowning, the signs of the Starry Sky Alliance became more and more obvious. Even the lower-level disciples had noticed it. The high-level people stationed in the garrisons of various sects could not have been unaware of it. However, in the past few months, there was no movement in the human race garrison, which seemed a bit strange. The air was filled with an elusive taste. Such days lasted for more than half a month, and everyone's heart seemed to be pressed by a huge rock. On this day, the sun was shining brightly in the sky, but the next moment, a trace of blood appeared in the sky. At first, it was just a line, like a fire cloud. Slowly, this fire cloud spread rapidly to the surroundings with the momentum of a prairie fire. In just a quarter of an hour, the whole sky was filled with a strong blood light, and the fluctuations of the chaotic atmosphere in the Starry Sky battlefield became more and more intense. Chapter 1495 Mission. The sky of the star battlefield turned bloody. Seeing this, Xian Ling's face turned pale and horrible. The bloody arena. The bloody arena is about to appear. Xian Ling muttered to herself. Song Jian was stunned. This was the first time he heard the term bloody arena. Even the common sense booklet Xian Ling gave him, and the novice jade pendant issued by Xiantian sect did not have any introduction to the bloody arena. Just as Song Jian was about to ask what the bloody arena was, a terrifying aura suddenly rose in the human race's residence. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 50. One by one, the god-level masters soared into the sky, and their auras spread wantonly, without any regard for the feelings of the weak disciples in the human race. The auras of so many god-level masters were fully released, and even Song Jian felt the pressure. Many low-level disciples had already begun to enter various sects to avoid the oppression of this aura, and dared not show up. The blood-type arena is finally open. A god-level master with 3 long beards looked at the blood-colored sky with complicated eyes, and sighed in a low voice. I didn't expect it to be opened. The bloody arena. The bloody arena. This time, I don't know how many human race geniuses will be lost on it. Another god-level master sighed. Song Jian looked up in surprise. It was the first time he knew that there were so many god-level masters in the human settlement. 100? More than 100 god-level masters? Song Jian exclaimed. Why didn't I feel their presence before? A young disciple wearing a purple robe turned his head and looked at Song Jian contemptuously. Mocking, god-level masters. If you don't want you to find out, how could you know their existence with your strength? Song Jian was stunned and looked at the other party. The man looked only about 20 years old. But from the unconcealed aura fluctuations on his body, it can be seen that the other party is a legendary master who has comprehended the power of the domain. Although his aura is not very stable, it is obvious that he has just entered the legendary realm. But compared with the peak of the third-level combat power, he is in a crushing position on the surface. This is an elite disciple of the Hanhai sect. Judging from his age and strength, he should be a genius among this generation of disciples. Xian Ling whispered in Song Jian's ear. In the past few months, not only have the sons of gods and saints of the alien race appeared one after another, but the geniuses and elites of various sects on the human side have also appeared in large numbers. They occasionally go out for training, but most of the time, they hide in the human settlement, as if waiting for something. Blood-colored arena. Could it be that these human geniuses and these god-level powerhouses are waiting for the appearance of the blood-colored arena? They have long known that the blood-colored arena is about to appear. Song Jian guessed in his heart. On the other side of the starry sky battlefield, the dense starry sky alien coalition was scattered throughout the sky, covering the sky and almost blocking out the sun's light. Even the bloody sky became their background. These aliens were numerous, and each of them was a young man wearing armor. Each of them was at least a legendary realm, and some even reached the semi-god realm. Most of them were sons and daughters of gods of alien races. Behind them, there were also god-level strongmen. These god-level strongmen were bathed in divine light, or dazzling like the sun in the sky, or covered by the galaxy. Mysterious, or a world appeared behind them, or the whole body was covered in the shadow of a tall statue. These god-level warriors did not conceal their auras at all, and they were all releasing them with all their strength. Even if they were dozens of kilometers away, people could feel the terrifying aura that shook people's hearts. For a long time, the bloody arena did not appear. The human race and the star alien race just looked at each other from a distance. Everyone was silent, waiting for something quietly. At this moment, a son of God suddenly jumped out from the star alien race, wearing golden armor all over his body, riding a two-headed dragon beast, flying in the air, and galloping towards the human race's station. Its face was covered by a golden helmet, and only the deep purple light could be seen in its pupils. As it rushed, the purple light turned into two tassels, flowing backwards from both sides of its cheeks. After a while, he came to the human race's settlement dozens of kilometers away, and shouted expressionlessly, "The bloody arena is about to open. Human race's Tianjiao, dare to fight with my divine weapon clan." Song Jian's expression slightly moved. The man in front of him was just a legendary realm early stage strongman, but he had obviously entered the early stage for a long time. His aura was stable, and he could enter the legendary realm mid-stage at any time. As soon as the Son of God finished speaking, dozens of voices suddenly rang out in the human race's settlement. "Fight! I'll fight you! Arrogant! Watch me kill you!" Dozens of human race Tianji flew into the air and pounced on each other. Tai Lan So, a human genius, let out a sharp roar, as if he had used up all his strength. His tone was full of resentment and murderous intent. "Huh?" Tai Lan So looked up. His eyes swept through dozens of human geniuses, and finally locked on the person who shouted his name. The purple light in his eyes trembled slightly, as if he recognized the other party. "Oh, who did I think it was?" It turned out to be the ant from Tianqiong sect. Back then, in the Holy Boat ruins, this godson slaughtered dozens of human geniuses, and luckily let you escape with your life. I only cut off one of your arms. What? You still want to provoke this godson today? Humph. If you dare to stand up this time, this godson will definitely kill you. If you want to live, be a coward and hide in. Before he finished speaking, the Tianqiong sect's prodigy had already roared, soared into the sky, raised his right hand like a knife, and fiercely slashed a dazzling knife aura at Tai Lan Su. Boom! The void was shattered by this knife. This knife, full of resentment and murderous intent spanned hundreds of meters, leaving a dazzling mark in the air. A trifling trick, Tai Lon Suo sneered, and stretched forward with his bare hands, directly grasping the nearby knife aura in his hand. The knife aura, that was originally like a ferocious dragon, in Tai Lon Suo's hand, immediately turned into a weak little snake, struggling and twisting a few times, was directly crushed by Tai Lon Suo. The battle of the prodigies begins now. Qin Feng, stand up and die, Tai Lon Suo roared, and soared into the air from his mount. His figure was like a rock spreading its wings, and he rushed towards Qin Feng of the Tianqiong sect. Dozens of other human prodigies looked at each other and subconsciously retreated. This was a battle between the human race and the alien races in the starry sky. It was an upright battle. If they went forward to besiege at this time, not only would they lose face for the human race, but under the gaze of so many god-level masters, it would be impossible to surround and kill the other party. This was why Tai Lon Suo had dared to provoke. A series of explosions sounded in the sky. Looking at the two legendary masters fighting in the sky, Song Jian narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly received a system message. System, you have triggered the hidden mission in the area. Son of God. Mission content, defeat kill 3-star alien god sons holy maidens before the bloody arena opens. Mission reward, qualification to enter the bloody arena. Failure penalty, none. Song Jian subconsciously looked at Xian Ling. And sure enough, Xian Ling also had a look of surprise on her face. Obviously, she also accepted this mission. Seeing Song Jian looking at her, Xian Ling hesitated for a moment, shook her head slightly, and gave up the mission directly. Chapter 1496, Appearance. Xian Ling stared at the task that suddenly appeared, hesitated for a long time, and finally chose to give up. The aliens who dared to challenge before the bloody arena was opened were at least in the legendary realm. With Xian Ling's current strength, it was impossible to fight against the opponent alone. Once she accepted this task, she might be killed by the opponent and leave the secret realm. However, this task is obviously just a pre-task, and the task reward is the entrance ticket to the blood-type arena. It can be imagined that once the bloody arena is opened, subsequent tasks will be triggered continuously. This kind of task is the most favorite task of players. The rewards for each task may be very low, but each task can be accumulated. If the entire series of tasks are completed, the final reward will definitely be very generous. No matter how generous the reward is, you still need to be alive to spend it, Xian Ling muttered. After entering the game world for several years, veteran players have long since gotten over the habit of accepting any mission they encounter. Before accepting each mission, they will carefully examine it to see if there are any traps or whether it is dangerous. For example, the current Son of God mission requires defeating 3 legendary masters in a row just to start it. Such difficulty is simply not something Xian Ling can handle. Forcing herself to accept it will only bring shame upon herself. Xian Ling glanced at Song Jian and thought to herself, senior brother should accept it. After all, his strength is comparable to that of a peak legendary master. Song Jian's own attributes are no weaker than those of ordinary legendary realm masters, and his skills are more powerful. The Chaos Sword Code alone has surpassed the average human genius. What's more, he has comprehended the top-level time domain and absorbed the time sand and time orb. At this time, the power of the domain is on the verge of transformation, and is no weaker than that of the peak legendary realm masters. As expected, Song Jian accepted the task without hesitation. At this time, the battle in front was coming to an end. In just 10 seconds, the human genius Qin Feng was seriously injured by Tai Lon Suo. Both of them were in the early stage of the legendary realm, but the combat power shown by Tai Lon Suo was completely crushed, and Qin Feng was not its opponent at all. Qin Feng fell heavily from the air to the ground. The sons and daughters of the gods of the alien race cheered in the distance, and their morale was greatly boosted. Even the god-level strongmen of the alien race looked at Tai Lon Suo with admiration. What domain power did Tai Lon Suo comprehend? Someone whispered, why didn't he show it in the battle? It is said that it is the domain of strong attack, and it is said that he comprehended more than one domain power. Although he is only in the early stage of the legendary realm, his strength has almost reached the high end of the legendary realm, and he is only one step away from the peak. The human race on the opposite side is too weak, and Tai Lon Suo does not need to use the domain power at all. A person next to him looked at Qin Feng, who fell into the dust with a mocking look on his face. Even the opponent's domain power was not forced out. It is conceivable how great the humiliation to Qin Feng was. Tai Lan Su. Qin Feng was going crazy, his face full of grief and anger. Tai Lan Su's eyes showed a fierce look, and he whispered, I originally wanted to spare your life, but I didn't expect that you would dare to call me the Son of God by my name. Humph. I can't spare you. As he said that, Tai Lan Su's figure was like lightning, drawing an arc in the air, and rushed towards Qin Feng fiercely. The other human geniuses around were full of grief and anger, but no one took action. Since they had already gone to war, they had to be prepared to die in battle. If they took action at this time, even if they saved Qin Feng and returned to the human settlement, they would be killed directly by the strong. The human race couldn't afford to lose face. Puff. Tai Lan Su smashed Qin Feng with his right hand, like a meteorite falling to the ground, and the surrounding area of dozens of meters shattered, and a bowl-shaped pit appeared in front of everyone. Song Jian suddenly looked up at the distant Wanshan mountain. The mountain seemed to be smashed by the strong man's attack in this way. The dust settled, and Tai Lan Su stood in the pit. Opposite him, Qin Feng grabbed Tai Lan Su's right arm with both hands, and blood kept gushing out of his mouth. He slowly lowered his head. Tai Lan Su's right hand directly inserted into Qin Feng's chest. At this time, Qin Feng's heart must have been tightly grasped by Tai Lan Su, and even crushed. Qin Feng's breath disappeared. Tai Lan Su snorted coldly, casually threw Qin Feng's body towards the direction of the human race, and said expressionlessly, Next. This time, hundreds of sons and daughters of gods came from the alien race. They are all the strongest among the 10,000 races in the starry sky, with unlimited potential. They have enough resources, and the most suitable skills for their own attributes. Even the power of the domain they comprehend is specially formulated for them by strong men. It can be said that almost every one of these sons and daughters of gods has the strength to challenge across levels. Seeing Qin Feng being easily defeated by Tai Lan Su, these sons and daughters of gods, one by one, had a smug smile on their faces. Although they were on the battlefield, they were talking and laughing, and seemed to not take the opposite human race seriously at all. Are the human race's geniuses so weak? They are all in the early stage of the legendary realm, but they are crushed like this. It feels like people from two different realms are fighting. If all the human race's geniuses are like this, is there any need for the myriad races to unite? I really don't know how the myriad races were suppressed by the human race in the starry sky battlefield. It's really shameful. Humph. That's just because we didn't come. It's like the disciples of the big sects bullying the independent cultivators. What's the point? Seeing Tai Lan Su was so powerful, I'm itching to do it. I'll come in the next game. Don't compete with me. Let me kill a few human race geniuses for fun. Ha ha ha. All the sons and daughters of the gods burst into laughter. I'll fight you. Song Jian shouted, leaped up, stepped on the flying sword, and soared into the air. The human race's Tianju was shocked by Tai Lan Su's fighting power, and was still immersed in the grief of Qin Feng's murder. Song Jian knew that the god son who came out first, even if his strength was not the weakest, should be at a lower level among all the godsons. After all, there are demigods among the godsons and saints. If you want to complete the Godson Road mission and obtain the qualification for the Bloody Arena, you must complete it when the godson who comes out is not strong. The later you go, the stronger the godson who comes out will be. If you encounter a godson at the demigod level, Song Jian will not be able to complete the mission with his strength. Seeing Song Jian appear, everyone was stunned. And then, the alien gods and saints burst into laughter. What happened to the human race? Is there really no one left? They actually let a person with level 3 combat power come out to die. Ha ha ha. Level 3 combat power. Not even the peak of level 3 combat power. Is this the so-called human prodigy? Tai Lan Su's strength is comparable to the high-level legendary. Does this mean that this human with high-level level 3 combat power thinks he can cross a big realm and defeat his opponent? Is he here to make people laugh and liven up the atmosphere? Or is the human race humiliating Tai Lan Su? For a while, not only did the aliens look at Song Jian with strange eyes, but even the human prodigies were dissatisfied with Song Jian. Chapter 1497 Solidified Domain. Qi Feng was defeated. The morale of the human race plummeted, and the morale of the star alien race was greatly boosted. Qin Feng was not a match for Tai Lan Su, and his death was expected by many people. Now the human race urgently needs a victory to save the situation and boost morale. But Song Jian, A high-level 3rd level combat power. Ran away. Isn't this a waste of life? Who is this guy? Does he have a grudge against Tai Lan Sua? A high-level 3rd level combat power. Isn't it going to die? Qin Feng is in the early stage of the legendary realm, and can't even force out the opponent's domain power. He is a high-level 3rd level. Simply. Hi. Among the human race's Tianjiao, there were contempt, annoyance, and anger. One Tianjiu even flew into the air, pointed at Song Jian and shouted, "Back off. This is not a drill. People will die." Song Jian turned his head to look at him, smiled at him, waved his hand and said, "He is just an early legendary realm. I will kill him. Don't worry." You. The human race Tianjiu was immediately angry, pointing at Song Jian, not knowing what to say. "What's the hurry? You don't have to go back. Kill him and then kill you." Tai Lan Sua glanced at him and sneered. "Don't know what's good for you." Gu Yao was so angry that his whole body was shaking. The human race now urgently needed a clean and neat victory to restore morale. Although he was not sure of defeating Tai Lan Sua, he was confident that he could fight the opponent on equal terms. Song Jian didn't care that Gu Yao scolded him. Sometimes, those who say nice things to you don't necessarily mean it for your own good. And those who scold you don't mean to hurt you. Holding the sky-breaking sword and making a sword flower, Song Jian pointed the tip of the sword at Tai Lan Sua and said with a smile, "Are you ready?" "Humph." Tai Lan Sua snorted coldly, with a mocking smile on his face, and said, "Do I need to prepare to deal with you? A person with a high level of 3rd level combat power, even if he has the ability to challenge across levels, is not a threat in Tai Lan Sua's eyes." Song Jian smiled slightly. A trace of gray chaotic sword energy quickly circulated in his body, and he stomped his feet in the void. In an instant, his figure turned into nothingness, leaving only a dazzling sword light stabbing towards Tai Lan Sua. 1 divided into 2. 2 divided into 4. 4 divided into 8. In an instant, the sky was densely covered with sword beams, directly covering the area of hundreds of meters in radius. Tai Lan Sua's face changed drastically. He had originally locked onto Song Jian, but the moment Song Jian moved, he completely lost sight of him. The alarm bells in his mind were ringing. The gray sword beams in front of him were like gray giant beasts, making him dare not even get close. Red dust tribulation. A light shout sounded in the air, and the chaotic atmosphere and tribulation energy in the starry sky battlefield seemed to be attracted by something and gathered towards Tai Lan Sua. In the eyes of others, these sword beams barely emitted any energy fluctuations, just like an illusion, and they did not feel any danger at all. However, in the eyes of Tai Lan Sua, who was facing them, these sword beams were the size of the god of death, which were extremely terrifying. "Freeze!" Tai Lan Sua roared, and a dazzling light suddenly appeared around his body. A crystal cube that seemed to have cut countless faces wrapped him up. At the same time, this crystal cube was constantly replicating, extending, and spreading outward. After a while, it covered an area of dozens of meters. Layers of crystals, with almost no gaps in the middle. Tai Lan Sua looked like a small insect trapped in a lake. The alien army behind him was in an uproar. Almost everyone knew that Tai Lan Sua mastered the 2nd domain power. His 1st domain power was the strong attack domain, but few people knew what the 2nd domain was. Now, facing a human challenger with a high level of 3rd level combat power, Tai Lan Sua actually used his 2nd domain power. He used it in public, which made many people confused. What's wrong with Tai Lan Sua? Did he use a big move right away? Is this his 2nd domain power? It looks a bit strange. Solidification domain. Don't underestimate those crystal cubes. They have extremely strong defense, and after breaking a layer, the fragments will generate solidification power. The more crystals are broken, the greater the solidification power will be. In the end, it is possible to directly solidify the enemy in the void. Solidified field? It feels like a turtle shell. No wonder Tai Lan Sua is reluctant to show it. Is the human on the opposite side very strong? Why didn't I feel it? He actually forced Tai Lan Sua's life-saving skills to come out directly. It's really unimaginable. The sons and daughters of gods didn't see it, but most of the god-level strongmen felt the horror of the chaos sword. This is the power of chaos. How could it be? A god-level strongman showed a trace of horror on his face, looking at Song Jian, his eyes full of murderous intent. A human prodigy who has mastered the power of chaos is enough to make the god-level strongmen of the alien race want to kill. On the other hand, the god-level masters of the human race all showed surprised expressions. This is the genius of that sect, who actually mastered the power of chaos. It seems to be the inheritance of the ancient sword sect. It is said that the sword sect has a chaos sword cannon, which can only be practiced by people with special physiques. Looking at the moves performed by this young man, it seems to be the moves recorded in the chaos sword cannon. The sword sect is a hidden sect, and there are few disciples who appear at ordinary times. I didn't expect to meet a descendant of the sword sect in the Starry Sky battlefield. It's rare. It's just that his realm seems to be a little bit worse. He hasn't entered the legendary realm. Even if he can fight across levels, he won't be too strong. What a pity. What a pity. Dozens of god-level warriors locked their eyes on Song Jian. If Song Jian encountered danger, these god-level warriors would definitely stop him. As a descendant of the ancient sword sect, Song Jian was destined to be protected by the human race. Bang, 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 bang. In the void, layers of crystal cube shattered. In front of these sword beams, these hard crystals seemed to encounter natural enemies and collapsed at the touch. In the blink of an eye, dozens of layers of crystals were destroyed. Tai Lon Sua's face suddenly became ugly. Even though he had expected that the other party could break the crystal defense, he didn't expect it to be so fast. In the domain, countless rice-sized crystal fragments were scattered around, and a mysterious force spread throughout the domain. This was the power of the solidified domain. As long as they entered the domain, whether it was a living being, a sword light, or a sword beam, they would gradually be imprisoned. However, the chaotic sword beam released by Song Jian's red dust tribulation seemed to be unaffected by the power of the solidified domain. The sword beam shone in the void and rushed through Tai Lon Sua's domain as if they were in an uninhabited area. Chapter 1498 Backlash. Swoosh. A flash of white light flashed before Tai Lon Sua's eyes, and he felt a sharp pain on his cheek. He reached out and touched his hand, and a trace of blood appeared on his palm. How could it be? Tai Lon Sua's eyes showed a look of fear. Nearly 100 layers of crystal defense were broken in less than 10 seconds. The chaotic sword light could already hurt his body, but the opponent's figure seemed to have escaped into the shadow of the void, and Tai Lon Sua could not detect it at all. The dense chaotic sword light in front of him increased instead of decreasing in number, and Tai Lon Sua's eyes showed a trace of despair. I shouldn't have used the solidification field. I should have fled thousands of miles away the moment the sword light appeared. This was the last thought that came to Tai Lon Sua's mind. And the last seen in his eyes was that countless sword lights rushed towards him like sharks smelling blood, instantly filling his entire eyes. Tai Lon Sua was dead, killed instantly by Song Jian. Countless chaotic sword lights devoured Tai Lon Sua. Facing this move, any defensive power was useless and collapsed at the touch. After a moment of silence, the human race finally burst into cheers. Unexpectedly, Song Jian actually killed the opponent with the third-level combat power. And it was a kill. After Tai Lon Sua died, Song Jian slowly emerged, his face pale. Even though he used the Chaos Sword Classic with the third-level combat power, he still suffered some backlash. This was originally a sword technique that could only be practiced by the legendary realm. Next, Song Jian looked at the densely packed aliens in front of him and said lightly, he suffered backlash from the sword technique and can no longer continue to use that move. A powerful alien god-level warrior said lightly. Even if he can't use that move, he dares to continue fighting. I'm afraid he has a trump card that he hasn't played yet. Another god-level warrior frowned slightly. With Song Jian's strength, these god-level warriors can crush him to death with just one finger. If it weren't for his identity as the heir of the sword sect, I'm afraid no god-level warrior would pay attention to him. The battle of the legendary realm, in the eyes of the god-level strong, is not considered a battle at all. Just like 2 3-year-old children fighting in the eyes of adults. Song Jian's move was too terrifying, frightening many sons of gods and saints. Even those semi-god level sons of gods and saints frowned and remained silent, hearing that Song Jian could no longer perform that move. Several sons of gods suddenly brightened their eyes and looked at each other. One son of gods could not help but jumped out directly. Human race Tianjiao, I will fight you. Song Jian looked up and saw that the son of gods in front of him was covered with a thick layer of scales, with horns on his head and 2 pairs of thick flesh wings behind him, which looked like 2 shields when unfolded. Lizard tribe. Or, Song Jian frowned slightly. The son of God in front of him looked like a humanoid lizard, with a thick tail behind him. A pair of fleshy wings flapped twice, and flew towards Song Jian slowly but quickly. The son of God of the Tata tribe. Moto, please teach me. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and looked up and down at the son of God in front of him, who claimed to be the Tata tribe. From the fluctuations of the breath emanating from the other party was actually a peak legendary strongman. This made Song Jian frown slightly. The second place has already appeared a peak legendary strongman. So won't there be a demigod strongman next? The task of the way of the Son of God requires defeating or killing 3 sons of God or saints. The second Son of God, who appeared in front of him, has the strength of the peak of the legendary realm. Song Jian is still confident. But once he wins, he will either be eliminated or someone stronger will stand out. That is, a semi-god level Son of God or saint. Song Jian was thinking. But in Moto's opinion, Song Jian seemed to look down on him. Even if he introduced himself, the other parties seemed to be distracted by thinking about other things. In Moto's opinion, this was a humiliation. Kill! Moto's eyes showed an angry look. And with a low shout, a light red aura emanated from his body, and the power of the domain was instantly activated to the maximum. Song Jian's strength made Moto dare not hold back, and his peak strength in the legendary realm was fully displayed. The light red domain power instantly enveloped Song Jian. For a moment, Song Jian's movement stagnated, as if he was trapped in an illusion. Dreamland? A sneer appeared on Moto's lips. Who would have thought that a burly man like him could comprehend the dreamland with the attribute of charm? Whatever you want in your heart can be realized. This is the terrible thing about the dreamland. Even if many people realize that they are in a dream, they are still reluctant to leave. In a dream, all regrets can be made up. This feeling of losing and regaining is something that people are willing to experience even at the cost of their lives. Even if it is just a false illusion. Seeing the confused look in Song Jian's eyes, Moto sneered. A third-level warrior who has not even comprehended the power of the domain, even if he has mastered some cross-level combat skills, has already lost before the battle even begins in front of the power of the domain. Even if my battle axe cuts off his head, I'm afraid he won't wake up from the beautiful dream he has woven. Moto thought to himself, and the axe in his hand was raised high, slashing towards Song Jian's neck. Clang! A crisp collision sounded, and Moto felt a strong force coming from the axe, and was immediately startled and looked forward. At this time, Song Jian looked at Moto with clear eyes and a smile on his face. I didn't expect that you could comprehend the realm of dreams. It's really... Song Jian looked at Moto, who looked like a giant beast in front of him. He really didn't know how he could comprehend the realm of dreams. Could it be that there is a little girl living in the heart of every strong man? How could you? Moto showed a look of fear on his face. Die! Song Jian sighed, and a number of spiritual swords burning with dark red flames appeared around his body. Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art. A huge red lotus wrapped Moto up, and countless spiritual swords flew all over the sky in the sword formation, as if Moto was facing thousands of swordsmen at the same time. The dark red flame burned Moto's scales. A trace of purifying power, along with the burning of the flame, kept eroding his body. Tens of thousands of points of damage floated up from Moto's head. If Talansuo was beheaded and killed instantly, then Moto was tortured to death. With Song Jian's current strength, if Moto wants to break out of the sword formation, he needs to be at least 3 times or even 4 times stronger than Song Jian. Listening to Moto's screams coming from the sword formation, Song Jian felt peaceful in his heart. He did not intend to evolve the future form of the sword formation, but just wanted to kill Moto in this way, so that Moto's death would take longer and be more painful. This is the price you pay for letting me strangle her with my own hands. Song Jian's eyes shed a tear, and before it fell, the tear evaporated and disappeared instantly. Chapter 1499 Array. The dream realm can evoke the regrets hidden deep in a person's heart. This is not a negative state. Although it belongs to the charm skill, it does not affect the mind of a person. In fact, in the dream created by oneself, the will of the recipient is still clear. But many times, it is just that the recipient is unwilling to wake up in the dream created by himself. The dream realm cannot cause harm. But the terrible thing is to dream in battle. And it is a beautiful dream that you don't want to wake up from. There is no other result except losing your life. The only way to crack the dream realm is to kill the beauty in the dream with your own hands and wake up from the dream. At the same time, the will attribute in the secondary attribute is particularly important at this moment. The Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation lasted for 10 minutes before it finally slowly disintegrated. From beginning to end, Moto did not break out of the sword formation. Song Jian deliberately released screams one after another, and everyone listened to Moto's screams for 10 minutes. The faces of the sons and daughters of the gods of the alien race were ugly one by one. Even if the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation was dispersed, their faces did not improve. Even the human race was silent for more than 10 seconds. Moto's final scream was so creepy that it made many young geniuses feel a little afraid. Next, Song Jian said expressionlessly. He knew that the next alien who stood out would probably be a demigod. But he had no other choice. Although his strength could rival the peak of the legendary realm, and he also had his own domain power. In the practical field, no matter the effect or range, he could not be compared with the real legendary realm powerhouse. The most important thing was that he had already revealed the moves of the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation and the Chaos Sword Classic. This was his most powerful attack, and the Chaos Sword Classic was in a backlash state because of the cross-level use. In a short period of time, he could not use that move again. The Starry Sky battlefield was silent for a full quarter of an hour. A demigod-level son of God snorted coldly and prepared to go out, but was stopped by another son of God. Su Lan. Why are you stopping me? The demigod-level strongman narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice. This demigod-level strongman was a son of God from the Starry Sky Feather clan, named Tianya. And the one who stopped him was also a son of God, named Su Lan, whose strength was at the peak of the legendary realm. Son of God Tianya. He is only a third-level combat force. If we send out a demigod level, even if we win, it will be an unfair victory, and morale will probably be even lower. Su Lan glanced at the other party and said with a smile. Su Lan was only a legendary peak god, but when the demigod god spoke to him, there was no intention to look down on him. Instead, he asked in an equal tone. The opponent is too strong and can easily kill the legendary peak. If I don't stand up and keep silent, wouldn't it be a blow to our morale? Tianya asked back. Let me do it. You are just scared by his brutality. His swordsmanship is good, but his sword formation is still a little flawed, Su Lan said with a faint smile. Tianya's eyes lit up and laughed. Not bad. Not bad. When it comes to formations, who can compare to Su Lan? The formation master of the Chi Na clan? Su Lan. Then you go up and break his sword formation. Then, I will buy you a drink. Okay. Treat me to a drink. I'll have to drink the best Xingyu wine of your feather clan. I drank it once 10 years ago, and the taste still lingers on my lips. The taste of wine is still there. Su Lan held a formation plate in her hand and walked forward. In the void, auspicious clouds rose under Su Lan's feet. Each auspicious cloud would appear at the moment Su Lan raised her foot. After Su Lan stepped forward, the auspicious cloud behind her would slowly disappear, and another one would appear in front of her. Over a distance of more than 10 kilometers, Su Lan just walked forward like this, even faster than the speed of the two sons of God before. In a flash, she arrived 100 meters away from Song Jian. Song Jian narrowed his eyes. There was no aura fluctuation on the other person, just like an ordinary person. However, Song Jian knew that the other person's strength should not have broken through the legendary realm, and this skill similar to the distance of a world also made Song Jian full of vigilance. The son of the Starry Sky Chi Na tribe, Su Lan. Su Lan smiled and bowed to Song Jian. Song Jian looked up at Su Lan. The Starry Sky alien in front of him looked almost the same as the human race, but there was a tassel-like mark on the forehead, which looked like a tattoo. However, Song Jian could feel that the mark exuded a subtle fluctuation, which seemed to be more than a tattoo. It's a bit similar to my time domain mark. Could it be that it is also a domain mark? Song Jian thought to himself. Domain marks can be upgraded to law marks. With it, it will be easier to break through from the peak of the legendary realm to the semi-god level. People with domain marks are often called sons of God in advance. The moment the domain mark appears, they automatically have the title of son of God. Song Jian was relieved when he saw that the other party was at the peak of the legendary realm. Fortunately, if a semi-god level strongman came out, he would not be a match at all, and might leave the secret realm in advance. Human race? Song Jian? Please teach me, Song Jian said with a cupped hand. The sword formation he used before was very strange. Can you perform it again, so that I can learn from it? Su Lan gently stroked the formation plate in her hand, and asked with a smile. Song Jian stared at the formation plate in Su Lan's hand. This formation plate was different from the formation plates he had seen in the game before. The formation plate in Su Lan's hand was densely divided into countless small grids on the surface. The palm-sized formation plate was divided into hundreds of small grids. Each grid exuded different colors and light. Staring at it for a while, it made people feel dizzy. The power of the formation. Song Jian's heart sank. From the formation plate, he felt the rich power of the formation. The opponent's formation attainments were much higher than his own. The Red Lotus Sword formation might not have an effect on him. Song Jian took a deep breath, and the sword energy in his body was quickly mobilized. Thousands of spirit swords appeared around his body. The spirit swords burning with dark red flames floated in the air again, making everyone's face change. Moto's scream seemed to echo in their ears again. The Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation. Rise! With a light shout, countless spirit swords flew towards Su Lan like swimming fish, drawing arcs in the air. Thousands of spirit swords flew in the air at the same time, and no spirit sword collided. This kind of control made many people amazed. The control of the spirit sword is not bad. Su Lan smiled and nodded, looking calm, as if she was not fighting with Song Jian, but instructing him. But it's just good. Su Lan smiled and flicked her fingers on the array disc. Hua la la. A sound of gears rubbing against each other came from the array disc, and a small grid in the array disc suddenly burst into a dazzling light, which shot up into the sky and formed a huge phantom above Su Lan's head. Chapter 1500 Evolution. A cloud-like shadow appeared above Su Lan's head. The shadow seemed alive, twisting and turning, sometimes into a big tree, sometimes into a giant beast. The moment the shadow appeared, Song Jian felt a sense of threat, as if he was being stared at by a giant beast, and a chill appeared on his back. Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation. Condense! Song Jian shouted, controlling thousands of spirit swords to converge towards Su Lan. Su Lan smiled and said to Song Jian, your sword formation looks powerful, but in fact it has a lot of loopholes. Just this condensation formation is very problematic. As soon as the words fell, the shadow above Su Lan's head began to condense quickly towards the center. In the blink of an eye, the shadow condensed into a wooden sword and fell from the air. Su Lan stretched out his hand and grabbed the wooden sword. At this time, Su Lan held the array plate in his right hand and the sword in his left hand. He stood in the void with a smile on his face, looking at the spiritual sword flying towards him. Ding! 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 Su Lan's figure danced, shuttling among countless spiritual swords. Some spiritual swords were only a few feet away from him, but he didn't even look at them. He rushed straight towards a spiritual sword several meters away, and chopped the locked spiritual sword with the wooden sword in his hand, directly cutting the spiritual sword off. 1, 2, 3. Su Lan's movements were not fast, and he was not even as fast as the flying speed of the spirit swords. But he was able to appear at the right place and cut off the spirit swords that needed to be cut off. How many of the thousands of spirit swords can you cut off? Song Jian thought to himself, and he controlled the flying speed of the spirit swords, and he could not help but speed up a little. As time passed, Song Jian's face suddenly changed, as if he had discovered something. For such a long time, under his control, the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation had not condensed. After staring at Su Lan for a long time, Song Jian shouted loudly, Are you destroying the core of the sword formation? Did you figure it out? It took you so long to figure it out. It seems that your understanding of the formation is still a little bit off. Su Lan glanced at Song Jian, shook her head slightly and sighed. How is it possible? How is it possible? Song Jian's face was full of horror. You know, the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation is completely condensed by spirit swords as casting materials. Each spirit sword can be used as a core, and each spirit sword can also be used as a casting material for the formation. Su Lan actually found the spirit sword that was the core of the formation among thousands of spirit swords and destroyed it. Although after destroying the spirit sword that was the core, the sword formation will spontaneously transfer the core to another spirit sword. But no matter how fast the transfer process is, it always takes time, and the formation must be adjusted accordingly after the core is transferred. And this adjustment also takes time. Su Lan took advantage of this time to lock onto the next spiritual sword that became the core and destroyed it again. Without the core, the formation could not condense, and could only transfer the core again. In this way, the sword formation seemed to be condensed in the next moment. But no matter how long it took, as long as Su Lan could lock onto the next spiritual sword as the core, the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation would never be condensed. This seems to be different from the previous exchange with the elder who passed on the skills. Song Jian's eyes showed a look of horror. This scene seemed to have been seen somewhere before. Song Jian had previously exchanged with the elder who passed on the skills of the Yujian sect. The elder stood still and waved the long sword in his hand, destroying all the spiritual swords released by Song Jian one by one without any effort. Although the method used by Su Lan was different from that of the elder who passed on the skills, they were similar in effect. The elder relied on his understanding of swordsmanship, while Su Lan relied on his understanding of formations. Before the core of the formation shifted, he could quickly lock onto the next formation, Spirit Sword, by moving the Spirit Sword. Change the formation, Song Jian shouted, and swung the sky-breaking sword in his hand forward fiercely. Countless spirit swords began to gather in the air, like a waterfall going upstream. After a moment, a huge sword energy palm print appeared in the air. Su Lan's face changed slightly. The opponent changed the formation too quickly. This time, he lost the opportunity to find the formation Spirit Sword. Suppress! With a sharp shout, the sword energy palm print in the air pressed down fiercely, and the area within a radius of dozens of meters was all covered by the palm print. Such a terrifying attack could not be avoided at all. It had already locked Su Lan's breath. No matter where she escaped, the sword energy palm print would chase her there. She could only resist it. Su Lan's face showed a bitter smile. I didn't expect that there would be an evolutionary formation. With a sigh, Su Lan threw the wooden sword in his left hand, and quickly moved the formation plate with his left hand. Hua la la. On the formation plate, there was a sound of ball collision, and the small grids in the formation began to rotate in circles. After a while, a purple small grid suddenly burst into light, and soared into the sky. A purple giant beast phantom appeared above Su Lan's head. Looking at the giant beast phantom, Su Lan finally breathed a sigh of relief, and a look of relief appeared in her eyes. I didn't expect that your sword formation could evolve to the second stage. I was careless. Su Lan smiled and looked at Song Jian, saying, Can you tell me what kind of swordsmanship you use? Karma Fire Red Lotus. 10,000 Swords Technique. Song Jian stared at the sword energy palm prints that kept falling, and then answered, Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Technique. 10,000 Swords Technique. Red Lotus Sword Formation. Su Lan showed a thoughtful look in her eyes, nodded and said, I know. Boom. The purple giant beast phantom flew in the air and pounced towards the sword energy palm print in the air. With a roar, the giant beast phantom and the palm print collided fiercely, making a shocking sound. The giant beast kept biting the palm. The fingers of the originally open palm inexplicably began to curl up, as if to hold the giant beast in the palm. But the palm moved too slowly. Before it could hold the giant beast bit off a finger. In an instant, the bitten finger fell from the air like a giant pillar, smashing on the ground. The black hard ground was immediately smashed into a big pit. At the same time, the sword energy was rampant, and countless spirit swords flew up from the big pit and continued to fly towards the sword energy palm print. Compared with the giant beast phantom, the sword energy palm print at this time is like a clumsy elephant fighting with a nimble cheetah. The elephant is powerful, but the cheetah is agile. Maybe the elephant can crush the cheetah with one blow, but the cheetah can always avoid the elephant's attack and attack the elephant with its speed. With the influx of sword energy, the finger that was torn off before seemed to be slowly growing again. But at this moment, the purple giant beast phantom bit off another finger with another fierce bite. At the same time, the giant beast seemed to be able to devour the power of the sword energy palm print. As the damage to the palm print became greater and greater, the originally illusory figure gradually became clear and real. A smile appeared on Su Lan's face, but Song Jian's face became more and more ugly. Chapter 1501 Deciphering. This is the first time that the sword energy palm print has been broken in this way. Song Jian looked up at a huge palm that was torn into pieces by a purple giant beast that was half its size, and his face suddenly became gloomy. On the surface, Su Lan's purple giant beast phantom was more powerful than the sword energy palm print. But in fact, Su Lan's attainments and formations were much more profound than Song Jian's. You still have a long way to go in formations. Su Lan's face returned to the previous smile, and said to Song Jian. Song Jian snorted coldly, waved his right hand, and the messy sword energy palm print in the air suddenly disintegrated, turned into countless spirit swords, and condensed again. This time, Su Lan did not stop him. He just stood there, and waited for Song Jian with a smile. He already knew Song Jian's attainments and formations. He wanted to break all the sword formations evolved by Song Jian, and make Song Jian lose with conviction, killing people and destroying their hearts. Su Lan's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. A human race with a third-level combat power has slapped the faces of almost all the sons of gods and saints of the alien races in the starry sky. Such an existence should be hit back 1,000 times to hit the morale of the human race. The Sword Energy Stone Tower slowly condensed. Su Lan stared at the Sword Energy Stone Tower for a full 10 seconds. And finally a smile appeared on his face. Imprisoning the soul. Devouring the soul. I didn't expect that a human race boy with a third-level combat power could master such a terrifying sword formation. Su Lan's eyes showed a hint of jealousy. Walala. The array disc was moved. And this time, 9 small grids burst into light. 9 rays of light that shot straight into the sky condensed in the sky. In an instant, countless colorful humanoid creatures flew out of the light and rushed towards the Sword Chi Stone Tower. Before these little people approached the Sword Chi Stone Tower, they were chopped into pieces by the sharp sword energy on the surface of the Sword Chi Stone Tower. However, there were so many little people, so dense that they seemed endless. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. These little people approached the Sword Chi Stone Tower at the cost of hundreds of deaths for every inch they advanced. Song Jian had a feeling that he must not let these little phantoms get close to the Sword Chi Stone Tower. Otherwise, the opponent might break this trick again. The opponent's formation attainment is extremely high. Just by observing with the naked eye, he can find the core of the formation. Such ability is simply horrifying. Song Jian glanced at Su Lan, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. At this time, Su Lan's domain power has been opened, and a domain power with almost no fluctuations has enveloped the area of hundreds of meters around Su Lan. Song Jian was also enveloped by this domain power without noticing it. This is Su Lan's special domain power. The formation domain. Within his domain, any formation can be seen through almost instantly by Su Lan. Song Jian was sweating profusely, and he tried his best to control the Sword Chi Stone Tower to suppress Su Lan. However, under the Sword Chi Stone Tower, there were countless little people's phantoms, hugging each other, forming a thick platform, supporting the stone tower and preventing it from pressing down. The little people's phantoms continued to shatter. Every second, thousands of little people's phantoms shattered. The closer to the stone tower, the faster the little people's phantoms shattered. However, in the sky-high light column formed by the 9 small grids, such little people's phantoms seemed endless, and they were completely competing with Song Jian in consumption. Su Lan looked serious. This was a war of attrition. It depended on who could not hold on first. Once his little people's phantoms approached the Sword Chi Stone Tower, the probability of his winning this game would be more than 80%. After 10 minutes, Su Lan's face became paler and paler. She looked at the top of her head, where the shadows of the little people were stacked up one by one. The distance from the Sword Chi Stone Tower was less than 1 foot. She gritted her teeth and spurted out a mouthful of blood on the array plate. In an instant, another 9 small grids burst into sky-high light, merging with the previous 9 lights. In an instant, the number of the little shadows increased 2 or 3 times. In a few seconds, the little shadows rushed to the surface of the Sword Chi Stone Tower. Song Jian frowned slightly. The shadows of the little people were like ants covering the Sword Chi Stone Tower. After a while, the Sword Chi Stone Tower began to tremble slightly. Each of the little people began to invade the Jianqi Stone Tower along the brick seams. After a while, the little people turned into black and gray spots on the surface of the stone bricks, starting from the edge, and began to erode the inside of the stone tower. The erosion speed of the spots was extremely fast, and they spread rapidly towards the center of the stone bricks at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn it! Song Jian frowned. In an instant, he felt that his control over the Jianqi Stone Tower was rapidly declining. The other party was actually trying to seize the control of the Jianqi Stone Tower. For the caster, it is a shame to have the sword formation taken away. Seeing the black spots on the surface of the stone tower increasing, and finally the whole stone tower turned into a black tower. Song Jian's face was terribly gloomy. Break. Song Jian gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice. Boom. With a loud bang, the whole stone tower suddenly broke into countless sword chi burning with dark red flames. And the red lotus fire emerged. The human-shaped phantom attached to the surface was burned clean. The red lotus fire with the power of purification is the nemesis of these little phantoms. What a pity! Su Lan showed a trace of regret on his face. At most 10 seconds, he could completely control this sword chi stone tower and use it to attack Song Jian in turn. But at the last moment, Song Jian chose to give up instead of continuing to resist. Your attainment in formations is not as good as mine, Song Jian said to Su Lan expressionlessly. At this moment, he also felt a mysterious force surrounding him. His perception spread in an instant, and he immediately sensed the fluctuations in the formation field. You suffered a backlash from the previous Chaos Sword Cannon and were unable to perform it. The sword formation was no match for me. What trump cards do you have? Just use them, Su Lan said with a smile. You may have forgotten that in addition to these two skills, I am also a sword master, Song Jian said with a smile. With a thought, countless spirit swords appeared around his body again. Su Lan's face changed slightly, and he smiled. Your sword formation has been completely cracked by me. Could it be that you have any new sword formation that you haven't used yet? Kill! Song Jian shouted, and leaped towards Su Lan. The spirit swords around him, like guards, swirled around him, bursting with fierce killing intent. Su Lan's face changed drastically, and she quickly turned the array plate. Hua la la. The light in dozens of small grids burst out, and condensed into swords, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks and forks in the air. Countless ordinary and strange weapons quickly condensed into entities and rushed towards Song Jian. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere, and the spirit swords and the weapons constructed by these arrays fought together. The battle between the two people actually produced the momentum of two armies. In my field, these weapons are all magical weapons. The balance of victory will eventually lean towards my side. Su Lan smiled, constantly turning the array plate, condensing weapons, and rushing towards Song Jian. Chapter 1502 Beheading. All the weapons summoned by Su Lan were constructed by formations. Within the scope of his domain, they would be enhanced by the domain, whether in terms of strength, toughness or power. They were all better than the spirit swords summoned by Song Jian. As more and more weapons were summoned by Su Lan, the spirit swords finally broke after enduring multiple collisions. I said, "You can't beat me in my domain," Su Lan said confidently. Although Su Lan was a peak legend, he had the strength to fight a demigod. He had a deep understanding of formations. If he was allowed to choose the place and time of the battle, and his opponent was a demigod, he would have a high probability of defeating his opponent. In fact, in the Starry Sky battlefield, Su Lan can only exert 80% of his strength at most. All the formations need to be released by the formation plate in his hand. Formation field. Song Jian was also surrounded by more than 10 weapons, and could not get close to Su Lan. The sky-breaking sword in his hand was like a dragon, constantly repelling the weapons constructed by the formation. But the purpose of these weapons was just to delay him and prevent Song Jian from getting close to Su Lan. As time goes by, Song Jian's spiritual swords will be shattered one by one. At that time, facing the overwhelming weapons, it will be Song Jian himself. Years, Song Jian whispered silently, and the time mark on his chest burst into light. In an instant, a mysterious power burst out from Song Jian's body and spread to the surrounding 10 meters. Su Lan frowned slightly. In his formation domain, he suddenly noticed a slight movement. The power of his formation domain was rejected by Song Jian. This is the power of the domain. How is it possible? He is just a third-level combat force. Su Lan looked at Song Jian with surprise. Besides Song Jian, the weapons constructed by the formation began to decay and damage rapidly, as if they had experienced thousands of years. However, the spirit swords besides Song Jian were not affected at all. Each spirit sword performed different sword techniques. After losing the suppression of the number of formation weapons and the suppression of the formation power, the power of the spirit swords was immediately fully exerted. For a while, the array weapons released by Su Lan were defeated step by step, although the range was only 10 meters. As Song Jian continued to advance, he was getting closer and closer to Su Lan. The domain power within the 10-meter range became the key to determine the outcome. Domain power. He has realized the domain power at the 3rd level of combat power. This boy is amazing. A god-level strongman of the human race exclaimed. Originally, seeing Song Jian being suppressed by Su Lan almost from beginning to end, the strong men on the human side were ready to rescue him at any time. But they did not expect that Song Jian had realized the domain power at the 3rd level. And it seemed that the domain power he realized was far higher than Su Lan. Otherwise, it would be impossible to maintain the 10-meter range without any change. What kind of domain power is this? Su Lan's face changed drastically. Looking at the weapons constructed by the formation, they were quickly decayed and destroyed. And his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Corrosion domain, disintegration domain, collapse domain, or array poison domain that restrains the formation? Su Lan's mind was racing. The power of the domain is ever-changing. Even if the same domain power is expressed, the core attributes may be different. If he hadn't said it himself, it would probably be difficult for others to detect the power of his formation domain. When Song Jian was about to get close to him by 10 meters, Su Lan felt a great crisis. He gritted his teeth and spurted out another mouthful of blood. The entire formation suddenly glowed, and hundreds of small grids burst into light at the same time. Crack. A crack suddenly appeared in the center of the array. But Su Lan ignored it and continued to move the array quickly. Su Lan, who had once again spurted out a mouthful of blood, suddenly became weaker, and even the power of the domain was no longer able to maintain a range of hundreds of meters, and began to shrink slowly. However, the power of the weapons constructed by the array suddenly increased by 30%. Death struggle. Song Jian showed a look of disdain on his face. And with a thought, dozens of spiritual swords surrounding him suddenly gathered towards the sky-breaking sword. Extending from the tip of the sword to more than 10 meters away, Song Jian swung forward fiercely, like a long whip, and slashed at Su Lan fiercely. This is just a small trick used by the spirit sword. But at this time, the effect is particularly good. Su Lan, who was originally 10 meters away from Song Jian, did not expect that Song Jian could suddenly attack in front of her, and subconsciously used the array plate in her hand to block the spirit sword at the front. The array plate in Su Lan's hand is also a legendary weapon. A lot of precious materials were used in its production, and its hardness is not inferior to that of legendary weapons. Bang! The spirit sword at the front, burning with dark red flames, chopped fiercely on the array plate, and immediately stirred up sparks more than a foot high. At the same time, a deep sword mark was left on the array plate. Su Lan felt a pain in his flesh. Just this sword mark alone would require a lot of precious materials to repair. Go to hell. Su Lan was still in pain when he suddenly felt a fatal threat coming. He looked up and saw that the spiritual swords that were originally connected in a line were slashing at him one after another. Damn it! A ferocious look appeared on Su Lan's face. He quickly moved the array plate, and the array weapons fighting around him also quickly came back to help him. Crack. At this moment, the array plate suddenly made another crisp shattering sound, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Su Lan's face was frighteningly pale, looking at the array plate in his hand that had cracked another crack. Su Lan's face showed a bitter smile. Heaven wants to kill me, Su Lan muttered to herself. At this time, on the array plate, the edge of the sword mark chopped by the spirit sword inexplicably had a small crack, and this small crack actually extended to the inside of the array plate, and the shattering sound just now came from the inside of the array plate, and even the crack was broken from the inside. It turned out that the spirit sword chopped over before not only left a sword mark on the surface, but also destroyed the internal structure of the array plate. But in a hurry, Su Lan did not notice it, but wanted to stimulate the maximum power of the array plate, which resulted in the structure of the array plate being broken and suffered a backlash. Puff puff puff. Dozens of spiritual swords pierced Su Lan's body, leaving blood holes. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and rushed forward like lightning, subconsciously performing the golden escape technique. After a flash of golden light, Song Jian had already rushed in front of Su Lan, and the sky-breaking sword chopped fiercely at his neck. The sword light flashed, and Su Lan's head flew up immediately. The formation weapons that were originally in battle also shattered at the same time. Chapter 1503 Serial Tasks. Still defeated, Su Lan had a bitter smile on her face, and dozens of blood holes on her body gushed blood like fountains. Finally, Su Lan sighed and fell to the ground. As Su Lan's body fell, her breath fell quickly, and finally, she turned into a corpse. At the moment when Su Lan's body fell to the dust, Song Jian received the task completion information from the system. System, the pre-task of the hidden task The Way of the Son of God has been completed, and you have obtained the qualification to enter the bloody arena. Note, the subsequent difficulty of this task is high. Please do it according to your ability. If you give up now, you can get 1,000 merit rewards. Do you want to settle the reward now? Yes/no. I killed 3 legendary realm masters by crossing levels, but I was only rewarded with 1,000 merits. Are you kidding me? Song Jian's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but read the system prompt again. After realizing that it wasn't his eyesight that was the problem, he immediately understood that this hidden task should be a chain task. The reward for the first stage is often very low, but the reward for each subsequent stage will increase significantly. If you can complete the entire task chain, you will gain a lot, and the reward will be extremely generous. This kind of chain task is difficult to trigger, and the difficulty of the task also increases in steps. The further you go, the more difficult the task becomes. Even if many players are lucky enough to receive such a task, they often have to give up halfway after completing a few stages because of their own strength. Song Jian stared at the task prompt for 10 seconds, and finally chose no without hesitation, and chose to continue to start a new task. After Song Jian chose no, the task has not been updated. Song Jian understands that the conditions for triggering the second ring are not met yet. Maybe the second ring task will not be opened until the bloody arena is opened. At this time, the star aliens stared at Song Jian, looking like they wanted to eat him alive. The 3 legendary masters were all killed by Song Jian alone, especially the last Su Lan, who had the qualifications to become a demigod, but died in the hands of Song Jian, a 3rd-level combat power. This made many aliens want to cut Song Jian into pieces. What should we do? Who else can restrain him? A god-level warrior of a foreign race asked in a low voice with an angry face. It's very difficult. This boy has superb swordsmanship and his own understanding of formations. Those who are better at swordsmanship than him are not as good at formations as him. And those who are better at formations than him are not as good at swordsmanship as him. As a sword master, Song Jian originally contained 10,000 swords in one body. Just the 10,000 swords art alone swallowed up countless swordsmanship to improve. Moreover, Song Jian also had his own understanding of sword formations. Although Su Lan's attainment in formations was much higher than Song Jian's, and the 10,000 swords art was suppressed by the opponent, Su Lan was far behind Song Jian in pure swordsmanship. In the end, he was hacked to death with swordsmanship, just when everyone was silent. A demigod-level son of God slowly stepped forward. Naylan Ji, come back. A god-level warrior frowned and shouted in a low voice. Sending out demigod-level warriors at this time is equivalent to admitting defeat to the human race. To deal with a little guy with a 3rd-level combat power, you actually sent out demigod-level warriors. Are you saying that my alien race has no one? Another god-level warrior said angrily. The demigod-level warriors have comprehended the power of the law, while the god-level warriors have completely mastered the power of the law. Some powerful god-level warriors have mastered more than one power of the law. Facing the scolding of the god-level warriors, Naylan Ji did not dare to neglect it. He turned around and saluted, "Seniors, who else in the legendary realm is this person's opponent? Can it be said that if we keep silent like this, we can show the majesty of the starry sky 10,000 races?" At this time, there was a relaxed and joyful atmosphere above the human race's base. The god-level strongmen talked with each other with relaxed smiles on their faces, and they also praised Song Jian in their words. And those human race geniuses also looked at Song Jian with envy, even though they were much stronger than Song Jian. But now, even the legendary geniuses did not dare to show their arrogance in front of Song Jian. And even the semi-god-level geniuses began to look at Song Jian from the bottom of their hearts. The mission is completed. Can I withdraw now? Song Jian thought to himself. Looking around, no one from the human race came out, and the alien race opposite was even more silent. He stood alone in the air, looking a little embarrassed. Song Jian, come back. We have won 3 games in a row, which has greatly boosted the morale of our human race. You have also consumed a lot of energy. You don't need to hold on any longer. Come back and rest for a while. A god-level expert from Xiantian sect shouted with a smile. Song Jian felt relieved, bowed to the expert, and flew back to the sky above the human race's base. Seeing him leave, the Star Alien clan actually breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. This stalemate was not only uncomfortable for Song Jian, but also for them. Boy, you should know when to stop. Aren't you afraid that the other party will really get angry and send a demigod-level expert to kill you directly? Song Jian flew back to the human race's base and suddenly heard the voice of a human race expert. Thank you for your teachings, Senior. Song Jian bowed and thanked him. He had seen before that the other party seemed to want to send out a demigod expert. If the stalemate lasted a little longer, the other party might really ignore it and send out a demigod-level son of God to kill Song Jian directly. Seeing Song Jian leave, a demigod-level son of God from an alien race immediately jumped out and began to challenge the human race's Tianju. Soon, a demigod-level expert also jumped out from the human race, and the two immediately fought together. The battle between demigod-level experts is naturally much more intense than that between legendary experts. Although they have just realized the power of the law, their power is not comparable to the power of the domain. Brother, you are so amazing. Xian Ling looked at Song Jian with admiration. Guishao, Chun Yang, and Zhao Hai looked at him in shock, as if they had just met him. Brother Song, it turns out that you have been holding back, Zhao Hai said embarrassedly. They surrounded and killed the legendary realm strongman. With Song Jian's joining, it was indeed much smoother. However, they only thought that Song Jian's strength was slightly stronger than theirs. Today, they finally discovered that Song Jian's strength was far beyond theirs. Even without them, Song Jian could kill the legendary realm alone. Young friend, can you come and talk to me for a few words? At this time, an old voice sounded in Song Jian's ears. Following the voice, he saw a white-haired old man, leaning on a cane, looking at him with a smile on his face. The old man exuded a decadent and vicissitudes of life, and the wrinkles on his face were as deep as if they were carved by a knife. The whole person looked as if he had experienced thousands of years. Song Jian was stunned, jumped up, stepped on the flying sword, and flew towards the old man. Senior, Song Jian saluted, and just as he raised his head, he saw the old man stretched out a finger and pointed at his forehead. Chapter 1504 Compensation. Song Jian came to the old man, bowed respectfully, and was about to speak when the old man suddenly stretched out a finger and pointed it at the center of Song Jian's forehead. The old man's speed of pointing at Song Jian's forehead was not fast, but Song Jian felt that he seemed to be covered by a large net composed of countless fingers. No matter how he dodged, he could not avoid one of them. In confusion, Song Jian felt as if the finger was destined to point at his forehead after it was stretched out. Pointing at the center of his forehead was the result. And now, he was just going through the process. This feeling was too uncomfortable and too contrary to human nature, making Song Jian feel upset and want to vomit. The old man's fingertips gently touched Song Jian's forehead. Song Jian didn't feel any force at all. Just as he was wondering, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his forehead. Ah! Song Jian couldn't help but let out a low cry of pain. It felt like someone was holding a red-hot iron rod and poking it directly into his eyes. Humph! The pride of the human race. How can you, the alien race, be so rampant? The old man snorted coldly. Roar! A dragon roar exploded from Song Jian's body, and a golden dragon phantom with 3 heads slowly emerged from Song Jian's body, with 3 pairs of eyes staring at the old man. This is a person that my dragon god values, and he is a friend of my dragon clan. You actually, the head in the middle of the giant dragon roared. Before he finished speaking, the old man snorted coldly and continued to point at the giant dragon phantom. Destroy the god. With a low shout, a golden light burst out from the old man's finger and bombarded the giant dragon phantom. Silently, the giant dragon phantom began to disintegrate piece by piece. Looking at the giant dragon, it seemed very angry, with its fangs and claws, and the 3 heads were almost about to bite the old man. But in an instant, the giant dragon phantom turned into pieces, like snowflakes, and dissipated in the air. A blood hole appeared between Song Jian's eyebrows, and blood gushed out. But with Song Jian's strong physique, the blood stopped flowing soon, leaving only a hideous blood hole that had not healed. Senior, what are you doing? Song Jian endured the pain with a puzzled look on his face. Boy, those who are not of my race must have different hearts. The old man stared at Song Jian and said, Don't think that those alien races are good people just because they give you some advantages. Although I don't know what the dragon god is, what it gives you is not a good thing for the human race. Song Jian opened the skill bar and saw that the skill of breaking delusion eyes had disappeared from the skill bar, and he was suddenly a little amused. You know, his delusion-breaking divine eye was just a silver-quality external equipment, a vertical eye, because it absorbed the blessing of the Dragon God and contained a trace of the Dragon God's power. It was upgraded to the delusion-breaking divine eye. In previous battles, the delusion-breaking divine eye was quite useful, at least for reconnaissance, which was much more useful than the system's built-in reconnaissance system. The system's built-in reconnaissance system could only detect monsters that were 10 levels higher than its own strength. If it exceeded 10 levels, it would only see the skeleton level, and all the attributes were question marks. With the delusion-breaking divine eye, the attributes of monsters that were 10 levels higher could be clearly detected, which was at least equivalent to having an enhanced reconnaissance system. Moreover, the delusion-breaking divine eye is also capable of attacking, and it can also release the aura of the Dragon God, which can also deter monsters below the God level. Now that it has been lost, Song Jian suddenly feels a little unacceptable. Humph! This Dragon God has no good intentions. Seeing Song Jian's indifferent look, the old man snorted and said, "Your eyeball contains its power. It is a powerful God-level warrior. Don't you know that its blood is constantly eroding your original human blood? If I don't take it out for you today, in a dozen years, your body will mutate and become a half-dragon. At that time, do you say you are a human, a dragon, or the same as them?" The old man glanced at the starry sky myriad races in the distance, his face full of disdain. Among the starry sky myriad races, there are also many races that have human blood, and from the appearance, there are also many human characteristics. But as long as they are not pure human blood, the human race will regard them as aliens. Hearing that the delusion-breaking divine eye would actually change his blood, Song Jian's heart sank. You know, the reason why the Abyss players and ordinary players are in two camps is because they have the Abyss blood and are no longer pure human. Could it be that I will eventually become a monster like the Abyss players? Song Jian couldn't help but shudder when he thought of the mutant characteristics of the Abyss players. The starting point of Abyss players is much higher than that of ordinary players. Many players who do not care about their appearance and pursue strength will become Abyss players. However, as time goes by, people will find that Abyss players are irritable, impulsive, and particularly bloodthirsty. When the Abyss invasion plot unfolds, some people have seen Abyss players eating the flesh and blood of wild beasts. Moreover, this transformation will also affect the real world. In the real world, they will also become irritable and impulsive. As for whether there are more serious sequelae, they have not yet been discovered. After the emergence of this sequelae, after its spread among players, fewer and fewer people have changed their race and profession. Thank you very much, Senior, Song Jian said with sweat on his forehead as he bowed to the old man again. Well, you are a teachable kid. The old man nodded and said, I am Qi Wuji, the intersect elder of Xietian sect. Seeing that you have inherited the ancient sword sect and are not afraid of strong enemies, you have killed 3 legendary aliens in succession and promoted the power of our human race. So I especially eliminated the hidden dangers for you. Song Jian wiped his cold sweat. When the Dragon God blessed him before, he felt something was wrong, but he didn't care. After all, the Dragon God's blessing is a good thing for any player. But he didn't expect that there are still hidden dangers. However, Song Jian still feels a little sorry for losing the delusion-breaking divine eye. At least, the effect of the delusion-breaking divine eye is still very great. And the delusion-breaking divine eye is also slowly improving his physical fitness. Originally thought it was a good thing. But unexpectedly, while improving his physical fitness, it is also changing his blood. Without this eyeball, your strength will decline a little. Qi Wuji pondered for a moment, as if hesitating about something. After a moment, Qi Wuji sighed, took out a scroll from his arms, handed it to Song Jian and said, This is a cultivation technique that I have researched when I was free, and I will give it to you. I hope it can compensate you. Chapter 1505 Eye of Perception. The old man handed Song Jian a skill scroll, which made Song Jian overjoyed. Song Jian could not take other items out of the secret realm, and could only exchange them for merits. However, Song Jian, who had already exchanged the Sword Immortal set, no longer had any demand for the items in the Star Hall, and merits were of little use to him. But after learning something like a skill scroll, Song Jian could take it out of the secret realm. I dare not refuse the gift from the elder. Thank you very much, Senior, Song Jian bowed and saluted. Good. Chi Wuji smiled and nodded. Song Jian opened the skill scroll and took a look. It turned out to be an epic quality exploration skill. The Eye of Perception. Eye of Perception Epic, Level 1. Active. Skill description. Use perception to detect target attributes. Extremely concealed. Difficult to be discovered by the target during detection. Enhance perception attributes. Each skill level increases. The mental attribute increases by 10 points. Skill requirements. 200 points of mental power. Skill description. This skill can only be upgraded through practice, and cannot be upgraded by consuming skill points. Eye of Perception just makes up for the loss of Song Jian's loss of the delusion-breaking eye. And the concealment of the target detected by the Eye of Perception is stronger than that of the delusion-breaking eye. And after learning it, it can also improve perception attributes and mental power. Each level increases 10 points of mental value. And when it reaches the full level, the improvement of mental power alone can make Song Jian smile crookedly. You know, after becoming a swordsman, Song Jian's main attribute has changed from strength and agility to mental value. The higher the mental value, the more powerful the sword skills are. The only drawback is that you cannot use skill points to upgrade. You need to practice and comprehend each level you upgrade. Otherwise you may be stuck at level 1 forever. But the advantage is that you don't have to consume skill points. Players can only get 1 skill point for each level they upgrade. So many players dare not learn general skills other than their profession. Although there are some tasks or items that can increase skill points. For the huge and complex skills in the game world, this extra skill point acquisition method is simply a drop in the bucket. Players' skill points are always insufficient. Fortunately, players do not need to learn skills like the characters in the game. They only need to clap their hands. And the content of the skill scroll will be imprinted in the player's mind, as if they have practiced for several years. Looking at the Eye of Perception in the skill column, Song Jian closed his eyes slightly. And soon, he felt a pair of eyes rising from his body, floating in the air, almost observing the surroundings from a god's perspective. At the same time, when these eyes focus on a certain target, the attributes of this target appear in his mind without a single detail. And the degree of detail is not much worse than that of the delusion-breaking divine eye. The most important thing is that when the Eye of Perception is used, no one around can notice it. The concealment can even deceive the god-level strongman, which makes Song Jian feel excited. Time flies. Half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. And the disciples of the Yujian sect are getting more and more panicked. The 10,000 races raid on the human race's base should be after the bloody arena. I don't know if we will be teleported out by then. If we haven't teleported out by then, brothers, just pray for the best. Zhao Hai sighed and said in a low voice, Don't be so pessimistic. Isn't it just that the Sea of Consciousness is damaged? What's the big deal? The benefits earned in the secret realm have long been offset. Right? Chun Yang said uncomfortably. What do you know? The damage of a god-level strongman may be traced back to the source. Even if you leave the secret realm, the damage may be brought back. It will be troublesome at that time. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, Humph. At worst, I can just kill myself. Qin Yang snorted. You are really... Hi. Zhao Hai shook his head and remained silent. By the way, who among you knows the content of the bloody arena? Senior Brother Song is qualified to participate in the bloody arena. Those who know the content should tell us quickly. Otherwise Senior Brother Song will be in the dark and suffer losses after entering. Xionling said loudly. Bloody arena? Humph. I said that half a month ago. The sky turned blood red, and I knew that there was a bloody arena in the secret realm. Do you believe it? Zhao Hai snorted. Song Jian smiled. For the disciples of the Yujian sect, it was almost impossible to know about the bloody arena. Because in history, this incident, like the sneak attack of the 10,000 races on the human race's resident, happened in the middle and late stages after the Starry Sky battlefield was opened. In the past, it was impossible for the training to last so long. Most of the training disciples would be sent back within a few hundred years after the Starry Sky battlefield was opened. Bloody arena. I seem to remember an elder mentioned it in a casual chat when he was teaching the skills. Wishao suddenly said, It is said that all participants are thrown into a special space. This space has existed since the Starry Sky battlefield was opened. It is a desolate area with no grass. There lives a special kind of monster. They are 3 feet tall, extremely powerful, eat gold and swallow iron. And some even have 3 heads and 6 arms. In such an environment, let alone ordinary people, even those sons of gods and saints may not be able to come out alive. Guishao glanced at Song Jian and continued, the so-called bloody arena is that this area will suddenly open one day. After entering this area, no matter how many people enter, it will only reopen and let them out when the number of people is reduced to only 9. Only 9 people can come out? Everyone showed a look of shock on their faces. You know, there are more than 10,000 sons of gods and saints of the alien races, not to mention the geniuses of the human race. At that time, in order to compete for the quota to leave, the human race and the alien race will probably be enemies. At that time, everyone will be in danger. The greater possibility is that no one can come out and the whole army will be wiped out. Because it is too bloody and too many people died. It is called the bloody arena, which means that after entering, you will either succeed or become a corpse and be carried out horizontally. Guishao shook his head and said, how could there be corpses in that place? If you die, you will be eaten by those monsters. Except for the few people who can hold on to the end. All others will die without a burial place. It's so dangerous. But so many people are still entering? Song Jian narrowed his eyes and couldn't help asking, there must be great opportunities and benefits inside. Otherwise it would be impossible for so many people to go crazy. You know, there are quotas for entering the bloody arena. And not everyone can enter. If you are not a human genius, or a son of God from an alien race, don't even think about entering. It is said that there are benefits inside that even God-level powerhouses covet. Guishao smiled reluctantly, hesitated for a moment, and said, it is said that anyone who enters the bloody arena and comes out alive can become a God-level powerhouse in the future, and will also become the top among the God-level powerhouses. Moreover, after these people become God-level powerhouses, it will be easier for them to break through the God-level realm than others. Chapter 1506 Savage. Benefits that even God-level masters covet? Song Jian was stunned. He is not even at the legendary level now. Isn't it too early for him to compete with others for this? Breakthrough to the God level. What realm is that? Zhao Hai suddenly asked. Genesis level. As for how strong this realm is, I don't know. I just know the name of this realm. Guishao shook his head and said, our Yujian sect is inherited from the ancient sword sect. It is said that there were Genesis level masters in the ancient sword sect. Those are too far away from us. Xianling shook her head and said to Song Jian, brother, otherwise, don't go this time. That bloody arena is too dangerous. I am afraid that even a demigod level master will not be able to protect himself if he enters. Although your current strength can be comparable to the peak of the legendary realm. But, Song Jian knew that since the bloody arena could attract so many geniuses, there must be a big secret. But for him now, he really had no confidence that he could survive to the end in the fight between so many legendary and demigod level masters. This is a hidden serial task. Once completed, the final reward must be extremely generous. Song Jian showed a hesitant look on his face. At this moment, the sky in the distance, which was already as red as blood, suddenly exploded with thunder. Boom! In the bloody sky, a lightning suddenly appeared, spanning the entire sky. In an instant, everyone appeared in the air, looking up at the lightning in the sky. After a long time, the lightning did not disappear, but turned into a huge crack spanning thousands of miles. Behind the crack was endless darkness, and a strong smell of blood spread from the crack, making the chaotic atmosphere in the entire starry sky battlefield more violent. Go! I don't know who shouted, and for a moment, countless figures rushed towards the crack like swallows returning to their nests, and disappeared into the crack without hesitation. As people entered, the crack was shrinking rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, almost all the semi-god level gods and saints and human geniuses entered. A god-level warrior of the human race turned around and said to the others, Legendary Realm. Those who have confidence in themselves can also enter to look for opportunities. Song Jian and the trial disciples of the Yujian sect did not know what opportunities there were in the bloody arena. But the disciples of these large sects knew it long ago. Upon hearing that the legendary realm could be entered, some disciples who had been eager to move jumped towards the crack without hesitation. Just like moths to a flame. Song Jian looked at the resolute faces and was stunned. What kind of opportunity could allow these legendary realm warriors to risk their lives to break into the bloody arena? The opposite star alien race was even more so. Legendary masters flew towards the crack one by one. With the entry of these legendary masters, the crack shrank faster and faster. In a short while, it had shrunk to a distance of several thousand feet. Brother. Xian Ling looked at Song Jian worriedly. She could see that Song Jian still wanted to go in. It doesn't matter. It's just a secret realm. At most, the Sea of Consciousness will be damaged. It will be fine after a year or two of recuperation, Song Jian said with a smile. Compared with others, even if Song Jian died in it, he would just exit the secret realm early. Others dared to do it. So why didn't Song Jian dare? Brother, be careful. Xian Ling stopped trying to dissuade him, and said with a fist, Brother, be careful. Guishao and the others also said with a fist. Song Jian nodded at them, leaped up, stepped on the flying sword, and flew towards the crack. Sure enough, if this boy doesn't die, his future achievements will be limitless. Shi Wuji looked at Song Jian's figure. A smile appeared on his face, and said, he is probably the first person in thousands of years to enter the bloody arena with a third-level combat power. Old Chi, aren't you afraid that a little guy with a third-level combat power like him will fall in the bloody arena? You know, not only those semi-god level sons and daughters of gods, even those monsters with 3 heads and 6 arms in there. I'm afraid they are not something a little guy with a third-level combat power like him can deal with. Right? A god-level strongman next to him laughed. Uh-huh. If he really falls, that's his fate. Shi Wuji smiled and said. However, his fate is very strong. I think it is at least much stronger than those so-called sons of gods and saints. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. Song Jian, like everyone else, flew into the gap in the air. After entering the gap, Song Jian suddenly found that he was pulled forward by a mysterious force. Even if he didn't fly with a sword, he would not fall from the air. A halo appeared inexplicably around his body, wrapping him in it. Looking around, there were thousands of halos that were glittering all around him. I wonder how many of these legendary realm warriors can survive. In the end, I'm afraid no one will survive. Song Jian thought to himself. Legendary realm. In front of the demigod, the power of the domain is completely powerless in front of the power of the law. Although Song Jian can be comparable to the peak legendary realm warriors, it is because he also possesses the power of the domain. And it is a higher grade time domain, which is enough to give him the combat power of the legendary realm. But in front of the demigod, he is just like those legendary realm warriors, and has no power to fight back. Unless my time domain is advanced to the law of time. Song Jian thought to himself. If you want to upgrade the time domain to the time law, you must have more treasures about the power of time swallowed by Song Jian's time mark. The tree of life planted in the fragment universe has not yet fully grown. Once it grows, Song Jian will be able to continuously obtain the posha fruit containing the fragments of the law. By then, even if it is a pile, the time domain can be piled up and upgraded to the time law. Thinking of this, Song Jian seemed to see the green world tree in the fragment universe, which continued to grow and echoed with the world tree in the real world. When these 2 world trees grow up, Song Jian's potential will definitely surpass everyone. Song Jian suddenly felt weightless as his eyes went dark. His body fell toward the ground like a stone. The halo that originally surrounded him began to glow red, as if it was burning. On the dark ground, tall and burly humanoid monsters were fighting and playing with each other. A savage with 3 heads and 6 arms, and a metallic body suddenly looked up with a hint of anger on his face. Oh! Oh! The savage screamed. And the other savages who were playing also looked up at the meteor with a long tail in the sky. They all beat their chests hard and let out angry roars. Led by the savage with 3 heads and 6 arms, a large group of savages ran towards the area where the meteor fell. This scene was constantly played out on the Black Land. More and more savages ran towards the area where the meteor fell. Song Jian didn't know that from the moment they entered the bloody arena, they had already aroused the hostility of countless savages. Chapter 1507 Bloody Arena. There is only one kind of monster in the bloody arena, which is this tall savage. These savages are divided into thousands of tribes, large and small, living in this area. Because there is no grass here, these savages only rely on eating the mud on the black earth every day. These savage tribes will also fight each other. But today, seeing the falling meteors, even the 2 savage tribes that are fighting will tacitly stop fighting at the same time and chase in the direction of the falling meteors. In the eyes of these savages, Song Jian and other outsiders who broke into the bloody arena are all alien races from outer space and must be completely eliminated. In the sky, thousands of meteors were getting closer and closer to the Earth. Song Jian saw that many humanoid creatures on the ground were running towards the area where they fell, and he suddenly had an ominous premonition. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly found that the meteors around him suddenly changed the direction of their fall and began to fly towards other places. He was immediately shocked. How did they control the direction of their fall? Song Jian thought to himself. If they fall straight down like this, they will definitely fall into the encirclement of the monsters on the ground. At that time, let alone surviving to the end, they will probably be besieged by monsters as soon as they land. Song Jian carefully stared at the meteors that changed direction beside him and found that they did not make any extra movements. He immediately understood that the light circle around the body should be controlled by perception or mental power. Thinking of this, Song Jian immediately spread his mental power into the light circle. Sure enough, after the mental power spread into it, he could also control the direction of the fall. However, in this case, the speed of mental power loss was extremely fast, and it consumed hundreds of mental power in almost 1 second. With his current mental power, he could only control it for about 1 minute at most. Just change the direction of the fall slightly, and don't enter the monster's encirclement, Song Jian said in his heart. Soon, the meteor controlled by Song Jian also began to fly towards a place with few people. Now he also understood that the most important thing after entering the bloody arena was to survive the siege of these monsters, rather than fighting with those alien gods and saints. I believe those gods and saints should have the same idea. The meteor where Song Jian was located drew an arc in the air and fell towards a low-lying basin. This basin looked like a large lake that had dried up. There were almost no monsters nearby. Such a place could at least allow Song Jian to live longer in the early stage. Many people took a fancy to this place, and many meteors began to change direction and fly towards this low-lying place. After a while, meteors fell fiercely on the ground, creating large pits on the ground. Song Jian felt a shock all over his body. The halo outside his body broke directly after creating a large pit, as if it had completely withstood the impact of the fall. Song Jian, who was wrapped inside, was not hurt at all. Jumping out of the pit, Song Jian suddenly found that in the center of the pit, there was a pyramid-like building. Most of the building was buried deep underground, with only less than 3 meters exposed on the ground. Moreover, the surface of the building was dark, almost integrated with the earth. If you don't look carefully, it is difficult to find its existence. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly heard a series of explosions and roars of fighting in the distance. The aura of the demigod-level strongman was fully released, enough for people thousands of miles away to sense his presence. As the aura of the demigod-level strongman completely exploded and then quickly disappeared, Song Jian knew that someone had been besieged and killed by those savages. But he didn't know whether it was the human genius or the sons and daughters of gods of alien races. Look! Those monsters! Someone suddenly shouted loudly. Everyone looked around the depression and saw figures slowly appearing on the high ground around the depression. A pair of cold eyes looked at the people who had just fallen in the depression, as if they were looking at corpses. How can it be so fast? Song Jian was shocked. You know, there are not so many monsters in this area that he saw in the air before. Otherwise, there would not be so many people falling in this area. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly received a system prompt. System, the hidden task Shingzito triggers the subsequent task. Explore the mausoleum. The task requires going to the mausoleum of the Great Chief, looking for the ghost of the Great Chief Glees, and talking to him. Task reward, 100,000 combat experience. After entering the bloody arena space, Song Jian finally received the second ring of the hidden task, entering the mausoleum. This task does not seem to be very difficult. The task reward is only 100,000 combat experience. These experiences sound a lot, but at Song Jian's current level, it can only increase 1% to 2% of experience at most. Song Jian looked around and saw that there were about a dozen people who had landed in the depression of the dried-up lake, of which only 3 or 4 were human beings, and the rest were all aliens from the starry sky. However, there were already hundreds of monsters appearing around, including some demigod-level beings with 3 heads and 6 arms. The lowest level of these monsters was 110. Some of them had an extra head or a pair of arms, and they had already broken through the legendary realm, while those monsters with 3 heads and 6 arms were all demigod-level beings. Once there were more of these terrifying monsters. Even god-level masters would not dare to fight them. Otherwise, once they were entangled, these monsters would surround them more and more. If there were too many demigod-level monsters, even god-level masters might be surrounded and killed. Moreover, the strongest who have landed in this area are only demigods. At this moment, a shadow of a ring dripping with blood suddenly appeared above the concave land. The blood kept dripping, but it quickly dissipated in the air and did not fall to the ground at all. Therefore, no one knew whether the blood really existed. At the moment when the bloody ring appeared, an inexplicable voice sounded in the ears of all the people who entered this area in the concave land. Do you want to enter the bloody ring and fight a life and death battle? The winner will get a blood fruit. Yes/no. While Song Jian was stunned, the two alien gods chose yes directly. The two turned into streams of light and flew into the bloody arena. Standing on the arena, they looked at the ground with a smug look on their faces. The monsters around them can't seem to see the bloody arena. Fighting in the arena at this time is just right to avoid the attacks of these monsters. Song Jian understood immediately, and some people who were slow showed regret on their faces. The surroundings were surrounded by wild monsters, and these wild monsters had already started to charge towards the depression. Hundreds of monsters rushed over at any time, with ferocious looks on their faces. Song Jian's figure flashed, and he took out the mausoleum and rushed towards the center of the depression, while others flew into the air and fled in all directions. Chapter 1508 Mausoleum. Song Jian quickly came to the mausoleum in the center of the depression. It was called a mausoleum, but it actually looked like a small mound less than 3 meters high. In front of the mound stood a half-broken stone tablet. The words engraved on the stone tablet had long been blurred. If it weren't for Song Jian's sharp eyes, it would be impossible to find this mausoleum. When he came to the mound, he could vaguely see the traces of bricks and stones exposed in the mound. The black bricks and stones looked a little broken, and fine cracks appeared on the surface. But there were no larger holes. Obviously, this mausoleum had never been excavated since it was built, and it was considered a relatively well-preserved mausoleum. It was impossible to find the entrance to the mausoleum at this time. The savages had already rushed into the depression, roaring and rushing towards everyone. Then, a bloody arena appeared in the sky again. This time, there was no need for a prompt. Two people chose to fight to the death and flew into the bloody arena. The other people who were slow showed annoyance on their faces. Song Jian wanted to enter the mausoleum and did not notice the prompt on the arena. When he found it, it was too late. On the two arenas in the sky, for people looked at the surging savage monsters below with a look of relief and breathed a sigh of relief. Hiding in the bloody arena, there is still a half chance of survival. But staying in the concave, the chance of survival is almost zero. Huh, brother. Let's hide for a while. Wait for those monsters to leave, and then decide the winner. How about that? A human genius who had just hidden in the arena wiped his cold sweat and said to the alien son of God opposite. The alien son of God opposite had a sullen face, looked at the human genius unhappily, and nodded slightly. At this time, deciding life and death means that both people will die at the same time. Even if they are separated by life and death, they will be killed by wild monsters in the concave. Anyway, the bloody arena has plenty of time. As long as the winner is not decided in a short time, the bloody arena will always exist. Now, for these intruders, the blood-colored arena has become a shelter. Only by entering the blood-colored arena can they survive. The battle was about to break out. The first 3-headed and 6-armed wild monster rushed down. It jumped more than 10 feet and pounced in front of a legendary alien god. It stretched out its big hand and grabbed the opponent's head directly. After raising it high, it grabbed a leg with the other hand, and then roared and tore it violently. The alien warrior was torn into 2 pieces and killed instantly. The wild monster raised its head and swallowed the blood spilled by the alien in big mouthfuls. Then it threw the body aside and beat its chest hard, with an extremely fierce look. At this time, the intruders had no intention of fighting at all. They all showed their magical powers and wanted to escape from this depression. Only Song Jian stood in front of a mound, took a deep breath, and punched the mound fiercely. Boom! A dull explosion sounded, and Song Jian punched through the outer wall of the mausoleum, revealing a big hole. A gust of cold wind blew out from the dark hole, accompanied by waves of ghosts howling, giving people a feeling of opening the door to hell. Looking at the savages who had already pounced, Song Jian gritted his teeth and jumped into the deep hole of the mausoleum. Just after Song Jian's figure disappeared at the entrance of the cave, several people ran over and got in. After all, this area was not large. Song Jian's actions attracted the attention of several people around him. At this time, the target in the air was more conspicuous. If he flew up, he would die faster. But getting underground was a good way to avoid these savage monsters. Song Jian didn't know that some people had come in from behind him. He came in from the cave entrance, just like falling from a high altitude. Just when he was about to summon the flying sword, his body suddenly shook and his feet stepped on the solid ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just when Song Jian landed, a sound of burning flames sounded, and torches suddenly burned around, illuminating the surroundings. At this time, Song Jian saw that he had actually landed in an underground hall, surrounded by stone statues of various shapes, with a big hole on top of his head. From time to time, there were gray shadows passing through the cave entrance, looking like ghosts. Plop, plop. After Song Jian, there were sounds of falling. Turning his head, he saw 3 or 4 people who had fallen to the floor and were struggling to stand up. Ouch! How can it be so deep in here? A human-race genius rubbed his lower back, with a painful look on his face, struggling to stand up. Seeing Song Jian looking at him, he smiled and said, "Brother Song, my name is Zhao Tianong, from the Han Hai sect. We can hide here at the same time, which is also a fate. How about we act together?" "Uh-huh. Do you know me?" Song Jian said with a smile. "That's right, brother. Your name is probably known to everyone in the Starry Sky battlefield. With a 3rd-level combat power, you have challenged 3 legendary masters of the alien race. And there are also 2 legendary peak masters. This strength is the best even among the legendary masters." Zhao Tianyang raised his thumb with a look of admiration. Song Jian continued to look at the other 2 people. They were short and not human, but 2 sons of gods from the star alien race. After falling into the mausoleum, they quickly came together, looked at Song Jian vigilantly, and immediately hid in the darkness in another direction. "Hey, brother. It seems that these 2 guys are afraid of you. What do you think? Do you want to join forces to kill them? They are just 2 high-level legendary realms. Even without me, Brother Song can kill them alone. Right?" Zhao Tianyang's eyes showed a murderous intent, and he whispered, "Even if there is no bloody arena, as long as you kill someone here, you can get a reward. But the reward is not as rich as the bloody arena. The purpose of entering this area is to gain benefits through fighting." So Song Jian naturally had no objection. After a brief discussion, the 2 of them chased after the 2 aliens who had entered earlier. However, after chasing for a while, the 2 gave up. It turned out that they followed the direction of the 2 aliens' escape and came to a strange passage. This passage was like a maze, with many paths and a fork every few meters. At first, the 2 could still chase by the sound of footsteps. But soon, they found that they were lost in the mausoleum. Why? How could this happen? Zhao Tianyang scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Song Jian glanced at the mission map, but there was no mission prompt. If you get close to the mission target within a certain range, there will be a very obvious flash prompt on the mission map. Now there is no prompt, which means that Song Jian is still a long way from the mission target. Just look for it slowly. Anyway, you can't get out? Explore this place by the way. Maybe there will be a surprise, Song Jian said. That's all I can do. Zhao Tianyang sighed. This mausoleum is full of gloom, and from time to time, there will be ghosts crying and howling. If it weren't for the wild monsters outside, Zhao Tianyang really didn't want to hide in this mausoleum. The 2 continued to walk forward. This time, the speed was much slower. Soon, a gray figure suddenly appeared from the corner of the front passage. When he found the 2, the gray figure paused, then roared and pounced on the 2. Chapter 1509 Domain Crystal. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and looked at the black shadow in front of him. In an instant, the originally blurry black shadow suddenly became clear in his eyes, and its attributes naturally appeared in Song Jian's eyes. The black shadow was wearing a black cloak. The cloak looked rotten, and the edges were worn out. There was only a translucent shadow in the cloak, which looked like a soul. Inside the hood of the cloak, a pair of scarlet eyes stared at the 2 people, and the translucent face showed a ferocious look. Dead guard. Song Jian shouted, "This is the guard guarding the mausoleum. Be careful. Level 125. The strength of the early legendary realm. Zhao Tianyang was a little nervous at first, but when he heard that it was just a monster in the early stage of the legendary realm, he was relieved. Brother Song, with your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to kill it, Zhao Tianyang said with a smile. Song Jian had won 3 legendary alien gods in a row before, and his reputation had spread in the human settlement. He had become a celebrity. Almost everyone knew that although Song Jian only had a 3rd level combat power, his true strength could kill the peak of the legendary realm. Be careful. I think it is immune to physical attacks. Song Jian summoned the sky-breaking sword and rushed towards the dead spirit. With a thought, countless spirit swords emerged and flew towards the dead spirit guards. One by one, the spirit swords passed through the dead spirit guards' bodies, but misses floated over their heads. But soon, after the misses, more than 20,000 points of fire damage floated up from the dead spirit guards' heads. It is immune to physical attacks, but its resistance to fire damage seems to be negative. In addition, the red lotus fire has the effect of purification, so the damage to it is doubled. Song Jian was relieved when he saw the damage. If it were a physical player, it would be a headache to deal with such a monster. But for Song Jian, the red lotus fire attached to the surface of the spirit sword alone was enough to kill the dead guard in front of him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The spirit sword kept piercing the body of the dead guard. After a while, the dead guard turned into pieces of ashes and fell from the sky. Until his death, he never got within 5 meters of Song Jian. Awesome. Awesome. Zhao Tianyang complimented, and was also extremely surprised. He didn't expect that a legendary monster that was immune to physical damage would be like a child in Song Jian's hands, without any ability to fight back. After the death of the dead guard, a black polyhedron crystal fell from the sky. This crystal looked like a perfectly cut black diamond, shining with dazzling light. Song Jian's mind moved, and with a move of his left hand, this black crystal flew into Song Jian's hand as if it was being pulled. Dead crystal, forging material, can be used as the core of the undead puppet. After using it, there is a certain chance of comprehending the dead realm. Song Jian looked down and checked the properties of the crystal. This is the domain crystal? Zhao Tianyang's eyes lit up, his face full of surprise. Domain crystal? Song Jian was stunned. It was clearly a dead crystal. Why did Zhao Tianyang call it a domain crystal? Seeing Song Jian puzzled, Zhao Tianyang took the initiative to explain, saying, "This crystal contains the power of the domain. You can use it to quickly comprehend the power of the domain. The competition of the legendary realm is actually the competition of the power of the domain. Whoever comprehends the power of the domain deeply and masters more will have an advantage in the battle. Brother Song must have comprehended the power of the domain. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill a legendary realm strongman with a 3rd level combat power." Zhao Tianyang smiled and said, "In history, there have only been 5 people who comprehended the power of the domain with a 3rd level combat power." Song Jian smiled slightly and didn't say anything. If he didn't comprehend the power of the domain and didn't have the ability to resist the domain power of the legendary realm, how could he kill the legendary realm power? After Song Jian killed 3 legendary realm powerhouses in succession, although most people didn't know what domain Song Jian comprehended, there was no doubt that Song Jian had mastered the power of the domain. Such a domain crystal is worth about 5,000 merits. Zhao Tianyang said with envy, "No wonder so many people are willing to enter the bloody arena. This is really a treasure land." Song Jian smiled and didn't care. The most precious thing about the domain crystal is the domain power contained in it. But this crystal contains the dead soul domain. Only undead creatures will like such a domain. If any creature dares to comprehend such a domain power, then the final outcome is to become an undead creature. The realm of the dead is not worth much merit. Right? Song Jian said with a smile. That's not necessarily true. Zhao Tianyang shook his head and whispered, "For some people, they will pay a high price to buy the crystal of the realm of the dead. After all, as long as the undead creatures are not killed, they will live forever." Song Jian's heart moved. If it was really like what Zhao Tianyang said, then this realm crystal containing the realm of the dead might be more expensive than other ordinary realm crystals. The most important thing is that living creatures cannot comprehend the realm of the dead at all. Only with the dead crystal can there be a certain chance of comprehending it. Moreover, if you comprehend the realm of the dead with the dead crystal, you will not die immediately, but only the body will be eroded by the power of death, and slowly transformed into the undead. Zhao Tianyang continued, "This transformation can preserve the memory as much as possible, and the mind will not be damaged. The only disadvantage is that the transformation into the undead takes too long, and it will be very painful. Compared to eternal life, this pain should be acceptable," Song Jian said with a smile. "That's not necessarily true." Zhao Tianyang shook his head and said, "Let's not talk about whether we can comprehend the realm of the dead with a crystal of the dead realm. Even if we really comprehend it, this transformation process will take several years, or even more than 10 years. Many people can't hold on to the end of the feeling of the body slowly decaying and dilapidated." The two continued to walk forward along the passage. As they walked, Song Jian marked a fork in the road. When they encountered a maze-like terrain, they could only use this stupid method. I don't know how long it took. Just when the two of them felt numb, they suddenly came to an open area in front of them. This seemed to be a hall transformed from an underground cave. It was very large, with black stone slabs on the ground. In the center of the hall, there stood a huge statue 10 feet high. In front of the statue, there was an altar. The two legendary alien gods that Song Jian had met before were kneeling in front of the altar, and a strong smell of blood emanated from them. Seeing this strange scene in front of them, Song Jian and the others stopped involuntarily and looked ahead with a vigilant look. Chapter 1510 Answer. Seeing two legendary alien warriors kneeling quietly in front of the altar, Song Jian and the others showed a vigilant look on their faces and looked around. The entire underground hall was silent, with only a few torches around the altar lighting up, and the rest of the place was pitch black. Are all the legendary warriors dead? Zhao Tianyang couldn't help swallowing, feeling timid. You know, his strength has just reached the early stage of the legendary realm, and any one of the two legendary alien warriors can match him. Let's go over and take a look. Be careful, Song Jian whispered, holding the sky-breaking sword tightly in his hand, and walked towards the altar. As we approached the altar, we saw that the chests of the two alien warriors had a big hole, as if they were torn open by a sharp claw. Their hearts had long disappeared, leaving only a bloody hole that continued to spurt out blood. In front of the two men, there was a groove, and the blood flowed along the groove toward the altar, in a strange spiral way. It actually flowed in the opposite direction to a pit in the center of the altar. This pit looked only the size of a fist, but blood was continuously drawn out of the bodies of the two legendary alien warriors and flowed into this pit. This fist-sized pit never showed any signs of filling up. The blood inside was always about a finger high from the edge and could not overflow. Is this being used as a sacrifice? Zhao Tianyang looked at the statue behind the altar, trying to identify its face. But the statue was too high. The torches around the altar could only find the statue's calves. From a distance, he could still see a rough outline. Now standing at the foot of the statue, he could only vaguely see the thighs. The parts above were all hidden in the darkness and could not be identified at all. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly felt a chilling fear and quickly jumped back. Swish! Several white lights flashed in the dim air, and the sharp chill was refreshing. If Song Jian had been a little slower, he would probably have been scratched with several deep scars that could be seen to the bone. Zhao Tianyang, who was standing next to him, let out a shrill scream and flew backwards for 7 or 8 meters before falling heavily to the ground. The previous attack was too fast. Zhao Tianyang had no time to dodge, and could only rely on his body to resist. This attack directly injured him severely. In Song Jian's eyes, Zhao Tianyang's blood value had fallen below the warning line of 1/3. Zhao Tianyang seemed to want to struggle to stand up, but after twisting twice, his body suddenly stiffened, and then fell heavily to the ground, motionless, looking as if he was dead. If it weren't for the blood bar, Song Jian would have mistakenly thought that he was killed by this attack. Song Jian turned his head and looked. At this time, on the altar, a monster that looked like a giant mantis was lying in the middle of the altar. A straw was inserted into the pit in the middle of the altar and began to suck the blood, and a pair of terrifying dark red compound eyes stared at Song Jian motionlessly. Its eyes seemed to be looking at the next prey, making Song Jian feel his skin tighten. Legendary peak. Song Jian's heart sank. The domain power of this monster only covered less than 1 meter around. But this did not mean that the monster was weak, but that this distance could maximize the effect of the domain power of this monster. Rapid domain, Song Jian whispered. The monster's terrifying movement speed had exposed its domain power. Its speed was completely beyond the speed of a legendary realm warrior. Otherwise, Zhao Tianyang would not have been able to withstand even one blow, and was seriously injured and waiting to die. The domain power of this monster can increase its speed by 2 to 3 times. I'm afraid only the speed of a demigod-level warrior can match it. However, Song Jian's mental power is strong, and his perception range is even wider than that of an ordinary legendary realm warrior. In addition, he has learned the skill of the Eye of Perception, which greatly improves his perception and mental power. In addition, Song Jian's time domain also played a crucial role. At the moment when the monster approached, Song Jian's time domain also played a role, slowing down the opponent's speed, which allowed Song Jian to avoid this fatal blow. Speed-type boss is the nightmare of all players. It is just as the saying goes. No martial arts in the world are invincible except speed. No matter how strong the force is, it will be useless if it can't hit the opponent. Squeak. A sharp hissing sound came from the monster's mouthparts, as if countless needles pierced Song Jian's eardrums, making him frown slightly. Holding the sword, Song Jian was about to use the moves in the Chaos Sword Cannon to kill the opponent directly. But he found that the monster on the altar suddenly trembled all over, and a translucent soul floated out of the opponent's body, staring straight at Song Jian. A system task prompt appeared in front of Song Jian. System, you have discovered the ghost of Chieftain Gress. Please go forward and talk to him. Please make every choice carefully. Your choice will have a significant impact on the subsequent tasks. Task prompt. The ghost of Chieftain Gress has been eroded by the power of death. Please try to avoid making moves that anger the other party. Otherwise the difficulty of the task will be greatly increased. The ghost of the chieftain is hiding in the body of a monster boss? Song Jian felt a little strange, but he still followed the prompt of the system task and walked forward carefully. Sure enough, even though Song Jian approached, the mantis boss, which was almost as big as an adult, remained motionless, but the human ghost floating on its back seemed a little nervous. Human Song Jian. Salute to His Excellency the Great Chieftain Gress. Song Jian stopped 5 or 6 steps away from the altar. Next to him were the bodies of 2 alien warriors kneeling on the ground. Even now, the blood in the bodies of the 2 warriors has not yet flowed out. It seems that all the strength in their bodies has turned into blood and is gushing out. Gress's translucent ghost glanced at Song Jian lightly, and suddenly asked loudly, Human, tell me, is your purpose here the same as these 2 shameless thieves, coveting the treasure buried in this mausoleum? There was a hint of anger in Gress's voice. Obviously, the 2 alien warriors seemed to have discovered something, and their actions aroused Gress's hostility. Just as Song Jian was about to answer, a few lines of words suddenly appeared in front of him. This was a system prompt. It seemed that there should be 3 answers. Obviously, it wanted Song Jian to choose one from these 3 answers. Option A, Dear Great Chief, I am just passing by here and will leave soon. Option B, Dear Great Chief, these 2 people are my enemies. I entered the mausoleum because I was chasing them. I am sorry for disturbing your sleep. Option C, Dear Great Chief, these 2 people are not my companions, and I don't know them. I came here just to find you. Chapter 1511 Life and Death Gress. Song Jian looked at the 3 options, hesitated for only a few seconds, and immediately made a choice. For such task options, each option seems similar at the beginning, but as the question goes deeper, choosing different answers will eventually lead to completely different results. However, the general results can still be divided into 3 types. One is to anger Greece, causing Greece to attack the answerer. This is the most dangerous of all the results. Generally speaking, even if you can escape Greece's attack, it will lead to mission failure. The second is to have a cold relationship with Greece. Then the task will continue. You only need to follow the task process to complete the final task link and get the reward. The third situation will arouse the interest of Gress, and even arouse Gress's favor. In this case, accidents often happen, causing the plot to develop in an uncontrollable situation. It is possible that the difficulty of the task will increase significantly, and the reward will also increase significantly. It is also possible that the difficulty of the task will decrease, and the task reward will remain the original reward. The first result is not what Song Jian wants to see. The third result is too challenging for people's heart and luck. Song Jian still prefers the second one, and let the plot go on according to the original setting. After all, with his current strength, it can be said that it is already very difficult to complete this hidden serial task the way of the Son of God. If there is a slight disturbance, There is a high possibility that the task will fail. Song Jian chose the third answer. Respected Great Chief, these two are not my companions, and I don't know them. I came here just to find you, Song Jian said softly. The ghost of Gress stared at Song Jian for a long time, and asked in a deep voice, Human, why are you looking for me? As Gress asked, the answer in front of Song Jian immediately changed, and three new options appeared. Song Jian could only choose from these three answers. Each answer looked similar, with only slight differences. But as long as he chose the wrong one, the result would change. As the questions and answers came, Song Jian's forehead slowly began to sweat. Sometimes he felt that his choice would lead to another answer, but the result was often different from what he imagined. In the end, he could only rely on his nature and the principle of not deceiving or concealing to choose the final answer. This kind of question and answer lasted for a whole cup of tea. Dozens of questions made Song Jian feel physically and mentally exhausted, which was even more tiring than fighting a legendary peak strongman. Whenever he felt that Grease's attitude began to be bad. But after the next question, Grease's attitude became kind again. Whenever Grease's attitude became more and more friendly. After the next question, Grease immediately showed a cold look, which made Song Jian unable to find the pattern of the correct answer for a while. Human, it seems that you are not a person who talks sweet words, nor a thief who covets the treasures in the tomb. Glees said expressionlessly, I have a task here that needs you to complete. Are you willing to help me? Just as Glees finished speaking, a pair of scarlet eyes emerged in the darkness, and dead spirits slowly floated out of the darkness. With a number of hundreds. System, you have obtained the third ring of the hidden serial task, the Way of the Son of God. Do you accept Glees' request? Yes/no. Tip, if you refuse Glees' help, Glees will regard you as a destroyer who broke into the tomb and attack you. Song Jian, I'm willing to help you, Song Jian said helplessly. The undead around him began to slowly retreat and continued to disappear into the darkness. Gress continued as if nothing had happened, thousands of years ago. A few barbarians with 3 heads and 6 arms accidentally broke into the mausoleum and stole a life and death grass. I need you to find this life and death grass back. Thousands of years ago, a life and death grass was stolen, and now I want you to find it back? Song Jian was stunned and felt that this task seemed a bit crazy. A life and death grass that was stolen thousands of years ago may not even have ashes left now. How can it be found? The grass of life and death is a magical herb that can revive the dead. Without the dead environment, the growth rate of the herb will be indefinitely delayed. Gress explained, moreover, I can sense that the grass of life and death still exists in this area, less than 3,000 miles away from the mausoleum. I can give you the approximate location. You just need to send it back to the mausoleum before the grass of life and death matures. In Song Jian's task bar, this hidden serial task suddenly changed from helping Gress to finding the grass of life and death. At the same time, this is also a time-limited task. The moment he accepted this task, a countdown appeared behind the task. Song Jian looked at the time and found that there were only 3 days left. In other words, the life and death grass would mature in 3 days and would be used. If so, Song Jian's mission would fail. Song Jian nodded and turned to leave, but suddenly found that a teleportation-like gate appeared in front of the altar. From here, you can quickly leave the mausoleum. If you complete the mission, you only need to get within 10 meters of the mausoleum to be automatically teleported to me, said Gress. This saved Song Jian a lot of time. You know, from the previous entrance, you need to go through a huge maze. Even if you know the correct route, it takes several hours to pass through the maze. I understand. Song Jian nodded and stepped into the portal. Did I forget something? Song Jian's figure disappeared in the portal, and he suddenly felt that he seemed to have forgotten something. After Song Jian's figure disappeared in the portal, Gress pondered for a moment and shrank back into the giant mantis body. After a moment, the giant mantis regained its mobility, shook its head, sucked up all the blood on the altar, and after a joyful hiss, spread its wings behind it and flew towards the depths of the hall. At this time, Zhao Tianong, who was lying on the ground, began to turn white slowly, and finally marble-like patterns appeared on the surface of his body, and his whole body became stiff. Crack. A fine crack appeared on Zhao Tianyang's body, followed by a continuous crack sound. After a while, Zhao Tianyang's marble body was covered with cracks as dense as a spider web. After a while, These cracks became larger and deeper. And finally Zhao Tianyang's body shattered into small pieces of stone. At this moment, a figure flashed from the stone, and quietly swept towards the depths of the hall. Chapter 15:12 Qi and Blood Field. Song Jian only felt a flash in front of his eyes. And when he regained his vision, he found that he had returned to the previous depression. The surroundings were full of strong bloody smell. But no corpses were found. Only some broken meat, bones, and blood remained on the black ground. At this time, there was only a bloody arena in the sky. At this time, the two sons of God on the arena were fighting hard. It seemed that the arena was soaked in blood and kept dripping blood. After falling a distance, the blood disappeared inexplicably. Song Jian glanced at the two sons of God who were fighting for life and death. But he didn't care. The meaning of the bloody arena is to eliminate the weak and make the strong stronger. The winner can get everything from the loser. And there are also rewards from the bloody arena. These rewards may even involve the secrets of becoming a god, which even demigods will covet. It's a pity that the power of the god-level strong is too strong. Otherwise, there must be a god-level strong infiltrating the bloody arena. Song Jian thought to himself, opening the task interface and looking at the approximate location of the items given in the task map. Song Jian chose a direction and rushed towards the distance. There are only 3 days. Song Jian must race against time. The life and death grass that those barbarians took away thousands of years ago and has been preserved until now must be of great value and must be extremely well guarded. Maybe there will be demigods or even god-level strong guards. The function of the life and death grass is to revive the dead. What are those barbarians trying to steal it for? Could it be that the life and death grass has some special effects that I don't know about? Song Jian guessed in his heart. At this moment, there was a thunderous roar behind him. Song Jian turned his head and saw that the blood-type arena in the air suddenly collapsed and a figure fell from the air. At the same time, a cloud of auspicious clouds fell from the sky, turning into a few drops of golden liquid and merging into the body of the Son of God. In an instant, the Son of God, who had been extremely weak, suddenly soared in aura. Not only did he recover to his peak state, but he also took a big step forward. The wild laughter echoed, and Song Jian's heart tightened. This Son of God was originally only at the high end of the legendary realm. But now he has entered the peak state of the legendary realm. And it seems that if he had not comprehended the power of the law, he might have become a demigod at this time. Song Jian just glanced at the Son of God from a distance and didn't care. Entering this area, opportunities and dangers coexist. Maybe he will fall into danger in the next moment. Maybe when he is about to face death, his luck will suddenly change. Everything is unknown. Just as Song Jian was running towards the mission location, a burst of magic light suddenly flashed in the distance. Obviously, someone was fighting in front. Song Jian's speed suddenly slowed down, and he slowly approached forward. When he was about to approach the battle area, Song Jian's body suddenly scattered all over the ground like fine sand, and slowly merged into the black soil. Soon, a group of gods and saints of the star alien race appeared within Song Jian's perception range, and they were besieging a barbarian tribe. Most of these gods and saints were legendary, and there were only 3 demigods. These 3 demigods did not join the battle, but stood aside and roamed the battle. Their attention was not on this small tribe with only 100 people, but they looked around vigilantly, alert to the barbarians who might appear at any time. In Song Jian's perception, this barbarian tribe of less than 100 people only had a few legendary masters, and the rest were mostly teenagers. These teenagers looked almost the same as humans, except that they were exceptionally strong, and some had faint scale-like patterns on their bodies. Although these teenagers were only at the 2nd and 3rd levels, they fought like crazy and wanted to die together. It was a pity that although they were very motivated, the gap in strength between them was too big. These barbarian teenagers at the 2nd and 3rd levels were no match for the sons and daughters of the star alien gods. Escape. As many as you can. Go find Lord Kaza and the others. A legendary barbarian with 4 arms shouted at the teenagers while fighting madly with 4 or 5 sons of God at the same level. The body of this legendary barbarian was covered in blood, and one of his arms was broken and drooped limply. But he looked like he was not afraid of death. For a moment, he prevented 4 or 5 legendary masters from getting close to him. A trapped beast still fights. A saint wearing a colorful crown sneered and pointed at the legendary barbarian. Suddenly, a bright red light burst out from her fingertips and pierced the barbarian's chest directly. The body of this legendary barbarian seemed to be hit by a huge force, and flew backwards. After breaking through a stone wall, he fell heavily to the ground. His chest was wounded. Blood gushed out, and his beating heart could almost be seen from the wound. Despite such a serious injury, this barbarian looked nonchalant. He struggled to get up, picked up a stone the size of a human head from the collapsed stone wall, and threw it at the enemy. Seeing that this barbarian actually used stones as weapons, many sons of God showed mocking expressions on their faces. But the next moment, a son of God was directly hit by a stone, and his head exploded like a watermelon. After that, when a low whistling sound exploded in the air, all the sons of God were startled and couldn't help but look at the body of the Son of God. Moshi! A shrill voice sounded, and a son of God rushed towards the corpse. Looking at the headless corpse with an expression of disbelief on his face, Song Jian, who was underground, was also shocked. He threw a stone casually and killed a legendary strongman. The fighting power of these barbarians was beyond everyone's imagination. At this moment, a barbarian in the legendary realm, who was besieged by several sons of gods and saints, suddenly roared, and his whole body suddenly exploded. The explosion range covered all the sons of gods and saints who were fighting with him. Boom! After a loud bang, the legendary barbarian was completely destroyed. A son of God was blown to pieces on the spot, and the others were also seriously injured because they were too close. They crawled to the ground and struggled to stand up. At this moment, a fist-sized red light ball appeared out of thin air from where the legendary barbarian exploded. It seemed to have no weight and floated quietly in the air. Chi and blood field. Several seriously injured legendary gods and saints actually struggled to pounce on this chi and blood light ball when they saw it. It seemed that this red light ball was a treasure. Chapter 1513, Instant Kill. Seeing the red light ball, several sons of God rushed towards it. One of them grabbed the light ball first and stuffed it into his mouth. Seeing that he had obtained the light ball, the others showed a look of regret in their eyes. Boom! The son of God, who was already seriously injured, suddenly burst out with a strong breath, and the power of chi and blood burst out. The chi and blood that had been lost were filled in an instant. At the same time, a force of chi and blood field rippled out from his body. Ha ha! The son of God stood in the crowd and laughed. The second field power. After he swallowed the light ball, he actually directly mastered the second field power. The power of chi and blood. The faint red domain power began to spread around, and at the same time, it condensed and entangled with another domain power in his body, and slowly merged. The speed of this fusion is very slow, but once the fusion is successful, the strength of this son of God will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. At the very least, his blood and chi are now richer, much higher than others. Song Jian's eyes lit up as he watched from underground. Among all the domain powers, the power of blood and chi is the most special one. Those who master the power of blood and chi will not only increase their own blood and chi value limit and recovery speed, but also slightly increase physical defense and spell resistance. It can be said to be an omnipotent domain power. The most important thing is that it can perfectly integrate with any other domain power, even the power of the dead, and the power of blood and chi. The Son of God who mastered the power of blood and chi spread the power of blood and chi, covering several other companions. It can be seen that the recovery speed of several sons of God and saints bathed in the power of blood and chi began to accelerate. Soon, they who were originally seriously injured had almost recovered. Killing these barbarians will actually drop the blood and chi domain light ball. Song Jian, who was underground, felt a burning feeling in his heart. He seemed to be able to feel that this light ball containing the power of blood and chi seemed to be not restricted by the secret realm. And they, the disciples of the Yujian sect, could also use it to devour. Give it a try. If it appears again, I will snatch one and see if I can comprehend it, Song Jian said to himself, eager to try. Boom! The war is still going on. The alien gods have set their sights on the legendary barbarians. Only these legendary barbarians can drop the chi and blood field light ball. However, after they killed all the barbarians of less than 100 people, they did not drop the second chi and blood field light ball. Bah! Only one was dropped. Too bad luck, a god said angrily. Kato is so lucky. As long as he can integrate the blood and chi domain, the power of his domain will be increased by at least 30%. and his own attributes will be greatly enhanced. He will have a better chance of breaking through the demigod level. Another son of God looked at the son of God, who was full of blood and chi. And the blood and chi around his body was almost condensed into substance, with an envious look on his face. After this battle, more than a dozen sons of God and saints were injured, and 3 died. This barbarian tribe, with only a dozen legendary masters, was completely killed and razed to the ground. Song Jian wanted to hunt some sons of God and saints several times underground, but he could not find a chance. If it was just the legendary masters, he could still escape with the 5 elements escape method. But in front of 3 demigod masters, he did not dare to move. Otherwise, once he was discovered, the power of the laws mastered by the demigod masters would directly imprison the surrounding area. Just as Song Jian was about to give up and leave, and the group of sons of gods and saints were resting in place, the ground suddenly shook slightly, and dust appeared in the distance. Something is happening. A son of a foreign race, who was on alert, warned. Everyone stood up and looked in the direction of the sound with a vigilant look. The barbarian army is back. At least more than 500 people. And they all have mounts. A son of gods looked sharp, staring at the dust in the distance, and analyzed. Retreat. We are not opponents. A semi-god level son of God said immediately. How is it possible? This tribe has only more than 100 people at most. Even if a strong man leaves, it is impossible for so many people to return. Someone was puzzled. They are a hunting team. They are specifically hunting us. They must have sensed the fighting. Let's go. We are still far away. If they get any closer, it will be difficult for us to escape. After a brief discussion, several divine sons and saints, who seemed to be the leaders, decided to evacuate. With such a long distance and their speed, they could evacuate before the barbarian hunting team arrived. Everyone, evacuate in a scattered manner and avoid the hunting team. A semi-god level divine son floated in the air and shouted loudly, form a small team, and gather again near Luoyang Hill. After 3 people. Being able to attract a large force of barbarians means that they have been targeted. There are too many of them, and it is easy for them to be targeted by the barbarian hunting team. They must be divided into small groups to avoid for a few days. But if they want to break through the barbarian village, they must gather more people. This is why they will gather again in 3 days. After all, if more people act together, safety is guaranteed. Everyone wants to survive in the bloody arena. As soon as the demigod son of God finished speaking, some people began to flee to the distance. Watching the sons of God and the saints leave, the demigod son of God floating in the air nodded slightly, randomly chose a direction, and prepared to leave. At this moment, his heart suddenly tightened, and a threat of death wrapped him tightly, and even his body began to tremble slightly. Whoosh! A dazzling light drew an arc in the air, like a meteor, shooting towards the demigod-level Son of God. In an instant, the figure of the Son of God suddenly blurred, and hundreds of phantoms appeared around him. Like a dream, the truth and falsehood are reversed. Hundreds of people floated in the air, chanting at the same time. This is the power of the law that the Son of God has comprehended. There are thousands of phantom bodies, each of which is the real body, and each of which is also a fake body, constantly switching between the real and the fake. This move, even with the soul-locking skill, cannot kill his real body, because the breath of each body is exactly the same, and each one is the real body. Whoosh! A beam of white light, at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to catch, pierced through the eyebrows of one of them. The eyes of this body suddenly lost their spirit and fell from the air. Instant kill. A son of God in the semi-god realm was killed instantly by a light arrow. Song Jian did not dare to move on the ground. Although this son of God had thousands of incarnations, the strength of each one, judging from the aura, was still in the semi-god realm. As one body fell, the other identical bodies smiled at the same time. This move was his ultimate move. He had escaped countless life and death situations with this move. However, just before his smile faded, the arrow of light turned back and shot towards another body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The speed of the arrow of light was getting faster and faster, and the flames it dragged out actually formed a thin line, passing through countless bodies. The bodies floating in the air were constantly hit by the arrows of light, and began to fall rapidly. For a moment, they fell like rain. Chapter 1514, Pursuit. How is this possible? The half-god Son of God showed a look of horror in his eyes, and stretched out his hand to grab the light arrow. But the light arrow directly shot his arm, and then pierced through his heart. His eyes went black, and another body fell from the sky. In 10 seconds, hundreds of bodies fell from the sky, and the bodies of the Son of God were scattered all over the ground, until the last body fell from the sky. The light arrow stopped and floated quietly in the air. At this time, Song Jian saw the full appearance of the light arrow. This light arrow actually looks like a little dragon, only a foot long, pure white, like a white jade sculpture. Although it is motionless, Song Jian feels that this light arrow that looks like a little dragon is full of vitality. Just like a real living thing, this light arrow exudes a faint pressure, which is the pressure that only the God level strong can emit. Although the God level strong is the same as the demigod level strong, they have comprehended the law and usually release the power of the law. But for the God level strong, they have completely mastered the power of the law, and the power of the law they release is more powerful than that of the demigod level strong. This kind of law power is called the domain of the gods. Song Jian actually felt a faint divine aura from this light arrow. It was this aura that made Song Jian hide underground, not daring to move, for fear of attracting its attention. The bodies that fell on the ground began to dissipate one by one, after the dragon-shaped light arrow made another round of inspection. It flew towards the group of barbarian cavalry in the distance. Barbarian dragon god-killing arrow. A slight voice sounded, and Song Jian was stunned. Then his perception eyes spread out instantly. At this time, he saw that one of the bodies of the Son of God that had fallen to the ground before actually sat up slowly. There was a big hole in its chest that went through the front and back, and blood was gushing out. "I'm not dead." Ola looked at the barbarian cavalry in the distance with resentment, struggled to stand up, turned around and prepared to leave. In his current state, once these barbarian cavalry approached, only a few legendary masters would be able to surround and kill him. What's more, the number of these barbarian cavalry was at least more than 500, and they could definitely kill him instantly. Today I escaped from the barbarian dragon's arrow, and I will definitely pay it back 100-fold in the future. A murderous intent appeared on Ola's face. He snorted coldly, not daring to fly, and strode away. At this moment, a sword light suddenly flashed, and Ola's head flew up. Without a head, his body rushed forward 2 steps by inertia. Less than 1/10 of the remaining blood and chi value fell down and was directly cleared. The headless body rushed forward 2 steps and fell softly to the ground. At the same time, Song Jian suddenly felt that there seemed to be something extra in his body. He did not dare to check it carefully, and immediately performed the earth escape technique and fled far away. The barbarian cavalry came to the destroyed tribe, and a roar came from the crowd. They immediately dispersed into more than a dozen teams and chased in the direction where the sons of gods and saints fled. Among this group of barbarian cavalry, there were more than a dozen demigod-level strongmen, who looked like they would not stop until they killed them all. Not long after, screams came from farther away, and the roar of battle was endless. At this time, Song Jian had already fled hundreds of miles away, but he still felt like a maggot was chasing him. How could it be? Those barbarian cavalrymen would not find me at all. How could they chase me? Song Jian's mind moved, and a transparent eye appeared in the air. Looking behind him, 1, 2, 3, 5 alien sons of gods and 1 alien saint. The direction of their escape was actually the same as the direction of his earth escape, and behind them, there was a barbarian cavalry squad of dozens of people, chasing them madly. Damn it! Song Jian's heart sank, and he immediately turned around and fled in another direction. The earth escape technique was extremely fast, and in a short while, he was getting farther and farther away from the group of people. Just when Song Jian breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly discovered that in front of him, there was a group of barbarian cavalrymen fighting with more than a dozen sons of God and holy maidens. These sons of God and holy maidens were surrounded by barbarian cavalrymen. All of them stood back to back, holding weapons, and looked at the barbarians around them nervously. Unexpectedly, the scene of them besieging the barbarian tribe was replayed on them so soon. Their faces showed a strong look of despair. Legendary realm. They are all legendary masters, a son of God said with a trembling voice, looking at the barbarian cavalrymen riding on giant beasts in horror. These cavalrymen were all 3-headed and 6-armed, exuding a terrifying aura. After forcing these sons of gods and saints to stop, these barbarian cavalrymen attacked them without saying a word. They used all their strength at the beginning, and the power of the domain was instantly deployed, suppressing the power of the domain of these sons of gods and saints to the limit. Song Jian stopped and watched the battle in front of him quietly. This small-scale battle lasted only a short period of time. It was a complete massacre, almost exactly the same as when these sons of gods and saints massacred the barbarian tribe. The difference in strength was huge. The barbarian cavalrymen were almost all legendary strength, and their number was several times that of these sons of gods and saints. Song Jian estimated that except for the two semi-god level sons of gods and saints, the other people who could escape were probably less than a palm. Sighing, Song Jian just watched the barbarian cavalrymen. After killing everyone, they continued to chase after another group of people, looking like they were going to kill them all. I originally thought that it would take a long time to decide the 9 people. Now it seems that there is no need to fight with foreign races. Just this group of barbarians can kill us all, Song Jian thought to himself. At this time, a bloody arena suddenly appeared in the sky in the distance. One by one, the sons of gods and saints, as if they saw a shelter, chose to fight a life and death duel, turned into white light, and entered the bloody arena. After entering the bloody arena, these barbarians no longer surrounded them, but rushed towards others. Song Jian frowned, looking at the bloody arenas floating in the sky in the distance, and suddenly wondered in his heart, how did this bloody arena appear? It didn't seem to appear when the barbarian tribe was besieged before. But now these sons of gods and saints are being chased to the point where they have no way to go up to the sky or down to the earth, and suddenly appeared, as if to protect them. But the rules of the bloody arena are to fight to the death, and only one person can leave the bloody arena. Song Jian suddenly remembered that the last time the bloody arena appeared, it was also because it was surrounded by barbarians, and a large number of sons of gods and saints, and the human race's geniuses were killed. So it appeared. What is the connection between the two? Song Jian thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. In the end, he could only shake his head and escape in the direction indicated by the mission map. Chapter 1515 Barbarian Skills. Song Jian fled in the direction indicated by the mission map. Along the way, he saw countless fights, including fights between human geniuses and alien gods and saints, fights between barbarians and human geniuses, and even saw human geniuses and alien gods joining forces to kill barbarians. At this time, Song Jian finally understood that when he killed the dying alien god, something inexplicably appeared in his body. It was a kind of existence similar to points. A mark. Killing a semi-god level god gave him 500 points. This kind of points can only be obtained in fights between humans and aliens. Killing barbarians does not get points. But if you kill the barbarians, there is a small chance that you will get the chi and blood-filled light ball that Song Jian saw before. This thing is even more precious than the points. Along the way, Song Jian also sneaked and killed many barbarians, and even killed several legendary gods, raising his points to 1,300 points. But unfortunately, he got nothing except points. The probability of the chi and blood-filled light ball exploding is too low. The drop rate is only 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000. The previous battle to massacre the barbarian tribe was really a dog shit, Song Jian thought to himself. After spending a full day and night, Song Jian finally came to the place indicated in the mission map. From a distance, in a dark mountain range, there is a hidden canyon. In the canyon, there is actually a huge barbarian tribe. From a distance, this barbarian tribe is comparable to a town, with walls and towers built of black stones. There are countless barbarians. Not only are there barbarians with 3 heads and 6 arms, Song Jian even saw a huge barbarian general with 5 heads and 10 arms, who was over 3 meters tall. Under his feet, there was a red halo, which radiated circles of halo outward without any concealment. This is a barbarian with semi-god level strength. He has condensed the chi and blood law he has comprehended into a halo, which is in effect all the time. This is equivalent to turning an active skill that increases the status into a passive skill, and the strength has increased by at least 30%. In front of the demigod level strongman, Song Jian's perception I did not dare to go deep, for fear that he would be discovered by the other party if he was not careful, and he might not be able to escape at that time. Fortunately, this demigod level barbarian with a halo on his feet just took a simple tour on the city wall and left, which gave Song Jian the opportunity to sneak into the barbarian city. The location indicated in the mission map is only this barbarian city. As for the specific location of the life and death grass, Song Jian needs to explore it himself. Song Jian performed the earth escape technique and kept exploring underground in this barbarian town. The perception eye was also closely attached to the ground, and did not dare to rise into the air, for fear of attracting the attention of the strong. There are many powerful barbarians, with 3 heads and 6 arms in the barbarian town. These barbarian strongmen are likely to drop chi and blood-filled light balls after being hunted. Looking at so many barbarian strongmen, Song Jian couldn't help but feel jealous. If he could find a chance to hunt here, even if the chi and blood-filled light balls had a low explosion rate, he might be able to get 1 or 2. In addition to the powerful barbarians in the legendary realm, there are more barbarians in the 2nd and 3rd levels. The probability of these low-level barbarians dropping chi and blood-filled light balls is even lower than that of the legendary realm, almost equal to 0. Moreover, at Song Jian's current level, hunting them will not gain any benefits except wasting time. Song Jian carefully searched underground in the town, and kept moving deeper into the town. The deeper he went, the more powerful barbarians he encountered. At this time, it was rare to see barbarians of the 2nd and 3rd levels. Most of the barbarians were 3 heads and 6 arms, with a legendary strength of about level 130. Another demigod-level barbarian boss. Song Jian's body suddenly stiffened, and he instantly retracted his perception eye that was close to the ground. In the distance, a barbarian who was more than 3 meters tall and had 5 heads and 10 arms was slowly walking towards this side. This barbarian boss was not the same person who patrolled on the city wall before. The barbarian who patrolled before was wearing armor, while the barbarian in front of him was naked from the waist, with only a leather belt around his waist. He had a burly figure and scars all over his body, and looked very fierce. There was no red blood halo under his feet, but the fierce aura emanating from his body was 3 times stronger than that of the barbarian general who patrolled on the city wall before. After approaching Song Jian, this semi-god-level barbarian suddenly stopped and looked around with a vigilant look on his face, while his nostrils kept flapping, as if he was sniffing the air. Its actions made Song Jian's heart rise to his throat. He hid underground and dared not move. After a long time, the barbarian looked around with a puzzled look and continued to walk forward. Song Jian waited until he walked away before he let out a long breath and continued to explore forward. It took more than 3 hours for Song Jian to reach the back of the town, a hall with its back against the cliff. This hall covers a large area, almost half of the entire town. The outer hall is a large square, and countless barbarian warriors in armor are constantly wandering around the square. Song Jian carefully passed through the outer hall and came to the edge of the inner hall. Here, stone pillars appeared within Song Jian's perception range. These stone pillars are 70 or 80 meters high, and at least 5 or 6 people can hug them together. Looking from a distance, it gives people a very strong visual impact. At the entrance of the inner hall, stone stairs lead to a high place, which is beyond Song Jian's perception range. These stone pillars seem to be engraved with the cultivation techniques of the barbarians. Song Jian sensed and scanned these stone pillars, and suddenly found something. On the surface of the stone pillars, humanoid creatures were posing in different postures, and next to them were lines of strange text, which looked somewhat similar to the cuneiform text on Earth. But to Song Jian, it was completely like a heavenly book, and he couldn't understand it at all. What kind of cultivation technique is this? I don't understand what is engraved on it, Song Jian thought to himself. But he still used the camera function in the player game system to start taking pictures of the stone pillars one by one. Click, click, click. Just as Song Jian took photos of all the patterns and texts on the stone pillars, a system prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. System, you get a copy of the Barbarian Martial Arts Diagram. Submit it to the Xiantian Sec Star Hall, and you will get 30,000 merits. At this time, the originally scattered photos of the martial arts were inexplicably gathered together and turned into a picture album, becoming a task item. 30,000 merit points? Song Jian's eyes lit up. You know, one upgrade beat only needs 3,000 merits, and 30,000 merits are enough to exchange for 10 upgrade beats. Song Jian was very satisfied. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected surprise. He took a look at the photo album worth 30,000 merit points, and a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 1516 Inner Hall. Song Jian searched carefully at the edge of the inner hall, but found nothing else, so he could only continue to flee towards the inner hall. The terrain of the inner hall was more complicated. and the number of 3-headed and 6-armed legendary barbarians appeared more than that of the outer hall. But the status of these barbarians in the inner hall was much higher than that of the outer hall. They did not patrol around, but gathered in 2s and 3s, as if discussing something. If I can meet a lone one, I can try to kill it, Song Jian thought to himself. The possibility of these legendary barbarians exploding blood and chi-field light balls is much higher than that of barbarians of the 2nd and 3rd levels. And Song Jian faintly feels that the blood and chi of the barbarians in the inner hall are much deeper than other barbarians of the same level in the town. Song Jian continued to search in the inner hall, but he didn't encounter any lone barbarians. These legendary barbarians were always in groups of 2. If he couldn't kill them quickly, he would probably face a stronger enemy. But surprisingly, Song Jian found a purple gold treasure chest in a remote corner of the inner hall. The treasure chest lay quietly on one side of the inner hall, covered with dust and gravel. There's a treasure chest here? Song Jian couldn't believe it. He couldn't help but confirm it again, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The figure slowly emerged from the mud, and Song Jian walked towards the treasure chest. Looking around, this place is very remote, and almost no barbarians will pass by. Song Jian squatted down, stretched out his hand to remove the dust and gravel covering the treasure chest, revealing its original appearance. This is a legendary treasure chest, which will only appear in high-level maps, and can only be encountered when opening up the wasteland for the first time. Once opened, treasure chests of this quality will never appear again in the future. Song Jian suppressed his excitement and began to open the treasure chest. System, the treasure chest is opening. The opening progress is 10%, 11%, 13%. The legendary treasure chest opens very slowly and cannot be disturbed. Once disturbed, all previous efforts will be wasted. Fortunately, although the inner hall is dangerous, there are no barbarians nearby in this remote corner, and Song Jian successfully opened the treasure chest. With a click, the treasure chest opened. Song Jian reached out and fished out a book emitting dark gold light. It was a skill book. Song Jian showed a look of joy in his eyes. Legendary quality skill books, no matter which profession it belongs to, will be sold at a sky-high price. It is just unknown whether the skill book found in the Bloody Arena can be taken out of the secret realm. In addition to this skill book, there were no other treasures in the treasure chest. After Song Jian took out the skill book, the treasure chest began to slowly disappear. Song Jian took a look at the properties of this skill book. It turned out to be a magic book. All magic professionals can use it. And for magic professionals, once this skill appears on the market, it will definitely cause a crazy fight. Chi and blood conversion, passive skill, legendary level. Skill effect, when receiving damage, mana will be lost first, and only after the mana is consumed will the chi and blood begin to be consumed. The lost mana will be consumed at a ratio of 2 to 1. This skill can be upgraded, and the loss ratio will be further reduced after upgrading. Exchange price, 50,000 merits. All magic professions are fragile, with low chi and blood and defense. Before there are defensive skills such as magic shield, it is easy to be killed by the enemy in one hit. Even with magic shield, the defense is improved to a certain extent, but the chi and blood value is still very low. However, after having this skill, the chi and blood value of the mage will leap to become a comparable existence to the melee blood cow. You must know that the mana value of the mage is mostly thousands. The mana value of the legendary mage can even exceed 10,000 points, while the chi and blood value is only 1 or 2,000 at most. Even if it is converted at a ratio of 2 to 1, tens of thousands of mana points are equivalent to more than 5,000 chi and blood values. The upper limit of chi and blood value immediately doubles several times, and the safety is greatly increased. Moreover, as the skill level increases, this ratio will decrease, and it may reach 1:1 or even 1:2 in the future. By then, it will be almost impossible to sneak attack and kill a mage with this skill. Divine skill. Song Jian's eyes lit up. He would never sell such a skill book without 1,000 purple crystals. But unfortunately, he could either learn this book in the Starry Sky Myriad Race's secret realm before leaving the secret realm, or he could only exchange it for merit in the Star Palace. This book could not be taken out of the secret realm. Putting this skill book into the parcel column, Song Jian continued to search. On the one hand, he wanted to find the life and death grass, and on the other hand, he wanted to find some lone barbarians and see if there was a chance to explode the chi and blood field light ball after hunting them. The chi and blood domain is simply a jack of all trades. It will not conflict with any domain power, but will merge into it, enhancing the upper limit of chi and blood and the speed of recovery. Time passed quickly. For 3 or 4 hours, Song Jian did not find a lone legendary barbarian, but he made some unexpected discoveries. He found a plantation of herbs in the inner hall. When he first found the plantation, Song Jian was very excited and thought that the life and death grass should be in this plantation. But after searching for a long time, Song Jian did not find any trace of the life and death grass. This plantation is not big, only less than 30 square meters. The herbs planted in it are not very precious. Most of them are blue and green quality herbs. Even if you take out the bloody arena, you can only exchange for single-digit merits in the Star Hall. Song Jian is even too lazy to collect them. Just as Song Jian was about to leave, the gate of the plantation was suddenly opened. Song Jian was startled and quickly used the earth escape technique to hide underground. Soon, a barbarian with 3 heads and 6 arms, wearing a gray robe, came in. After picking and choosing in the plantation, he collected 3 mature herbs and turned to leave the plantation. Song Jian's heart moved, and he quickly followed the barbarian to see what he was going to do with these herbs. Soon, the barbarian walked into a passage, and his 3 heads chatted with each other while walking. The head on the far left had no hair. He looked down at the 3 herbs in his hand and sighed, "This is a cursed land. To grow a mature herb, the consumption is 10 times or 100 times that of the outside world. If this continues, our entire tribe will be dragged down. Thousands of years have passed. If we stop now, all our efforts will be wasted. We should be patient for a while. As long as our king can come back to life, everything will be worth it. The king has fallen for thousands of years. His bones have turned into dust. Can he really be resurrected?" The head with a small braid on the right complained. "Yes, I have a feeling that the life and death grass will mature in these few days. Once it matures, our tribe will be able to let go of the responsibility that has been borne for thousands of years, and our king will be reborn." Life and death grass? Song Jian's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 1517 Escape. It was really hard to find the life and death grass that Song Jian had been searching for. It turned out that this barbarian was taking care of it. Song Jian followed him through a long corridor and came to a hall. The walls around the hall were covered with formations. Each one looked extremely dangerous. Once touched, it would be counterattacked by the formation. Outside the hall, 2 barbarians at the peak of the legendary realm were a little listless. They looked more energetic when they saw the barbarian holding the herbs. The barbarian looked at the 2 people, did not speak, just snorted lightly, and walked straight towards the hall. Song Jian followed all the way underground, and took advantage of the moment when the door opened. He also slipped in from underground. Entering the main hall, there is a flower bed in the center. In the flower bed, there is a plant more than 1 foot tall. This plant is half black and half white, with only 8 complete leaves. The last leaf is only about 2/3 of the shape, not yet fully mature. At the same time, at the top of the plant, a gray flower bud is about to bloom, and a trace of mysterious breath emanates from the half-closed flower bud. Life, the law of life and death, actually gave birth to the law of life and death at the same time. Song Jian was stunned. In a flower, 2 laws were actually bred at the same time, and they were the laws of life and death with completely opposite attributes. This shocked and surprised Song Jian. "I'm afraid only such a treasure can bring the dead back to life. It's really..." Song Jian shook his head and sighed. "If such a treasure can stay beside it for a long time, it may be able to comprehend the law of life and the law of death. But unfortunately, no matter how strong the barbarians are, they can only comprehend one law. That is, the law of blood and chi. When they reach the legendary realm, they comprehend the field of blood and chi. When they break through the legendary realm and reach the semi-god realm, they comprehend the law of blood and chi. I don't know if they can't comprehend other laws, or they don't care to comprehend them. It's just a waste of natural resources. Such a treasure has been placed here for thousands of years. Even if it is a pig, it can comprehend the law of life and death by staying beside it every day. Which of these 2 laws is not 100 times stronger than the law of blood and chi?" Song Jian's thoughts flew in his mind, and he couldn't help cursing in his heart. The Chi and Blood Law can increase the Chi and Blood value and enhance the speed of Chi and Blood recovery. It is especially suitable for melee defense professions. But that's all. Compared with the great ways such as the Life Law and the Death Law, it is like the difference between civilians and nobles. However, the Life Law and the Death Law are also very difficult to comprehend. Without the assistance of treasures, ordinary people will never be able to comprehend these two laws in their lifetime. For a while, Song Jian even wanted to risk the failure of the mission to get this life and death grass. Such a treasure is priceless. Whether it is the legendary realm or the demigod realm, they will covet it and are willing to pay all their belongings to buy it. The barbarian with 3 heads and 6 arms came to the flower bed with 3 herbs in his hands. He took a look at the grass of life and death and sighed at the same time. In order to feed this grass of life and death, the entire barbarian tribe almost exhausted its resources. Just planting that small plantation in this place where no grass grows costs thousands of times more than in other places. It's like digging a well in an ordinary place and digging a well in the desert. The cost is completely disproportionate. The barbarian crushed the 3 herbs, dripped the juice into the roots of the grass of life and death, and then buried the crushed herbs in the soil around the grass of life and death, wiped his hands with the soil, and carefully cultivated them at the roots of the grass of life and death. The bald man on the left couldn't help but say, "Can this life and death grass really help us barbarians break through this period and escape to heaven?" The head with a small braid on the right side and said, "This is the hope of our barbarian tribe. We have been guarding it for thousands of years. We can't give up halfway." The head in the middle was silent, staring at the life and death grass for a long time, and finally sighed, saluted to the life and death grass, turned around and walked out. His steps were slightly heavy. The life and death grass, which absorbed the essence of the 3 herbs, began to grow slowly and completely from its originally incomplete 9th leaf, and the flower bud that exuded the law of life and death also slowly stretched out a little. Song Jian looked at the mission time. There was about a little more than a day, or less than 30 hours, before the life and death grass would mature. There was silence all around. Only the life and death grass was quietly blooming in the flower bed. Song Jian had already escaped under the flower bed, and could even touch the roots of the life and death grass. The life and death grass was within reach. But Song Jian felt as if a big stone was pressing on his heart. It seemed that as long as he grabbed the life and death grass, there would be a huge danger. What danger is there? Even if the barbarians in the semi-god realm discovered me, they couldn't burrow underground to chase me. There was no formation protection around. I only needed to reach out and put the life and death grass into the parcel column. What danger could there be? Song Jian was hiding underground, frowning, and his perception spread out carefully around him, like a spider web, exploring in the void. For a long time, Song Jian did not realize where the danger came from. But the heavy stone in his heart became heavier and heavier, and it was already a bit suffocating for him. "Let's fight." Song Jian looked at the life and death grass that was constantly stretching its branches and leaves, and suddenly stretched out his hand to grab the root of the life and death grass. The moment his fingers touched the life and death grass, he immediately put it into the parcel column. The moment he got the life and death grass, Song Jian immediately used all his strength to perform the escape technique and fled out of the hall. Just a few seconds after the life and death grass disappeared, an angry roar suddenly came from the depths of the hall. The originally clear sky was immediately covered with dark clouds and fog, and thunder and lightning were like a blue dragon, shuttling through the dark clouds. Rumble. The deafening thunder sounded like a war drum, and the area of thousands of miles was shrouded by the strangeness in the sky. What is this? Several alien gods looked up at the sky in fear. They could clearly feel the pressure coming from the sky. Run! A god's face showed a look of fear. After screaming, his body was shining with blood. He actually performed the blood escape technique and fled far away. For a moment, within a radius of thousands of miles, thunder fell from the sky like a long sword, stabbing at these outsiders. Boom, boom, boom. The sons and daughters of gods and the human race geniuses below the demigod level could not dodge this attack at all, unless they had the secret art of death substitution. Otherwise, facing this thunderbolt, there was only one way to go: death. The sky was abnormal for half an hour, just like the end of the world. Countless sons and daughters of gods and the human race geniuses in the legendary realm were killed by the sudden thunderbolts. Even the demigod-level powerhouses felt helpless in the face of this Doomsday-level disaster. This kind of damage, even if it could not kill the demigod-level powerhouses, could also cause them to be seriously injured. Except for the people in the bloody arena, who could avoid this kind of damage. The tens of thousands of outsiders who entered this area were almost exterminated by this sudden disaster. Chapter 1518, Survive. A barbarian face appeared in the sky. This face seemed to be thousands of feet long, almost spanning the entire bloody arena area. Its eyes were spurting out anger, and it roared at the earth. Song Jian was hiding underground at this time, desperately escaping towards the mausoleum. Although he didn't know what happened, he could feel that once he floated up from underground, he would immediately suffer a catastrophic disaster. A faint divine consciousness swept across the land in the bloody arena area, as if looking for something. After the thunder, this divine consciousness was like a fence, screening all the creatures on the earth again and again. When encountering barbarians, this divine consciousness is like a hot breeze. But when encountering outsiders, this divine consciousness immediately becomes a killing weapon. It passes by, and the body of the outsider from the legendary realm suddenly freezes, and then turns into ashes bit by bit. God-level strongman. This is the effect of a God-level strongman casting a spell with all his strength after being angry. Song Jian was shocked. He didn't expect that there really existed a barbarian God-level strongman in this bloody arena area. At this time, a giant with a height of more than 3 meters, and a bronze color all over his body appeared above the palace of the barbarian tribe. This barbarian has 7 heads and 12 arms. Each arm holds a strange weapon, some of which are shaped like lightning, some like a ball of fire, some like a stone mountain, and some like a thick giant tree. The barbarian's face was full of rage, and his killing intent had become real. His blood was surging like the Yangtze River, spreading in all directions. With a roar, all the barbarians knelt down in fear and prayed loudly. And the guards in the palace seemed to have received the order and began to swarm out of the palace. Large groups of barbarian cavalry began to sweep across the entire area. Whenever they saw outsiders, they all looked like they wanted to fight to the death with them. A large group of semi-god level sons and daughters of gods had just recovered from the attack of the Thunder Sword. Now, the barbarians in the entire area seemed to be rioting. As long as they saw them, even if they were weak, they would rush up with hatred and bite their thighs hard. Under such crazy attacks, the number of outsiders was getting smaller and smaller. Finally, in addition to the points, another number appeared in Song Jian's mind. This was a countdown number. When it first appeared, it was 999. But as time went on, the number above would decrease a little. Half an hour later, the number had shrunk to 420. Song Jian's heart sank. He knew that this number was the remaining number of trialists who entered the bloody arena. Originally, there were more than 10,000 trialists entering this area. In just a few days, it had been reduced to more than 400. I'm afraid most of this is because of me. Song Jian had a bitter smile on his face. The divine consciousness of the god-level strongman swept across the land again and again. But he never found any trace of the life and death grass. You know, the life and death grass has its divine consciousness mark. No matter how far the person who stole it can escape in an instant, he can't avoid its tracking. But now, the life and death grass seems to have disappeared suddenly, and it has become traceless. This makes the only god-level strongman among the barbarians extremely angry. The player's package column is an extra-dimensional existence set by the system. Once an item is placed in it, it will lose contact with the space where it is, unless it is something that the system does not allow to be placed. Therefore, once it can enter the package column, the mark on the life and death grass will be completely disconnected. No matter how many times the barbarians of the god-level strongman explore, they will not notice it. Otherwise, no matter where Song Jian put the life and death grass, even if he swallowed it, it would be detected by the perception of the god-level strongman. Along the way, the outside world was thundering. The iron hooves of the barbarians roared, and the remaining more than 200 people did not dare to fight each other anymore. They all hid on their own. Song Jian was cautious and spent more than twice the time to reach the depression where the mausoleum was located. At this time, there were less than 3 hours left to complete the task. As soon as he approached the mausoleum, Song Jian felt a flash in front of his eyes, and his body turned into a white light and disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he had come to the underground hall where he had entered the mausoleum before. The tall statue, the altar with burning torches, and the 2 foreign gods who had turned into mummies. All of this was almost exactly the same as 2 days ago. What Song Jian didn't know was that just 20 kilometers away from the mausoleum, a group of barbarian cavalrymen riding giant beasts were rushing straight towards the direction of the mausoleum. In the void, a hand that covered the sky, and the sun slowly condensed in the clouds. Its target was the mausoleum in the depression, where only the spire was exposed. After the death grass disappeared, the barbarian god-level strongman had already predicted where it would appear. He not only sent out barbarian cavalrymen, but also personally took action to take back the life and death grass. Song Jian stood in front of the statue, took the life and death grass out of the parcel column, and was about to put it on the altar, when suddenly, the statue's eyebrows made a cracked sound. Song Jian looked up and saw pieces of stone shells falling from the sky in the darkness. Song Jian was startled and dodged backwards. Well done! The statue with the shell peeled off suddenly moved, and a thunderous sound rang out in the air. Alive! Alive! This statue is actually alive! Song Jian was stunned. Only then did he realize that a ray of vitality was slowly blooming from the statue's body, just like a seedling that had just broken through the soil. Once it was nourished by rain and sunlight, it would grow at the fastest speed. The statue waved his hand, took the life and death grass on the altar, and laughed. At this time, a huge mantis monster appeared at the feet of the statue, staring at Song Jian for a long time with a pair of compound eyes, nodded to Song Jian, and then quickly jumped onto the statue's body and climbed onto the statue's shoulder. System, you have completed the third ring of the hidden serial task, the Way of the Son of God, and now open the fourth ring, Survive. Task content, in the next hour. Avoid the barbarian's pursuit of you. Every 20 minutes, your blood will boil for 10 seconds, and the barbarian gods will locate your position and hunt you down. Task reward, get the legendary title Human Son of God. Human Son of God, the condensation of human luck. Luck plus 10. Human favorability is raised to worship, and will gain great prestige in any human city. When the enemy target is human, there is a certain probability that the other party will be inspired to become your follower. The city where you settle is more likely to attract human refugees. Chapter 15:19 Blood Boiling. Kadam. The grass of life and death is mine. Don't try to take it away. In the sky, a huge barbarian hand fell from the sky, which was somewhat similar to Song Jian's sword energy palm print, directly covering the entire mausoleum. In the underground hall, the statue swallowed the grass of life and death and laughed loudly. On its shoulder, the mantis beast that looked very small made a sharp hissing sound, and its wings fluttered behind it. It rushed towards the sky above the underground hall, directly rushed out a large hole with a diameter of about 2 meters, and flew out. Then, the statue punched the top of its head, and sued on the basis of the previous large hole with a diameter of 2 meters. It smashed out another large hole that could accommodate it. The gravel rained down like rain. Song Jian had no time to read the task again and began to hide everywhere. After a roar, a huge hole appeared above the underground hall, and a passage of hundreds of meters appeared above Song Jian's head. Outside the passage, the roar of fighting was endless. It seemed that 2 god-level masters were fighting. Song Jian opened the task bar and read the task carefully from beginning to end. His face suddenly became ugly. To escape the pursuit of the god-level master for an hour, with the strength of the barbarian god-level master. I am afraid that Song Jian can be killed directly with just a little finger, and it does not take an hour at all. I hope you can both lose. Song Jian couldn't help but say in his heart while listening to the battle outside the mausoleum. While the two were fighting, Song Jian immediately performed the earth escape technique and fled to the distance. In his mind, the countdown number was getting smaller and smaller. At this time, there were only 180 people. This number would change every second, and people would continue to die and be eliminated in the bloody arena. In the sky, the frequency of bloody arenas appeared more and more frequently. It was no longer a chance for desperate people to escape. Instead, it seemed to have entered the final stage. As long as the 2 outsiders were a certain distance apart and stayed for a certain period of time, the bloody arena would be activated, and the 2 would be taken up to fight for life and death. This led to the fact that even though they were all human geniuses, they did not dare to act together and began to act alone like lone wolves. In this way, the danger increased exponentially under the search of the barbarian cavalry. Once a battle occurred, if they could not quickly get rid of the siege of the barbarian cavalry, then death would be the only outcome. Song Jian used all his strength to perform earth escape. A 60-minute countdown appeared in the task bar. giving Song Jian a feeling of spending the rest of his life. Boom! The roar of the battle behind him was clearly heard by Song Jian, even though it was thousands of miles away. Once the two god-level strongmen fought with all their strength, it would definitely be a disaster for the area they were in. Time passed by minute, and soon, the first 20 minutes arrived. Song Jian's body suddenly stiffened, and his blood and qi were boiling. His temperature suddenly rose by dozens of degrees, and his body seemed to have turned into stone, and could not be controlled. Song Jian fell straight into the mud, defenseless. If he was attacked at this time, even an ordinary first-level or second-level person could kill him. For a full 10 seconds, the sense of danger was getting closer and closer. For Song Jian, these 10 seconds were simply waiting to die. After 10 seconds, the boiling blood in Song Jian's body began to slowly cool down. At this time, with Song Jian as the center, tens of thousands of barbarian cavalry appeared around him. They seemed to have received some kind of signal and ran towards Song Jian's position. Boom! In the sky, a burly barbarian with a height of more than 10 feet appeared. He was the only god among the barbarians. At this time, only 5 of his 7 heads were left, and 2 of his heads were just blurry shadows. Of his 12 arms, only 8 were left, and the rest were all broken off. The barbarian's eyes were full of angry flames, and he opened his mouth and spewed a mouthful of flames towards the ground where Song Jian was. In an instant, the flames were blazing, covering an area of hundreds of meters, and Song Jian was in this area. Fire escape technique. A red light flashed in the flames, quickly rushed to the edge of the burning flames, and then escaped into the black rock soil. The flames burned for more than a minute, and Song Jian disappeared from the perception of the barbarian gods. Without the blood-boiling lock, it was too difficult to catch Song Jian. The barbarian gods had no good way to crack the 5 elements escape technique. Don't let me find you. Otherwise, I will tear you into pieces. The roar of the barbarian gods resounded through the sky. All the people in the bloody arena area had the image of the barbarian gods in their minds, and heard his roar in their ears. For a time, almost all the barbarians gave up fighting with others, and devoted themselves to the pursuit of Song Jian. On the land, hundreds of barbarian cavalry teams could be seen everywhere, galloping like fishing nets, exploring every inch of land in the bloody arena area. A human genius hiding in the valley watched a group of barbarian cavalrymen galloping past him less than 100 meters away. The leading barbarian general with 3 heads and 6 arms looked at his position with a cold and murderous look, but did not rush towards him, just like seeing a weed or an ant on the side of the road, and looked at it with disdain. He found me. The human genius hiding in the valley trembled all over. Although he was also in the legendary realm, at least a dozen of the 100 cavalrymen in the previous team were in the early legendary realm, and the rest were all at the peak of the 3rd level. With his strength, even if the dozen or so barbarian cavalrymen in the legendary realm did not take action, the remaining dozens of barbarian cavalrymen at the peak of the 3rd level could surround and kill him. The human race genius who escaped a person came out of his hiding place tremblingly, looking at the barbarian cavalry going away in smoke and dust, with question marks in his mind. Why don't they come to kill me? His question has not been answered yet. And another group of iron hooves came from the left. Turning his head, he saw that it was another group of barbarian cavalry rushing over, and he was just in the way of the barbarian cavalry. Just as he was panicking and ready to flee, a flash of arrow flashed in his eyes, and a wolf-tooth arrow more than a foot long pierced his chest fiercely, directly carrying his body into the air. In midair, the barbarian cavalry was extremely fast, and the leader swung the sharp blade in his hand forward. Blood splashed everywhere, and the waist of the human race genius flying in the air was almost cut off. Blood gushed out, and his internal organs were also seriously injured. Bang! The human race's genius fell to the ground, and then hundreds of riders stepped on him and crushed him into a pulp. The speed of this team of barbarian cavalry did not slow down at all, just like they crushed an ant to death during the attack. The number in Song Jian's mind became smaller and smaller. When the second 20 minutes came, the number had become 98. Boom! A heat wave hit Song Jian, and his blood almost evaporated. Heat emanated from his pores. In an instant, Song Jian's eyes went black, and he fainted on the spot. At this time, all the running barbarian cavalry pulled the reins at the same time, paused for a moment, and rushed in the same direction at the same time. Chapter 1520 Entering the Arena. At this time, Song Jian's mind was blank, and his mental strength Blood and sword energy values were rapidly decreasing as if something had drained them. In 10 seconds, Song Jian's blood and energy values were less than 1/10. His mental strength was even more depleted, and his sword energy values were less than 10 points. At this time, Song Jian had no way to maintain his earth escape state, and was forced to drill out of the rock and soil and lie on the black ground. At this time, the ground was shaking slightly, and the rumbling sound was endless. Countless barbarian cavalrymen were approaching him, and in the sky, the shadow of the barbarian god slowly emerged. Song Jian slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw were the angry eyes of the barbarian god. What happened to me? Song Jian's mind flashed with memories before he fainted. Damn it. Boiling blood can actually hurt me. Song Jian's face changed drastically. If he was at the peak of his condition, the chance of escaping the pursuit was 9 deaths. Then his current condition was 10 deaths, and there was no possibility of survival at all. At this moment, several alien gods and saints were driven by barbarian cavalry from all directions and rushed towards Song Jian's position. The barbarian cavalry didn't chase them on purpose, but these people just happened to block the barbarian cavalry's path. After being discovered, there were cavalrymen everywhere, and there was no place to hide, so they could only passively drive forward. There is a human race there. A human race. A foreign god's son shouted loudly with excitement in his eyes. Challenge. Challenge him. Hide in the bloody arena. Haha. As long as you hide in the bloody arena, you can avoid these barbarian cavalry. It's good luck. For a moment, these 7 or 8 foreign gods and saints rushed towards Song Jian together. 7 or 8 voices suddenly rang out in Song Jian's mind. The voices were cold and ordinary, very similar to the prompts given by the system every time. But there were also subtle differences. The son of God, of the Tianhe tribe issued a bloody challenge to you. Do you agree? The saint of the Xilangsing tribe Ziyunliu issued a bloody challenge to you. Do you agree? All the sons of God and saints who appeared in Song Jian's field of vision challenged Song Jian almost at the same time. In their opinion, as long as they could hide in the bloody arena, they could avoid these barbarian cavalry. What they didn't expect was that the target of these barbarian cavalry was Song Jian. If they knew, they would probably avoid Song Jian as much as possible. So how could they dare to approach him? Song Jian looked at the barbarian cavalrymen, who were less than 100 meters away from him. With such a short distance, it only took a few seconds to step on him. Above his head, the shadow of the barbarian gods became clearer and clearer, and began to slowly condense into substance. When did the bloody arena also open the challenge function? Song Jian smiled. A smile of survival. He was originally doomed to die, and he had never thought of hiding in the bloody arena. Unexpectedly, this opportunity was delivered to him in vain. Agree, Song Jian shouted. No matter who he was in the life and death arena, he could enter the bloody arena to recover. Even if he was given a few seconds, he could recover to 80% of his condition. As long as he could recover to 80% of his condition, he could use the 5 elements escape method, and he could avoid this large group of barbarian cavalrymen. As for the barbarian gods, he could only leave it to fate. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Song Jian's figure and the 8 alien sons and saints turned into white light at the same time, flew into a blood-dripping ring in the sky, and stood on both sides of the ring. At this time, a 15-second countdown appeared in the void in front of everyone's eyes. When the countdown ended, the battle would begin. A melee. I didn't expect it to be a melee. Several sons and saints showed panic in their eyes. Everyone was fighting, and only one person was able to get out in the end, which meant that the mutual killing they had always wanted to avoid could not be avoided. Let's go together and get rid of that human first. A son of God finally couldn't stand the strange silence and roared loudly. That's right. Kill the human race's genius first, and then we'll decide the winner. In an instant, all the alien gods and saints made the decision at the same time. And Song Jian at this time has begun to seize the time and stuff the recovery potions in the package column into his mouth. The blood value, spirit value, and sword energy value are recovering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is not the time to save. Song Jian uses all the potions and pills that can be recovered instantly, whether it is to increase the value or the percentage. All are swallowed into the stomach. 10, 9, 8. The countdown slowly ended. In the last 3 seconds, the original white illusory numbers had turned blood red. At the same time, a red breath filled the ring. This breath was the same as the chaotic breath in the starry sky battlefield, which made people have a crazy desire to destroy everything. Kill! Several alien gods and saints had murderous eyes, and rushed towards Song Jian with ferocious faces. At this time, Song Jian also recovered within 15 seconds. Although he was not at his peak, he also had the strength to fight. Buzz! With a slight sound, the time mark emitted a transparent light, and an invisible and intangible energy surrounded Song Jian's body. After spreading outward for 10 meters, it began to slowly shrink until it formed a circle with a diameter of 1 meter and stopped. At the same time, Song Jian exerted the endless hunting aura to its fullest extent. The aura under his feet emitted a white halo. Song Jian rushed towards the few people like a tiger, holding the sky-breaking sword. For a moment, there were flashes of swords and blood. Song Jian, holding a long sword, fought with several sons of gods and saints. Both sides almost did not use any special skills. They were like warriors, relying only on ordinary boxing, sword moves, and sword skills to attack. However, these ordinary boxing, sword moves, and sword skills, in the hands of these people, had the effect of turning decay into magic. Each move was not weaker than the skills and special moves of ordinary players. The blood-type arena was shrouded in red light, and a faint bloody smell spread in all directions. Tens of thousands of barbarian cavalrymen reined in their horses and stood up, looking up at the bloody arena in the air. Even the barbarian gods, who were seriously injured and only had 5 heads and 8 arms, quietly bowed their heads and looked at the bloody arena with responsible eyes. The bloody arena. It was originally an arena for barbarians to please the gods. When did other races have to wait for the bloody arena to please the barbarians? Ha ha ha. For some reason, the barbarian gods suddenly laughed wildly, looking at the bloody arena, where Song Jian and several others were fighting, and a mocking look appeared in their eyes.